up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, June 26th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning, Rick.
Good morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
And Jason Bishop.
26.
That is the foursome. Hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
We all know that if you don't sleep enough, it pummels your health.
Yeah.
In the short term,
in the long
it
term,
ruins your concentration and all these different things, from mood to emotions and all these things. Long term, they say it pummels you. Can you get it back? Like, my point is, I sleep maybe 5 hours a night. Last night was maybe 4.5 hours. 15 years from now, let's say I'm retired and I'm sleeping 10 hours a day. Can I get it back?
I don't know.
maybe a little bit,
Or is it gone?
No. Well, no. The thing, if you're talking about like the damage that it does to your heart and everything,
Yeah.
I mean, you might be able to reverse a little bit of it, but no,
I think it's
killing you.
You can't recover
It's killing you.
It is. I stayed up last night till 12:15, 12:30.
Yeah, you watched the U.S., right?
Yeah. And
Well,
it was a double dagger.
We all said that we weren't going to stay up.
I don't know why you did that, because the game, I mean, I think it's meaningless. I guess you can make the momentum argument, but
because that's what
trivial.
he does. He just likes to stay up and watch stuff.
I know that.
And I was texting with our guy Juan from Rockville, and I told him at halftime.
Texting or tweeting?
Texting.
Oh, he has your phone number?
Yes.
Oh, that sounds like a horrible decision.
Juan and Dennis and I are on the Latinos are on a little text chain.
Who's the number that I'm on that you are
Big
asking about?
Keith.
Aayuk.
That's Big Keith.
That's Big Keith. Okay.
I don't know. Big Keith sent a text us recently.
I'm
both of
on
us.
some thread about, and we're talking about Aayuk all the time.
And you don't even
I don't even know the
really-
number.
You
It's a
don't even-
540 number.
I think he sent a Happy Father's Day text or something to both of us.
No, I saw it. I just don't know who the number is.
And then I sent a text back to him because I knew he has grandkids. He's our age. Do you know how many grandkids Big Keith has?
I'll go 4.
6.
10.
10? Wow, that's prolific.
And I believe
That's a
he's
lot.
our age. I can confirm.
Yeah.
They're not
I
messing
think he
around.
may be born in the same year as us. He's got 10 grandkids.
I mean, we're in our mid-50s. I think there are a lot of people in their mid-50s that have at least one grandkid, but 10 seems like a lot.
If you get started early, that's what happens,
What
Cakes.
are you going to do? You come from a prolific family.
Anyway, just wondering, how much is it pummeling me?
You'll make
And
up
when I die before you guys, if I die before you guys, maybe there should be something on that says he lost 5 years of his life.
Yeah, when you have
not sleeping.
When you have a big, massive heart attack before us because you sleep 4 hours a night, because you have to see 9 of 11 new starters in for the U.S. that aren't going to be playing in the Bosnia game, then we're going to kind of laugh about it.
Hey, you can ship me $5 though.
That's true.
That's true.
I do need to pay.
I saw that. I saw
Always bet against Cakes.
Big loser.
It's fine.
I'm surprised they played him, but I guess they were trying to steal a win.
It's 2.5 big blinds at MGM National Harbor. If I can't afford $5 at this point,
I'll take 10 if you want.
No, you can afford it. You just don't like losing.
I mean, yeah, I don't like to pay it, but I'll have to Venmo you.
You don't like admitting I was wrong. I was wrong on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Pochettino's doing at this point.
I know.
Like, why are you putting Pulisic in a meaningless
What was that,
game?
in the 60th minute or something?
But it's fine.
I think they were trying to steal a victory.
Yeah.
He was electric when he was on the field. He hit the post on one and definitely added some spark to the offense.
By the way, does that count as a shot on goal in soccer? It always tilts me in hockey when a shot that hits the pipe or the crossbar
That's a great question.
does not count as a shot on goal
I don't know.
in the NHL, which is weird.
I can't help you
It
on those
does
rules.
to us.
It certainly counts to me. Maybe it's the same in soccer.
I don't think so. I think a goalie has to make a save.
Does not count as a shot on goal.
So he's got to
I
touch
think
the
the
ball.
goalie tipped that one.
Okay, so that would be a shot on goal if he made a save.
Right.
Would count.
I'm not really
I don't know
familiar
the
with
rules.
box
West knows.
scores.
He's bobbing his head.
I'm
and
not
he's
really
wearing a
familiar with
US soccer
box
jersey.
scores in soccer.
Wesley West.
Yeah.
Wesley West.
Does it If I click on team stats, I guess I can click on player stats. Would it say how many shots a guy had?
I would assume.
All right, so let's check
What,
out.
what other stats are you tracking in soccer if you're not tracking shots on goal?
Minutes. I don't know, minutes.
But ball possession.
Yeah, it
Player
has
stats.
it has Pulisic with
Assists.
3 shots and 2 shots on goal.
I believe the only upside for that win last night for Turkey was I think I have Turkey in our group pool.
Oh, that helps you. Yeah.
I mean, of course, I'm not rooting for them to beat the U.S., but the U.S. has already advanced through to the knockout round, so it didn't matter.
I know I have the Netherlands, so I'm starting to creep up the ladder.
Might be creeping a bit.
Hey, Matt, can we do an update at some point today?
8:45.
Okay, perfect.
Excellent.
I don't know
need
where
to
I
get out
am,
of the
but
cellar.
I think I am climbing the
I
ladder.
mean,
a
I don't
little
need
bit.
to win the whole thing, but I don't want to finish in last place.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to be. I don't want to be
I'm
bringing up
with
the
you,
rear.
Cakes.
But JP, you'll make up for your sleep this weekend since it's a Friday. You'll be
One would
sleeping
hope,
in.
although we have a swim meet in Poolsville,
That's
9 a.m.
what a
Pretty
pond.
I
deep.
live in
Oh, on Saturday.
Gaithersburg. That's probably
Is that technically
half
Montgomery
hour?
County, Poolsville?
Poolsville? I think so.
Yeah, that's where my guy Bikey Bots lives.
Yeah.
So far away.
It is kind of deep.
I mean, Montgomery
That's
County.
where. Remember the
so
old.
huge.
Remember the club we used to play 4 streams.
Yeah, no.
that's-
I know where Poolsville
that's
is.
where it is, yeah.
It's just so far away.
Yeah, it's a 9 a.m. meet, so
Yeah.
they probably
It's
have
out
to
in the
be
middle of
there
nowhere.
at 8, which probably means we have to leave at 7:30.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get. I mean, you'll get more sleep, but it's not going to be some sort of panacea.
I miss my
Yeah.
kids being younger. I don't miss the all day long like pool meets and the gymnastic meets that would take 8 or 9 hours. You know, you miss your kids being young,
Right.
But you don't miss being the announcer to swim.
Oh, believe me, the travel softball tournaments on Saturdays.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have the 8 a.m. game.
Sure.
So you got to be there at 7.
Yes, gotta
Actually, you got to
do
be
it.
there about 6:45.
Right?
And you're playing 3 games on a Saturday. I don't miss that part. I mean, I miss watching them compete.
It's the
and
waiting
coaching.
stuff that you don't miss.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course on a
Like-
Saturday you don't want to get up at 5:30 or 6.
I'm gonna be in.
Yeah, you're going on vacation.
I'm going to be in. What's not even vacay. I'm going to
you're just off
be
next
in Indianapolis for nationals, volleyball nationals, and that's another situation where it's exactly the same as a swim meet. You know, you love watching your kid play, but you play 3 matches in like 6 or 7 hours, and you're just every day, and then you're exhausted. You're eating like kind of like convention center food, or maybe
Yeah.
if you venture out and you find maybe a chain restaurant, you find an Outback or it's just, you do that for a week. It's
Yeah.
exhausting and just,
right.
I mean, but
What you do for your
you
kids,
will
man.
miss it, but
Yeah.
you will miss it when it's done. Like I miss all the lacrosse tournaments with my boy. I mean, those were, kind of same thing. Mm-hmm. So I'll miss this when it's done, but I was telling Jason, like, we're going to be in Indy, right? And I've been there many times. It's a boring city.
Yeah.
It's boring.
I've been there one time.
I've been there with the same one time as
Yep.
you.
Yeah.
For the Super
And I
Bowl
don't think
trip.
I'll go back. I mean, there's no reason to go
There's
back.
nothing
there's
to
really-
do there.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's whatever. It's a boring. The great thing is that airport, though, if you remember, is chill.
In and out.
In and out.
Yeah, yeah.
Small ass airport, in and out.
It's
No
like
problem.
Jacksonville's airport.
Yeah.
Jacksonville's airport's just empty all the
Never
time.
been.
But what do you do in the exciting cities? Because most of the time you're just in a convention center anyway.
Maybe
So
a
when you
better
say it's boring-
restaurants.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
just restaurant choices.
yeah, I don't know. More things to. I don't know. More
stuff
things
to
to
do.
do.
Because
Like
I'm sure you could find a Top Golf if you wanted to hit golf balls or.
Well, I'm on IR right now. I'm doing all my PT. No, like I don't know. Like when you go to Miami, it just seems more, or
Well, there's
like
a beach there. I mean, that's a little different.
And Texas, if you're in a warmer climate, you could be poolside.
I'm sure Indianapolis could be plenty warm.
Yeah, but there are not any cool hotels in Indianapolis. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just
Okay.
it's just different.
I bet you got
there
a
are
pool.
there's certain places like even when you're in Vegas, I don't even like Vegas is ruined with weed smell and everything, but at least some of the casinos are cool. You have good restaurants. I don't know. Chicago's a cool city, great restaurants. It's a cool city to walk around. Indy is just a small city. It's boring.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you're talking about the heat. I was supposed to play golf a couple times next week. The heat dome. This heat dome. They're talking about the heat dome in Europe.
Yeah.
It's like 107 degrees in Paris. Well, that heat dome is coming this way for some reason. It's supposed to be 107-degree heat index next Thursday. And I'm supposed to play golf. I just texted my boys. I'm bailing.
You already bailed. Said
Yeah.
no, can't do it.
He's gonna be pissed, but I can't. I
mean,
will.
it's
I
hot.
will have zero fun playing in 107 degrees.
Right. Well, I
And
can
tea time is
remember-
at 12:40, right in the middle of the day. I'm sorry, I can't do it, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
What if he had like a fan in the cart
Nah,
and
not
all
gonna
the
happen.
drinks, all the surf sides you want? and
Because you're out
everything?
on the course for 90% of that time.
Yeah, I mean, and when it gets that hot, it does get a little untenable.
Yeah, so I'm just going to bail on that. But yeah, it's going to be really hot next week. Probably going to be hot in Indy.
Yeah, probably be hot there too.
Yeah, I've seen the temperatures in Europe. They say it's record setting again, the whole global warming bit, that France is as hot as Phoenix. And that is not the case typically.
Not in June.
I don't know what is it in Ireland. My son's in Ireland with his girlfriend's fam.
Oh, it's probably
They're sending
probably
amazing.
65.
They're sending amazing pictures, but
I don't know. I have no idea.
But I also put in there. I think I told you this. Maybe I said this yesterday. That looks like a lot of walking, dude.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Every day he's sending me amazing
Hey,
pictures.
You
and I'm
get to
walking
do that
around.
next year, aren't you? Doing your European vacation with Dina Bickle.
We're trying to keep that to a
You're
dull
trying.
roar.
It says 75 here in Ireland
Oh,
right
that's-
now.
That sounds
I mean,
amazing.
That's not bad.
It looks great. Doesn't look like it's hot.
Today it's going to be 80. Now 81 in Ireland and Dublin is hot, but it's going to be 81 today.
You're gonna-
Is that where
Crazy
he is?
thing
Is he in
about it
Dublin? Dublin.
is
I think they're going all over the place.
the crazy thing about the heat.
Killarney or something. They're all over. I don't know.
That sounds Irish.
The crazy thing about heat in Europe, and Jason may know this a little bit,
What?
is I believe the numbers are 80%, could be 90%, don't have air conditioning.
Well, that's
Where?
untenable.
Where?
In Europe,
Just in Europe in general.
they're
should
not
get
big
used to it.
fans of air conditioning.
Guess you get used to it.
Well, you know what?
Well-
I'm not a big fan of Europe because I love me some air conditioning, especially in the hot summer.
I told you,
months.
my uncle who's a farmer, R.I.P. my Uncle Ronnie, Rhonda's dad, right? He had a big farm. They had money, they whatever. But out in the country, that it wasn't necessarily normal to have air conditioning in their country house. Every time we'd go there for a week, my dad would just every day take us to the mall so he could get out of
Just
the
get-
heat.
Just walk around. In the
We're
AC in
used
the
to air
mall.
conditioning.
just
I
wanted
think
to be
I
an
saw
air
the
conditioner.
numbers. It's like a New York Times article where the percentage in the United States is the exact opposite. It's
Yeah.
like 90% have air conditioning, if not higher. But in
Wow.
Europe, they kind of scoff at it. And I got a buddy who's Italian. And when I go to his house, a lot of times he's just got the windows open.
Oh,
What is going on
I'd leave immediately.
in the summer?
My allergies would be out of control.
I mean, the
And
fans going too?
I would say
Maybe that
They might have a
fans.
couple ceiling fans.
No, I'd say this
but
is not
believe
good
me,
enough.
it's hotter than we are used to.
I'm an air conditioning diva.
Yes.
I need that AC crank.
Today-
That's why I love it in here in the studio.
Today in Paris, 100. Tomorrow, 101.
Yeah.
And,
Brutal.
And if they don't have AC, so you're telling me the hotels don't have AC in Paris?
I'm sure the hotels do.
Oh, but
a lot of the homes.
Oh, yeah. I would just check into a hotel for a couple days.
Yeah.
You do what my dad did. You go to the mall.
Right.
Anything with AC.
If you want to get in touch with us throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet us at Junks Radio. A lot to get into on the show today. The Washington Nationals bullpen,
We just talked
a
about it.
complete disaster, and it's only getting worse. We'll get into that a little bit later in the show. Chelsea Janes, National Baseball Insider for SNY. She'll jump on at 9. Keep it here. We're the Junkies on the Fan. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. I was looking at today's slate. There's a big game between Norway and France. Norway's trading at 21% on Kalshi as they take on France. That means you could turn $100 into $451.21 if Norway can beat France. Not a bad deal on Kalshi. Here's the deal with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download that Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Fan contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. So last night kickoff was 10 p.m. for the third World Cup game for the United States men's national team, as they're still in the qualifying stage, but everything was already set for the United States. We know that they're going to play Bosnia on July 1st. That wasn't going to change whether they won 10-0, lost 10-0. It wasn't going to change.
It's locked in.
But people wondered, how is Pochettino going to approach this game? Well, as expected, the 4 guys who were on yellow card did not participate. The entire back line was not there. Like Chris Richards, the guy with the man bun, he wasn't there.
Ream.
So you got to see a lot of the backups on the field. But the question I have is, losing the game, which they lost in the very last minute, which to you is almost controversial because I'm watching the game and they'll show you how much extra time there is, right? So they flash +7, 97 minutes. I think the goal probably scored at 97:59. I couldn't believe that. I expected the whistle to be blown earlier, and the ball went out of bounds, and he didn't blow the whistle. And usually they'll wait until the end of a play, but it seemed like there was end of a play a couple times, and it just extended. And then the Turkey had the ball. Guy nutmegs Pulisic, so he nutmegs him. Then he passes back. Then there's a cross, and just the defense didn't cover the guy on the far end of the field, and he put it away. And so they lose. And my question is this. It was supposedly a meaningless game. It would have been nice for them to win because it would have been the first time they would have won 3 games in the group. I think it's never happened. Or if it happened in like the 30s. All right. It really hasn't happened in modern times. Do you worry that kills the momentum?
No.
I put this up as our Junkies poll of the day.
I don't worry about meaningless results where they play 9 out of 11 players who won't start in the next game.
Right.
Poll
It's
of the
a
day is
throwaway game.
brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. It's made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. And the question is, are you worried that the men's national team has lost momentum after losing to Turkey in a meaningless game last night where they rested most of their starters? So you can vote at Junks Radio. You clearly are a no. I'm a little worried. I like momentum.
Last night's result, big nothing burger for the
I would
US.
say encouraging signs. And let's actually play the audio. Christian Pulisic came in the game roughly 60 minutes into the game. Here's the crowd reaction.
Tim Way will be coming off. Christian Pulisic makes his return.
So there was a lot of excitement. The celebrities were out. Brad Pitt was there with Edward Norton. I saw Will Ferrell.
A lot
Saw
of
some
people
other
doing bad Fight Club jokes.
Yes,
There's a
saying
lot of
just
that.
Ed Norton was there talking to an imaginary friend.
Just the hackiest of the hacks out doing jokes.
I think, I know they lost the game. I think it's good for the players, the backups, that they actually got into one of those games.
Sure.
I think there's definitely some positives.
Helps them a little bit, because they weren't going to play. They're not going to play in the knockout round. So, they got meaningful minutes that they wouldn't have gotten before.
I think there's definitely merit to that, and that's why I thought Pulisic might play, and he did play, and he played very well. You could see Cakes described him as electric on the field, and he is. Especially he's on the left side, like he just seems faster than everybody else.
How he
Quick
handles
moves
the ball is
and
crazy.
playmaker. He had one which was he went down the left side and crossed it back, and I think he got deflected, but I can't remember which player it was on the U.S. men's national team. But he had a point. I called goal before it happened, and then he just kind of shanked it, just missed it. He creates opportunities for sure, but this is where I think it could kill some momentum. My son is not into soccer at all. He doesn't follow international soccer. Now, we've played FIFA before on PlayStation, but he's not necessarily a huge fan. But I think he's representative of a lot of kids and people that have gotten into the World Cup. He sends me a text at the end of the game. He was over at his mom's house, and he says, "I'm hooked to Team USA Soccer." This was at 11:28. He goes, "They play so high-paced, fun to watch. If they had a better defense, I think they'd be contenders to win." And then after the game, like right when they blew it, he goes, "Bad look kills all the momentum."
Oh.
And I agree to some extent that there were fans. We started talking about this the other day. Even Zlatan said they could win it all. And there are fans dreaming of this long run. And now I think there's going to be kind of a pullback in that you lose to Turkey, who had 0 points, hadn't scored a goal. You give up, in soccer terms, you gave up a bunch of goals to Turkey. Okay, that's a bunch of goals. I think there's going to be a lot of lost faith and a lot more skepticism in the
First of all,
team.
it doesn't matter what the fans think.
Of course, it doesn't matter.
So I just rule it out. And then they played backups.
Yeah, you're reading too much into the result.
There could be.
They brought in.
Hold on.
They brought in starters. If you weren't watching the game, they brought in Freeman.
I know,
brought
but
in
too little,
Pulisic.
too late. It's like the same thing that happened with Spain. They brought in Yamal right in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It was super exciting.
And
Just
they-
weren't able to finish off. And the next game, they won 4-0.
Yeah.
Right. It just it's. When you're not, you need your starters to play. You need to play 90 minutes. It's sure it might be a little bit of maybe of a lingering something in the back of their brain, but when you just, it's like an exhibition. Last night was borderline an exhibition.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can
mean,
attribute.
I agree with
with
on
fan-
the field, but I believe that the fans
It doesn't matter.
have lost a little faith.
This is because they're stupid.
Well, if
it's
they
fun
beat
when there's a
Bosnia,
huge
they're going to be
buzz.
right back on it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the fans
Yeah,
think.
it doesn't matter what the
I'll
fans
say this. I think Cakes was the one just
think
chalking
about
up
it.
Bosnia as a dub for the U.S. men's national team. Here's the thing about Bosnia. I believe they've scored the most on corners.
I'm not
the World
guaranteeing a
Cup.
win. I'm just
All right,
saying
well-
it's a good draw.
Yeah.
As far as like they're not drawing
The-
world power in
The
the
first
knockout
line defenders for America will be on the field.
Right.
It's not going to be the backups that gave up some cheapies.
I'll know
yesterday.
this. My daughter went to a big party, fancy party with a bunch of Cornell people, and it was news to her. And my daughter, pretty smart girl. And I said, Meg, and she was like lamenting that she was going to be out late, and she works a real job, got to be up early. I said, Meg, the game doesn't even matter. She said, what?
Oh, she didn't know.
I said, the game doesn't even matter.
That game.
So
Was
like the general public, they don't even know.
You're right. It was like an exhibition.
It's an
It was
NFL.
like an
It's an
exhibition.
NFL preseason game.
Right,
It's like
right.
losing your mind over an NFL preseason game.
Do you think
Like,
fans would have
why
felt
would
this?
you do that?
You think fans would have felt the same way if Turkey didn't score in that last second and it was a draw?
I think fans would have felt a little bit different.
Yeah.
I would just.
They got a fluky
You
goal.
can
was
chime in.
fluky.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. It wasn't fluky. Turkey created a bunch of chances.
Yeah,
and the
against
weakness of
mostly
the
backups.
U.S. men's national team is the back line. Like, that's what all the
I
experts
just don't know how
say.
you evaluate it, JP. They were different guys, and then you bring them in the last 20 minutes to try to save the
If you
day.
think the
It's
starting
not
back
enough.
line is weak, when they put the backups in, of course there's going to be extra pressure put on them.
Yeah.
And Turkey can play completely, like stress free.
but
Because they're out of it, yeah.
They got nothing. They have nothing to worry about. They can attack, and it doesn't
yeah.
matter.
And it doesn't mean that the U.S., when they're at full strength, they're going to easily win their next game. They might very well lose with their starters. I just think there's no correlation between
Yeah.
the two. Like zero. It's a one-off.
I mostly agree with you, but I think there's a little trepidation going into the next round. And there were a lot of the analysts after the game questioning what Pochettino did.
Sure. I thought I saw, maybe I'm wrong, because I told you from the beginning, I'm not staying up to start a game at 10 p.m. Life's too short. Trying to keep my blood pressure down. I'm not staying up and not sleeping. I saw a stat I thought I saw where U.S. dominated possession, like 52-36 or something percent, like percentage of time. Like they had the ball most of the time, just didn't go their way. Even with their backups.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I can't-
the possession
I
thing
saw
doesn't
that.
mean everything. There are teams that, frankly, just give
Didn't
up
they
the
have more
possession
chances
game.
or no? Am I wrong?
I think they had more chances.
I said they had more chances. They had more possession. End up on the wrong side of it, playing a bunch of bums.
I said there are definitely things watching that game you'd be encouraged by. Most notably, Pulisic coming in and looking healthy and fast, and looking like a difference maker.
So how many of the starters did the front line guys, besides Pulisic, did they put in at the end of the game or the second half?
Freeman came into the game.
Well, they can only do so many.
and
Three or
there
four.
might have been one other guy. So like three,
Yeah,
three, maybe four.
Yeah, there's no stock in there. I mean, they lost playing their backups.
It's like watching a preseason game and
Right.
being upset.
Yeah.
It's
really
like thinking that in week one of the real season that the team is going to look like they did in game 3 of the preseason.
yeah.
Right.
Ideally, though, wouldn't you have liked to have won all 3 games? Sweep through.
In a
Sure,
perfect
sure.
world, yes.
But it's
I
a
don't-
little
I don't
chink in the
stress about
armor.
it. I'm not
I
stressing
know.
about it one
I'm
bit.
more. It's about as meaningful as it is when Scotty Brooks didn't win the 50th game. It doesn't really impact anything. It was the last game of the group.
Look, now you go to work and you get prepped for Bosnia next Wednesday. That's what you do.
Right, you take the game actually seriously.
Because that game is the biggest.
You could maybe
Ever.
make the argument that it helps them because they got their backup some time, and then if they have to, they're
Yeah.
forced into action the next go around. Maybe they won't be as nervous.
Yeah.
Maybe be a little more comfortable. They got some touches in the World Cup, and if they come in, they might actually play a little better.
Their coach was kind of pissed after the game. He was getting questions about the loss.
Which
he
one,
said the
Pochettino?
questions are a little bit weird.
Uh-huh.
He was speaking both in Spanish and English. Said it was a little bit sad that no reporters congratulated him or the U.S. players for
Winning the group.
clinching the group.
Right.
And he said, here's the quote: "The mood is like we're going home and Turkey is staying. I need to remind you and everyone that we won the group. Sorry, guys, we won."
Yeah.
Well, that's
Again,
how,
he's looking at it correctly. He's looking at the big picture.
yeah. And I think that's smart.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Mike in D.C. Mike, what's up? Going with the Junks.
Mike, what's up?
Are you there, buddy? Wes, help me out here, pal. Mike.
Mikey Mike.
Dude, I'm pressing him. All right, well, you find him. Go find him, Wes.
Can't get him.
Do you think it was the right move to play Pulisic?
I would say no.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have played
I
him.
wouldn't have played him.
But
I mean,
thank God he didn't get hurt.
I was going to say, what if he was it a hammy?
Calf.
Calf. What
Just
if he
because-
re-injures the calf?
Yeah, because
Well,
he could
then
re-injure that.
that would have been brutal.
And also,
And you
like,
miss him for the Bosnia
Yeah,
game?
that would have been
I
brutal.
could, sometimes you see some of these collisions and they're benign and these guys are rolling around, nothing happens. But sometimes these guys, they get banged up pretty good, and then that could send a guy like your star out. I know every time I see Messi get hit, I get a little anxious because I like to see Messi. Not rooting for Argentina, but I don't want Messi to get knocked out of a game.
Look, I mostly agree with you that the game was meaningless, but it's not completely meaningless if the head coach is saying an objective of the match was to get Pulisic some action on the field.
Okay, well, he did that then.
Yeah, he said after the game, he said, "I'm happy."
Got him 30
he
minutes.
finished well. It was a good impact when he was on the pitch.
Yeah. I personally didn't think he needed that, but hey, I'm just a dumb fan.
Yeah, we're not coaching Team USA soccer.
I mean, I think he could get a lot of that in practice, but
Yeah, look, they thought about it for days. They talked about it for days. Whenever the first game, right? That's the first game when he got hurt. It's fine. They got to now. They go to work, get prepped for Wednesday.
Now,
Don't
let me say
worry
this.
about last night.
now, if they lose the next game, then the guys like JP would bring up this argument. You will, I guess you'll have some ammunition. I don't think it necessarily means anything, but you'll have
Right.
some ammunition. By the same token, if they win it, hopefully that just buries it, and you don't have to.
Well, I think
Bring it up.
Germany was in the same situation. Germany kind of was stunned by Ecuador yesterday in the group stage finale.
All right.
They played many of their starters.
Well, that would be a worse situation. Like, I'd rather lose playing my backups because it's international soccer. These guys are in the World Cup. You can lose to anybody. We've seen that. Anybody can lose. I actually think it's better you lost with your backups so you can rest easy going, yeah, it kind of sucks. They scored in the last minute. But, we were playing the backups. We'll be fine. It's actually probably better. I think Germany's in a worse spot. If you played your starters and you lost, I would feel worse about it, even if it was a meaningless game, than if you played your backups and lost.
If you look at
Well, it was a little bit of a different game because it wasn't
But
a meaningless
Ecuador-
game for Ecuador.
but Ecuador
like
is a
for
better-
Turkey, it was a meaningless game too.
Yeah, so it's
Other
a
than
but
they
they're
won,
saving
other
face.
than pride.
it's
Yeah,
a bad
pride.
loss for Germany, but Ecuador is much better than Turkey.
yes,
Yeah.
no doubt.
And Ecuador
So they
was
lost
trying to advance.
Right, so they lost to a better team.
Right, but still, the overall, I'd rather lose my backups than losing my starters.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Again, you can vote at Junks Radio on our Junkies poll of the day. It looked like it was pretty overwhelming so far, which the two options were yes, it kills momentum, or no, it was meaningless. Because the question is, have they lost momentum after losing to Turkey in a quote-unquote meaningless game where they rested most of their starters? Right now, 17% say yes. 83% say no, it was meaningless. You can vote at Junks Radio. Coming up next, another bullpen disaster.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel's changing the game. Pay attention. They're going to hook you up here. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with him. Well, not anymore. Thanks to FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. So remember in the first game in the U.S., they subbed out Pulisic. Whoever replaced him, you get his points. Last night it was different. They subbed out Weah, and Pulisic came in. So if you had Weah, you get the points if Pulisic would have scored. So if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. You're still on the hunt until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
So Monday, when the Washington Nationals were entering the series with the Philadelphia Phillies at home, a lot of buzz, a lot of excitement because the Nationals find themselves in playoff contention. Nobody expected that. Couple games above 500. Everybody's feeling good about the team. And they could have easily swept this series, but on 3 occasions, their bullpen just absolutely collapsed. Here's what the bullpen did in the last 3 games. 14 innings pitched, 25 earned runs allowed, 23 of those in the 7th through the 9th innings. ERA 16.07. They allowed in the last 3 games, the bullpen allowed 5 home runs, 5 walks, just an utter disaster. Last night, Cade Cavalli's pitching really well. I actually tweeted out, can Cade go 9? This was in the 5th inning. He's like buckling guys' knees with his knuckle curve and just dominating, right?
Yep.
Then he gives up a couple runs in the 6th, and they pull him. And I think we've had him on the show, Ryan Spader, a few times, MLB guy. He tweeted back, he goes, they're going to lose this game.
Right.
Yep.
I'm like, well, the odds are you're due, right, for the bullpen to hold
he wasn't
on.
going to go the whole game. I think the longest
I
the
know.
Nats pitcher has gone is
Yeah,
7
of
and a
course.
third.
I know, and
this season.
I think he threw 97 pitches.
He did.
Yeah.
It was,
So
it was probably time to pull him.
Yeah.
I was just making a point that you're just afraid of the bullpen.
But you got a 5-2 lead.
And so Ryan sends back a tweet like, they're going to lose this game.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, well, come on. They got to be able to hold on to one of these games. They've
Apparently
just
not.
blown 2 games on the last strike. And they've got still a 3-run lead. But sure enough, they give up 8 runs. And it's been a different guy every night, right? That has closed out the game. Bryce Harper hits the game-winning home run after the fans are giving him a hard time, and he gives them the finger.
Well,
But
he claims he was putting up his ring finger.
yeah, he's full of it.
I don't know if you believe
Well,
that
maybe
or
he puts
not,
his
but
ring on the
just
middle
look at
finger.
it.
Does
Does that look like the ring finger?
it was hard to discern which finger it was.
Look like the middle finger to me.
But yeah, he went deep. At least the Nats are doing something about it. They sent Gus Varla to AAA.
Yeah.
Right after the game, they said, "You're no longer going to be pitching for our bullpen."
Well, they should probably do the same thing with Parker.
Probably
Because
should.
Parker has been awful.
Right.
If you look at Parker's ERA in the month of June, it's 10. And by the way, the Phillies set a Major League Baseball record this week. Major League records. Never been done before in the history of Major League Baseball.
Okay.
Where the team, now this was a road team, hit game-winning home runs or go-ahead home runs
Yeah.
in the 9th inning or later in consecutive games. In 3 consecutive games.
That's not
It's
great.
never been done before.
It's not great to happen
Until
to you
this
in your
week
home ballpark
at Nats Park.
against
Yeah,
a division rival.
Even before that, I saw something where it had never been done. This is before last night's game. The Phillies were the only Major League Baseball team in the modern era to be down to their last strike with nobody on base in the 9th inning, 2 games in a row, and they won both games. It's embarrassing, and I understand that they don't have some huge payroll, but
think that's
they
a factor.
Yes, it's a factor.
Well, hold on.
They went bargain.
Yeah, but it's not a
basement
factor now
hunting.
for improving. What it comes down to now is you're going to have to suck it up and trade a couple prospects or a stud. That doesn't really affect your payroll right now.
Well,
Does
you're
it
gonna
affect your payroll
You're
in
gonna
your
have to
original?
spend. You're gonna have to spend to get better players. And if you're gonna say that
You're not gonna pay $20 million for some reliever.
you have to get better players,
Yeah, but
and it's gonna cost you something. It's gonna cost you prospects.
it's going to cost you prospects, or it might cost you a stud. I don't think it's a money issue why they haven't upgraded right now. I think they don't want to give up their pieces, but I think they have to.
I think it's part of the original problem. They
It's
didn't
part
have
of the
good enough
original
players.
I think it's part of the original problem, but it's not the problem now. The problem now is they haven't done it now because they don't want to spend an extra $5 or $10 million. They haven't done it now because they don't want to give up these pieces, but they're probably going to have to.
The bullpen wasn't prioritized, and I get that. When you have a limited payroll, it wasn't a priority. They didn't expect to be a contender.
Right.
All of a
So they
sudden,
stumbled into
they're
a
in a
problem.
playoff race.
Yes.
And you realize this is, like, to call it an Achilles heel, it's beyond an Achilles heel. It's an albatross to the team. and it's got to be crushing to the other players.
Yeah.
It
the
sucks when you're a
clubhouse
starter
must
like
be
Cade
beside
Cavalli and you have a
themselves.
quality start and you leave the mound and you're like, oh, can they just get through 3 innings? Can they get me 9 outs?
Yeah, exactly.
That sucks. But also, if you're one of the offensive players that's part of like this best offense, the offense that we never expected, it's got to be so disheartening that you're putting up all these runs on the board and it's not enough.
It's completely demoralizing. Even if you score 9 or 10 runs, it's not safe. No lead is safe.
Oh, it's not safe.
No lead is safe with this Washington Nationals bullpen.
No, look, they went
as
out
they're currently
and
constructed.
Chris Sanchez comes in, the starter for the Phillies, ERA of 1.8, third best in the league, and gives up 4 runs in the first. He give up 4 runs total in the first inning the entire year.
His defense didn't help him out.
Defense didn't help out, but they gave up 4 runs in the first. This is a guy who's going to be in the All-Star game, and end up 5-0. That should be enough to win you a game, and it just wasn't.
Once again, in 3 games, they gave up 23 runs in the last 3 innings, 7th through 9th. And overall, the bullpen in 14 innings gave up 25 runs.
And 0 of it is surprising to me.
It's going to keep happening.
It's reached a point where they're going to lose the fans like significantly because you've now put out this team that's way more competitive than anybody anticipated, including themselves. The fans are emotionally invested. The fans have been let down these last few years, the way the seasons have been approached, the way stars have gone away. If they just don't address this, they really risk irreparable damage, or at least damage it will take years to overcome. So I think they're going to address it. I think
so it is a factor of the fans, because in the last segment you said that the fans' reaction doesn't really matter so much.
Well, that's different. That's a totally different argument.
It's not really. What you're saying is the fans.
No. The fans don't impact the game, whether or not they're going to win or not. Here, it's about the fans and about them continuing to buy tickets and continuing to support the team where, they need to sell 82 tickets a year or whatever, 81 tickets a year. I do think that they risk losing the fan base. It's reached a tipping point where they have to make changes, or else they're going to do serious damage.
Was sent down.
They're going to do serious damage.
You can't keep trying
but beyond that, they have to bring in better players.
I totally agree.
It reached a tipping point.
The talent there.
It's reached
the
a tipping
problem
point.
is, if you listen to some of these Major League Baseball insiders, there just isn't a lot on the market. Mm-hmm. There isn't a lot of quality guys on the market. You could go out and get a Aroldis Chapman from Boston, who just got a save last night.
Do it.
But, he's going to cost you, even though he's 38 years old, he's going to cost you something.
That's what I said. It's going to cost you.
Well, I don't think you have to get
otherwise,
an Aroldis Chapman, though. I just think you have to get better. And almost
I understand
anything's
that,
better.
but I think they need a legit closer.
Okay,
not just guys who can eat up the 6th, 7th inning. They need a legit closer.
Okay, you can get a legit closer, but it doesn't have to be the biggest name in baseball. There's plenty of guys that can do it.
But there aren't that many guys available. That's what I'm saying. Not on June 26th.
Well, he should have a list of the guys who are available.
Maybe on July 26th?
3 to 5 of them. And
maybe on July 26th there would be, but on June 26th, some of these teams are still hanging on to some of their guys because they think they have a chance.
They have to be creative then. Maybe you have to convert a starter, make him a reliever.
But why not spend the money on somebody like Chapman?
Maybe
you're contending.
Well, it's
you
not
want to
just
keep
the
the fans engaged. You want to keep the players. They are doing a disservice to the rest of the guys on the team, the bullpen. Yeah. When you have an offense that is cranking out the runs, and then you get quality starts from guys like Cavalli, and then you just know it's going to be a disaster. 24 out of 48 save opportunities. They're at 50%. I know EB was trying to point that they weren't that far from the league average. I'm sorry. I don't remember a 50% save rate.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's abysmal.
And the changes that Taboni's making is every time a guy goes out there and poops the bed, he just dumps him down to Rochester. And he pulls somebody else up who's a minor league pitcher.
Right.
You're going to get the same results.
It's not like
I'm sorry. I don't care.
He's not fishing in a pond filled with a bunch of major league level.
No, you're going to get
relievers.
I don't care who you're bringing up from the minors. You're going to get the same results. You got to go out and pluck guys who are on major league squads that are doing a good job in their roles with other teams.
You don't think you could bring up a stud? You don't think you could bring up a AAA stud who you've been delaying? Maybe if he's even a starter.
I don't know who that would be. You tell
Yeah,
me
you
who
got to
it
have
is.
the AAA
Well,
stud.
I mean, there are a couple guys.
I think they'd already
that they're
be
sitting
here.
on.
If
There are a
they
couple
had
guys
those
that they're
guys,
sitting on that they're hoping.
they would
I
already be
forget the
here.
name. I'm not an
Right.
expert
Okay,
of their.
if these guys are top prospects, top arms in their
Yeah,
system,
yeah.
bring at least one of them up.
I think that's something they could do.
And maybe if he's a starter, okay, then you move Michaelis down in the bullpen and he tries to close out some games. But that's not his role. I still think you've got to go out and get guys who have been doing that as their profession for years.
I just don't think you have to turn into the Yankees all of a sudden and get all-star reliever, all-star closer, all-star middle reliever. You just need better.
No,
Nobody's
but
gonna
just
confuse
imagine
them
the
with the
difference.
Yankees.
Imagine the difference
The
if they
spending.
did get Chapman. Just one guy. Okay?
Yep,
Just get
yep.
one guy. They would have won at least 2 more games in the series.
Oh, 100, well, probably.
At least 2 more games in just this series.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And
Yeah.
had they had Chapman the whole season, and we understand that circumstances change, they would have won at least 5 or 6 more games.
The bullpen is destroying any goodwill equity the rest of the team has built
That's
up
what
through
I'm
the
more
first
concerned
half of
about.
the season.
I'm more concerned
They
about
are
that.
lighting it on fire.
I'm more concerned about the equity with the fans than I am how this season ultimately ends up. Because I don't think anybody thinks really they're going to win a World Series. I mean, sure, they could. If you get lucky. I mean, wild card teams have done
they've
it.
got zero chance of winning
But-
a World Series, but they're
But they're going to lose the fans.
I
But
don't
just-
agree with that. Just look, I don't expect it, but the Nationals were a wild card team when they won the World Series.
Okay,
Right,
that
okay, but that
team
was a
is
better
way more
team.
There are a few
talented than
times
this
you can
team.
point to
They had
that.
Strasburg and,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
There's a
Scherzer.
few
and
times you can point
Scherzer.
to
I mean,
it.
come on. You can't compare those two
I don't think
teams.
they're built for it.
Cavalli's kind of money.
Okay, but he's not Strasburg.
Okay, yeah.
He's,
He's
not,
not Scherzer.
Max. He's not.
Yeah.
I mean,
JP, what are you talking about? You're
and
talking
the
about
bullpen was much better.
This team would be lucky to contend. Like if they contend for the playoffs and make the playoffs as a wild card,
Yeah.
that's their ceiling. This team is not winning the World Series. Not as they're currently constructed.
And it's starting to dip now because now they're 3 games out. All right.
Right.
They were in the wild card hunt. And I understand it's only June and things can happen. And you usually see how teams are situated in August and September and how good or bad they are. But still, you're still keeping everyone excited.
Right.
Right.
And you're keeping the fans
The
excited.
fans are already
And this was a huge series.
The fans are
massive
already depressed because they think all their stars are going to leave.
Yeah.
That they're never going to stay, and they've been losing for the last few years, and the learners don't spend. Now all of a sudden you have a year where you're competitive, and if you don't add to it somehow to make it at least appear that you're trying to take advantage of it, you're going to do irreparable damage, in my opinion.
I guarantee you Taboni is trying to do that.
It probably keeps him up at night. This
I don't
bullpen.
know.
I guarantee he's probably trying to do that. He's probably handcuffed.
Well, he might have been thinking, you know what? Let's just see if we can ride through this and bounce back like we have. But I think it reached a tipping point last night.
Yeah, it's past.
You know what I mean? Like
it's past that.
We know
now.
it's not great, but look how well we've done with him so far. But I think it's reached a tipping point.
He might have thought we can pull
I think he
out
has
of
to
this.
really
Like,
need. He's digging in today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phone numbers 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. What do you make of the bullpen woes for the Washington Nationals, and what should they do? We'll be right back. The world's biggest soccer tournament, it is here. We're talking about it. It's been awesome, and you can trade the entire tournament on Koshi. On Koshi, you can trade every match, starting at the opener all the way to the final. Looking at today's slate, there's just a monstrous game. France taking on Norway. France right now is trading at 62%, which means if you go with France and they beat Norway, $100 is going to turn into $157.09. Not bad if you go with the Frenchman. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download that Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
it happened again. The Nationals were up 5-0, and then the bullpen blew a 5-run lead in the 6th and 7th, but it was a tie ball game when the 9th inning rolled around. But the Nationals bullpen allowed 5 runs in the 9th, and the Philadelphia Phillies won it 10-5. This is just a brutal 3-game stretch. They've now lost 3 games in a row the exact same way. And it looked like the U.S. men's national team was about to go through World Cup group play without a loss until a last-minute winner sent the Americans to a 3-2 loss to Turkey last night. The U.S. had already won the group, though, so a majority of the starting core got to rest, so it's not a huge loss. The good news, Christian Pulisic cleared up any potential questions about his fitness after missing Australia's match through injury. He instantly answered those questions. He looks ready to go for the knockout stage. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local. Bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. I just saw this pretty terrifying video during the break. 3 of us have dogs now. I'm a new dog owner.
Yeah.
Got to go out and walk your dog a couple times a day.
Sure.
And if you walk your
Need
dog
that
at night,
exercise.
sometimes things will jump out at you.
Yeah.
I get freaked out by foxes, but I saw a video of a bear.
Oh, fox is so small. Like, it's not going to
Come on,
bother
man.
you.
Foxes, for whatever reason, they freak me out.
What are you worried about? They're looking to catch like something smaller than it,
Yeah,
like
they
a
like
mouse
those-
or something. They're not worried about you and your dog.
Same thing with snakes, but that's a common fear
Yeah.
of snakes. Okay, I think a fox could jump out and bite me, I guess. That's what I'm afraid of.
Okay,
You say, what are you afraid of?
maybe it's
I'm afraid that the fox is going to attack
The
me.
fox
If
is
the
usually
fox
going to stay away from
If it's
you.
rabid,
Yeah,
okay,
maybe.
maybe it encounters you or it engages with you. But if it's a regular run-of-the-mill non-rabid fox, it's just going to run away from you because you're much bigger than it is.
I get freaked out by wild animals. I
Okay.
had an encounter a few weeks ago with the raccoon.
Okay.
I was throwing away garbage bags at a dumpster.
Yeah.
And the raccoon popped out of the dumpster.
Oh, okay. Well, you disturbed it in his
and,
home.
and he was 2 feet away from me.
Yeah.
2 feet.
Sure.
Stared at me.
Yeah. You know what he did?
He looked at me and he
stared you
spooked
down.
me. Yes.
Stared you down.
He stared
won.
me down, freaked
He
me out.
won.
And I had other trash bags to throw in the dumpster, and
Yeah.
I considered not throwing them away
Oh, yeah,
and just
I mean,
keeping
come
them
on.
in my
Just
bag.
Throw it right at that stupid rodent. Throw it right at his head.
Well, the video of the bear. Now, I don't believe I'm ever going to encounter a bear because I don't go hiking.
Probably not.
And-
Chances are good that you won't.
Haven't seen any bear encounters in my
Now,
neighborhood.
every once in a while, a bear will make its way down into like
Hell yeah.
Gaithersburg.
Happens
or
all the
Olney,
time.
Like,
Yeah, every once in a while.
But it's not a bear like in the video that you're talking about.
Yeah,
Because
in that video,
that
there's-
woman is walking a dog somewhere, I think in Alberta in Canada, and she encounters a grizzly bear.
Yeah,
A
that's
grizzly bear.
not
Where
good.
was it?
This is in Alberta, Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
And the bear came after them.
Oh, the bear was engaging with them
Yeah.
and chasing them. And now she was smart in that she didn't turn and run away from the bear. Because if you turn and run away from the bear is just going to chase you down. Like, you can't outrun a bear. It's impossible. She was like kind of circled
Pretty
around
still.
it. She was making loud noises at it. Now, at one point, the bear gets within about 5 to 7 feet and then is up on its hind legs. And that's really terrifying.
Yeah.
Because then you think, well, now the bear is just going to swipe at us with his big, massive paw and it's lights out. But after another 30 seconds, 45 seconds, the bear just ran off into the woods and she survived the encounter,
That's amazing.
which is shocking because that bear was big. That was like probably a 400-pound bear, if not bigger.
It was
So
Refrigerator
it was,
Perry.
It was massive.
So
Yeah.
I was, we see deer all the time, right? We have deer in our front yard, backyard. I mean, literally, it's a daily occurrence. You see them on Beach Drive. But usually when you get anywhere near them, they run away.
Yeah.
Right? They're scared.
For the most part, yeah.
I was riding my bike yesterday, and this deer was right on the trail.
Mm-hmm.
He stared right at me the whole way, and I actually thought for a second, I didn't think I was going to die or anything, but I thought, this sumbitch might charge me.
Might come after you.
Why? Like, he didn't move 1 inch.
Yeah.
And I kept it moving. I wasn't going to mess with him.
Sure.
But I thought, well, I'm going to have to kick him in his face. If he charges me, I'm kicking this thing in its face.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you?
I don't know what you do at that point.
Well, what are you going to do? Let him beat you up? No chance. I'm kicking the deer in its face.
Well, did it have antlers?
It did not.
Yeah,
because you don't want to mess with them.
The antlers would be.
Why? I just want any animal attacking me. Be honest with you.
That's how I
don't
feel.
think a deer
I'm
would
telling
ever
you, fox.
But why didn't it run away?
Why didn't it?
Yeah. Why did it stare me down? All his other buddies were scared. They rolled out. That one just stared.
I mean,
at me.
they're wired differently.
Maybe
He wasn't as scared as the others.
Territory.
Yeah. What's unusual?
But the big ass male deer with the antlers, they don't mess around.
Well, I think I would
especially
be
if they're
in trouble.
protecting their kids.
Yeah, I think I would be in trouble if
They're
it attacked
going to
me.
come after you.
But I would still kick it. I would do everything in my
for the
power.
most part, I would think 99.9% of deer are going to walk away or run away from you.
Here's the thing: have you guys ever been bitten by a dog?
Yes.
I was bitten by a dog when I was shoveling my driveway.
I don't believe I've been bitten by a dog, which is good.
I was shoveling my driveway
even
snow.
owning dogs, you've never been bitten. That's kind of shocking.
Now,
training a dog or something, they never nipped at you.
Maybe I got like a glancing blow when we had 2 dogs, and at some points, not often, but they would fight with each other, and you
have
would
to separate them,
and I might have gotten like a slight like nip, nothing serious, but I guess it could happen. Happened to JP.
We had a neighbor, JP knows. His dog's name was Max. It menaced the neighborhood.
Right, it owned the block.
Yeah, because if Max got loose, literally everyone was scared. I don't remember. Do you remember what kind of dog that was?
No, I know who owned the dog. I don't remember what kind of breed it was.
Big ass gray dog.
Yeah,
it was a mean looking dog.
Yeah,
it menaced
if he
the
was
neighborhood.
out on the street, you better look out. You better take cover.
Yeah, I don't think it was trained. I don't think it was trained.
It's probably trained to terrify you.
Yeah,
I'm with you though, EB. I kind of, when I'm out there walking my dog, look, my dog's a little Benji. He's not going to do anything, do any damage. Like he can bark, but he's not going to really protect me. I'm telling you, the foxes freak me out.
Yeah.
So if a fox came after me, a rabid fox,
silly red fox,
I guess I would just have to kick.
But way more terrifying.
I'm just ready to kick it.
I was driving home yesterday over, I don't even know where it is, like maybe off, trying to get on Pennsylvania Avenue. There's a bridge. I don't even know the name of it. I take a weird, wacky side road home. Snake slithering across the bridge.
Oh, terrifying.
And I was like, and it was alive. Like sometimes you see snakes that have been run over, just smushed, just baking in the sun. This one was slithering across the bridge.
Yeah.
And I was in my car and I was still a little bit scared.
Yeah. Oh, I hate snakes.
I'm sure you encounter them playing golf, right?
Not really, but I told you I found one that was on my deck the other day, and it fell down like right in front of me. I was hitting balls, and it scared them.
Fell down from where?
It was like sunbathing on top of the deck, and my deck is
sun's
elevated.
out, snakes out.
And I went up the steps or something, and it fell down right in front of me. It was just like a black snake, as far as I could tell, but it was I don't know, 2 feet long.
Oh,
it was a good size.
They freaked me out.
It freaked me out like you wouldn't believe. I told my wife I just want to murder it. Like I would. To me, the only thing snakes are good for is death. Like I don't care about them eating the rodents or anything. I
just don't want to be around them.
Nowhere near me. And now I worry because I saw him slither under my deck, so I know probably his whole family's there.
Yep.
So I have an outdoor sauna. Every time I go out in my sauna now, I'm panicked that this sumbitch is going to be on my patio.
Of course.
Or maybe, God forbid, it finds a way to slither in that thing. I go in there and it's butt dark. I have to turn the light on. It's 200 degrees, and I keep waiting to see a big black snake in my sauna.
Oh, that would be a nightmare. I freak out because I'll encounter snakes on runs. Now, I'm not running like I used to, but there used to be a path that I used to run on, and I'd see snakes every once in a while. I'd quit going on those paths.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just don't want to deal with it.
I'm going to Home Depot today, and I'm going to put the poison out or whatever. I'm gonna kill that thing. I don't care. You could report me to PETA.
Nobody's going to report you for killing a snake.
I'm for a snake.
I'm killing that thing.
Not
Or
for
I'm
a
gonna,
snake.
I'm going to at
F that
least put the
snake.
thing that makes it go away, that makes it not sized.
Right.
You know what I mean? Whatever,
Go to your neighbor's yard.
whatever,
go into
whatever that
guy's
scent
yard.
is that they don't like.
All right, I don't want you to look. I want to. I'll start with cakes.
Yeah.
I saw this article yesterday and found it somewhat fascinating. Don't look. Jason's eye colors. Do you know what his eye colors are?
Jason's eye
Yeah,
color?
don't look.
Jason's eye color.
How about Eric's?
I've been sitting across from Jason for
I'm going to say his are
100
gray.
years.
Jason's are gray.
Who has gray eyes? That's a.
I'd go blue.
Why did this come up?
I'd say his
I'll
eyes.
tell
I'm
you, 'cause
going to go. His eyes are brown or hazel.
I'm going to go blue for him, hazel for EB.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at yours. They can't figure it out, so they
Mine
must
are
be
silly.
hazel.
Mine are mysterious dark blue. They're amazing. You get lost in these eyes when you stare into them.
I don't know.
The reason why I'm bringing it up is there's a doctor.
What are yours, Jason? Blue?
I assume they're blue.
Well, they're definitely blue.
There's a
Definitely
French
not paying attention.
ophthalmologist who says
What are yours? Green?
they're bluish green. They,
I don't know
when I
anybody's
wear
eye
like
color.
a white shirt, they'll pop and look blue, but other times they look a little green. So it's kind of a tweener.
The only person whose eye color you should know is your wife's eye color. Like that's the one you should know.
I know. I don't even really know. It's not that important.
You don't know your wife's eye color?
I mean, she's Chinese, so I figure it's probably
assume
brown,
probably brown,
or something.
yeah.
I mean, it's not.
Okay.
It's not silly
Darker
like blue
eyes.
or
Yeah.
something. I mean, it's probably brown.
Yeah.
Would you change your eye color? Now, Cakes wouldn't because he said
mine are,
he said baby
dude,
blue.
If you have blue eyes, you're the 1 seed. Blue eyes are the clear 1 seed.
Are they?
I thought maybe.
Blue eyes.
What about green eyes that pop on
I
some?
feel like green eyes pop on people.
I think blue. I think it's worldwide. Blue eyes are the 1 seed.
So you're like Brett that thinks blondes are the
Now
chosen.
my youngest son has really light blue eyes. Those I think that is the top of the top. Mine are kind of dark. Mine aren't as good as his. Mine are pretty good. Dark, piercing
maybe
blue
that, maybe
eyes.
see mine are hazel. I've never considered that to be a positive.
It's a math. Hazel's a math.
Yes, I've never considered it to be like an attribute that I'm super proud of.
Yeah.
So maybe
I think
that's why
guys
I'm
don't
not
really-
into eyes.
we don't really notice, except you do need to know your wife's eye
Yeah,
color.
I don't need to know your
Why?
eye color. I don't need to know Wes's dumb eye color. I need to know my wife's
Wesley
eye color.
West. Wesley West
He's
got,
probably
has,
got
Yes,
dark
brown.
eyes.
I think brown.
Yeah, he's
but
got to
I mean,
have
I'm-
dark eyes.
Yeah.
Brown's like hazel, right?
Brown
I
is
don't
so
even know.
common.
People just tell me mine are hazel. I don't even know what my own are.
Drab. What's Drab's eye color?
I think,
on the
I think
phone.
blue. I think he's got blue eyes.
You think he's got blue eyes?
Pretty sure
Wesley
his eyes
West.
are blue.
Wesley West. Are you Italian?
No, I'm not.
He does look like it because he looks like that.
What
guy.
is your-
What is your
He
looks like the-
ethnicity?
My mom's Cuban.
He looks like
Oh,
the
okay.
United Healthcare CEO killer.
Yeah,
Whatever that dude's name
yeah, you
is.
do look like
Mangione?
that Mangione.
Yeah, he does look like
He
him.
looks a little bit like him.
Which is an ego boost because that guy's widely regarded as handsome.
Yeah,
he's
he's
just-
also a
he's
killer.
a psycho.
So
He's also
stone
he's
cold
also a
killer.
psychopath. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's a
There's
hot
that.
killer, wouldn't you want to be
I guess I'd rather be an attractive
compared
killer.
to a hot killer?
yeah. You want to get letters in jail from chicks if you're a hot killer, which I'm sure he's getting.
I guess.
Well, yeah, but the other inmates think you're hot too. I
Yeah,
don't want to
so-
be hot.
That's a bad part.
I want to
too.
be fat and ugly in
Yeah.
prison.
You want to be,
Yeah.
I want to be the ugliest dude in
you want to be
prison.
unattractive.
So if you
Yes.
could snap your fingers, now you wouldn't change your eye color.
Yeah,
I
they're
guess he
silly.
wouldn't because he's got a 1 seed. Would you, EB?
Change my eye color?
Yeah. You
I
have silly blue eyes.
Sure, I don't consider hazel eyes like a positive. I don't necessarily think it makes me ugly, but I don't think it's like something I've ever
Nah, they're
bragged
neutral.
about.
You have
Have you ever
neutral eye
cared?
color.
So you clearly haven't cared on it. I haven't cared.
I couldn't,
I've
but I couldn't
dated
even tell
girls
you.
that had blue eyes and
doesn't
ones
really
that had
matter.
green eyes. And
There's nothing you could do about it.
I'm a guy. I'm not that. I don't pay attention to detail. It's
some
not something I
girls,
care
though,
about.
some girls do have eyes that will pop.
Sure.
You know what I care about? Nice smile. But like, if you ask me right now, draw my wife's nose, for example. No idea. I have no idea. Couldn't do it. Draw my wife's ears.
Well, you
Or-
couldn't draw anything. You don't have any artistic
No, but
talent.
I'm just
I couldn't
saying, like,
either.
but I couldn't even tell
Yeah, if you
a
had a-
criminologist.
right.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what her
Yeah,
nose
like if
looks
we're
like.
asked to do like a sketch, like if somebody
Yeah.
robbed the bank, we
Yeah.
would
Just
be able
draw a
to describe-
Chinese face.
Yeah,
describe
just
the
say
person.
She's
she's
Chinese.
an Asian girl, attractive Asian girl.
Yeah.
Draw that. I don't know.
I could maybe do that. I could give them the basics. Like my wife has more of the oval face. You know, some people have more of a rounder face.
Right.
Nose, she's got a little bump. I can get the nose.
Now there are
Kind of.
there are other things I could describe.
Oh, sure.
I mean, I could describe other body parts.
I'm
no
sure
problem.
you could do
Which
that.
ones?
I mean, I could draw. I can draw a lot
I can
of
only
things.
imagine your drawing.
I can draw a
your
lot, but
renderings.
nose and eye color, they're not.
Yeah, it's just not your
I'm
thing.
not that locked in on that.
Yeah.
I also think
You know what I'm saying,
from,
Cakes?
I hear
from
you.
a guy's perspective, you never really hear guys care about what their eye color is. But girls sometimes will have contacts, right? And they'll all of a sudden there'll be blue eyes.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Or
I
if you're a
wouldn't know.
guy, you're
I know-
looks maxer, and you have to look like clavicular. Yeah, you probably get some.
I know
some
that
lenses.
girls are into, and yeah, I'm sure all our daughters are, into painting their nails and their toenails, and that couldn't be any more trivial.
Right. Or expensive.
Yeah.
More
It's
expensive.
the most trivial detail, and it's like something they obsess on. At least my family. I don't know. Man,
Hey, I gave my wife the kibosh on her nail appointment on Sunday because I'm playing golf on Sunday. Said you can wait to do your nails till next Sunday.
oh, I don't know. I've never put any kibosh on anything. I just get run over.
You see those bills.
I mean, when I say I put the kibosh, I said, "Could you change your appointment?" Let's be real. I didn't like pull a Jason and cancel a credit card transaction.
No, I don't. There's so much stuff going on that I don't know about nails and stuff, and grooming and hair and keratin and just everything you can think of. It's a good thing I don't know.
Anyway, I thought it was interesting. I don't know if any guys are ever going to change their eye color, but I'm sure a lot of females
guys don't
will.
care.
Guys don't care. We don't
It's
care.
not a big thing.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, AJ DeBonsa introduced himself to DC yesterday. We'll get into that here on the Junkies.
It's your boy Bish. Let's be honest. We're all just trying to hit more fairways, save a few strokes, right? My guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, they're helping you with at least one of those. Right now, you can score a low 1.9% APR for 72 months on a new 2026 Outback or an Ascent, or take dead aim at a new 2026 Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 36 months. Now, I'll tell you something else I really respect about these guys. They don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the people riding along with you, too. This month, through the Subaru Loves to Care initiative, Bayer Subaru is once again proud to partner with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society as a drop-off location for blankets, art kits, and your personal messages of encouragement. Those items will be delivered to patients at Inova L.J. Murphy Children's Hospital, which is just a cool thing to be a part of. So do what I did. Head on over to Bayer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the GM. Keep a little bit more green in your bag this summer. Check them out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or at BuyerSubaru.com.
Welcome back to the Junks, coming live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, Monumental Sports Network as well. Don't forget, later in the show, Chelsea Janes, National Baseball Insider for SNY. She will join us coming up at 9 o'clock.
She's going to tell us who the Nats can trade for. That's what she's going to tell us.
Talk about the Nats' deteriorating bullpen. We've seen that on display in the last 3 losses to the Phillies, so we'll talk baseball with her coming up at 9 o'clock.
Cakes, you're a DeBonsa guy. Some people weren't DeBonsa guys, but I believe they may have been won over by his presser yesterday.
How can you not be a DeBonsa guy? How can you not be in love with that guy who's going to be the face of the franchise heading forward?
Even if you were a DP guy, pre-draft, you've got to kind of flip it, and now you got to be 100% behind him.
I totally agree.
Because he's here.
He's your guy. He's the cornerstone of the franchise.
And he should be fantastic on the court. Unbelievable physical traits, physical attributes, whether it's his jumping ability, speed, all those sort of things. Mm-hmm. Great scorer, but we're getting to know his personality a little bit more. And yesterday he talked kind of about the whirlwind that he had been in and kind of during the last 48 hours from the NBA draft all the way to meeting with the fans.
It's been great. I had a wild 48 hours. I got calls from teammates on draft night. I got in yesterday. I got in yesterday. I met the whole staff. I went to the war room. It was great. I went to Capital One. There was I don't know how many people, 150 people just saying my name. I met the mascot. It was ridiculous. But I'm just excited to meet everybody. I'm excited to meet the fan base. So later today at the district debut should be great.
You got to meet G Wiz.
Yeah, do you think G Wiz broke his character and spoke to DeBonsa?
DeBonsa spoke really fast to him, and then G Wiz said nothing.
He genuinely seemed to enjoy and embrace all of the interactions.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Went out of his way to shake hands and say hi. And
he gets it. He's a people person. He knows how it works.
You actually couldn't draw up a better guy to build around, just in terms of forget about the talent, which is otherworldly.
Plus, he knows he's a star. He knows this is part of the deal.
He's been a star since 8th grade. But but I think what it is, Cakes, is it's a real testament to his parents.
Oh, of course,
and how they raised him.
And a great upbringing,
and
great support
you're not
system.
going to worry about. He's nothing. Nothing horrible is going to happen. The parents are dialed in. Yeah. He's super respectful of parents. Super respectful of his teachers.
Of people.
He's already got organization where I forgive me for not remembering, but one of the parents I think is from Jamaica. One is from the Congo.
Yeah.
And he's already got scholarship situations set up where he's going to send 20 kids, and then he's going to do it around. And it you could tell it means something.
He did a big presser at his elementary school back in Brockton, Massachusetts. He understands and respects his roots and where he came from, and
he's a really awesome. Grounded person. And I have to say, it's even Will Dawkins had made a point of saying, it's very important for us. We don't just say it, giving back to the community and being bigger than just basketball. And it's not a chore for us to do. I'll be honest. Anytime I do any community service, it's a chore. I'm a lesser person than AJ DeMont.
I mean,
it's not even close.
What are the chances any
not
of
even
us?
Close.
I know the answer to this already. What are the chances any of us had a foundation in our name when we were 19 years old? I know the ansyer. It's zero.
No.
Why would you even ask that question?
I'm just
genuinely likes giving back. I believe Will Dawkins and everybody, they groom these kids, or they pick the right kids that like it. I loathe every time I have to do something.
You chastised me because I am the swim team announcer on Wednesday nights.
I can't believe you do that.
And it lasted 4 hours the other night, and he just grilled me. He was like, "Why would you say yes to that?" He was like,
"He can't say
volunteering.
no. He can't say no.
You're just a better person than me. I'm not a good person, I guess. I try to be a nice person, but I can't.
It's
I can't
3
be doing
times
all
a
that.
year. It sucks when I'm doing it, but literally, it's 3 times a summer.
So you're kind of doing it for your
4.
daughter.
Well, when they do these swim meets,
if your daughter
on the swim team,
if your daughter wasn't involved, you're not going out there to do it.
When they do these swim meets, there's 30 volunteers.
Yeah.
They have. They've got the grill going, they have the snack bar going. They've got judges and official. I don't even know. It's a huge thing. So they're constantly looking for volunteers. I can read names.
Yeah.
That's all I do. In lane 1, John Allville. In lane 2, Jason Bishop.
Volunteerism,
Pretty much all I do.
Not one of my strong suits. I'm kind of with you, EB. Volunteerism
But you've done a
is
speech here and
Yeah.
there. You gave a graduation speech.
Yeah, I would
but
have never
but
done
Do you
that.
see me in a rush to do another one?
No, but
No.
you did one.
I did, sure. When I was asked.
I think that honestly, don't take this the wrong way. I think it's a little. You guys like the ADs of doing that because I would never have done that.
I just feel bad saying no. And you know what? My mom used to urge me to do more of it. So in the back of my mind, it's my mom saying I should do more.
That's the last thing I
volunteerism.
would want as ADs for that. I didn't do when I
Well,
went
why
to Salt.
else
When I
would
went
a
to
person do that?
I don't know. You
Feel guilty or
feel
something.
Yeah, because you
obligated.
get asked to do it,
I
you
went to
feel bad.
Salisbury and spoke in front of a bunch of people.
Yeah.
I didn't want the ADs.
Let me tell you what I'm elite
That's
at.
the last thing I
I'm
wanted.
elite at saying no and finding a delicate way to do it.
Yeah.
Or just lying.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
But
I'll
like I'm
just
doing
lie.
one. I mean, I don't even remember the guy's name. I just saw it yesterday as a reminder, and it's all the way in October.
Yeah.
It's on my phone. But I'm doing some sort of something at Georgetown Law School.
Okay.
October 30th.
Well, you have fun with that. Right before
they
Halloween.
hit you up. Okay, you say yes. I mean, more often than not, when people hit you up, it's sure. Go ahead. You can auction off
No, but
sitting in with the junkies.
The greater point is AJ DeBonsa seems very gracious with all of it. Like it's not a problem.
I don't
for him.
know.
It doesn't phase
I don't
him.
know if Peterson would come across. Not that Peterson's not a good kid. I'm sure he's a great kid. I don't know if he would come across as positive to the media and fans as DeBonsa has been.
Yeah, because he's a little more muted.
He's a little bit more.
little less enthusiastic. He's just. But I think he's just a killer.
Maybe a little more introverted.
Little more introverted.
Yeah, but-
exactly.
And DeBonsa's just out there.
yes.
I didn't see if he had a presser in Utah.
Right.
I saw
he
that he
did.
had a
I'm
picture.
sure he did.
He had a picture. He had a new tattoo.
He actually. I don't know if it was in Utah, but certainly after the draft, he was
Yeah, I saw
interviewed,
that.
did the presser and everything, and he sounds
just more
excited
quiet.
to be at Utah.
But Devonsa, he's going to be beloved by fans, especially if he delivers on the court. And one of the positive things that we talked about was when he was asked a question, which he had said he had never heard, which was compare yourself to an NBA player who's not in the NBA. And he compared himself to the legendary Len Bias. Christy Winter-Scott asked him about this because there are still some skeptics who are like, oh, he's just pandering.
Yeah.
Here's what he said to Christy Winter-Scott.
Yeah, he got to his midi. And I take huge pride in getting to my midi. I think it's a great shot for me. Obviously, getting into the NBA, there's a lot of footers now. There's a lot of shot blockers now. So to be able to get to that midi and just raise up at 6'9", I think is very helpful for me. So I started watching this film probably a couple months ago. Just pulled up on TikTok, and I just seen him. I was like, I don't know who this is. They said he was going to be better than Michael Jordan. I don't know. But, I started watching this film, and I could see him get into his midi a lot.
Getting to his midi.
Yeah.
Mid-range jumper.
I mean, I think he nailed it. Now, I think how he loved that he picked out Len Bias. He didn't really know who Len was. He
No.
acknowledged. He said, "I didn't even know who this guy
Right.
was."
He would watch video on him.
So I don't think he was pandering to the DMV, which
No,
is
it's
great.
legit.
Yeah, he's just like, I saw this guy. They said he was supposed to be the next Michael Jordan. Let me check him out. And I go, wow, it kind of reminds me of me.
And I also don't expect most 19-year-olds to know who Len Bias is unless you
course not.
grew up with your parents being massive Terps fans.
Yeah, I'm not holding it against him at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I actually think it just shows how high his IQ is. I'm telling you, I watched that entire presser and I was blown away from start to finish. They nailed it. I was lobbying for Peterson.
Was that presser open
but
to the public?
They nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was driving home yesterday and I saw a bunch of kids wearing, SAR jerseys and just Wizards jerseys walking through the wharf. Because that's where it was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, man, he's hit it.
And he's wearing number 4, his jersey number.
3+1.
3+1.
Yeah.
Makes you think of Chris Webber when you see it. Moses Malone also
Antoine
wore 4.
Jameson?
Antoine Jameson. Some pretty big names for this franchise have worn 4. He's the latest in that line.
I think he's going to be easily the fan favorite because the way that he dunks with ferocity, he's so athletic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm telling you, dude, they're going to have quite a few fan favorites. The fans love Trae Young. Now, Devonta's the up-and-coming star, the one's going to be here for a decade. But they still love Trae. And Trae he's an electric player. He brings an excitement to the court. He's flashy. He has great passes. When they do those pick and rolls and the oops and all that, I mean, it's going to be...
They're going to be fun to watch.
They're going to be fun to watch.
Well, he
team.
hits logo threes, too.
Yeah.
Who knows what kind of success they're going to have, but they're going to be fun to watch.
I think they're going to be pretty successful if
I
they're
hope
healthy.
I hope they are. Yeah. Hope
If
you're
they're
right.
healthy, it's almost borderline sky's the limit. Like if they're healthy, who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're going to win 65 games, but I mean,
Well, 65 games.
well, think about it. If Anthony Davis is healthy, gives you 60 plus games. If Trae Young gives you 65 games, you assume AJ will play, the whole time. And
Let's start with low 40s. Let's start there.
I'm just saying, if those guys stay healthy the whole time, I mean, they could beat anybody.
But they haven't played together yet. Let's just see how that works out. That
That's true.
might take a few weeks.
I'm a little more skeptical than you. I certainly think that in the Eastern Conference they can get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't
would agree
know
with that.
about some of these guys in meaningful games. I think Sarr's going to be a good player. I think Keyshawn George's going to be a good player, and all these guys. But they played so many games it just didn't matter, and so many blowouts that you can get numbers. I mean, there's so many guys that get numbers in the league.
But I don't think
that
they're
aren't
Kyle
really
Kuzma. You're describing Kyle
players.
Kuzma. I don't think that's who they are. I don't think so.
I don't know.
I
don't know. I mean, I don't think that Alex Sarr, like a lot of people are like, oh, he took a big step last year. I agree, he did. But I don't necessarily think that he's going to improve on that next year. Like, do you think all of a sudden he's going to score 20 points a game? I think his points per game are probably going to go down.
I don't know.
I think he could make that leap.
I think they can.
think
beat-
so.
16
I
points
don't know
per game.
because there's
I'll
so
bet-
many good players. I don't know.
I'm going to bet that his points per game are going to come down.
But that
I think-
doesn't necessarily mean he's
I
not
think
better.
they can
You're right.
be the Charlotte Hornets of this year, because the Charlotte Hornets 2 years ago, I believe they had 18, 19 wins. I mean, they were pretty low, pretty low in the standings, and they had 44 this year. That's a huge jump.
Yeah.
I think that's where the Wizards can be next year. Go from 17 to about 42, 43,
Love it.
44.
Love that
Maybe
improvement.
Maybe more.
Hornets were a playing team. I think they were
This
a playing
year.
team this year.
Yeah, this year. They were the 9 seed.
But
That's what 44. Look, 44 wins. That's a huge jump from 2 years ago. That only got them a 9 seed.
Yeah.
That was a play-in turn.
Yeah.
That wasn't officially in the playoffs yet. That's how hard it is to jump to that
What if
spot.
I know, but did they have a Anthony Davis like talent? Like, if Anthony Davis is healthy.
I mean, they had Ball. They had Brandon,
Yeah, but he's
Brandon
not-
Miller.
Yeah, but he's not Anthony Davis.
Connect-
No, they
Anthony
don't have a
Davis
proven
is
guy.
all NBA, first team guy
They
talent.
had the second best rookie.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, Anthony Davis, if he's healthy,
I
an
agree.
elite talent.
Yeah, he's next
You
level.
know, and I think there are a lot of people are starting to turn the corner on Trae. Like But
Anthony Davis, I'll say this, before he was with the Lakers, played on a bunch of losing teams.
Okay, but
Yeah.
I think he's got
wanted
that good
out.
talent now. I
When
think
he was
he's
in
got
New
good-
Orleans, he lost a lot of games.
Yeah, I went to one of those when they played the Wizards. But Trae, it's gotten to the point where the Trae hatred it's boomeranging back, and people are starting to defend him. You know, and they're saying this guy's he went from maybe overrated to underrated. That he's better than
That's
people
fair.
think.
He's not a bum. I know I might have even called him a bum. He's not a bum.
No, I think he's a very
gonna put up
dynamic player.
numbers.
He's a very dynamic player, and they're going to be able to compensate for some of his shortcomings. It's a very well thought out, put together team, and I think we're going to talk about it later. That if they do re-sign Anthony Davis or give him some sort of extra year or something, or do something to appease him, and the whole fan base is going to go nuts, I still trust them. They know what they're doing because he's that good of a talent. And people
Doesn't mean that they may not. I trust them. Their process is great. We love Will Winger. All these people are great.
Yeah, I know,
but that doesn't mean they're infallible. They can make
doesn't
mistakes.
mean they're
and they're going to be
infallible.
look.
Nope. Of course they will make
whatever
mistakes.
if they decide to keep Anthony Davis and they know this, they're rolling the dice.
Sure, if he gets hurt, and he has a history of getting hurt, there's no doubt. But there's a reason why they're willing to roll the dice with him because he's so good when healthy.
Right, you'll give him 25 and 12 every night if that's the case.
Also, remind
Game
me,
changer.
they also got him for next to nothing for a player like that.
Yeah, but they're still paying him $60 million a
I know,
year.
but
and they might agree to pay him $60 million a year for a couple more years.
But
than what people are.
personnel-wise-
I can already see it now. If they extend them for a year or something, or they come up with some weird thing, everyone's going to be outraged. Everyone's going to
That's
be
fine.
outraged. There
Can
will be
deal with
no
that.
one that supports the move.
No,
And
I think there are a lot of fans that support the move. I think that there are a lot of skeptics just because he doesn't play, and that's been the case
Right.
for years.
I understand it, but I do think that they also understand. They're not dumb. They know exactly what they're dealing with. They know how many games he plays. They have a faith, I guess. They have a faith.
Well, they're willing to roll the dice.
They're
They didn't
it's
give up
worth
much
the gamble.
personnel for it.
Yeah, but in other words, I know.
They
But
didn't
that's already
trade.
done.
They didn't trade the
That's
number
already
one
done.
pick for
No, they're
Anthony
gonna.
Davis.
I'm telling you, it seems like they're gonna double down. I think they're gonna double down on it.
Yeah.
But I think there's a backup plan too. It's not just one plan.
Oh no,
No,
they
no,
have.
no.
Of course, if it bombs,
They've got
they'll get rid of
it
multiple
them.
might be
plans.
the.
Of course.
It might actually be the number one plan, which what I always thought is that ultimately he's an asset that they're going to move.
Well, all these guys.
I don't think
are
he's going to
assets
retire
be
a wizard.
Potentially move.
I don't think he's going to retire a wizard.
I just want to see him at least for a few weeks or months.
I'm not-
I don't
No,
on the same
you're going to
camp.
see that.
That's what I want to see.
I'm almost
I wanna
willing to
see
bet a
him
significant amount.
for October to
I want to see him in uniform playing in
January.
games. Like I'm taking with baby steps here.
Yeah.
I think he could get traded next week. I mean, I don't know. He might play with the Wizards, but he also could be traded next week.
You would have to blow him away. He could get traded about as much as they were going to trade that first pick. The same likelihood.
If I'm the Wizards, I'm calling the Celtics. Celtics want to move Jaylen Brown. Let's talk.
I'd be willing to listen if you're
I
going to
don't
deal
know if
with
they would want to take.
Brown.
I don't know if they'd want to take Anthony Davis,
They're not
who's
gonna
been first team All NBA for a guy that just finished second team All NBA and was an MVP last year,
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
doesn't miss games.
Yeah.
I don't think that they would
They're not
roll
gonna
that
do
dice,
that.
but I would make the call.
I don't think they're going to do
Yeah,
that.
I'm not, yeah. Again, it would have
They
to be a
wanted-
deal like
they
that.
wanted Giannis.
It
They're
would
not
have-
taking
It would
AD.
have to be a deal like that.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Remember, we will talk more about the Washington Nationals at 9 o'clock. Insider Chelsea Janes is going to join us. We'll talk about what they can do, if anything, about their horrific bullpen.
All right, guys, it's your boy here for BMW of Fairfax. That's right, we're flush in the middle of major season. Just one more left. It's the British, which means more weekends of everybody sitting on the couch watching golf, thinking you could hit that shot. Well, there's a major opportunity right now over at BMW of Fairfax. That's right. My girl Miriam, she's in charge over there. She's got brand new BMW X1s, X3s, and over 100 new X5s in stock, all with 1.99% APR. Or you could go low with 0.9% APR on a new X7. That's nothing. Before the next major tees off, do what I did. Make a major upgrade at BMW Fairfax. Make sure you tell them EB sent you. For more, check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
You know, the world's biggest soccer tournament, it is here. It has been awesome, a fun ride, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opener all the way to the final. Looking at today's slate, a lot of people talk about Cape Verde. They're trading at 37% to beat Saudi Arabia. What does that mean? That means if you put $100 on Cape Verde to win, and they pull off the win, you can win $258.83. That's not bad. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Don't forget to use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Do you have the boomers? Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. We've been swept up in the whole NBA draft and AJ Debonsa coming to DC, as well as the World Cup. But there are a couple big topics in the world of sports which we really haven't talked about, and one of them has to do with the WNBA and Caitlin Clark. So Caitlin Clark plays for the Indiana Fever. It's her third season. Has completely lifted the popularity of the sport. I mean, the economic impact is undeniable. There's one economist who believes her impact, just one player, impact on the WNBA could eclipse $1 billion.
Wow.
And if you look at some of the numbers, the top 10 best-selling games in the history of the WNBA are Indiana Fever games.
Right. I mean, that has to make sense. I mean, like the Mystics, they move their games to Capital One.
Are you saying the largest arenas? Is that what you're talking about? Like selling the most tickets?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then when it comes to ratings, the same deal. They've broken records. Their Indiana Fever games with Caitlin Clark, they recently had 1.2 million people watching on an ESPN broadcast. When it comes to Dick's Sporting Goods, they've increased 233%. Spokesman for Fanatics says Clark ranks in the top 20 of its top-selling athletes across all sports. All sports. 6th amongst all basketball players. So it's undeniable the impact she has had on the WNBA.
Let's be honest, she is the WNBA.
Now
That's the reason most people outside of the real diehard, very small fan base for each team, like why any casual eyeballs are tuning in.
She was a huge jump.
But there's also some weird dynamics going on there. There's definitely a rift between her and her coach. She's not playing as well. She's a pain in the ass to the referees.
She gets attacked, though, all the time.
Oh, they're attacking her. But it goes both ways. There's good and there's bad.
Yeah.
But, like, her behavior on the court...
She's controversial.
Her behavior on the court
is,
I'll be honest, is embarrassing. Yeah. She's embarrassing.
She does bitch a lot about the calls.
She bitches way too much. Big baby on the court.
Now, maybe we're just looking at her, and maybe there are other players that do the same thing. We just don't pay attention to it.
I'm sure they do, too.
But
she's a big baby.
She's getting butchered at times.
Oh, yeah,
I've watched games
in the
past.
one likes her.
It's been...
Besides her teammates.
It's been players that clothesline her, that do things, and the latest is the fist to the neck.
Yeah.
Now, if you watch some of the videos online, some of them seem to be exaggerated. I don't think it was a full press down, like a choking situation. But
she took a cheap shot at her on her way down.
Alyssa Thomas.
Yes, Alyssa Thomas
has been suspended for a game. Here's, though, and this is not the only person who's saying this. This is Boomer Esiason on his opinion on what Caitlin Clark should do.
If I were Caitlin Clark, I would seriously consider going to play overseas somewhere and get the royal treatment and get real money.
From the Saudis?
From somewhere. I mean, there's international.
She can't go to the Saudis.
Well, she can't go to the Russians either, as we saw that, Brittany Griner got stuck there.
She did. Well, yeah, in jail.
Right. So
can't take that money from PIF.
But a lot of the women actually do play, in European leagues because they supplement their income. But now supposedly their income is going up here, and I know that Caitlin makes a ton of money off the court in terms of endorsements, and rightfully so. But I think that there's a petty jealousy, and she's a straight white basketball player, and she is not being treated with any sort of respect whatsoever.
But there is that element. There's no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm. I disagree with her leaving and playing overseas because then a lot of her endorsements, at least here in the U.S., would probably dry up, I would think.
Yeah, it would. I don't know if that's a great move.
But
if you go to China, maybe you get China money.
That's probably true, too.
So, who knows? Saudi money or something. I mean, you could probably make it up.
Is that the
I don't think the Saudis like women playing sports.
Is that the main reason that she's controversial because she's straight and white, or is it because of the way she plays?
I think they're jealous. I think there's a jealousy here,
jealousy
and it's
of
ridiculous.
The attention?
All of
the
these,
pub?
I think that's a huge component of it.
All of these women in the WNBA, they have completely benefited from her being on the court.
Yeah.
They're making way more money. They went from flying regular flights like we do to now having planes chartered.
Chartered, correct.
They're making more money. The ratings are up. The merch is selling. Like, they're in such a better situation, and it's all because of one
But the
player.
Alyssa Thomases of the world don't give her props.
The ratings are up in the games where she's participating.
That's what I'm saying.
The rest of the games are pretty
Well, you
flat.
know what? I thought JP's wife, to give him credit, I don't watch these shows, but it was, I think I saw a clip. I saw a clip of Colin Cowherd. He had a great point. I'm going to steal it. That there was the exact same resentment of a young Tiger, right? All the players didn't like him because the young guy thought he was going to beat everybody.
He hasn't really proven anything yet,
right? And then they realized, wait a second, the purses are going up.
Yeah,
we're all. I got a bigger house.
Yeah,
I'm making a ton more dough.
He's the golden goose.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's
like,
fine.
No, but they adapted.
Yeah.
So far, here we are. What are we in year 3 now
Yeah.
with her?
The WNBA is stupid. They should be protecting her. Could you imagine if when Larry Bird and Magic Johnson broke into the NBA, they're credited for lifting up the NBA. If the rest of the players just started clotheslining them in particular and just completely killing Larry Bird and Magic Johnson because they were jealous.
They're letting like homicides occur out there on the court.
I will say this though, and I don't watch full games, but when I watch clips, she's kind of got the SGA flop.
Oh yeah,
gene to her.
I'm telling you, she's a pain in the ass.
She's got. I mean, on that particular play, I mean.
Yeah, she
didn't look like she was hit that hard.
Her go-to move, and like Luka Doncic gets grilled for this, but she does this, raises her arms
yes.
Where's the call? Where's the call? Yeah. That said, you could show a montage of her getting basically clotheslined on occasion.
Now, all that being said,
they really should. I think I've heard Colin Cowherd call her the golden goose. She's the golden goose.
You got to protect your best asset.
She is the golden goose.
She's the most valuable asset that the league has by far, and it's not even close.
It's not close. But her own coach doesn't seem to really get along with her.
They get
so they're either going to trade her or the coach is going to get fired.
They're not trading her. The coach is getting fired.
Something's going to happen.
If there's a power play between Caitlin Clark and some rando coach of the Indiana Fever, I know who wins that battle.
I'm just telling you, Cake, something's going to happen there. But all that being said, she's certainly the needle that moves everything. The one who's benefited the most from it is her teammate, Sophie, who is a superstar. Like, she's not even that great of a player. I mean, she's an athlete, obviously. She's a stud athlete. But, she doesn't have big numbers or anything.
She's a 10 out of 10.
She's attractive. She's hilarious. And she goes out there and protects her. And her Q rating has gone from literally 0 to a billion.
Why doesn't she get attacked like Caitlin does?
Well, they kind of go after her, and she doesn't back down at all.
Oh, I know.
And then that meme or whatever, that video is going around the other day of her pointing her finger after the other girl was pointing her finger at and just mocking the girl is one of the single funniest things I've ever seen in sports.
Yeah.
I am in love. As much as, like, Caitlin is a dynamic to watch, but she's a pain in the ass. She's not that lovable.
I'd rather go watch Sophie.
Amazing.
I'd rather go watch Sophie for obvious reasons.
Sophie's hilarious.
If I'm going to go to a Mystics Fever game, I'm not going to watch Caitlin.
Yeah, I know who you're going to watch.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Clark, you could say she's not playing as well. She's breaking all these records with her play. And what is she, in year 3? She is 5th in the league in scoring, 2nd in assists.
Yeah,
and she's already broken a bunch of records for like getting to a certain points and assists total in a certain amount of time. Like, she's producing on the court. She may not be the best player in the WNBA, but she's definitely a top 10er.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, but like,
I'll tell you who else is legit. Paige Beckers is legit.
She's shooting 33% from her career from threes. I mean, she takes a lot of shots.
But that's what she did in college.
Okay, well, you seem to be in love with Trae Young. Get ready for that.
Well, I don't think that's his number one calling card. I think also him, 10 assists a game, being the third most prolific assist.
Well, Caitlin Clark is 2nd in the league in assists, 0.2 behind Alyssa Thomas.
I just don't find her particularly likable.
Yeah, but she's a stud, and she has transformed the popularity of the sport. And the referees, you don't want them calling phantom calls, but if she's getting hit, you got to call.
Well, what she needs to do is stop raising her hands up every time and bitching about every call. She'll probably get more calls. She shows up the referees every game, like 10 times a game.
Yeah,
those kind of players are annoying.
I don't think it's going to go away. I don't think it's going to go away the way she's treated.
1-800-636.
I don't think she's going to change the way she acts.
1067 if you're going to chime in. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
All right, guys, CB here for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. How great is that? So if you have Pulisic or Yamal or any of these stars, Messi, and they pull them because they're up early, if their sub scores, you get the points. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Who else is doing that? All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Nationals blew a late lead to the Phillies for the third straight night, giving up the winning runs in the top of the ninth each time. Now last night, the bullpen had already blown a 5-run lead in the 6th and the 7th, leaving the game tied before Gus Varland gave up 5 runs in the 9th, a 2-run homer to Bryce Harper, and then a 3-run shot to Derek Hill to give Philly the 10-5 win. Philly is now the only team in MLB history to hit a go-ahead home run in the 9th inning of 3 consecutive games. Speaking of our old pal Bryce Harper, when he came to the plate in the 9th inning, there were some not-so-nice chants that were started around the ballpark, but those were quickly silenced by his home run. How did he respond? Well, he gave a one-finger salute to the crowd as he rounded the bases. And with almost the last kick of the game, the U.S. men's national team lost to Turkey 3-2. Now, the U.S. has already won the group, so the loss really doesn't matter. And star Christian Pulisic made his return to the pitch following thigh injury, so we'll call it a kind of win. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. Appreciate you listening to us in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP. Coming up in an hour, Chelsea Jane's going to join us. Get some skinny on the Washington Nationals. They lost their last 3 games, all in heartbreaking fashion. The bullpen not delivering. Bullpen has blown 50% of their chances this year. And in this past series, it reached embarrassing levels. In just the 7th through 9th innings of the last 3 games, that's 9 innings, they allowed 23 runs.
Mm-hmm.
I have not been surprised because the bullpen's bad, but I do think it reached a tipping point where now the fans are like, they're demanding something has to happen. And I think something will.
You can be bad. You can be bad as a bullpen, but the numbers are atrocious.
Yeah, well, you just can't do it 3 games
They're
in a row
becoming
like that.
historic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you said, the Phillies
you can have
made
a bad
history.
bullpen.
The Nationals made history.
There are a ton of teams that have bad bullpens who can't close out teams, but the numbers that they're throwing out are ridiculous.
Well,
to give
in the
up
last 3 games,
8-9 runs in an inning.
Like, I know they've been bad all year, but they haven't been like ranked 30th or whatever. They've been treading water and still were 4 or 5 games or 4 games above 500. And so I think they thought they could just ride it out, have some bad outings, but just bounce back. But these last 3 in a row, I think it reached a tipping point where they're going to have to do something.
Lost 6 of 8. And I didn't think they were going to go on this dip where they were going to lose a bunch in a row. Now they go to Baltimore this weekend, and Baltimore's, they got some bats in that lineup too. And they're going to face a couple good pitchers. So let's hope that they turn this around up 95. Well, there was a couple of positives last night. We've been killing the bullpen, and it's been negative, but Dylan Cruz had 3 more hits.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 2 more infield singles that he just ran out.
Yeah, well, and he stole a base. The kid can run.
He knows how to play the game. I'll give him that.
And then Meade hit number 14.
Meade's been on fire.
What an acquisition he was.
And Meade was actually traded for Chris Sanchez, who he hit the home run off of.
Right.
Because he was in Philly. Meade was in Philly, and Sanchez was in Tampa, and they flopped him. So, he was kind of facing the guy he was traded for, but he hit at number 14.
The infield singles that Cruz ran out were like Ricky Henderson running out. I mean, like, they were terrible hits.
Yeah,
but it wasn't like they were high bloopers that all he just ran them out. He just beat them.
Yeah, he hustles.
It's sick.
He hustles. So there were a couple positives.
Yeah, they made some good defensive plays. I know Young had a good play in the outfield.
Yep.
So yeah, you could say there were some positives. So we'll talk to Chelsea Jane's coming up at 9:00. I saw this article in Men's Journal, and it doesn't apply to us because we are out of the game.
Okay, we're out of the demo.
But behind the glass, got some young young bucks who are single.
Okay.
And Drabby,
And I
Drabby's back in the game.
Yes, and I thought
He's not
that-
a young buck though.
and
Don't let anybody kid you.
I thought this
He's younger
was
than us.
You know what? I don't.
I'll
I don't
always be younger than you.
He'll always be younger than me.
I don't know this
That is
about
true.
Drab, and I don't know if he's comfortable talking about it. But as I went back there, like for a minute, I heard Mar hyping him up. And is he trying to get you on an app? That was my guess.
Oh, he was just trying to sell me on it. I don't know anything about him.
Yeah.
Are
Never
you?
been on one.
So are you averse to it?
Never thought about it. To be honest with you.
You don't need it.
I don't know.
No, I like my confidence.
I
I
just-
like his
the only
confidence
thing
there.
I really heard was I think it was Mar, and Mar, you can speak. Mar was urging him to take like a picture, not like a shirtless picture, but a racket picture, like taking like an action
Oh,
shot.
that sounds like a
athletic thing.
horrible idea. That's like a thing.
Was that what you were recommending?
Well, no, on this specifically, this specific app Hinge, you need 6 pictures. So I was like, they can't all be, you at work or you with,
Glamour
family
shots.
or whatever.
Well,
yeah,
it definitely can't be like you with your shirt off working out or something.
No, it
That's
definitely
the
can't be that.
worst.
No, but you want one picture showing like a hobby of yours.
Okay,
So I was like,
right.
you got them silly red clay, show them you spiking the ball back then.
Spiking the ball in tennis.
Doesn't even know the
What are
tennis
you talking
jargon.
about over there?
Anyway,
Maybe, I guess.
So
There's
look,
6.
we can bring these guys in the conversation, but I want you guys to speculate.
Yeah.
So like, imagine if something tragic happened and you were back on the market.
Jake loves bringing up these weird.
Yeah.
Your wife
Well, it's a
dies in
hypothetical.
train accident.
Dies
Yeah,
in
yeah.
It's a
Fiery
hypothetical.
car
I don't know
crash.
how do you want it to be.
Yeah.
What do you think? This was in Men's Journal. A dating coach said is the worst hobby to have as a single man trying to attract women.
So this
Do I get
this hobby just doesn't attract women?
Oh,
Do I get a multiple
historically-
choice?
I have a guess. I think I
Drinking.
might have nailed it.
All right, hold on.
Golf.
So-
Golf.
Okay, so golf is your guess.
Yeah, that's a
and
guess.
this would be like if I didn't know that Hinge does 6 pictures. So
Yeah.
if you
Is
wanted
that
that
considered
one
a hobby?
hobby picture,
Yeah.
you don't want a picture of this happening to attract women.
I'm going to guess.
So you're golf.
Golf is
Just
my
because
guess.
of the time. Because
Time
of the
commitment. I don't think that. I mean,
Why?
I
What
know
if the girl likes to play golf?
There might be some women that are into golf, but I think generally most women are
I
not
have-
that into golf.
I have no idea.
What do you think?
I have no idea. No idea. Don't even
All
have
right,
a
hold
guess.
on.
You don't even
Hold
have a
on.
guess?
No.
You got to at least play the game.
I think. I personally think it's kind of embarrassing. Now, this is speaking for me, my age, but like if you're an older person, like Drab's an older person.
Right.
If you're Drab and you're like addicted to video games,
Okay, gaming.
Okay,
All right,
gaming.
let me get the guesses
That's
from
a
the
good
boys
one.
behind the glass.
Yeah.
Mike Marr, what do you think's the worst thing the Drab could put in his picture?
Well,
What did you want him to put in
somebody
his picture?
said drinking.
well, hobby. You said what's
Hobby.
the worst hobby you could have?
How that? And by the way, drinking
Can
is not a
Mar
hobby.
not hear us?
That's
What's
an
going
addiction.
on? Can he not hear us? Why is
Yeah,
he
he
looking at
can
us?
hear us.
I'm editing a video right now, so I was connected to that audio. What is the question?
What do you think's the worst activity that you could expose for yourself if you're trying to attract women? Worst hobby.
I don't know if this is a hobby, but probably being a booze bag.
Being a drunk. I mean, that's not
that's-
attractive.
that's not a hobby.
not-
Wes, I assume you're
picture
single.
of me at a blackjack table. Just
gambling?
gambling.
Okay.
Gambler.
All right.
That's by the way, another addiction, not a hobby.
All right, hold on. Are we close? Anybody
Okay,
close?
everybody's in the ballpark, but
Yeah.
EB nailed it. It's being a gamer.
Oh, is that what it is?
Loser.
If
Loser vibes.
if a woman sees
Yeah.
that you're playing Call of Duty,
Okay.
they're out.
Yeah.
They're out for
You don't
single
want their
guys.
husband
Now,
playing-
Cakes was close on golf. So the Men's Journal said there's F tier. Now, gaming was the worst. F tier was sports gambling is a red flag.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
So if
sweating
they encounter
parlays.
some it's into
Yeah.
You
sports
think,
gambling.
you
Like
think Brendan
Jason said-
Thorsby doesn't get chicks, though?
Jason said that's probably more of an addiction than a
Right.
hobby.
It said Netflix, but golf was what they call D tier.
Okay.
They said golf, good for married men,
Yeah.
but not for single men because of the time.
Yeah.
So what do you think are the good activities?
Good hobbies?
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me like hiking or something.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
probably-
Hiking's probably up there. Or
Like
like-
everything I don't like to do.
It said it went with running / cardio.
okay.
That like they're impressed by runners.
Oh my god, that sucks.
And then racket sports.
Oh, really?
racket sports are
Because-
attractive.
I
There
should
you
be,
go.
Does,
But the
does
tennis
pickleball
picture.
count as a racket sport?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, it
I think
it has to.
Let me
Okay.
tell you. Women are not impressed by tennis. They are not. I've never. They're never out there playing.
I mean, they are if
never
you're Roger Federer or one.
Yeah, but how?
Okay,
Yeah.
no, but if you're playing
pro,
tennis, think about it. You're probably somewhat fit. There are not that many fatties playing tennis. I'm sure
They just
there's
don't
some.
find it. They don't find it interesting. Now I'll tell you what. I'm out there every day. I'm out there all the time. There are smoking hotties
playing tennis.
Playing pickleball with their donk boyfriends. These guys playing pickleball have girls way above their level. They're nines.
Because it's a sport anybody can play.
hang out with these two
Anybody can do it.
smoking
I haven't
hotties.
figured it out yet.
Yeah.
No, that's the reason why. It's open to everyone.
So you have to get over your pickleball bias.
You got to get over that. You,
Yeah.
you want to get back into scene, you dip your toe into it, I'll get you a paddle.
The racket
I do.
sports.
Gotta swallow my pride a little bit.
Yeah.
The racket sports explanation is, and I don't fully understand it. They said racket sports are great for cognition and longevity.
Got to use.
I don't know that.
Because there's a study out there, it's very famous, that said if you play rackets, specifically
You're gonna
tennis,
live an extra
you
7
actually
years?
live like 8 years longer.
Yeah, but do you think a single woman is thinking about that when they're looking for a mate?
I think the Men's Journal is outthinking itself there. I agree with you. But that's why, if that's what they're citing that study that found that people that play tennis live longer.
And this is.
I think tennis is going to make me live shorter because I'm so frustrated by my serve at times that I want to jump off a cliff. So I think it's the opposite for me.
This article is clearly written by like a 55-year-old woman because women under 30, they don't care about longevity.
Longevity.
I was doing an A1 bit.
I like how you say
A1 bit. Remember A1?
Okay.
Come on, guys.
All right.
Well, you got to preface it by saying,
Yeah.
you just sound stupid.
He calls
gotta show-
longevity drives
Yeah.
that A1.
Longevity drives.
Yeah.
What about woodworking?
Woodworking?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an incredible skill.
My wife would love that.
You mean like carving a duck out of nothing?
Yeah.
Like a wood decoy?
Like, I don't know, making.
Are you a woodworker?
No, my
you look
dad
like
is.
a woodworker.
What does your dad make? What are some of the things your dad has
Charcuterie
made?
boards?
What?
Charcuterie board. That's
Oh,
actually,
really?
I like charcuterie. So
Will
maybe
you
I'll
give me a
buy
free
off
one?
your
Give me a
dad.
free one.
Yeah.
I want a
I'll
free
have
one.
him make one.
Yeah,
So
make one says junkies.
I don't
Yeah.
like a lot of
Oh,
cheese on my
actually, yeah.
charcuterie
All right,
board.
so
but
he's
that's
like,
just me.
I want a junkies or charcuterie silly.
He's
Make
like
one
our
that
guy-
says EB junkies and make one with me Duncan.
He's like our guy Pitesy. Do you still have your box that Pitesy
I
made
do
you?
still have my box with the Washington Capitals
No,
logo
I
on
think
it.
that woodworking is an incredible skill.
is a good
I don't
skill.
think it attracts chicks.
No, it attracts dorky dudes.
The Pitey's married.
Yeah, it pisses my mom off.
Huh? It pisses your mom off?
Yeah.
What,
Because
that
he
he
spends
does
too
it?
much
It's super
time.
noisy.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
He's in the
It's
garage all the
his
time.
escape. It's his
That's
escape.
like that's equivalent to like a guy that could fix a car or something. Like I don't think
That is quite a skill.
I don't think
like,
girls care.
Girls don't care about woodworking. I can guarantee you that.
So
Although they do like handy guys. Like I would say, like if you're a handy dude,
Yep.
that's an
That's-
attractive quality to
Sure.
a female. Because then you're not like a big wuss like we are.
Yeah, you're not incapable
You know
of
what I
fixing
mean?
things.
You know, like my husband, all right, he might be a jerk. He might play golf too much. He might do this, but he can fix this. He can fix that. He
right.
can mow
like,
this.
swap out a new lamp
Yeah,
or a hardwired light in the dining room.
I think that's a good quality.
Yeah.
So the third
I think it's a chick attractive
the
quality.
third activity that this article in Men's Journal says women find attractive is something we talked about earlier on the show.
Okay.
That EB says he has zero interest in.
Okay.
Traveling, walking.
Volunteering.
Oh. I don't know if I buy into that. Do women really
Says
So
outside of
charitable?
active things like cardio and tennis, volunteering at a local animal shelter, food bank, or school can be a great place to meet someone with similar values and life goals. They all attract kind, social women, and you get to make the world a
I've
better
been
place
married
while
for
doing
over
it.
30 years. My wife has never once come up to me and said, "You need to be more charitable, more giving."
Yeah.
Not one time.
I think you might run into somebody like on parole or something. Like they're only doing it for community service.
Hey, I've left a bag out around Thanksgiving with some canned goods on my front stoop for somebody to come and pick up for like a food bank. I've done that.
I mean,
You take clothes to Goodwill.
I do that
So
for
the-
a tax write-off. Okay, that's the main reason.
that's like saying you should meet somebody at a library or something because they're a reader. Like that's like theoretical. It's not real. Nobody wants to meet anybody
I
at
do
the library.
think, though,
None of this is real, what he's saying.
No.
None of it's
I
real.
think the gamer
It's-
thing is probably real.
By
the
the way,
gaming thing, I nailed it.
should I get money back for my taxes because I never used the library in my neighborhood? Like I never used I use the roads. I'm happy the police are there, the fire.
No, I don't think it works
I'm happy
that way.
all those things, all those services. The library, I've driven by it literally 1,000 times. I've never gone.
I actually think we don't even need libraries anymore.
I would like my money back.
With
the libraries in my town in Ashburn are packed.
I know, but why do people go there?
Don't know.
A lot of different reasons.
Probably,
I went to the library as I've written a couple books.
You're just trying to escape, though. You could go to Starbucks.
It's just nice and quiet there.
You go to
Starbucks. Too much stuff. Too much
too
stuff
many
going
moving
on.
parts.
I don't know. Go to someplace else no one wants to go.
But there's a lot of people that go in there for books.
I guess.
I think when you have kids, the library is good.
Yeah.
Library's good for kids because you don't have to. You know how many books you buy as a parent?
Sure,
And then
tons.
you finish Dr. Seuss and you're never going to read it again.
Who I told you, I think.
But you can just go to the library, pick it up, and return it 2 weeks later.
I think my sister-in-law read like 100 books last year. You know, people do that
That's
kind
impressive.
of thing. Yeah, you know, I'm going to read at the end of this year.
0.
It's going to start.
Big
It's going to
donut.
start with a Z.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you. Congratulations.
I'm fine with it.
Read book. I told you I'm kind of like you. I want to
Don't read
counter
books.
and just send her a list of all the TV shows I've completed.
Great.
So you tell her, like, I want to see the new one. Is it Harlan Cohen? Or, you know, that there's like a British guy. They always, on Netflix, they promote his
I
little
don't know.
miniseries.
Don't know.
He's got a new one, I think, called I Will Find You.
I'm
I'll
going to
finish
send her.
that
I'm
one.
going to send her my Spotify list of all the podcasts I listened to this year. All the hours I spent listening to
you go.
podcasts.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Same thing.
Sure.
Instead of people.
It's not the same thing. You're not using your brain nearly as much listening to a podcast.
Well,
as you would
podcasts.
reading.
Sometimes I'm listening.
cares about using
to
your
be
brain?
Informed. I'm listening to be informed. I'm listening about a golf swing, or I'm listening about maybe even a political thing or whatever.
Maybe he's probably learning as much as
I'm
people that
learning.
read a novel about
Yeah.
some murder mystery.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just
Hey,
listening.
when I'm
to
reading box
conversation.
scores, I'm using my brain.
that is true. You're using your cognitive abilities.
Mock drafts, I'm using my brain.
All right, coming up next, we want to ask Nats fans to use their brains. We know the bullpen stinks. It's obvious, and it's reached historic levels how bad it is right now. What's your best solution? 1-800-636-1067. What should the Nationals do about their horrific bullpen? We'll take your calls next here on the Junkies.
When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in your retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors can always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANwealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's TRAJANwealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 1-855-TRA-JAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, guys, EB here. We're right in the middle of major season, just one left, British Open. Meanwhile, there's a major opportunity happening now at BMW Fairfax. My girl Miriam's got brand new X1s, X3s, and over 100 new X5s in stock, all with 1.99% APR. Or you could go crazy low with 0.9% APR on a new X7. With the 4th of July right around the corner, don't leave money on the table, folks. Active duty, military, veterans, National Guard reserves, first responders. You might be eligible for savings and not even realize it. So before the next major tees off, do what I did. Make your major upgrade at BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. Tell her EB sent you. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, check them out at bmwfairfax.com. You know, it's so annoying. I got a text. This happens to us probably, I would say 3 or 4 times a year. And it's good that my wife's on it and I'm not. You know that. She checks her credit card and she says, did you order this certain thing? It was like $227. It's actually golf related yesterday. And I'm like, no, no chance. And then she told me what it is. I looked it up. I mean, there's just no chance. 100% fraud. And, you know, I'm going to have to cancel the credit card, the whole 9 again.
Would they order golf related?
What would it be?
I can't believe your wife flagged a golf related purchase.
Well, I'm shocked that you didn't actually order
and it wasn't you.
Because it was $227,
Yeah,
so they raised their eyebrow.
I know, what was it?
I mean, it's just like I don't even want to say what it is. I'll tell you during the break. But it's just like a service. It's hard to explain. It's not intuitive to you. If I tell you during the break, it's just annoying.
Is this the same credit card that you had to cancel the last time you had a fraudulent charge?
I don't know. We have a couple different ones.
I've changed a whole
We have
slew
a couple
of cards
different ones, but it happens repeatedly. It repeatedly happens. And I think it's because you just have your credit card out with so many different things. Yeah. You swipe it in on every. We actually have.
Does using your phone help? You know, all the people that have all their credit cards on their phone and just tap.
I don't know if that helps.
Is that more secure?
I don't know. I don't think anything's secure. We actually have one that we use theoretically just for online purchases, so that when something happens, and then we have one that was different for like automatic payments, so I don't have to change all that all the time. You know what I mean?
Trust me, I did it yesterday.
And then I have one that I use when I'm in person to try to minimize this crap, but it never stops.
I check every single charge.
Well,
JP gives me crap.
That's
for
what
doing
Dina
it.
does.
That's the reason I do it.
That's what Dina does.
I mean, that's one of the reasons I do it. But when the credit card statement comes, I look at every charge.
Now Dina looks at it.
You should.
She looks at it all the time.
You shouldn't just look at the total number and the balance. Go, okay.
I don't look at anything. I don't know anything. No, nothing.
I give it a quick little glance and tend to look at what the big purchases are.
I look for the bigger ones.
And then I grill my wife like, did you really need to spend $350 in Amazon or whatever it is?
Oh my God, I would have a heart attack.
The
if
Amazon.
I looked at all this stuff. Yeah.
The Amazon,
the
just
Amazon
keeps coming.
charges are crazy. They were.
I got
every single day they come. To
I
my
got
house.
an Amazon thing yesterday. I got a $70 thing for my forearm. Just a massager. I'm trying to massage this joint out. I actually like it. But yeah, I mean, it came with 2 other things.
Yeah,
it wasn't the only package in my house.
Ordering one thing from Amazon for the most part.
The guy came with 3 packages.
Multiple items.
Mine was only one of them.
All right, we want to hear from Nats fans. We talked about it earlier. Here's the deal. The Nationals, in theory, could have swept the Phillies in a 4-game series. And had they swept the Phillies, what would the standings be versus where they are right now? Because they've slid down in the whole wild card standings.
Well, they're 3 back, so they'd be in the, I don't know, second wild card.
Right, and they'd be right there with the Phillies. The Phillies now have created a little bit of a gap with the Nationals as they swept them these past 4 games. But in particular, the last 3 games were just abysmal for the bullpen. In 14 innings, this is total, they allowed 25 earned runs, 16.07 ERA, allowing 5 home runs and 5 walks against the Phillies. And just in the 7th through 9th innings, so the last 9 outs of the game, they allowed 23 runs. And
brutal.
yesterday, Cavalli pitches really well, scoreless for 5, gave up a couple runs in the 6th inning.
Give up a home run to Marsh.
He had thrown 97 pitches, so they took him out.
Be nice if he threw
And
120 and went to the 7th.
8 unanswered runs in the final 3 innings.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to know, well, what do you do? What do you do? I think if Jason's right and his guy Chapman's available, go get him now. Get him yesterday. Because if you had Chapman this series, they likely win 2 more games at least.
Well, it doesn't have to be Chapman. It could be somebody else. But I mean, he's
just think they have to acquire
Chapman's a
upgrades.
big name. He would be an upgrade, and he's on a bad team,
Yeah.
and they're probably looking to deal.
Yeah, you have to look for the bad teams, the bottom feeders who are willing
you
to
look at
deal
the Giants,
away bullpen arms.
You look at the Giants. You always look at the Rockies, or look at. I mean, probably not going to get anything from the Mets since it's the same division, but
right.
there are names out there. I mean,
and it's just
a matter of wanting to go get them.
That's where you start. Start with the closer. You get a closer, it's just going to... I mean, they keep trying different closers.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bunch of guys who have 6 saves on this team.
They just need proven quality guys they can add.
And the whole closer by committee, when they all suck, it doesn't work out.
I think they felt like they could fake their way through it as long as they could, but and personally, I think last night was a tipping point.
I just think they didn't expect them to be competitive. It
That's
was the
for
lowest
sure.
priority in the offseason.
Agreed.
So all these guys are on the cheap.
And they were winning even with the terrible bullpen. There were 4 games
It
above
was
500
masked for a while,
but
now
it's reached a tipping point.
I don't know if you
has
saw
been
the
ripped off.
quotes from Taboni last night. He's fed up.
Yeah, they're gonna make some.
Oh,
moves.
I missed that. What did he say?
I can punch it up, but you could just tell he's fed up.
Yeah.
All right, let me bang out a couple of
And by the
what's
way,
he going to do?
Gus Farland,
He's
who
gonna
gave
make
up
some moves.
Gus
He's gonna have
Farland,
to.
who gave up 1 billion runs last night, he was optioned.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They said, bye-bye. You're going to Rochester. Pack your bags. We've seen enough.
All right, let's go to Kevin. Kevin from Glory Days. Glory Days Kevin. Guy brought in,
He doesn't have the answer.
I'm sure he doesn't have the answer. And he brought in like a half-eaten pie one time. I remember that. What's up, Kevin?
No, I do have the answer. Look, you have the battle of the wild cards coming up next week with the Pirates and the Nats. All you have to do is cherry pick off the Pirates. They'll give you anybody you want just for prospects. The Pirates love unproven prospects. And I think Gregory Soto would be a nice addition to the bullpen.
There you go. You got a solution. Maybe that's the guy. I misspoke when I said it was Taboni. It was Butera's comments that I read.
Oh.
So what Butera said.
He looks pissed all the time.
He had Piazza there. I don't know if you saw. Piazza was there. He's been there the last 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
Because on a college tour.
I think Piazza, they coached together maybe in the Olympic thing or whatever, World Baseball Classic or something.
Yeah, when he was a part of Piazza's staff when Piazza managed Italy.
Yeah, so he's been here like watching the games, supporting him.
But Piazza was here because his daughter, I guess, hit GW, Georgetown.
Doing a college tour, yeah.
I forget.
nice.
It was a third school in the mix.
Towson, maybe.
I don't think she mentioned Towson.
Come on. Why are you disrespecting
What
my
about the
alma mater?
Terps? What about Terps?
It could be
I don't
in the
think it
mix.
was Maryland. I can't remember. I watched the interview, but I've forgotten.
Piazza great than signed Mike Piazza. Delicious Pizza Hut item.
Hold on.
From the
One's a Hall of
80s or
Famer.
90s.
One is a fly-by-night scam that
one is more important to me than the
they
other.
did for like a month.
I'm just being honest here.
But you could feel the frustration from Butera. He goes, our bullpen just not getting outs. If you're afraid of throwing strikes, we'll keep giving the next guy an opportunity.
Well, the problem is the next guy is bad too. Every guy they turn to isn't the solution. So sometimes you have to go outside of your organization to find the solution, especially if you're contending for a wild card spot. Because if you don't fix it, you're not going to be contending for a wild card spot any longer.
I believe last night 2 different relievers walked a guy with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
2
I
different
think it was back to back.
Back to back, yeah.
Back to back, right? It was Bryce Harper was up with the bases loaded. They walked him, and then they changed pitchers, and then there was another walk. So 2 runs just on walks.
Right.
Butera said, like I said, we'll keep giving the next guy an opportunity until somebody steps up and shows they want the ball and they're ready to go attack.
All right, let's go to Brian. That was always Rizzo's big thing. Brian, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. For wacky bit purposes, it seems like it's a mental issue going on in the bullpen. Why don't they? You have 8 relievers. Why don't you use 5 one-inning guys to open up the game, like an extended opener? So then you get the 5 innings out of the way, and then you bring in the starter to finish out the game. That still gives you 3 relievers for wiggle room in case, God forbid, the starter has any issues. I mean, at this point, it can't hurt. I mean, these guys there's not like there's guys in Rochester that are just waiting in the wings, to come up and save the day. When it comes to the bullpen, unless you're going to make trades, this is what you got. You got it for the rest of the year. So maybe do this wacky move for a week and see if that gets them their heads.
That seems very radical.
They won't do it. It's
Thank
wacky.
you for the call.
Yeah, exactly.
Hand the ball to 5 of your bad relievers to start the game, and then give the ball to the starter.
Yeah, I'm not handing the ball to Mitchell Parker in the second inning. Sorry.
Let's go to
I'd rather Cavalli go 6.
Let's go to Elijah.
See, this is what happens when you ask listeners for the answers to a difficult question that Paul Taboni doesn't even have the answer to. And he's the guy that's getting paid to have the answers.
No, he knows the answers. He just has to do it. He just has to do it. Elijah, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I do think the offense is happening. They're going to have to lean into that a little bit more and utilize their swingmen, like pitchers like Clayton Beater, like in critical moments. They have to save these high leverage innings, and they aren't doing that right now. And I think of like a team like the Spurs. Like it didn't matter. It almost like it doesn't matter what the gap is. Teams are going to be able to come back. And I think when they first came in, they said they're going to get the bats cracking from step one. And I think that has happened, but they just have to lean in. They got to mash at the plate, with the power hitting. And I do think they're going to need some reinforcements and some external relief. They're going to have to pitch deeper in the games, like starters like Ford, Griffin, and Parker. They're like workhorses. So they're going to have to be able to get their pitching correct at the right time. In these middle innings, we can't just be good in the beginning. Like, we have to play complete games, or we have to be able to out-bat teams so there isn't enough room.
There's not that much more out-batting. I mean, they lead the league in runs scored, right?
Kind of I guess out-batting is not what I mean, but being able to be in control of games through your bats and being able to hold the line. We're not asking them to be shutting guys down, but my goodness.
But they're trying to do.
But you were talking about saving your arms for high leverage situations. To an extent, they did that. Yeah. They allowed 15 runs in the 9th inning in 3 games.
They allowed 8 runs.
So they saved guys for the 9th inning.
Yeah.
They just couldn't get the job done.
They allowed 8 runs last night in the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
They don't have the talent.
They don't have the talent.
They need better
They
talent.
definitely they have to get better. You're absolutely right. I'm on board because I like that they're hitting the ball. I like that there's offense being happened. You can build on that. I think they have things to be built upon, but we're just in a space that we're noticing things that they haven't gotten to yet. So, yeah, it just is what it is. But this can change. I think y'all hit the nail on the head. This can change. It's not like they're screwed. This is what's going to be. If they get the right guys on this squad, they can really remap and rechange how they're deploying their team in an inning-to-inning basis. So it's going to get better.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate
Thanks,
the call.
buddy. Appreciate you,
that.
Elijah. Yeah, thank you, pal.
Hopefully you're right, but I don't think it will get better.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Coming up next with an update on our World Cup pool. Who's in the lead as we head our ways to the knockout round? We're the Junkies. Coming right back. JP here. You know me. I'm a creature of habit. Just ask anybody who's seen the inside of my closet. When I find something that makes my life easier, I tend to stick with it. Well, that's exactly what happened with Michelle Radley Automotive Group. I'm loving my new Traverse. It's awesome. And the more I work with these guys, the more I get why they've built such a loyal following. For starters, there's the Radley VIP Rewards program. It's legit. You buy any new or used vehicle, and you're getting real value after the sale. Oil changes, tire rotations, routine maintenance, service specials, and more. But the biggest thing for me, complete price transparency. You go online, click on any vehicle, and everything's right there. MSRP, processing, incentives, no surprises, no last-minute add-ons, no games. Now at Michelle Radley, snag some silly summer offers across the group, like 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverados, or score up to $5,000 off MSRP on new Tahoes and Suburbans. And at the all-new Radley Mitsubishi, check out the Seize This Summer sales event with 0% APR on select models or up to $4,500 customer cash. Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, delivering memorable driving experiences. Back-to-back days.
This is the Virginia Tech scam he's running over there.
It is, yeah.
Right? This plays to about, 4% of the audience. But they get it.
Well, 2 in here.
Apparently, pretty popular singer.
No, he's a popular singer, but he's playing it because of Virginia Tech. So he's playing
That's
this
the
right.
reason he's playing it, correct.
Because they play it before they play Sandman.
Silly intro song, though.
Which I didn't even know there's a thing before the thing.
I was unaware.
So that's a pretty good bit.
What comes before this one, Jason?
Yeah, is there typically one before?
Is there a ramp up before this?
I don't know. Wesley would have to.
Wesley, is there another
whole
song?
playlist?
Yeah,
I mean, they're always playing music.
That they always do before. Like, when Johnny Cash is on, then Sandman's next. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there something before where Johnny Cash is next and then Sandman?
No.
Okay. You following
think
me?
it's just
You with me?
Yeah.
I understand. You went Virginia
They
Tech.
just play random rap music.
Right. Okay. All right.
While and then once.
Oh, we ready. That song.
Yeah,
we
right.
ready.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You need to play it because
Not familiar.
That's the most uninspiring version of it. Can you play it for me?
You just have to be there.
Find it, huh?
You just
Find
have to
the
be there.
radio in
No,
it.
but it's just if I ever heard that before, I can't even tell if I've heard it before.
Yes, you have.
Because his version was so horrific.
Well, it's because it's not on speakers.
Look at these kids.
You've never seen those
I've
kids
heard it a
in the
million
locker room
times.
before the football game doing it?
I don't know.
No.
I
Have
need to
not.
hear it.
It was
I
hype, and
can't-
then I heard that they went out and lost by 40 points.
Okay, so retired that promptly.
That happens sometimes. Remember when we were fired up because Ron Rivera yelled at his players, and before Ron Rivera showed up here in Washington, people pointed to his locker room speech, and everybody, I think you were like, "Oh my God, this is what they need after," especially after Jay Gruden.
And then they got
Ron Rivera
pummeled in the second half.
Yeah, and then
He's so uninspiring. Ron Rivera.
They showed the speech in the middle of Lynn's game. I vaguely remember that.
we talked about it before,
I know, I
like right when he
vaguely
was
remember
hired. We played the audio.
Oh, if you're talking about like when he talked about when he was fired and he was inspiring.
I'm talking about when Ron Rivera was hired here in D.C. We played infamous audio of him.
I understand they're mimicking an old song or whatever. I actually haven't heard that.
I have not. This is my first hearing of this.
So this was some viral online thing?
But there's a song like that.
Yeah, it's like a 20-year-old song or something.
Yeah, it's a 20-year-old song. I understand that, but the "We Ready" part.
It's part of the song.
Yeah, right after this video,
the chorus.
Stonebridge gave them the beat down right after
No,
this.
it sounds like it's a. Like the music, I understand the rhythm of it, but I don't remember the words to that.
I've heard the song. I'm sure you can just punch it up on Spotify and find it. If you want to hear the actual song.
I actually don't. I've heard enough.
Anyway, all right. So they do that, and then Johnny Cash, and then is that pretty much the order, or no? There is no order.
It's been a year.
But they're playing music, leading up to those.
Sure.
So they're playing a bunch. They play rap music.
Once you hear
They play a bunch of
that,
stuff.
then you know we're ready.
But once you hear
And
Johnny
then it's-
Cash, that's when the players
They start going nuts. They start lining up, right?
Well, they're leaving their
get lined up in the tunnel or whatever.
And they're
I
walking
actually think
down
We Ready is right before kickoff.
Yeah, that's true. That is right before kickoff.
Like right before.
Yeah, but they're playing music up until Johnny Cash. Yeah,
Are you pumped for Franklin?
I am.
Yeah.
He's
they
gonna
just,
do a good job.
they just hired a new AD. They're not playing games.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably Franklin who hired the AD.
Yeah, sure.
And I
Probably
saw
had-
preseason rankings of the Big Ten football.
Mm-hmm.
We were 18. There's 18 teams.
That's
There's
not
18
encouraging.
teams now in the Big Ten, and we were
Believe
dead
so.
last.
It was just one guy's projection.
Where did they have Indiana? Just curious.
I don't remember.
Probably
Middle of the pack.
I looked, middle
of the pack.
I
or
looked
they
for
have way
Maryland,
higher?
Oh, I'm sure they're higher.
and I had to start at the top, went all the way like this.
Who's replacing Mendoza? They have some silly like understudy.
Yeah,
Has
kid
been there.
kid from TCU.
Is he a transfer?
Josh Hoover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Yes.
from TCU.
Yeah. That doesn't mean
He's
anything.
not. He's
good.
not as. He's not as good
He's
as
not like
Mendoza,
Mendoza.
but
Yeah.
he liked to turn the ball over a little bit down at TCU. But
Right.
they'll probably make him better. That's
Right.
what they did for Mendoza.
Right. All right. All right. So where do we stand? I don't even. I know I'm in the middle of the
You got
pack.
6 games today.
World Cup standings. We need an update.
So we're almost to the point where we're through the qualifying stage. So it's getting a little more indicative of where
Who's
we're
going
at.
to lose? Let me ask you this: who's going to lose the most teams? Is there one guy here that's going to lose like 3 teams and like he's already out of it?
I've lost Turkey. I know that. Though they did get me 3 points on their way out.
You stole 3 on
which
the way
I
out.
do appreciate.
And Valdez, who I believe was in the lead, that's a hit for him because he probably was counting on 3 points for the United States.
Yeah.
Yes,
that
true.
hurts.
Yeah, but he didn't
Or
think
maybe
he didn't
one,
think the
at
United
least
States
one.
was going to get 9 points.
No, but
going in.
I know, but
It's set up that way.
Yeah, it was set up to get another 3 points for him.
Yeah. All right, Drab.
See, I can't tell where people pick their guys at. I mean, most people have their big dogs going through, but EB could be in some trouble if Uruguay loses today, and then I think they're out.
And I think they're
And that was your third pick.
They play Spain.
That was his third round pick.
Yeah, so that's not good.
Who do
Does
they play?
Spain. Does Spain have to
they'll
win?
lose to them. They're going to lose to
Spain
Spain.
has 1 win, 1 draw. I
Yeah.
think they probably want to win their group, so they're going to go out for a win for sure.
So they'll
Right,
lose.
right.
I'm going to lose Uruguay. Is that how you say it?
Uruguay.
No, and how does like
Uruguay.
a normal person say it?
Yeah,
A
Uruguay.
normal person?
Yeah.
Uruguay?
American person?
Well, I mean, like
I
not
think-
somebody doing an
Like
accent.
Uruguay.
Uruguay.
I think Uruguay is probably
I think I
close.
was saying
or
Uruguay.
Uruguay.
I think it's Uruguay.
Bish with a big miss right now of Senegal. That was his third pick. They have 0 points.
I know. They play Iraq today. I need 3 points. Are they out? I guess they're out.
I'm not sure if they're out.
Okay.
It might be. Again, a lot of these teams are advancing with 3 or 4 points. So.
I'm so geeked up for the Norway-France game. That's going to be awesome.
Are they going to play their starters?
I would think so because both teams are 2-0. Don't they want to win their group, get a better
'cause then-
seed?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
thought
get
they are they in the same? They are in the same group,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
that's true. That's got to be a huge game.
Huge.
Well, I think Holland said he doesn't care about the game and France is going to win the tournament.
I did hear him say that.
Yeah, that's a curious
That was
quote.
that was early in the tournament too. Like
Yeah.
maybe after their first win.
It was after their second.
Okay,
game.
after the second. Okay.
All right. So start from the bottom.
At the very bottom,
Is this including all of last night's games?
yeah, I believe we're all the way updated.
Okay, good.
Eric Bickle. He's plummeted down. Germany losing yesterday. Belgium. He has Belgium too. He's not in a good spot. He's in last place.
He's got Belgium today.
How many
though.
points do I have?
18.
Belgium can beat New Zealand and probably get to the knockout, right?
Yeah, they
That-
can. Mm-hmm.
So
that
that's
would give
huge
me-
for you tonight.
That would give me 21 if that wins.
Yeah, you're nobody's out of it.
They're a
All right?
huge favorite against New Zealand.
Drab's in second to last, but I still have 3 teams to play that can all win: England, Colombia, and Egypt.
Okay.
So I'm fine. Cakes has 22 points. Portugal,
Moving up a little bit.
Yeah.
Norway, Switzerland. I don't know where his last win. Oh, Turkey. Turkey gave him 3 points, so he desperately
That was
needed that
huge.
last
That's
night.
huge. I mean, I got 3 points out of nowhere.
That was huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it in the final seconds.
Yeah.
I thought the Americans got gypped.
I think Bish is in big trouble.
Oh, jeez. All right. How many points I got?
You have 22, but
Okay.
you're not going to get a lot of your teams are already done for this round, so you don't have a lot of more points coming. Maybe Senegal.
Well, I do
but-
have Senegal today at 3.
Yeah.
All right, but I've got Brazil. I got Brazil and the Netherlands won yesterday.
Yeah, and
Your squad is top heavy.
Are you going to root for Bosnia over U.S.?
No, you can't. No. you
Even
can't.
though I have Bosnia.
No, you have to root for the red, white, and blue.
Right. Okay. So I'm done there.
Third place.
Well, actually, who knows? I mean, what if they pull an upset? They could.
Yeah.
John.
I won't be
Paul-
happy about it.
John Paul in third place. He's being carried by Mexico and Argentina. So he's
Yeah, I
doing
mean, his
very well.
bottom four are Canada, Ghana, Tunisia, Jordan. That's kind of nuts.
His bottom, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
He's-
JP's
pathetic
team,
performance
top
from his
heavy,
bottom two. Mike Marr in second place.
I'm a top, Cakes.
You are.
Not a bottom.
We'll see after these next few games.
I think Marr's got like 25 points. It's kind of tough to tell here. You can't trust Chat GPT with everything.
Okay.
And
you should use, if you're going
by
to
the
use
way,
the
Mike-
free ones, use Grok. It's better than ChatGPT.
Mike Marr with,
I pay,
with
Rick.
a huge 5th round pick, Ivory Coast. I mean, that's been just hooking him.
I saw the potential.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Oh yeah, because they won yesterday.
And Valdezi still, even with the U.S. loss, still leading this for now.
Who's his top team?
France, USA. He's got
Morocco.
Morocco, who's through.
He's got France.
Yeah.
Okay.
Korea is gonna go through, correct?
I think so.
I mean, his numbers are Algeria and Iran, but he's got 4 pretty good teams. He might be the odds-on fave. especially if the USA goes far, which hopefully they do.
Ivory Coast is already in.
What's the like marquee matchup like where you're going to see stars?
France and Norway.
France, Norway.
What time
today.
is that one?
3:00.
All right.
Mbappe versus Holland. Both of them have 4 goals.
All right.
Both of them have
Holland
2
has
braces.
the guy with the ponytail, funny looking dude.
Yeah, but he runs 22 miles an
Yeah,
hour.
I know. I know about this dude for
Silly.
a couple years. My daughter's best friend, she loves the guy.
I think his first name is it Erwin?
Erling.
Erling.
Erling
I think he's
Erling.
goofy looking, and she thinks he's like super sexy. Like this, I don't know. Not my daughter, but my daughter's like best friend.
Yep. By the way, on our poll of the day, you can vote at Chunks Radio. 77% are not worried about the United States losing momentum after losing to Turkey last night. 77% say it was meaningless. So you can vote at Junks Radio. Coming up next, we'll get back to the Washington Nationals, talk some baseball with insider Chelsea Janes here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. For FanDuel, on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with him. You get screwed. You didn't know they were going to take him out. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. So you can feel okay if you throw some cash on Mbappe or Messi or Pulisic. They get out to an early lead and they take your star out. Boom, you still get the points with the sub. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. Who else is doing that? So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Murray's Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Surely it couldn't happen 3 nights in a row. The bullpen couldn't possibly blow the game in the 9th inning yet again. But it did. The bullpen was handed a 5-2 lead last night and tasked with covering 3 innings. A 5-2 game quickly became a 5-5 game in the 7th inning, and the Phillies took the 9th inning and ran with it for the 3rd day in a row as they beat the Nationals 10-5. Post-game, the Nats announced that reliever Gus Varland had been optioned down to AAA Rochester, and Zach Kent is expected to take his spot in the bullpen per Grant Paulson. The Nationals begin a 3-game set in Baltimore tonight. And the U.S. men's team won their first 2 World Cup matches in grand fashion and clinched the first place in Group D. And the round of 32 opponent had already been settled, but there still was the matter of the Group D finale. Now it carries no consequence, but the U.S. men's national team did lose to Turkey 3-2 last night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Eric Bickle. That is the foursome. But joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in DMV, Chelsea Janes, MLB insider for SNY. How you doing, Chelsea?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
It's been a tough week.
Doing well.
Been a tough week for us, Chelsea. I mean, it's been been embarrassing the way they're blowing these games.
What do you make of it?
You know, maybe it's because I'm, not there physically every day, but I still think it's amazing they're winning these games at all. I think it's completely unsurprising they're blowing the games. I don't know who's they weren't built to be saving leads in June, right? Their pitching staff was totally who has a pulse, let's go. So to me, in the bigger picture, it's deeply encouraging they're in this position, but I do see why the last 3 days have been particularly painful.
Well, it's beyond the 3 days because they've now blown 24 out of 48 save opportunities.
Right.
So the last 3 have been
to her
abysmal.
point,
they've been high profile.
But they've been blowing saves all season long.
They were built to not be. Nobody thought they were going to be in this situation. And then here they found themselves 80 games in, 4 games up, and now the fans are emotionally invested. And they've been kind of faking it, right, with their bullpen and even their starting pitching to an extent. But now, Chelsea, the fans are emotionally invested. They want them to do something to it. They may not have really wanted to this year, but they can't afford, in my opinion. I think it's reached a tipping point where they can't just keep disappointing the fans and not being competitive like they have been in the last few years, kind of just letting it fall apart or letting the stars walk and go somewhere else or trading a star because they're not going to be able to afford to keep. You know what I mean? I think it's reached a point here where they have to do something.
Yeah, I do too, and I think they will.
I agree.
I don't think this is an apathetic group, but I do think it's probably a slightly surprised front office, right? So, I totally agree. I mean, I think if the last 2 years of this rebuild has taught anyone anything, it's that if your team is winning, you roll with it because you don't know when it's going to happen again. It's not easy to do. This is not a given that this will continue. So I would expect them to try to do something reasonable here and get a few real bullpen arms in there. I don't think they're going to have to mortgage the future to do it. But also, when you're hitting like they are, the future is now. Cliché as it is, I think they are in a position that a lot of teams wish they were in, and I think you have to roll with that. And I think it's the best way to develop them, too, is to give them a chance to win, to give them some tools and say, okay, this is, The bullpen has been kind of non-existent. Let's shore it up a little bit. Let's see if that makes a difference. Like, you guys have earned this. So I expect them to do it. It's not going to be easy because it's just not the time of year yet when everyone's willing to say I'm buying or selling or whatever it is. But I do think they're going to do something. It's just a tough time. It's a tough few weeks of purgatory to kind of find people who are willing to give you anything before they're fully eliminated.
Yeah. And Taboni told us that last week. He said, they know what they need to do, but right now, since we're only June 26th, like you said, a lot of these teams are kind of hanging on because they still think that they've got a shot. And then, July 26th, maybe that's when they start dealing them. I've been throwing out the name Aroldis Chapman. You might tell me I'm stupid. And it's impossible, but the Sox are terrible. I think it would be a half a year rental if they made a move for him. I think he signed a 1-year deal for about $15 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not spending a ton of money if you do trade for him, but he's going to have to cost you something. But maybe they need more than that. Maybe they need another starter.
I think so.
So maybe they have to go after a starter from, I don't know, the Giants or the Reds or just the Twins. I don't know. But when you say you think they're going to do something, do you think they're going to go out and trade for a guy, an established guy, or just make more moves and maybe bring some younger guys up from the minors?
I think they have to go get someone. From my perspective, if they had the arms in the system that were ready, they'd already be here because they haven't been afraid to shuffle guys in and out in that bullpen. So yeah, I think you have to go get people that have been there before, particularly in the bullpen. And it's like Aroldis Chapman would be great. I think the problem there is you start to get into bidding wars with teams who are willing to really really pay for him. Sure. So it's probably more of like, I don't know, Garrett Whitlock, like the other Boston relievers who there's the other people in the Astros bullpen, but that still helps a lot when, Clayton Beater's arm is about to fall off and you've never heard of the guys they're, throwing out there in the seventh. So I think it's like, I think there are plenty of relievers to be had. I don't think they'll shy away from the price. I think Taboni has really brought credibility to that system. I think they've got a lot of, young hitting prospects, which is not an easy thing to have. And so you can deal from that. So I think they're in a good position to get some kind of sturdy pieces. The rotation too, like a Robbie Ray would be perfect. It doesn't have to be the ace. You want the ace, right? Like if you're going all in, you want the ace, but you don't want to bid for the ace right now. You want to just kind of show these guys, like, we're going to get you some help, but we're not going to trade from what we've got because we've got something good here. So it's a complicated ad right now, but I think they'll do it. And I think Taboni's more than capable of, kind of threading that needle. And I also think he has a good sense of who they've got in the system. And you can kind of trust him to maybe know who he's going to part with and who he's not.
Yeah, Chelsea, you make a good point about Chapman because, like you said, there's probably going to be 5 or 6 teams that kind of want him, that feel like they need him and would be willing to. And maybe Chapman's just a guy that a team adds to their roster when they think they are a legitimate World Series contender, as opposed to a team like Washington that's just kind of grasping for a wild card spot. You know what I mean? So maybe getting a starter like Joe Ryan or Robbie Ray, like you said, maybe that's better, and then they can move one of the starters now to the bullpen, he can throw more innings.
Yeah. Totally. And I also think this could be a creative situation where, it's somebody who's maybe not on the radar in the same way they are for contenders, right? So, a Chapman, a Hader, those guys, everyone's going to be after them at the deadline because they're kind of obvious for the big guns. But the Nats need pitching like long term, right? Like they've got guys coming up, but they don't have proven starters, and they're not easy to get. So if you can get them via trade, if you can get somebody controllable via trade and sort of a creative thinking where you meet somebody else's need, it doesn't even have to be poached from a team that's not doing well. It could be, look around who has extra pitching. It actually teams do. So I think it could be really interesting to watch how they go about this. But I do think it's going to be more of that like B-level tier of guys, and I actually think that's completely fine. I don't think that means they're not trying. I think it means they're kind of acting within reason and not paying prices that are sort of too high for what their chances realistically are in October.
Chelsea, how are Mets fans dealing with just a disaster piece of a season? 34-47. They dropped 8 of their last 10. They're spending $368 million on this payroll, second only to the Dodgers, $390 million. I mean, fans have to just be, are they just beside themselves, or have they just mailed it in like this is a lost season? You can't recover it.
You know, it's both. And I think that's why I'm a little numb to like the Nats bullpen, because it's like, hey, they're winning. Like, they're fine. They'll be fine. But, you know, the Mets are made, you know, from afar, they always kind of look really dramatic, depressing, chaotic, and they're all of that. It's unbelievable. It is almost like there is something here that prevents anyone from succeeding. The fans are depressed. You know, $360 million and maybe missing the playoffs 2 years out of 3 is insane. So, I will say for all the Nats issues this year, their trajectory is far more encouraging than the one in Queens right now. So there's that.
I'd love to see the list, and I'm sure I could do the research, but the list of roster transactions team by team, the Nats got to be up at near the top.
With so many.
They've made, especially with pitching staff, right?
Yep. Yeah, and they have to, right? Like, I think that's exactly kind of where they should be. You know, I think the thing that I see maybe differently now, kind of being a little removed from it, is like they are onto something with hitting. You know, I think for years that has been Major League Baseball front office's white whale. You know, like the Rays, the Dodgers, the Brewers, they figured out pitching. You know, they can take a guy with no track record and turn him into an ace. Nobody's done it with hitting, you know, and I think if you look at their stats in the minors, if you look at the way almost everyone's turned it around at the big league level or has better consistency, like, I think these guys might be onto something, and that to me is just a really big deal. It could be a flash in the pan, and it could just be the effect of having new coaches, and they'll kind of come back next year, but I think they're in a really promising position now, and so, yeah, they're making a lot of moves on the margins pitching-wise because that just takes time. Like, it's going to take time for them to get the guys they want in the system and develop them the way they want. Taboni and his people did a great job of that in Boston, so you know they know how to do it. But I think what they've done in the hitting department is really, really encouraging, and I think it's catching the eyes of people around baseball who are kind of like, what do they know? Like, what do the Nats know? And imagine saying that, you know, a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you talk to other writers or national writers or, you know, people within other teams, what do they say about Taboni and the front office? How impressed are they with what they've done? First year, year one, they're 41-41 after winning, games in the 60s last year. But how impressed are some of these national people with what Paul has been and Butera? Yes,
very, very. I think people thought Taboni was a good hire in that he made sense and he had the pedigree, but he also wasn't a person who sort of sold himself to a lot of reporters over the years the way some people do. He was kind of a little bit of an unknown, and I think people have been really impressed with sort of just the leap. I mean, it's a crazy leap they've taken, particularly because people around the game know what was in their system, which wasn't much. So the way it's kind of turned, and I think the way Butera's handled things too, like, there was a lot of doubt about him. I mean, he was like in all the same articles as Tony Vitello, as this crazy hire. And I think he's, you might know better than I do, but it looks like he's done an amazing job. He seems like a very sturdy person who's earned the respect of a lot of different kinds of people. So, yeah, all rave reviews from the Nats from the outside. And I think also a lot of curiosity, which is like the biggest compliment anyone can give, that people are kind of like, what did they do? And how do we do it?
You know, Chelsea, I have to give you credit. I would try to goad you into just giving up on Dylan Cruz, and you never did. The Nats never did. I certainly did. I gave up on the kid right away. But they are like, trust me, he's got all these intangibles, he's got all these things, and it's just a matter of time. He's different. He's not the kid who played third base that was just not the brother of the kid.
Keyboom.
Yeah, he's not Keyboom. He's not he's different. He's built different. And you're starting to see it, right? With these infield hits, these plays in the outfield, and hitting the ball hard. And he's just a baller. He's just a player, and it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's ever going to be like a Skeens level star. Like, he was very hurt by where he went in that draft, but I think he's like really solid. I think he's someone that you build around sort of emotionally. I think he's Brandon Nimmo maybe at his ceiling, and I think that's a really nice ceiling, you know, especially when you've got James Wood, maybe Abrams, Dalen Lyle. Like, it's not like you need him to be Bryce. So, I say I'm happy for him that he's kind of steadied himself. I don't think there's any better sort of testament to somebody than watching, you know, all the guys picked around you succeed right away and you ending up in the minors with one of the worst teams in baseball. Like, I think that's probably a huge, that's tough. That's tough. And he's emerged. So I have a lot of respect for that. And, you know, I think the pairing of him with like the low key vibes of Wood and all that, it's going to be, I think a really nice little anchor for them over the next few years.
So Washington's going to face, I think this is a key stretch, even though we're only in late June.
Yeah.
Okay. So they just lost series against good teams, all right? Teams that are probably going to the playoffs. The way they lost those games to Philly was brutal, but they lost the series, lost 3 out of 4. But now they're going to play Baltimore on the road, they're going to play Boston on the road, then they're going to play Pittsburgh at home, all right? So teams with losing records who, you know, they could beat. They could out-hit them. But this is a key stretch. If things kind of diminish even more, you know Jeff Passan, right? You obviously know Jeff Passan.
Yeah, of course.
Covers the Major League Baseball for ESPN. He ranked 100 players that could be traded before the deadline. C.J. Abrams was number 5. So now he gave the percentage of Abrams being traded. I think it was less than 20%. But if things kind of depleted even more, and let's just say there's 6 or 7 games out of the wild card, could you see Abrams being dealt?
That's a really tough call. I've been thinking about that too. Like, there are a lot of teams who would give up a lot for C.J. Abrams. I think the Yankees might be one of them, and if you can get the Yankees involved in any sort of bidding war, you're in really good shape. So it's tough. You know, I don't think they're going to be eager to trade him, frankly, because they don't have to. Like, he's still got control past this year, so it's not like if you don't do it now, you're never going to get the chance. If you end up not being happy with him. But it's a tough call. It's a really tough call. In the same way you don't want to, you know, take from, you know, your prospects too much to add. You don't want to miss the chance to get something big for a guy that might not be there when you're good again, but here you are. It's very tough. So I think it's possible that he goes. I certainly think you have to listen on him, and I absolutely think Taboni will, and I'm certain that he will. But it's a tough call. You know, I think I would feel more comfortable doing it now than I've felt earlier this year, just because I think you've seen that they can now probably backfill with some hitters in their system. You know, there are guys making progress that you didn't see making progress before. Seaver King is like a revived prospect all around. So it's not as painful to consider, but it's a tough call. I don't see it happening if they're in it. If they're in it and they are going to add pitching, then I don't think you subtract Abrams. But I also think there's a world in which you do a little of both, right? If Abrams could get you 2 controllable starters that maybe you bet on long term, and the Yankees have a lot of those, for example, then maybe it's worth it. And maybe that's not throwing in the white flag. Maybe it's, you know, making this team better for the future and the present. It's just, you know, there's a lot of options there. And I think Taboni's as creative, you know, as they come. We haven't seen it yet, but just the way he's approached this rebuild, I think he's willing to consider anything. And I think Abrams is one of those people who could maybe set you up better, even though it feels like a big subtraction in the present.
That's Chelsea Janes, MLB insider for SNY. Thanks as always.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Yeah, you too.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Unleash your swing at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. With the all-new Titleist GTS drivers in fairway woods, you can find the perfect GTS driver to gain superior distance, accuracy, and ball speed. Book your fitting for the new Titleist GTS driver in the store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in your retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANWealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's TRAJANWealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, I did see Awad sent a tweet, or maybe it was, I always forget if it was an Instagram. He said, thanks for the shout out. He got like 100 new followers on Instagram because we were making fun of him.
His silly landscaping.
Good for him.
Listen, I'll give him this. He did some landscaping.
Yeah, he's a proud homeowner, and he's making the place look better.
I've literally never done what he did. I've mowed my lawn. That's the extent of what I've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
You've never
laid mulch or spread mulch around.
Maybe one time.
I've done that
planted
before.
flowers.
Putting down mulch is
life.
way overrated.
Maybe when I
Well, it's
first bought
overrated,
my
but
first house.
something you got to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta make your house look
maybe
good.
once when I first bought I was a hairy homeowner for the first
Right.
time.
Now my guys do it. I don't want to do it.
Yeah,
Right.
I might have done it.
But
one
when I
time.
was living in my townhouse, I would lay it.
Yeah.
I think this is the last year of me mowing my lawn because my lawn just went to hell this year.
Gotta
if
leave
you're
it to the pros,
If you're
man.
across the street, you'd go, "Oh, JP's lawn looks pretty good.
Yeah.
It's green." And if you stand on it, it's all clovers. Clovers just took
I have-
over.
I have
I mean,
clovers.
I literally
got a lot
walked
of
it. And I was like,
weeds.
"There's no grass.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of freaking clovers."
I got a lot. My grass is kind of trifling.
You guys, Awad texted me last night. His zings that he didn't get to use in response to you guys.
His
Oh,
code
he
zings.
has- Oh, he had
Are
some.
these funny? Are these funny?
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
All right.
He's not funny.
Yeah.
And
But it is funny. His delivery's funny.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not funny, but his
Yeah.
delivery's funny. Yeah.
JP wouldn't know about a yard with his nubby 5-story townhouse. EB was supposed to pinch and zoom into the flowers. He doesn't zoom unless it's Sydney Sweeney or Paige Sporanic.
All right.
Lurk
Not
was
bad.
sized for my yard, but he was daydreaming about North Carolina. And Cakes looks like the stump I dug up last week.
So hold on. Did he write these down afterwards?
He listened to the segment and then texted me these terrible zings.
So when he calls in, can you pull back the curtain?
Yeah.
Is that what he does? It's like if he knows we're gonna call
I don't know.
him,
No, I don't
he
think
writes
so.
down. He pre-writes his
Maybe,
names.
I don't know.
I think he does.
Yes.
I think he does.
Or
'Cause they
Valdez gives
sound-
it to him.
Yeah, they
Or
sound
Grab
pretty
gives it to him.
rehearsed.
We might give him one zing, but
No.
last time he was on, we didn't give him any.
Okay, but he didn't. He doesn't come up with that off the top of his head.
Well, he came up with these terrible ones. He sent
Sure, it with time.
Are you saying he's not witty?
I'm just saying, yeah, he can sit there
Well,
and
but
ponder
all
it.
of his calls are usually planned. Like whenever
Right.
he comes on, it's.
I feel like
the
he
last time it
has
was his
prepared shtick every
1,000
time.
show, whatever. We had him on. It wasn't like we call him, out of the blue spontaneously. Let's call him now.
Oh, his restored faith thing. That was an AWOD zing. Like we didn't give him that. Remember, he said Sunny Styles came from restored faith.
Yeah, but it was prepped.
But right, of course, because he had the
prepped
whole
it an hour before. He's taking notes.
He's
you know.
not good off the cuff. He's not an off the cuff.
I don't think he's off the cuff funny.
Yeah.
No.
And he wedges it in.
Yeah.
He's going to use the zings.
Yeah.
It's like when Rom calls
Sure,
in. Or,
of course.
All right.
All right.
Speaking
Is
of zings.
Brandon Aayuk off the cuff?
Well,
funny?
here's the thing. Speaking of
He's
zings,
not funny.
so I'm gonna
Brandon Aayuk?
I'm
I
gonna
would
do
agree with
Cakes. Bear with me, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna do what you would consider, in my opinion. I'm putting words in your mouth.
All right.
I'm gonna do the unthinkable.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you.
you're going to give him money?
I'm gonna give you a different perspective, potentially. And by the way, I don't care if they sign him or not. I just want my team to win. So just sign somebody to help us win. I don't care who it is. Just so we know, so we're clear.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a perspective defending Aayuk.
Okay.
Okay. So yesterday, I've been following this guy for a while because he's constantly defending Aayuk. He covers the Niners, and I can imagine the Niners hate him because he's super critical of the team. He's critical of their players. But I listened to his whole pod yesterday. Half of it was about Aayuk. The rest of it was just talking about the receivers and their tight ends. And he's super, but he's actually knows the team inside out. I think his knowledge is, I'd say, from my perspective on the outside looking in, like 100 out of, like he knows the team as well as anybody. And so he's willing to be honest and not. So he has kind of taken this tack this whole time that Brandon Aayuk, his basic premise is he's not crazy, guys. He's trolling the Niners.
Yeah.
Okay. His basic premise is, remember, Aayuk was quiet for like a year. Didn't say anything. They voided his bonus. They took away his guaranteed money or whatever. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything really until June 1, when his theory, that's just a theory, is he kind of got the idea either from the Niners or somebody that they were going to release him. And then when they didn't, he decided he's going to troll them on social media. Now, would I advise it? Did he do it this way? No. But, it's a different kid. I definitely think he's weird. And people have said, oh, he's got CTE. He's the next Antonio Brown because you see some similarities. And he points out, I give the guy credit. He says, Antonio Brown, just so people realize, has a attempted murder charge, hasn't paid child support, a burglary charge, a battery charge,
He's a much worse
domestic
person.
violence charge, sexual misconduct charge, reckless driving. He threw furniture off a 14-story building, pulled a Morgan Wallen. Brandon Aayuk's legal trouble is one speeding thing when he was trolling the Niners.
Yeah.
And he said he's wrong and can't defend it.
Yeah.
So, just in that sense, we are taking a leap. Now, do I think some of these posts are irrational and wild? Yes. But if I take it from the perspective that Cohn is taking is, guys, he's trolling the Niners, and he's, and he clearly is, like you see with the post yesterday with throwing the money on.
I just
don't care about the money.
that bit. What is that? What it is? He just doesn't care about money. Like he clearly doesn't care about money because
he's showing him. Yeah, it's not about money.
he
I don't
punted
care.
away $30 million of guarantees because he wouldn't.
Yes,
He's
go
a
to the
he's a
rehabs.
choir boy compared to Brown.
Yes.
But you still might not want him because of how he acts off the field.
Maybe.
He's not a criminal.
Maybe.
But he still might not
But
be
what
good
if this
for your
is all
locker room.
orchestrated? Because as I have argued, and again, I don't care if they sign him or not. I'm entertained by it.
Yeah.
As I've argued, prior to all of this, I didn't hear anybody trashing him as a terrible teammate or anything like that. In fact, Cohn talks about how hard he worked on the sideline. In fact, when he was holding out and then they wouldn't let him play or whatever, remember the hold in and all that, and then they wouldn't clear him. He was running so many routes. Leonard Hankerson talked about how he was a coach on the field, how he was in the film room. He was like another assistant coach. He was helping everybody. In fact, the league
Former commander Leonard Hankerson?
Yes, he's a wide
guy.
receiver. In fact, the league told him, 'cause that's where we got the video of him running the routes last year. And he wasn't wearing, he was just in like shorts, a t-shirt, whatever. He was running routes before games. They're like, you can't do that. Like he's doing too much.
Well, Kittle acknowledged that he would go to watch Aayuk run routes.
So in other words, and his theory is, I'm just paraphrasing it, and I do believe this guy Cohn's probably hated by the Niners because he's critical of everything. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of Scott Abraham. Scott Abraham will say anything.
And
Scott
he's an
Abraham
Aayuk,
doesn't care.
He's an Aayuk backer.
He's kind of defending Aayuk.
Yeah.
He's not defending the speeding. He says you can't defend that, of course. But I lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? What were you just saying?
We were talking about Aayuk as a as a teammate.
Okay. He said he doesn't think. Now this is his opinion. He thinks he probably knows that the Commanders don't care. They know what he's doing. They know he's trolling him. He's not worried about losing interest in the Commanders. The Commanders know him.
Yeah.
They know his personality. Jaden knows him. It appears, a lot of people are speculating, it appears he's living with Jaden. And they know exactly what's going on.
It appears? How?
Some people have speculated that some of these videos are from a house in Northern Virginia. That's what some people have speculated.
That sounds like very conspiracy theory.
It's at his house in Creighton Farm.
I know this. Or there wasn't an Airbnb near there.
I know the closet was
just because of what? Just because of the trees through the windows?
Jason, don't ask me.
I find that hard to believe.
And
don't ask me.
Was it real money?
Because you know why? Because we would hear
out of his backpack.
Because we would hear people
that they saw
him somewhere around town.
That's possible.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not putting my life on it.
I'm going to guess he's not in Northern Virginia. Would be my guess.
Well, I wouldn't think Jaden's in Northern Virginia right now.
No, I think he's out in California.
Yeah.
Where he's from.
Listen, I'm not betting my life
He's
on it. I'm just telling you what's out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can tell you this. He and Jaden appear to still at least be social media friendly because they do like each other's posts, and thumbs up, and they do stuff like that. So it's not like he's distancing.
Recently?
Yes. Within the last 3 or 4 days. He's not distancing
Which
him.
one did Jaden like? I want to know which video.
No, it wasn't one of those videos. I think it was one. Remember, I told you he was talking about the cleats, and it looked like he was wearing cleats that Brandon Aayuk is somehow associated with, like some brand.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did.
It almost looked like Big Baller brand.
Hey,
or
look,
something.
Matthew Stafford's in Northern Virginia. There are trees behind him.
Yeah. So anyway,
Funny.
the point is I think we need to, and I will take this from the guy. I think it's a valid point. He's not Antonio Brown yet. Okay, he's just doing. I think he's weird.
I would agree.
Okay,
he's not that bad.
He's not. He doesn't try to murder anybody. I mean, the charges on Antonio Brown are reprehensible.
Correct. He's
despicable, human
horrible
being.
person.
If
you take it to but there's a lot of them. If you take it to be true that he's just trolling them, like this is his idea of trolling. Because I could see in some of these videos, if you watch, he starts laughing as he walks towards the camera.
Yeah.
Like he's doing it and he starts smiling.
Well, we all realize he's trolling him, but it's still unprofessional. It's an unprofessional look.
I agree. I can't argue that.
Just don't post anything, and then eventually they're going to release you, and then you sign with the Commanders.
I would prefer he do that.
And then the Commanders fans would love it.
I think that's a
I think
preferable option.
a lot of those Commander fans are kind of like you, where they've kind of flipped because of what he's been posting.
And I also think that these videos, they don't bother the Niners at all. Like they
might
know
be true.
that he's weird and that he's just going to keep trolling them, and they're dug in, and they're going to release him when they're ready. Not just because they're looking at Instagram and saying, there's another Aayuk video. We have to release him today.
That
they're
might be
going to
true.
do it. And whenever they
Sometime
can do it
during
at the
training
latest
camp.
absolute time.
They're definitely going to wait till training camp.
I would think.
I think at some point they might just cut bait because they don't care anymore. I don't know. But I'm just giving you a different perspective that if you look at it from he's just trolling, and really what has he done that's harmful? The speeding thing you can't defend. I think that was in the midst of trolling, but okay. Other than that, I don't think there's any Antonio Brown stuff.
It's not that different.
It's just unprofessional.
It's worse.
It's not a great look.
It's worse, but it's not that different than a guy like Myles Garrett who made it known he didn't want to play in Cleveland. Now, Myles Garrett showed up to work.
Well, I mean, he's going a step further by wearing Commander stuff. He's telling people to buy Commanders tickets.
Yeah, he's telling people to go to commanders.com. I mean, he's doing that bit.
On some level, if you can not be offended by it, it's somewhat hilarious.
He doesn't offend me. He does. Nothing he's done has offended me. I don't think it's really working for him. I think he thought, if I keep posting these videos, the Niners are going to get fed up with me, and they're going to release me. And it hasn't happened.
We focus.
That might be true.
We focus on all of that because of everything that he posts. But the other thing that we don't talk enough about, and we probably should, is how can he clearly be the same receiver he was before the injury?
That's a huge question.
It's been 3 years.
I don't know that answer.
I've said this,
and that's just a big risk.
But
I know you could sign
cut him.
I know you could sign him for small
I'd assume
money.
they would try him out.
Incentives and get stuff like that. But
well, don't you think? I mean, I have no idea.
even if he wasn't posting this,
right.
If he didn't post anything,
Of course. You still got to see him.
I was going to say, wouldn't you still have questions?
Well, wouldn't you do what you normally do with people, with their free agents? You try them out.
Yeah.
Bring him in on a Tuesday when they bring other guys or whatever, and see what he looks like. And if he looks like ass, get him out of here.
He's not on the top of my list. But his best season, only caught 78 balls. Would that help the team? Sure. But didn't Debo catch 72 last year?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And he would have caught more.
I mean, Ayuk isn't.
I think he stretched the field more than
Ayuk in his career.
I don't have the stats in front of me.
Now, it's really only 4 years of playing. Well, 4.5. 25 career touchdowns. It's good. It's good. But let's not act like he's Jamar Chase. Let's not act like he's Justin Jefferson.
He's confusing
JP,
with those guys.
you got to remind yourself of what kind of offense. That's a predominantly run-first offense with McCaffrey.
But look, if he's coming here,
if he's in a wide open offense like the Rams, he would have caught
Here's
a lot
the difference
more
that Samuel didn't do. He averaged 14.8 yards per catch, 13 yards per catch, 18 yards per catch, and 15 yards per catch.
I get that.
He's not just a possession receiver.
But his last touchdown catch was in 2023.
And also,
I'm just hesitant of what the impact he would have this season.
Well,
If he shows up to the first day of training camp, which none of us expect him to show up to, then I would have a little more faith. But I don't think he's going to have that kind of runway. I think if they're able to sign him, it's going to be last minute. It's going to be Terry McLaurin. He's going to be injured. He'll have a couple games or maybe does something.
I would agree. If they signed him even on day one of training camp,
right.
I don't think he's going to have 70 catches. He hasn't played in 3 years.
Yeah, and if he thinks he's going to come
but I think he'd be helpful.
If he thinks he's going to out-target Terry McLaurin, he's got to get that thought right out of his head, because Terry's the alpha here, and he would have to settle for the number 2 role.
Yeah.
If he thinks he's going to out-target Terry McLaurin, he's got another thing coming.
And I haven't said this behind the scenes. I'm going to say it on the air. We should be targeting him as a guest on the show every day.
Oh, Aayuk?
Yeah, he's so unpredictable. He might actually say yes if we DM him.
Drab, you should
we should be DMing him.
Yeah, we should. Yeah. Have you talked to Drab about it?
No, it just occurred to me in
He's
the
not
segment.
even wearing his headphones. We'll tell
what
him
are we doing? We should be DMing Brandon Aayuk and say, hey, you want to come on the show and talk Commanders?
Talk about being on the team?
Instead of doing that video bit, come on a local show.
We'll give you an open forum.
That has, a million downloads per month.
Yeah.
And come on, we've it's over the 30 years. There have been a couple times where it's been seemingly outrageous, and we've had him on.
If we got
Rob
Aayuk
Ford.
on, it would be as big as Rob Ford.
Yeah.
The Rob Ford interviews we did were literally breaking
It went
into
national.
the Today Show.
Yeah,
live.
it would go national.
The Today Show was live quoting us
Correct.
while we're interviewing him.
Open invitation to BA. Come on the show.
Yeah.
Come on the number one show in the DC area.
Yeah.
You're invited to be on the Junkies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Open invite.
All right. Got to take a break. Maybe we'll squeeze in a little entertainment page before we get out of here. Don't go anywhere. Time now to open up the entertainment page here on the Junkies.
Of course, it's driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only. Let me see if I can memorize it. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's a rock star. She's a general manager. I need to have lunch with her soon. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. So we did the Lionel Richie story yesterday. I just wanted to kind of update it. They say, I don't know if they've gotten the results back in, but he's hoping to get back out there. He canceled like 2 or 3 shows. He's 77 years old. He had to stop performing because he was getting dizzy.
Sat down on the stage.
And everything. And some people said, well, why hasn't he retired? And in the Daily Mail, they have quoting an insider saying that he's never going to retire.
He doesn't die on stage.
He doesn't perform music to make a living.
Yeah.
He performs music to live.
Because he loves it.
He loves it. So he's desperate to get back out there. As long as his tests and everything come back good, he's actually hoping to be back out there this weekend. So I thought that was good. I thought it was a good update.
The bigger takeaway is if you're on the fence about going to see a live act and they're up in their late 60s, 70s, 80s, like go see them like before they start having like health issues,
seizures on the
and
stage,
can't tour anymore.
Yeah,
it also can't sing anymore. See if you can find this, Wes. All right, Wes, stop doing your Bryce Harper impression or whatever.
Wesley Wes, what are you doing?
Wes, I need you to find the guy that you guys hung out with from The Cure. What's the lead singer?
Robert Smith.
See if you can find, there's a viral clip of Robert Smith performing within the last couple days. Cure performing.
Oh, it must be bad.
They say he sounds amazing. He
Really?
like, you know how when guys get older,
Yeah.
even Lionel Richie doesn't sound like Lionel Richie really anymore.
Like Robert Smith is in his 60s.
They said Robert, unless I misread it, they said Robert Smith sounds today like he did 40 years ago.
That's amazing.
And he looks awful.
Terrible.
He looks awful.
Well, he looks the same.
He kind of looked awful then.
He's like a big pasty ghoul.
Well,
with
he's
big
fat
hair.
and his face is.
Do you
He's got
have a live
makeup on.
performance? I don't know if he curses.
And
I mean,
somewhere out there, there's a picture of me, Jason, and Robert Smith. Actually, it's not out
in the
there.
ether.
It was on your
It was
camera.
taken on my camera, and now it's just disappeared. It's never been
We were
seen.
hanging out in a hotel room somewhere in D.C. I can't remember
he
where it
wasn't
was.
crazy about having the picture taken.
It was near Reagan National.
Okay.
What was the name of Tim?
Tim Virgin?
Virgin doesn't have a picture of that, like on his
I don't
phone
think so.
or something.
I haven't
Do
talked-
we have phones?
I haven't talked to Tim
Had phones.
Virgin in years.
I don't know. We had
Is he out
phones,
in
but they didn't have
Arizona?
cameras.
I'm not sure. Did I see him when they did the
Tim
HFS?
Virgin in Arizona.
I wouldn't know.
No, he was like 20 years ago. I think he lived in Chicago the last.
He wasn't
10
at the
years.
HF Festival a few years ago at Nats Park.
All right, is this the current? Is this from a couple days ago? There's some viral clip where they were hyping him up, saying he sounded.
What's it say on the date? Does it say the date?
It kind of does.
Sounds pretty good.
It kind of does.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, this song is a smash hit. It's one of the greatest songs of the 80s.
Remember when
This
they
just
were
reminds me
at
of
the HF
sorority
Festival
parties.
and we were on stage when they came out, but
Yeah.
they wanted us to be in certain spots of the stage. The keyboardist,
I do remember that.
like you couldn't
left.
You couldn't be right, like kind of.
He was the closer, right?
Cure
They were
closed it
the
out
closer.
One of the two festivals we were part
so
of.
A lot of people left.
The
before
keyboardist
Cure.
didn't want me in his sight.
I can understand that.
So
Those
he's
guys
playing
get
here, and I was right.
persnickety
So he had
about
to, I had to
who's-
back up behind him.
Well, you're a big lurch.
Yeah,
I
you're
guess
a
that's
big
what it
guy.
Blocking his view. You can't blame him.
I don't know.
You're still holding it against him. I can tell.
No, I liked them. I loved the Cure.
I believe Godsmack closed out the other HF Festival we were part
Yeah.
of, and they were awesome.
Yeah.
Right. And then is this guy JP? You watch this with your wife, I think. Is Tom Sandoval from like those housewife shows?
Vanderpump.
That's from Vanderpump Rules. All right, so this is
JP,
He's
you nailed
famous
that with
for. He was
quickness.
famous for a cheating scandal.
so they've come out. I think I've seen him in like
Hey, at least be known for something, right?
yeah, he's like talking to maybe his
I
ex
don't
or
remember
something.
exactly, but yeah, he was like banging his boy's chick or something
Yeah,
like that.
and I think I've seen pictures of him like smoking and talking to her outside. Like I don't know, whatever. But apparently, he got into a fight with his ex-girlfriend's dad, and
Okay.
there's video of him shoving the dad in the fire pit.
Oh, and that could definitely kill you.
Show.
I mean, you can catch a guy on fire real quick by doing that.
I mean, that's pretty brutal.
That's pretty intense.
Hey, if deep dive my favorite character from Vanderpump Rules was the DJ. I think it was DJ James Kennedy. Find out what he's up to for the next EP.
I mean, that'd be like you shoving gung into a fire pit.
Well,
like
during an
altercation. I mean, who would do that?
James Kennedy was in Dewey Beach while we were there.
He was.
He had a gig in Dewey.
Yeah,
playing
Bottle
at
and Cork,
at the
like
Bottle
the
and
day
Cork?
after we left or something.
I don't know who this person is you're talking
I
about.
don't know either. I looked at all those Bottle and Cork acts. I didn't know who any of them were.
Him and Jax Taylor
you know what,
Cakes
though?
had a rivalry.
I didn't go to the Bottle and Cork, but I heard the bands playing at my motel right across the
You
street
heard it, yeah.
until the wee hours. Don't think I did. Okay.
And you heard Rom snore.
Yes, of course I heard.
You know, I
Rom
never
snoring.
talked about it, but I think Dina did. I think she did have a couple bed bug bites on her foot.
I told you. You gotta look for bed bugs.
That can
I swear to
happen.
God. Now,
All
her
right.
and I slept in different beds because we had two singles or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We got to get out of here. B-Mitch and Finley next on The Fan. The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. It's awesome. We're watching every second of this thing. And you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about Uruguay today? They are trading right now at 16% to best Spain. That means a $100 trade is going to pay out $590.25. Pretty good. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. Means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. And don't forget to use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
3 times in a row. The Nats and Phillies were tied 5-5 headed into the 9th inning, and for the 3rd consecutive night, the bullpen gave up a game-winning home run. First, it was to Bryce Harper, who smacked a 2-run homer and gave Nats fans a one-finger salute as he made his way around the bases to quiet the not-so-nice chants going around the ballpark. And then Derek Hill hit a 3-run shot to ensure that the Phillies win this one 10-5. And keeping it in baseball, we've got some breaking news out of the NL East. Halfway through the 2026 MLB season, the Mets have fired their manager, Carlos Mendoza. The Mets, who are at 34-47 so far, have struggled consistently, starting with a 12-game losing streak in April. They were just swept by the Cubs at Citi Field this week and have lost 6 games in a row and have been outscored by 32 runs over those 6 games. Andy Green will serve as the club's interim manager for the remainder of the season. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCall, The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley. He's an NFL legend. I'm a big-eared blogger. Good morning, Brian.
What's up, bro? Guess Lil Wiener called us ears and nugget, huh?
I heard that, too.
I told him
I wonder
he
which
looked
one I am. Why is he calling you Nugget? What is that about?
I don't know. I told him he looked like this morning. Head. I told him he looked like this morning. He can repeat it if he wants.
You had a fun night last night. You were at the casino. Shout out to MGM National
Man,
Harbor.
I ain't going to the casino. I was in a damn ballroom.
Okay, you were at. Do you call it? Like when I'm going over there, regardless of the event, I say I'm going to the casino. What do you say?
I say I'm going to the ballroom for an event.
How was the event?
If I'm going to the casino, I'm gonna sit down and throw some dice. It was good.
Was it
man.
Commander season ticket holders?
Yeah, it was real good, man. I had a lot of people there. It was me, Doc, Fred. You could hear him over the whole event,
You could
the
hear
whole
him
damn
from the
time.
casino floor.
Santana, Ken Harvey, Jordan Reed.
How was Jordan?
Jordan's cool, man. He's
I
cool.
haven't seen him in a while.
I think one of Gary Clark. So all of us were there. You meet and greet with all the folks coming in. Yeah, it was cool, real cool.
That's great. I ended up at a swim meet last night, and
everybody kept asking me where you were. I say he's either at swim or lacrosse.
I
was right.
You were right. Last night was swim.
And this one guy said, "Has JP paid you that 20 miles on the bike yet?" I say, "No, he's been hiding like a little yacht."
I'm working on that. That's something I am working on. I do owe. Listen, I acknowledge that I owe.
That was 3 years ago, dog.
That was 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was the first year we did it.
Let's get it done, JP.
we're going to. I don't have a bike.
I got one you can ride.
Yeah, but I'm a lefty.
They got nothing to do with a damn bike. The hell is right? No, you're not a lefty. You play golf right-handed, dude. So you try that ish elsewhere, dude.
I was at swim last night, and Shelby won her heat. I was all fired up. I said to the coach, I was like, "Yo, Shelby won her heat." He's like, "Cool, get her to move up a heat," because they kind of flighted out. You know what I mean? I was like, "Damn, coach, can't we just take a moment here?" Coach Danny means business.
Hey, coach, like if she did it here, make her go another one.
B, I wanted to ask you something. I know we have Ask B-Mitch anything at 1 o'clock, but I'm going to start it early. I think I got punked this morning.
Like, there's 2 ways of being punked. You can be punked like on TV, or somebody can step up to you and just check you and like what the hell you gonna do? You got punked that way? Somebody bullied you in a sense?
I think so.
Who?
My children.
Oh, how?
So during the school year, we've got to flow. Like when Lauren has to go to work and I'm in charge in the morning, like we got to flow. I know what I'm doing. I can get us out the door to school on time. Everything's cool.
So you follow directions, basically.
Camp is a different beast. So Lauren had to get up early. She's out the door. So I'm in charge of getting them to camp. Okay. I should be able to handle this. I'm an adult male. I'm in the process of raising 2 children.
That may be a problem. We might have to get Lauren to do more.
when Lauren's running things, it goes without a hitch. Nobody's having any trouble. I was in charge this morning.
So they go to camp where they're outdoors all day.
Yeah.
They're on the river north of the poop spill. They're on the river all day. It's a really nice little camp, right? And they ride the bus from like my neighborhood out to like what's the World Bank golf course way out there?
The who?
The World Bank owns that golf course way out there. Way out River
Four
Road.
Streams?
No. River Road. On the
I
river.
don't have a clue.
What the hell is the name of it? I'm blanking. Way out, though. I mean, it's like a 45-minute bus ride from where I dropped them off at Clarabart.
I need to know this now. You said the World Bank golf course.
Wait, Brian, Google that. World Bank owns a golf course way out in Maryland. It's nice. I just am blanking on the name. I guarantee you've played it. They host a zillion tournaments. Anyway, so we have to do
Bretton Woods.
Bretton
Woods. Okay. Yeah.
World Bank owns that. So if you
I
work
didn't know
for the
that.
World Bank, you get a membership. That's my understanding, anyway.
Okay.
Nice track. It's fun. But regardless, I had to get suntan lotion on, and then the girls are wearing these water shoes all day, but the water shoes are cutting their feet up. So I know my two tasks to get them out the door on time. First bus leaves at 8:15, second bus leaves at 8:30. 7:30. I got plenty of time, no problem. Suntan lotion time for Shelby. Dad, I want to do it myself. I'm like, does Mommy do it? Let you do it herself? She's like, no. I'm like, all right, well, let me do it. She puts her foot down. Adamantly needs to do the suntan lotion. Spills suntan lotion everywhere.
Hey.
At which point I'm like, yo, let me do it.
You're the dad.
I got punked. Then it's shoe time, and the amount of blisters that I had to put Band-Aids on from these new water shoes, I thought it'd be like one or two. There's like 8.
Eight blisters?
Like little cuts.
Are
kinda.
they like what? Are they too tight or something?
I don't know, man. I was not mentally prepared for everything I had to endure this morning. Everybody got on the bus on time, but I feel like my children
don't have extra blisters.
You know, like when an animal senses weakness in a human and attacks. That's what my children did to me this morning. I was attacked.
Well, if you don't get that changed, it's gonna happen the rest of your life.
I'm working on it.
I'm saying, like, you gotta put your foot down today, because if it don't, we're gonna be talking about this in another 4 or 5 years, and you're gonna come in here and you're gonna have bruises and all kind of stuff gonna happen to you.
I will go left hand up. I think I underestimated the tasks at hand and probably didn't allow enough time to complete them. So then I'm like rushing, and then the children have opinions and I have different opinions. There were some raised voices. It was a hell of a morning at the Finley house, but we persevered. I did watch some sports last night. Did you watch any sports last night?
A little bit.
I don't know why they're called Turkey A now, but
I don't get it, man.
Listen.
Well, my buddy who's from Turkey said they got tired of being called the animal or something. That's what he said. I don't know if that's truth. I doubt if it is the truth. Ali has lost some brain cells along the way, just like you have. So I don't know what's the truth when it comes out of his mouth.
Well, Turkey A. So I watched last night, and my biggest takeaway is the U.S. men's national team top dogs are really good.
Yeah,
they don't have a ton of depth because last night they sat a bunch of guys.
Yeah, they sat a lot, but I think the depth works
Turkey
better.
A is also supposed to be good.
The depth works better when they do what they're supposed to. You know how it is in football. When the third string guy has to play all the time, he can't get it done. But if he can go in for a few plays, he can get it done. That's what I saw last night.
Right. But so the U.S. doesn't have a ton of depth. But like, how many teams do? How many guys got sat last night? W.
There were 9 lineup changes.
Right. Like, you only play 11. They sat 9 out of 11. I don't think we have to be that worried. Like, let's hope not. But say there is an injury or a red card situation or something, like, you're not going to lose 9 of your guys.
Yeah.
But what I found encouraging, even though they lost in a game that, frankly, is just dumb to even play, not only was the U.S. already through, the U.S. already knew their next opponent.
Yeah.
They're playing Bosnia-Herzegovina. Like, we knew everything. So it was smart to sit everybody. But they put in Pulisic at the end. Pulisic, I can't pronounce this dude's name. I want to get it right.
Pulisic, you got it.
Okay.
First time.
You could see the difference that dude makes instantly.
Yeah.
Like, he comes on the field and is immediately the best player on the field. So that is what I found the most encouraging, even though they lost. I was feeling patriotic this morning. I went to 7-Eleven. I got a Powerade, and they were selling this cap. And it felt like such a quality American transaction that I couldn't help but buy it. So I bought this at 7-Eleven. How much do you think this cap cost me?
$20.
I thought it was 20. It ended up being like 21.
Yeah, every hat now today starts at 45.
Right. If you're at a golf course, good luck. But so this hat I bought from a woman at the counter of 7-Eleven that didn't speak much English, which is fine. The hat was made in Bangladesh, which is fine. It felt very 2026 America. And it left me feeling patriotic and inspired. And next week's 4th of July, so I'm going to wear this hat for the next couple weeks. I'm vibing with this hat. The other sporting event I watched last night, and I want to open the phone lines up because I think people are pissed. I watched the Nats game, and again, they blew it. The bullpen blew another game. They were up 5-0. And then it was 5-5 entering the 9th inning. And the crowds, shout out to Nats fans and shout out to the crowds because I've watched the last couple nights and you could see good crowds, good energy. I think they announced last night, I think Colco said 27,000. That's the kind of crowd I want, right? It's got to be 25K or more.
If you want that crowd like that to continue, you can't keep blowing all these damn leads.
5-5 entering the 9th, and the crowd has a really strong bleep Bryce Harper chant.
Yeah.
Which has my full support, by the way. And then he just hits a nuke.
See, now what I'll tell you is this. The crowds, some people you could do it to and you shake them. Some people you could do it to and they're going to do what Bryce did. You know, like when Reggie Miller and Jordan would go to Madison Square Garden and Spike Lee and his crew would be doing the same thing, they bust that ass all the time. Leave Bryce alone now.
Yeah.
Let's start saying bleep our bullpen and see if they can come back and fight like that or they're going to fold. I'm just saying.
Can I just read you some of these stats about this bullpen?
Mm-hmm.
Can I read you exactly what Stallion wrote in the notes? Because it's pretty damn funny. I think he meant to write the Phillies scored 22 runs against the Nats bullpen from the 7th inning
said
on.
scoured?
He wrote scoured. The Phillies scoured 22 runs against the Nationals bullpen.
How do you scour 22 runs?
All right, not gonna lie, that was actually a tweet that someone put out. So
well, you better out him because otherwise I bet it's a tweet
we work with this person.
What I'm saying is,
well, hold on. There was one yesterday.
But you cut and paste?
Yeah. It was a tweet that I put out.
Who tweeted it?
Grant.
Grant's out here scouring.
Yeah, you can't scour, Grant. Right. You got to score.
But since you're trying to blame Grant,
or don't score.
Did you see what Stallion posted yesterday to the B-Mitch and Finley Instagram account?
What was it?
He posted a picture. I'm not trying to sound like a dork, but occasionally people ask me for autographs. It's not that rare anymore. Stallion took a picture of me signing an autograph for this dude. And he wrote, look at JP signing autographs on Dostrict debut. He misspelled district. He wrote DOSTRICT. And I noticed you have also since deleted that Instagram story.
I sure as heck did.
Why did you
You can't blame Grant for that one, dude.
I can't.
Just go back and put an I.
I could have edited it, but at that point, just
one thing about like today, I'll say this about tweets. Let's not be grammar police on tweets because they do whatever they want to do.
I pointed that out because he tried to throw Grant under the
I like
bus.
to mess with him, but I'm saying when you're tweeting something, sometimes it self-corrects. A lot of times it doesn't. I think it has a mind of its own.
The I and the O on the keyboard are right next to each other too.
Twitter's also fundamentally broken. Like Twitter used to be this great news service, and now I can't get the timeliness of it ever. It used to just be For You was like that. Now following is like that too. Like my Twitter usage has decreased significantly as it's just undergone these massive changes. I don't understand it. Yeah. I don't appreciate it, but Elon doesn't care what I think. He's busy building rockets or whatever he's doing. This Nats bullpen, dude, is so bad.
Greg said it was not me. Greg, Ryan has taken over.
B-Mitch, what's worse, the Nats bullpen or Ryan Spelling?
Ryan Spelling.
Okay.
Which means it's awful.
I did tweet this out last night. What's worse, this Nats bullpen or a certain wide receiver's social media advice?
Oh, Lord.
I mean, like, I
am at a point where I'm done with that one, though.
I want to keep this to the Nats, but the social media situation is just so out of control. And then the best tweet I saw regarding the social media and the Nats bullpen was, I want to give this dude credit. DC Ball Talk said, put Brandon Aayuk in the bullpen if he wants to be in DC so bad.
I don't know if it'll help in there.
The Nats had their 24th blown save on the season yesterday. Well on their way to break the Major League Baseball record.
Tell them all records aren't good records now.
Dog, they're only 10 away from breaking the all-time record.
All records
they have
aren't
half
good
a
records.
season to play.
All records aren't good records, man.
Coco last night ended the broadcast before they went to Alexa by saying the Nats dropped 3 out of 4 to the Phillies in a series they should have swept.
Yeah.
And it's remarkable because the Nats have created this situation where they've won enough that we care. If they were 25-50 right now,
We wouldn't give a damn.
we wouldn't care.
Yeah.
But they've shown enough to get us to care again. And then Ryan Kerrigan. And this bullpen is so bad, they're now back to 500.
Yeah.
You could argue they should be 45-40.
You remember just a few days ago, a week ago, we were talking about if the season ended right now. If it ends right now, where they at, Ryan? Because you said it.
If it ended today.
If it ended today, about the playoff stuff you had mentioned, and I told you we're not talking about that. So if the season ends now, where they at?
They'd be 3 games out of a wild card spot.
Yeah, okay.
They were on the verge of being in the second wild card spot. Now it goes Phillies, Cubs, Cardinals as the 3 wild cards. Then Padres, Marlins, D-backs, Pirates, Nats.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Pirates come to town next week. I believe Paul Skeens is pitching at Nats Park. That place should be loaded. If I was in town, I'd be there. They've got a 3-game set against the O's this weekend in Camden Yards. I imagine those will be packed. I don't know what the Nats have to do here because clearly Taboni, Butera, specifically Taboni has made a number of moves that have really paid off with the bats, right? A number of players are hitting way better than we expected. And we'll see if that is they're just hot for the first half of the year or if that will continue, right? But you got to applaud the moves they've made. But this bullpen is so bad, and the demoralizing nature of blowing leads, that can eat away at a room. And as they're trying to turn this thing around and rebuild it, you almost have to add something to make this work, to not, like, if you're a player on this Nationals team, and you know, like, hey, man, we've been pretty good, but damn, our pen can't close anything out. Can we do something to fix this? And nothing gets done. Does that crater the clubhouse?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever been on a team that couldn't finish out leads, but it's got to eat away at these guys.
It has to. I mean, listen, I've been on teams where when they put somebody in to do something and you just know they can't get it done, how it makes you feel and how you look at it. And I've been on a team when you put the person in, you know, and I know how free it makes you. They have to be sitting in the bullpen going, oh, here we go again. It's no confidence. It can't be.
It's got to kill you. I want to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. Shane is on the line. Shane, what do you think about this Nats bullpen situation?
Hey, JP, B-Mitch, good morning to you, fellas. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good, bud. How are you?
Hey, look, here's what I would do. Look, if I was James Wood, I'd go to that bullpen and say, if you throw if I'm whooping somebody's ass at this point, this is crazy. I watched that game last night, and you're right, 24 blown saves. What if we would win half of those games? If we had some arms, this team can hit and score. Obviously, that's what they're doing. The learners right now need to wake the hell up and make something and do something with this team. But that's the sour taste in our mouth, right? The damn learners. So we know we got a team that is ahead of schedule in a rebuild, but yet what are we going to do to get this team get some arms? We need some pitching bad. Chapman's out there. What about Chapman? What's to say we can't get hot
Chapman's
and get in the wild card and make some noise?
I appreciate the call, Shane. Phone lines are open now. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The Nats played way ahead of pace for the first half of the season. Now they've dropped 2 series in a row. They should have swept the Phils, which would have had them maybe even in the top wild card spot. Instead, their bullpen collapses in 3 straight games. They now have 24 blown saves on the season. The Major League Baseball record is 34. They're 10 off that with half the year to go. Phone lines are open because here's my biggest question. We got to a point where you can't trade CJ. Things are going too well. If they keep losing, does trading CJ get back on the table? Like, do you have to buy to save the infrastructure of what you're building right now to keep these guys on the positive track? Or do you have to sell because you know you can't add to this pen right now or ownership won't spend $1? Phones are open. B-Mitch and Finley. The Nats bullpen is a mess.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. The New York Mets have fired manager Carlos Mendoza. Mendoza was in his third season as manager with a club option for 2027 that was not exercised. Former Padres manager Andy Green will step in as interim manager for the remainder of the season. He's going to take over a team that's lost 6 straight games and is 34-47 overall. So Nationals fans, doesn't that make you almost forget about the fact that the Nationals lost their last 3 games to the Phillies in the 9th inning because of home runs they've given up? You know, it could always be worse. You could root for the Mets. Introducing Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid canned cocktail inspired by your favorite classic sports drink flavors. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're about a half hour away from responsibly celebrating a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Don't you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And you know what they say, B, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
You're damn right.
Yep.
The Nats have a 41-41 record through 82 games. Dead at 500, right? They've played way better baseball than we expected. But by playing better baseball, they've raised our expectations.
Totally.
So they had a huge series against the Phillies the last 4 nights at Nats Park. Good crowds, exciting baseball. The bats are working. The bullpen, however, ain't.
Yeah, it is not.
I don't know how we math this out. The Nats are 41-41, correct?
Mm-hmm.
With 24 blown saves, correct?
Yeah.
If they had closed out half of those, are we talking about a team that's 10 games over 500?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to say they would have converted all of them.
No, I'm just saying if they just do half of them.
You cut that number in half.
Because they're in a position to get it done.
You cut that number in half. They're 10 games over 500. White Brian, I don't know how accessible this information is. I want to know bullpen spending across MLB and where the Nats rank, because I'm guessing it's low. I don't know, but I'm guessing it's low. And I wonder, with a good young team that is hitting the cover off the baseball, does this start to demoralize the clubhouse when they know? I mean, in San Francisco 2 weeks ago, they were up 8 in the 8th.
And when you have 8 runs, 9 runs in
they
baseball,
were up 5-0 last night.
You assume 5 runs, you assume a victory.
Yeah.
You get 8 and 9.
Those aren't even save situations. Save situation, it has to be a 3-run lead or less, right? To qualify as a save. Like at some point, if your lead's so big, you don't even get a save. Larry is in La Plata. Larry, what do you make of this Nats bullpen situation?
Fellas, there ain't no help coming over the hill, okay? I mean, at this point, that bullpen needs to have their confidence restored. My suggestion is, and they've been doing a little bit of it already, is start bringing some of those relievers in to start some of these ball games. Let them get their confidence back. Let the starters go a little bit longer to the 7th and 8th inning if necessary until they can rebuild their confidence, because the cavalry ain't coming for, anytime soon as far as I can tell.
I mean, I know they have good arms in the minors, but I think it's all about control and, you want to keep these guys in your system. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. I
wonder, our expectations have grown. Has theirs? You know what I'm saying? Because if your expectations are different now than it was at the beginning of the season, you think there will be a little bit more aggressive in doing stuff or trying to figure things out? Because it seems like they're just going along like, oh, we didn't expect to be here anyway. But that's not how fans are thinking.
It's all like they have a PR problem, right? Because I don't know where this goes with C.J. Abrams, but I know the way he's hitting, his value's never been higher. Right?
Yeah.
And like, if you keep losing, then do you flip CJ and maximize it? Fans might riot. I know James Wood is a top 10 player in baseball, period. Next paragraph. Abrams is probably the most loved player right now. I think more kids have Abrams jerseys than Wood. Like CJ's just got some flair. You know what I mean? Wood just lets his bat do the talking.
Yeah.
And fans are buying into this Nats team. They are fun to watch.
Yeah.
If your bullpen keeps punting away wins.
I think they look at it like, man, we get a bullpen and we got CJ and, Wood. We're going to be good. But there's a possibility that one of them won't be around.
Let's check in with Mark in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Mark?
Hey, JP, how y'all doing?
What's up,
Good,
bud?
bud.
Good. I just wonder, sometimes I wonder about why, since the bullpen is so bad, why can't we bring somebody up from the minor leagues, because it can't get any worse. And then I know it's not Bleep You Thursday, but I have a Bleep You to myself because I had an option to cash out on my parlay last night, and I let it ride with the Nats, and bullpen got me.
You let the bullpen get you?
Doug, if you have a parlay going into the late innings with the Nats, cash it out.
Cash out, bro.
Yeah, I should have. Only for $8 difference too at that.
Take the money, dog. Sorry, Mark.
Take that money and run.
Appreciate the call, dude.
Yep. All right. Have a good one.
Bro.
David Aldridge, friend of the program. Now, people may not know this about DA because he's such a basketball guy and he does such a good job covering football and everything. But he is obsessed with Nats baseball. I bet DA is watching 155 out of 162 a year. Like, DA watches the hell out of Nats baseball.
Mm-hmm.
2 tweets last night. The Nationals didn't blow up their farm system in 2019 when they had to fix a god-awful bullpen. They got Daniel Hudson, a good, not great closer from Toronto, but he solidified the back end. The Nats didn't win the series because of Hudson, but they wouldn't have won it without him. He follows that up with, the Nats are quickly approaching we didn't expect to be in the playoff race, but we're about to hack off the other 20 guys in the clubhouse if we don't improve this bullpen rapidly stage of the season. I think the greater concern here is not what can they get? What would they give up? Like, how do they make a move? The greater concern is if they don't make a move, are the other dudes just going to get so frustrated that it impacts everything?
Crazy.
I don't know what the answer is because, in a way, Taboni's created, look, a phrase I say often is a good problem to have, right? Mm-hmm. He's created a good problem because they've put together an offense that can score. And, when you're one of the best hitting teams in baseball, you're going to have an opportunity every night. And, dude, they're doing it with smoke and mirrors on the pitching staff. I mean, even like their best starters that are giving them good innings, their best starter is Cade Cavalli or Foster Griffin, either way, on a really good rotation. Maybe those guys are 3s, probably 4s. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they have world beaters even as their starters. But this pen is so bad that I just wonder if it starts to drag everything down.
It's possible.
It may have already happened.
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at, you can count on 2 hands in the last 3 or 4 series, what you've seen. There's always a position where you think they're going to win, and then you wake up the next morning like, damn, what happened?
I don't know what they do. It's like, how does Butera, I think the other night, 2 nights ago, when he pulled, who was the pitcher that had the at bat with Schwarber?
He pulled Orlando Rebalta.
Rebalta, right. you could second guess that move specifically because Dick Lovelady, I don't understand why you make it, and then he gives up the homer, right? But I think baseball skippers, it's so difficult to overanalyze one specific move. They've played 80 games. Butera's been pretty darn good. You know what I mean? Like, if we're going to get so granular on that, fine. But, like, I don't think this is a Blake Butera usage issue. They don't have the horses.
Yeah.
And I just wonder, Taboni took this job with a long-term mindset. And I imagine he claims at his introductory press conference, every question should have gone at Mark Lerner and said, are you going to spend money? And I recognize people have a job to do and you got to ask the new guy some questions. That's by far the most important question. Instead, Stallion was too busy introducing himself incorrectly. But regardless, like, Taboni's job, he came here, fairly quickly traded away Mackenzie Gore, which was the right move.
Yeah.
And the next big shoe to drop is C.J. Abrams. We'll see what happens there. But because of some changed approaches with specific batters, with specific game plans for hitters, some of that has worked.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see if it works over the course of the whole season or if it's a hot start, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's almost 4th of July. I got a USA flag hat on. Like, you got to give them credit for the successes.
Yeah, we've been giving them credit, but when you start giving credit, you start thinking things have changed, so you start expecting better. And when the expectations begin to rise, they don't seem to be able to produce and live up to that. And that's why fans get pissed off. Now, what are you going to say? Because I guarantee you, nobody got upset when you were saying that they didn't have enough people in the seats. It was less than 20,000 when you mentioned that.
Right.
It was 27 the other day.
12,000.
So you got like another 7,000, 8,000 people going out there. They expect good. They expect to see you be able to close. If you don't close and then it goes back down to 19,000, then that's not because people just didn't want to come. People come to see positivity, wins. You know, all that stuff about building they become, no, winning they become.
Then you wonder, like, we can have the CJ conversation, and that's a tough one, right? What about Foster Griffin? He's been good. He's a plus 2.2 WAR. He's got an 8-2 record with a 3 ERA, 3.15, I guess, officially. It's a 1-year deal. Like, some contending team would love to add a Foster Griffin to their rotation.
Yeah.
As the 4th guy. Like, what do you do there? Not even the CJ conversation. Like Luis Garcia. I think he's a free agent when? 27?
After next year.
Like, you are approaching some sell high opportunities, and do you have to take advantage of it? Or do you flip that on its head? If you want the good, how about Dylan Cruz hitting all of a sudden? Dylan Cruz last week, he's been pretty damn good.
Yeah, we need to go a little bit past week, though.
I hear you, but we were talking about Dylan Cruz sub 200 batting average. All of a sudden, he's up to 230. Like that, there's been real production. He's hit a couple dingers. Like, the offense is there, especially if Cruz can finally figure everything out. They're in such a tricky situation. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, we've properly complained, I think, about the Nationals bullpen. I don't know what they do there. I think that it's a really hard situation for Taboni. And it's a good problem to have in that he's created expectations and this team's capable of winning. But I don't know that he'll have ownership support to spend what needs to be spent. Yeah. We did a little rough math there. Edwin Diaz was signed away from the Mets to the Dodgers to be their closer. By our rough calculations, I think Diaz makes more money than the entire Nats bullpen, which I think tells you all you need to know.
Yeah.
There's another thing to complain about, and it's Bryce Harper. Obviously, he was drafted here, played well. They won a World Series. Once he left, I like to point out, he has 0 World Series rings, despite being on a Phillies team that is loaded and spends a lot. And little Bryce is mad that people are booing him. Hit it, Jeff.
You gestured out to right field when you're running the bases. Did you hear them chanting? Why
yeah, I mean, obviously. Ring finger, though.
Okay.
So make sure that's out there. But yeah, I mean, obviously everybody heard it. We heard it the other night. I mean, they were doing the same thing to Trey. Which is crazy because they should probably know their history a little bit with them winning the World Series here. And it's weird coming from a fan base, obviously, that I sweated for 7 years.
You play in Philadelphia, dude. Shut up.
They boo him in Philly when he doesn't do well.
Yeah.
What do you say about ring finger? Because he don't have no ring.
Good point.
All right. So, I mean, I guess he was talking about when he flipped them off, I guess. And he said ring finger. He don't have a ring.
Yeah, it's because when he was running around the bases, he flipped them off with the ring finger instead of the middle finger.
That's kind of hard to do. Like makes your...
It's easy.
It's hard for me to do.
When you the mischievous cousin, it's easy for me.
I wonder if Monumental showed that.
Ring finger.
It is a ring finger, just like Bryce. He should shut up. And shout out to the people who, if any of the boys from the Tarps Off section, where is that? What section is that?
Like, they're actually in section 420 the other night. Nice.
Of course they are.
Of course.
The Tarps Off boys would be in section 420.
And they're probably indulging too.
I want to heartily say this from the bottom of my heart. We're here for you, Tarps Off section. I love you boys. Keep up the good work.
We missed Bleep You yesterday.
Yeah.
Bleep Joey.
Okay.
Talking about FCC violation on my first day back. It's the ring finger, Joey.
Yeah, Joey.
But you take the other finger next to it.
I love the Tarps Off boys. They are bringing real energy to the ballpark. It's awesome. And those guys are chanting, bleep this player, bleep that player. Bryce, you were here. It's been a long time now. His last season here was 2018. And you're a lightning rod person. You are a polarizing figure. You dry your hair with 2 hair dryers. Like, people are going to boo you, dude. And you know what? To his credit, I love that he hit a bomb and gave everybody the finger.
But
he can do that too.
The question I was asking him is he telling the Philly fans to not boo people? Because you know they sure in the hell they are. So if you go into somebody else's stadium, they're going to boo you, dude. If you're not on their team, they're going to boo you. Because your fans are known to boo everybody.
Right. One, you play
even
for Philly.
you if you don't play well.
Right. And like, one, you're in Philly, dude. So you're going to get booed. 2, you left here and S-talked this place as soon as you could. So they're going to boo you forever. And I'm sure there's some guys that cheer for him still. I'm sure there's still some Bryce Harper fans in D.C. that don't boo or even actively cheer for him. And that's fine, too. But 1, you're on the rival. 2, you're among the rival's best players. 3, you're a polarizing, just...
jackass.
Yeah, like...
That's your...
He's a lightning rod, right? And even when he was here, I found him to be annoying at times. So, like, shut up. Yeah, dude. Somehow, anytime he was rounded second, he would flick his helmet off so his hair... Like, it's just, you're a look-at-me guy. And people are going to react to that, man. I want to let a couple calls real quick. Dwayne is in Bowie. Dwayne, what do you think about Bryce being upset?
Okay, so here's the good morning, guys. How you doing, first of all?
Good, buddy.
So here's the thing, right? Bryce should be glad all the treatment that he got from DC. right? Even if we're treating him bad, I feel we, because I live in D.C. area or whatever. He should embrace it. Like, okay, I understand. He shouldn't be fighting back. Okay, he shouldn't be giving fingers or whatever. He shouldn't do none of that.
The best way to fight back is to hit the dinger.
Like the home run,
he wins.
If he hit the home run, runs around the base, and
going
going to the dugouts, don't do anything, no gestures, he wins big time.
Totally. Thank you, Dwayne.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Be mature. Take the high road. Take the high road in this whole situation. But he's not taking the high road. As a matter of fact, he's going lower, right? They go low, you go lower. This is it for Bryce.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Josie. Josie, what do you think about little baby Bryce getting all upset?
Baby Bryce.
Well, first of all, that dude there, I could care less. My thing is, I wanted to see a sadder face on him by beating him, but losing 3 times in the ninth, that kind of hurt.
Yeah.
But that dude is the ultimate sore behind, man. I mean, he's one of those guys that don't know what to say across the mic as well. I mean, I remember him being in a couple of press conferences when he was here. One question he was asked is, so what do you think Nat's going to do? He goes up out and says, yeah, how's Dak doing? Wait a minute. We're not talking about the Cowboys. We're talking about this team here, the Nats, the team that you're on. So, every time when I do see him with a sour face about anything, whether he can't hit the ball, he gets struck out or whatever, I'm happy. I got a smile on my face.
Me too, bud.
So, that's my thing, fellas.
Appreciate the call, bud. I think it's a worthwhile moment to remind everyone, September 27th, 2015, Jonathan Papelbon choked out Bryce Harper in the dugout, and they were teammates. Like, clearly this dude annoys people. Not just the media, not just fans, his own teammates. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The New York Mets have fired manager Carlos Mendoza. The move comes with the team in the midst of a miserable season. The Mets sit at 34-47, which is one of the worst records in the National League, despite the fact that they entered the year with, again, one of the highest payrolls in Major League Baseball. Former Padres manager Andy Green will take over as the team's interim manager. Mendoza's dismissal is the third managerial change this season. The Red Sox fired Alex Cora, and the Phillies fired Rob Thompson back in April. And yes, the United States did lose to Turkey 3-2 yesterday, but just call it a misstep before the vital stage of the World Cup begins. Most of the starters watched from the bench or played less than a half, and the result didn't shake the U.S. from the atop of Group D or, judging from the post-game comments, shake their confidence. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCallum, The Fan.
Uh, 11 a.m. on a Friday means it's time to celebrate, people. It is Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, brought to you by
When I
Scotty's
walk in
Vodka.
the club.
All eyes on Mark Henning, devoted listener. I like his handle. It's at PizzaFan101. The Nats are currently 41-41 with 24 blown saves. I suggested if they had won half of that, if they had won half of those blown save games, they'd be 10 games over 500. Incorrect. If they had won half of those, if they were plus 10 in the win column, they'd be 20 games over 500. I just added the wins, but I forgot to subtract the losses. So they'd be 51-31 if they had won 10 of the 24 games they had blown saves. That's remarkable.
Gotcha.
What else is remarkable? And I'm fired up about this, B. We have a food drop. I feel like all the boys are fired up about the food drop. Paisano's bringing food in.
Come on, man. Hurry up.
The one thing I'll never understand with Stallion wanted like specific orders. We have Paisanos bringing food in. All the food is awesome. I want everything. Whatever they're offering,
why are you trying
say
to,
yes.
Like, you don't have to do individual stuff.
I'm not asking. I was just asking in general what we wanted. I was asking
Man, just look at the menu and say one of them.
Yeah. 2 of those, 3 of those, 4 of those.
You don't worry about
like
all
Rodney
that.
Dangerfield at the pro shop.
We got a ton of food today.
Hell
So it's going to be awesome.
I'm going to take a whole piece.
The best, Jeff asked for cheesecake, which is very old,
that
white dude.
was kind of weird.
And then,
Nah, y'all never
I
had
thought
any
you said
cheesecake?
cheese
and
steak
then
at
Stallion
first.
said cheesecake or cheese steak, to which I said both. Yo, their chicken cheese steak though at Paisanos, phenomenal.
Right.
It's like my favorite chicken cheese steak ever. I don't think I've ever had the regular steak and cheese. I need to change that.
I remember calling it chicken and cheese.
Okay.
I've always wondered when people say chicken cheese steak.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
It don't work.
You're right, because it's chicken.
It's chicken.
That was fun. Talking about my math mistakes was fun. Talking about the Paisano's pizza, the delicious Paisano's pizza, not just pizza, but something for everyone that's coming. Fun. Fun's about to end, Brian. Oh, boy. Brandon Aayuk, your boy, made another video. I mean, at this point, he's approaching
your boy
Scorsese levels of production. I mean, he is moving the unit when it comes to Instagram.
Oh, bro.
I haven't even heard this one. I've seen it, but on mute. I'm not even sure I want to hear it, but Jeff has the audio of Brandon Ayuk's latest promo video.
It's your boy Beastie. I'm back in action and back on tour this fall. Go to www.commanders.com, get your tickets, and watch us walk out.
I mean,
it's just like
what is he doing?
Like
He's
the whole,
tweaking.
But still, you're telling people to go look for something and you're not even on this team. Don't know if you're going to be on this team. And the more I hear the big names begin to speak, I think that they are basically getting ready to set something up.
Schefter earlier in the week said, I don't know what he's doing. It's kind of insane.
Mm-hmm.
And less and less teams are interested in him. Now, yesterday, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN went one step further. This is Jeremy Fowler from SportsCenter.
I mean, he's lighting money on fire is what he's doing every time he puts an Instagram video out right now. So he is on the left squad list for the 49ers still. To get off that list, he has to apply to Commissioner Roger Goodell. He has to file paperwork. I'm told that hasn't happened. I'm told the 49ers haven't given any sort of firm indication to him whether he's going to be cut, traded, whatever. Teams I talked to say that he's essentially untradeable right now. And I've talked to some people around the league who think that when he does get cut, if he gets cut, that he might have to sign a vet minimum deal somewhere because of how all this is gone. So it's a buyer beware situation. Certainly, clearly, he wants to go to Washington. Washington's not planning to sign a receiver right now. Maybe closer to training camp they revisit it. But the outlook is not great for him right now.
The nugget from Fowler that he has to apply for reinstatement through the league is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't shown up to the Santa Clara Niners facility in years.
Yeah.
Months, at least, right? Months, I should say. A number of months.
But
do you think he's going to go through the paperwork process here?
But if he doesn't, then he don't get reinstated, so he can't do anything, right? So, all these people that want to get upset, Richard Sherman posted a thing, and I think
do we have that Sherman
explained
audio?
it. He explained it to a T.
I put that in the thread yesterday.
But my thing about him is, if you have to sign up to be reinstated and you hadn't done that yet, what the hell are you doing? If you're supposed to show up, you didn't show up. You're supposed to trying to get signed in and get reinstated, you hadn't done that. Who is going to take you serious moving forward? That question has to be asked. And I think, we get so many people like, I understand we get upset with the system and the whatever. But sometimes you got to look at the person who's dealing with the stuff and say, you're not doing your stuff, dude, either. And you can't just blame one side.
Like, whatever has happened with the Niners that he's so mad about,
Mm-hmm.
fine. Go through the process that gets you out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his agent, if he would call his agent, they can get the paperwork done yesterday.
I asked this question, okay, hypothetical. He gets released, and his team go, we ain't doing it. How do those posts twist? Do they change? Did he still promote the Commanders?
What do you say? There is a school of thought out there that his social media videos have no impact, no influence on his ability to help the Commanders.
I say that they are crazy because if you have to get out of something, you have to do what you need to do to get out. The social media posts are not going to get you out of it. The showing up in person will get you out of it. The going out there and writing a letter or trying to get reinstated will help you get out of it. That can help you play for the team. But if you're still under contract with that team and you keep doing stuff, they still have control. So if you're under contract, you can have conduct detrimental. They can they can suspend you, they can fine you, they can do all kind of stuff. So you're giving them even more control over you at this point. Even though you don't want to play for them, they still have control. So that does affect your ability to play and help out this team.
Richard Sherman is, I would think, in the Hall of Fame, if not on his way. Richard Sherman's a great corner. And, I'd say he's a fairly outspoken fella.
Smart as hell, though.
Went to Stanford, right? Yeah. Like, Sherm is smart. Sherm knows how to get under people's skin. He knows how to play the game. I thought Sherman had a really good explanation of what the hell is going on with this Brandon Aayuk situation.
Now everybody's like, well, what did the 49ers do to him? They disrespected him. They didn't. And then you got LaShawn McCoy's like, man, we needed somebody to fight the power like this. I don't know, Shady. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that because they paid him $30 million to catch the football. They paid him $30 million to show up to play receiver for the San Francisco 49ers. Not be owned, not be anything. Like it's pay, goods and services. You get paid for your services. You have to provide the services. Like you don't get to just get paid and say, I'm not going to play receiver. I'm just going to chill. I'm just going to do whatever I want. You don't get to get paid and then say, hey, I'm not going to rehab with the team, which is fine, which is perfectly fine. You cannot rehab with the team. Many players have done it. But if you do that, you have to show up 4 days earlier than everybody else, Mitchell. 4 days.
you get paid for a service, you have to render the service. That's how contracts work. And listen, I'm not pretending that at this point, Kyle and John Lynch are doing everything they can to not help Sherm.
They are.
To not help Aayuk.
They are. They're doing.
But, like, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're not going to help him. But, like people that say it doesn't have nothing directly to do with it, that's idiocracy, whatever it is. It's silly. You must not know how contracts actually work. You must not know how real life actually works. If you're stuck in something, you can't help nobody else, right? So to say it doesn't, that means that you're not looking past your damn nose. Grow up, man. Let's stop. I told you this. Just saying something isn't a good thing. Know what the hell you're talking about when you say something.
I'll open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I know that people, there's an ever increasingly growing camp that you cannot sign this dude among fans. But there remains a steadfast population that is like, he's the guy. Everything he's doing is right. He's got to fight back.
Fight what?
If you got to fight back, file the paperwork.
Yeah. Listen, bro. Let me tell you this. There have been other leagues that tried. Fight back against what? They all stick to this league is run by the same 32 people, right? They stick together. So keep fighting. You won't have opportunity to play. And let's see what these people outside of this sport are going to be doing. They're going to put together a GoFundMe for me to take care of you? No. You have to follow rules, dude. If you don't follow the rules, all these idiots that are saying stuff ain't going to help you.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Aayuk continues to post to social media. He's now promoting Commanders season tickets. Maybe the front office loves it. But he continues. If you don't think this makes it more difficult for Adam Peters to sign this dude, you're crazy. Mm-hmm. Every new video, does it impact what he could do on the football field? No.
It may not, but it
impacts the decision-making process.
Yeah.
100%. I got this from Derek from the chat. He said the Brandon Aayuk Eastern Motors commercials are going platinum this season. What do you make of yet another Brandon Aayuk video? Paul is in D.C.
Yeah, hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. Hey, look, man, I really do believe, man, that this is some mental stuff coming from this, from Brandon Aayuk, man. As a fan, man, I like I think I like what we have in our room, man, and let's move on because right now it seems like we got some unity, like we headed somewhere, man. We don't need this distraction, man. I think Brandon needs some help, man. For real. All jokes aside, man. Have a good day, fellas.
All right, bro.
Listen, man, I don't know if he needs help. I'm not getting into somebody's mental status, right? That's not for me to determine. He needs some good advice. He needs somebody to say, yo.
Guess what good advice is? Help. So he needs some level of help. May not be mental, but he needs some level of help.
Jeffrey?
I think he's just doing too much right now.
Yeah.
If he wants to get somewhere and both organizations know, he should just man up and go to the organization. Yo, are y'all going to release me? But all the internet posting is just getting out of it. All right, one or two videos, I was like, all right, he frustrated. I ain't mad. But this is like 6. It's like 5 or 6 right here.
I feel like it's 10.
I would not be surprised if another one doesn't drop today.
He's doing 2 a days now.
I think he is paying attention and he got people paying attention. And every time somebody says something, he's going to drop a video.
I think if he really wanted to win over the organization, he should be running some routes and then be like
the go Steph Diggs video.
Yeah, go Commanders with that.
Just run the routes. Run the routes. Don't even say a word on the video when you're running the route. Just
Steph
run the route.
Didn't say a word.
Just cook.
Dude, he's putting out more videos than Marvel superhero movies. Like, just relax. Alex is in Silver Spring. Alex, what do you make of the Aayuk situation now?
Look, man, I was so cool with him. Bring him here. We need a wide receiver. I know
I mean, when has he ever posted something like this before? Never. When you playing with somebody playing with your money
Can I address
and playing with your livelihood,
Alex, let me
you know what I
address
mean?
that. You
Yeah,
said,
go ahead.
when did he post something like this before?
I'm
Before
talking about
it's
like
starting to
when-
become
when
less
he was
relevant as
49er.
he does 2 a day for a week.
No, I'm talking about like when he was playing at the 49ers and everything was cool.
Sure, but that was 18 months ago, dude. It hasn't been cool for 18 months.
Look, when you're frustrated, somebody's playing with your money and somebody is playing with your freedom.
He
Look,
played with his money.
bring up some,
He played with his money.
You know what? I'll say this, Alex. I'm glad you're not putting a team together. And there's a thing called CDC, choices, decisions, and consequences. So you all can sit up here and just jump on the side of it. His choices and his decisions are causing consequences right now. And ain't nobody out here who's saying do this, that, and the other going to help him out. He needs to try to put himself in a better position. He's not in a good position right now.
I got you on that, but I'm going to make a good example. You remember when Chip Kelly versus D-Jax, Sean Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
They said that he was a gangster, that he was that he was involved in gangs and all this other stuff. You remember that, right?
They said that.
Okay, now this is the other way. The coin has flipped the other way. The organization was sort of trashing this player. Now this player is trashing the organization. You see what I'm saying? So it's flipped. The quarter has flipped the other way.
But I understand what you're saying. I think the two things
And
are
then-
kind of
and then
different.
hold on.
Chip was
Let me-
lying.
Hold on, let me finish. But that's my whole point. But hold on, let me finish though, brother. So they said that he was a gangster and this and that. All right, cool. Yeah, the way he was mugging those DBs and taking their lunch money on Sundays. Yeah, he was a gangster. Taking them off the top and everything else.
I understand that
And
part, what you're
you see what I'm
saying,
saying?
but that has nothing to do with this because let's be real. These organizations, they're in a little clique together. And eventually these organizations can stop him from doing what he likes to do. And let's be real, you may have a team that I haven't heard the Commanders say anything about they want him. I haven't heard nobody say anything. So
Look,
but I'm saying
I tell
nobody
you like
said
this.
anything. He said everything.
B-Mitch, I tell you this. Let him get released and you're going to see Commanders up there pulling them real quick.
Okay.
I guarantee you that. We need a wide receiver.
I still think he ends up here. I do. But I think
thank you.
The suggestion that none of this has any impact is asinine. He's making it harder for this dude to come here. If his desired outcome is to land in Ashburn, land at Dulles, take the 5-minute Uber, play for the Commanders, he's making that more difficult. He's already turned off 2/3 of the fan base. Now the fans can be won back with a touchdown catch.
Yep.
But the videos and the antics are making it more difficult because I don't know that Peters will talk. Peters not obligated to talk to us until the end of the season at this point. But DQ is going to have to answer a zillion questions about it. And honestly, Quinn's going to talk. They'll do a training camp opening presser. It should be about how's the new offense look? What do you think about Sonny Styles? The first 8 questions are going to be about Brandon Aayuk because he's forcing this. And that's whether he's on the team or not. And I get that he's trying to force his way out of San Fran. There are mechanisms to do so.
Yeah. That are a lot
Check
easier.
those boxes. And you don't have to do the social media videos. And maybe, just maybe, all the social media videos are going to make it easier and at least cheaper for Washington to get him. Because if he's driving all these teams away, like Schefter and Fowler are saying, all right, dude, here's your 1 year. Very little guaranteed, whole lot of incentives. Maybe that makes it cheaper for Washington. But none of this is making it easy. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to talk Brandon Aayuk. We're going to let you guys chime in. It's B-Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, or as they like to say, let's ride together. Narcisse Ngoy, the 57th pick in this week's NBA draft, said that he still plans to play college basketball at Auburn next season. Since Ngoy is turning 22 this summer, he was automatically eligible for the NBA draft and therefore can maintain his college eligibility despite being selected. The Clippers plan to treat him as a draft and stash player, according to ESPN, and they'll own his rights after he's done at Auburn. And the big news of the day, the New York Mets have fired manager Carlos Mendoza. Andy Green was named interim manager for the remainder of the season. He'll take over a 34-47 club, coming off a 4-game sweep at the hand of the Cubs to fall to a season-high 13 games under 500. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Makeout 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Phone lines are lit up. I want to be clear. I think Brandon Aayuk ends up at Washington. And if he doesn't end up here, if he proves he can still play, he's going to end up somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But there are like legit mechanisms that he has to deploy to make that happen.
You do your part.
The fact that Jeremy Fowler says he hasn't even filed his paperwork with the league to be reinstated to the team, and then the Niners have to cut him. He has to show up. He hasn't done that in quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
I am not like people are saying all these things about his like mental state. I haven't said any of that. I don't know the dude. I've never met him. But like you can't ignore that the videos are going to make it harder for Adam Peters to sign him. That's all I'm saying.
Because Adam Peters has what? A boss, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure the boss is saying, hey, is this a good move? And not many people in the NFL are going to put their whole livelihood or life on the line for anybody else.
And the fact, if you want a veteran, that Diggs is still available, to me only makes it more complicated.
Very much.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mama Stu called to chime
Mama Stu,
in.
what's up?
Mama Stu, how you
What's
doing?
good, fellas? I miss y'all, man. How y'all doing?
We missed you.
Good.
Man, look at here. We done been through enough in the past under the Dan Snyder regime and all of that. As a fan base, like, and I'm a lifelong, but we don't need this. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to touch on this mental health. I don't know about any of that. But you 100% correct, Brian, when you say, are you going to put your livelihood, is the talent worth you putting your job and your credibility on, on Front Street for this guy when I'm with Jeff? If you want to post something, then let me see you working out. Let me see that you ready, that you really want to come back, that you hungry and all of this other stuff. I mean, if we really look at it, he had an opportunity to get out of that situation before he signed that contract with them for all that guaranteed money. He could have been out of there. But now, after the first couple of videos, I was like, okay, well, he may be able to help us and you can bring him in, let him work out, see what's what and all of that. But at the end of the day, I don't even know if Adam Peters can keep a hold on this guy. And he knows him. And he puts his own mental health in question for people to talk about when you keep posting all these videos and you like marketing yourself this kind of way and you turning these other teams off. And who's to say what you, Brian? Nobody from the organization, I mean, I don't know that they really want this guy, especially after all of this. Do you really want that attention when we done spent the last 3 years changing the culture? So I don't know. It's a distraction. I'm sorry. I feel sorry for the brother, just because he's going about it this way. He needs somebody in his ear that's really going to give him some good advice. And I don't know if he, at this state that he's in the place to receive it. I think he's doing the right thing, and it's just not.
Thank you for the call, Mama Stu. Great to hear from you. I still think he's going to end up here. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand the thought process. Let's go to Joe in Rockville. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
We're good, man.
Good. Hey, so look, man, I had called before a long time ago, and I talked about, nobody's talking to him, and we had came to the conclusion it could have been somebody talking to him. He just ain't listening. Now, I just feel like the staff is in their mental capacity is being challenged. Because you got somebody like Tyrell Diggs who's making videos of him running around. You got Tyreek Hill out there, and we're thinking about getting this guy. I mean, now the mental capacity of management, to me, is on the clock. What you guys think about that?
All right. Well, I mean, like when you got other people out there doing it, and you got one person doing it another way, people are going to keep track of what happens on all the different guys that are out there. And I guarantee you this: if you make the move to sign him, you're gonna be sitting up there like, this got to work. Too much pressure.
It applies a lot of pressure on Adam Peters, and one unfortunate byproduct, I believe, I think it applies a lot of pressure on Jaden. Like, I don't know that Jaden needs that pressure. Learning a new offense, like everything else going on. And maybe Jaden is so comfortable with this dude that he knows this is all just kind of BS antics, that BA's just having fun making these videos, whatever it is. And Jaden doesn't seem like a guy that really gets too stressed.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not a big deal, but I don't think he's making this process easy. Yeah. I'd like to think we can all at least agree on that.
Yeah.
Let's go to Devon in Rockville. What's up, D?
What up, D?
What's happening? Hey, JP, man, that's one of the best takes that you have ever said. You hit it right on the nose. It's not like he's making the process easier. Like, it's the all season, whatever the case may be. Like, whatever he posts is whatever he posts. We're talking about social media. You want to wear another team's hat, advocating that's who you want to go. It was just the last post that really, like, when you're saying I'm back, go to the Commanders to get the ticket. That's kind of like whoa, because now you can have people thinking like, is there a backdoor like agreement? Like, is this tampering? And it's like, that's the problem. I'm okay with all of it. You know what I'm saying? And having access to soon to be Hall of Famer who I could just get information because he played in the league. I was under the impression like a couple weeks ago when I texted B-Mitch and said, B-Mitch, I keep hearing you say, just show up, just go show up to the facility. What is it there to show up for? They cancel many camp volunteer, and person of so many of experience said he can still go to the facility, make his presence known, let them see that he wants to play football. I didn't even know about the reinstatement. So like you said, JP, if you're not even reinstated into the NFL, but you're saying commanders, and if you're not, if you know what I'm saying, and then you're not even showing up to make the 49ers say, hey, we don't want this guy in the building, then it's just crazy because I'm only 36. I've never seen nothing like this. So I think it's weird because you got one person that's still on the contract with a whole nother organization, clearly wearing apparel and everything of a whole nother team. And it's like, yeah, you're not helping it. I think he's going to end up here, but you're not helping your case because you was quiet for so long and then now you're saying something and it's not workout videos, it's not reinstating yourself. So how can that be helping you? It can only be making it worse. I don't even know if it's hurting you. So like I said, if you go to the facility, and I know Danny, who I work with, is working, B-Mitch, he's listening on the radio. Can you please let him know that Google is not making sense? If Brandon Aayuk wants to go to the facility and just work out today, he is able to do that.
He probably won't go nowhere near Santa Clara because they got a warrant out for him.
Right, but if he wanted to go there, he has the right.
If I was with the Commanders right now, can I go to the building and work out? Yeah.
Exactly.
Thanks, Devon.
So thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, bud.
No problem.
Let's go to Michelle in Beltsville. What's up, Michelle?
Hi, this is Michelle. I don't call often. I'm a season ticket holder, though.
Thanks for calling.
I trust Jaden. He's known the guy for 8 years. He was practically first man at his wedding. Those kinds of relationships are very, very strong, and I think it is very strong. I also get annoyed when people abbreviate what George Kittle had to say to the end sentence. Everybody forgot what he said at the beginning, that Brandon was the first one at the facility to work out. He also stated that 6 to 8 months ago, he saw him running 22 miles an hour. and he was stopping on a dime. Why are we just not mentioning the whole George Kittle interview?
I feel like Brian and I are getting
I will
lumped
not be
in.
disrespectful to you, but I'll say this. I have a lot of friends who I knew for 8 years, and then they did something that I didn't think they would do. Just because I know you for 8 years don't mean I know everything about you.
Yeah, but it seems like the relationship is very close.
I mean, I'm talking about people I grew up with, so that's close too. But they end up doing something that I didn't think they would do. I never thought they would do. So just because you know somebody don't mean you know everything about them.
Wouldn't you talk to them about it if you were?
If I knew something about it, I'll talk to them about it. But if you don't know, you don't know.
Michelle.
Well, everybody knows about this.
Here's my point. Like, we've pointed, I've said repeatedly that if he can play, he's going to be on a team, and I think it's most likely he ends up here. Like, we acknowledge that Kittle talked about physically he looks good. He's still got it. Like, I don't know where Brian and I are getting lumped into perhaps others.
I don't care if I get lumped into it.
Oh, no. It's the Rooster and people
That's
that
fine.
are,
It's not
for
on this
whatever
program.
reason, have an axe to grind, or they like Kyle Shanahan. I don't personally believe Kyle's a great people person.
I've mentioned that about Kyle from day one. So what I'm saying is Brandon Aayuk can be doing better than what he's doing right now to put himself in a better situation. I don't know why you all can't see that.
The other part of this that I think gets complicated is Dan Quinn talks about the brotherhood and what it means to be a commander and all these things. Like, we already saw some holes in that last year with how the McLaurin situation got handled. And I don't know. This is just so bizarre. I'm legit dumbfounded by the folks that think none of this matters. It's all irrelevant. Like, if it's irrelevant, stop posting it. It's social media. We shouldn't take it that seriously. Like, I agree with all those things, but it's crazy to me that people can't see that this is making things more difficult.
Yeah.
Our guy Manny is on the line. I will certainly give everyone their opportunity. What's up, Manny?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing, man? I gave y'all a day off, man. I listened to it yesterday. I ain't want to call.
Appreciate
I gave y'all a day off, man. I'm gonna say monetize social media is a mean MF, though. I mean, everybody, ESPN, HS1, y'all, everybody's talking about this man, and he's cashing in. You know what I mean? Everybody's saying all this and that, but guess what? He definitely, like y'all think, everyone of us think he's going to be on the team. So everything we giving him is monetized. We marketing him for him. He can do what he wants because you won't have an outtake. Brian will talk contract and the actual sports of the thing because he knows all of that intricately. Everybody else is just giving up their surmises of what they can do off of Brian because he know what he knows. That man gonna be here. I want both of them. I want Diggs and BA. You with me? Now, let Adam Cook, man. Let that thing go, man. Let that thing work. He gonna be here. Let that man get his money. All right, fella.
All right, man.
Good to hear from you, Manny.
I don't think both of them going to be here, though.
I'll sneak one more in here. Colin is in Clinton. Colin, what's up, dude?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I think this is always going to come down to like a cash situation, what that new contract is going to look like. And so that's probably what Peters is having a conversation with Harris about. And I just don't see why this is more than just Instagram or Twitter posts that don't matter. We're not talking about allegations of harm to anyone else. So as far as I understand.
Well, I can tell you, like I said, bro, everything that you do that can be a black eye here or there, no matter what it is, don't have to be necessarily a crime. All of it comes to play with somebody trying to give you some money.
Yeah, dude. He certainly hasn't committed any crimes. I'm not.
I don't
saying,
think nobody say he committed a crime.
Right.
So
I'm not. All I'm
But
saying,
you don't just turn your head on everything.
If he wants to make this move faster, go through the processes you have to do with the NFL and the 49ers.
That's it.
That should be the focus.
And I don't think that's negative or bad to say something like that.
Phone lines are packed. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll take your calls next. B-Mitch and Finley. B, you want some good news?
Yeah.
We ain't working next Friday.
Really?
Yeah. July 3rd, baby.
That's one day we don't have to talk about these videos again.
I think that's also Steve Gormley's birthday. Happy early birthday. We're going to let the people weigh in because folks have a lot of opinions on the Brandon Aayuk situation. There are some steadfast supporters. There are some steadfast
detractors.
Yeah. Tricky is in D.C.
What up, Tricky?
Hey, Tricky.
Hey, what's up, B-Mitch? What's up, JP?
How you doing, bud?
Hey, look, I want to get rid of this misnomer about him and Jaden Daniels being these close friends. Because if they were close friends, two things would have happened. Jaden Daniels would have called him and told him to shut the heck up. Or how close of friends are they if Jaden hadn't even reached out to him? And who said that Jaden wants him on this team?
Well, a lot of this stuff could be assumptions, but they played together, and they still are friends from the things you see posting and things like that. But knowing how Jaden is and watching this stuff, I can't see him giving his amen to that.
That's going to be a really curious kind of sub storyline here. Does Jaden want him? Does he think it'll be disruptive? Does he know him well enough that he's not worried about any of this and thinks it's all just silly social media videos? Mm-hmm. Let's go to Brian in Indian Head. What's up, Brian? Brian, you there? I do not hear you, bud. I'll put you on hold. Maybe Stan can figure you out. Joseph is in Silver Spring. What's up, Joe?
What up, Joe?
Hi, guys. What I'm not seeing is that there's the obvious answer here is, first of all, I wouldn't touch Aayuk with somebody else's 10-foot pole. But second of all, the obvious answer here is Stephon Diggs, because number one, Diggs is a local boy. Number two, if you actually look at his overall numbers and overall career productivity, Diggs is actually a more productive receiver by the numbers than Aayuk. And also the third thing is Diggs shows up to work. Remember, a big part of this drama starts because Aayuk is missing team-mandated rehab assignments after wrecking his knee. So Diggs recently, Diggs posts to social media, but he's posting to social media of him doing football things as opposed to doing whatever tomfoolery Aayuk is doing. So why not just go for Diggs? He's just, from a football and on and off field perspective, he's just the better choice.
All right, man.
Dude, you make a good point. Like, there is a guy that went for 1,000 yards on a team that went to the Super Bowl down the street.
Yeah.
And I don't think the local thing matters for fans. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
players
for
or
players
teams.
and coaches. Yeah.
But he is right down the street, and I think he'd be interested in any team as long as the number's right. But I think he would certainly play here. Oh, yeah. Greg is in D.C. What's up, Greg?
What up, G?
Hello, how y'all doing? I think like he put himself deeper in the hole because like if he do sign Wilford, he got to prove to the NFL 49ers and us that he's 2 years away from the game that he can still perform at the level. And it's gonna be like, who to say I don't know. I feel like it's not gonna work if he do come here because he's gonna have to prove to a lot of people that he's still the whatever receiver he capable call himself being. And then it's not even about the money. It's like, do he want to spend his whole career with us to finish his career out, or he just want to be with us? It's confusing. I'm out. I'm gonna let y'all take it.
Thanks, bud. Greg said it well. It's confusing.
Yes, it is.
Let's go to Gary in Fairfax. What's up, Fairfax?
What's up, fellas?
What's up,
How
brother?
you doing, bud?
Hey, just two quick things, man. First, I want to say that all these people who are agreeing with this guy and think, oh, no harm, no foul, what he's doing, Brandon Aayuk is Brandon Ayuk's business. This football is what he does. It's his business. Let me ask you this. If you had a $10 million contract that had to be signed in person by tomorrow morning and you need to get it to the West Coast, would you give it to Brandon Ayuk's business? Would you give it to him to get it out there safely and know that you didn't have to worry about it? Because this is his business, and this is how he's handling his business. Secondly, Brandon should do a little research, do a little history, and see how it turns out for all of these divas or the ne'er-do-wells of the NFL, whether you're a lineman, a running back, a quarterback, a receiver, whatever it is. NFL is at its strongest. It's never been stronger, making more money than ever before. Where are those guys? How did that work out for them?
So
some of it's
dude,
worked out
do a
fine,
little
but I
history.
get your point. Thank you, Gary. Always good to hear from you, brother. We got 3 more here. I'm gonna get through them. Javier or Xavier is in Virginia. What's up, Xavier or Javier?
Is it an X or a J?
X.
It's an X. It's an X.
All right, what's up, Zabe?
Yep. I just want to say, I think AP dropping the ball again. I mean, we can send a 7th-round pick with a condition of a contract restructure and BA passing the physical and get this over with. Everybody knows that he's gonna sign here, and what we don't have is time on our side. We want to get that man in here, get him spun up, or we'll have another Terry situation. So I think BA can make this all go away. We could have that. We could have had him before minicamp.
What makes you think the 49ers are going to do that for a 7th-round draft pick?
Well, that's a good point, B-Mitch. I get that, but guess what? Guess what else we got? We got a crowded receiver room. We got Terry, right? Then a lot of guys that look about the same. Do we even know if Luke gonna make the team? We don't know that, and I know that Kyle Shanahan and that brother that's there would like to bring Luke in. So if I had to, maybe I'd even part ways with Luke because I know that'd be enticing to the 49ers.
Appreciate the call.
I don't know. I just think that you're assuming a lot because the 49ers ain't trying to make him happy.
Appreciate you, man. Let's get through this. Will is in Clinton. Will, what's up, man?
How y'all doing?
Good,
man.
My thing is, like, you talk about Diggs. Why would I bring Diggs in? To me, they're 2 different receivers. Diggs is more of a slack guy. You already got like 3 or 4 slack guys on your team who could allow them to prove themselves at that position. Why bring Diggs in? And Aayuk is a more downfield guy. You bring him in, let him play. If he performs, then you don't. And if put it like this: if he performs and you have a problem with Terry next year as far as extending him or whatever, if he performs, then you possibly have your number 1 receiver. You don't have to go into this draft. Draft is the number 1 receiver.
I think you've got a fair point about Diggs as a slot receiver, and Aayuk is an outside guy.
Everyone say if he don't perform, then what you do?
Let's go to Bryant in Colorado. What's up, Bryant?
Hey guys. Yeah, I just wanted to say that a lot of people are saying, well, we got to trust Jaden's his judgment and all this stuff or whatever, but it's like I don't think you have to. I mean, if I had, I think of my best friends, if they started acting like this, I'd be like, hey man, what's going on with you? I'd be like, you're going to negatively affect my career. And I think if the scenario is true that he is in Adam Peters' ear saying, I want him to come here, and Adam Peters is going, okay, Jaden, then I think we have a serious problem in the front office. I don't know. What do you think about that?
We don't know that any of that has happened, right? I don't think Jaden should be calling shots on personnel, but I also don't think he is. Mm-hmm. And I think it'd be different if Aayuk had all this baggage and, like, Peters knows him too. Peters scouted him. Peters drafted him in San Francisco. So this is not, if he ends up here, it's not just they're getting Jaden's boy. It's Peters has deep, long connections as well. We're going to switch things up, talk some NBA.
Ooh, thank you.
Keith Smith will join us next. What's going to happen with Anthony Davis and the Wizards?
For the last 3 months, Carlos Mendoza manned the helm of one of the most disappointing teams in baseball. This week, however, the losing just became too loud to ignore. The New York Mets announced that they have dismissed Mendoza as their manager and replaced him with Vice President of Player Development Andy Green on an interim basis. The Mets are 34-47. They're better than only 2 teams in the National League, the Rockies and the Giants. And it's even more disappointing knowing the fact that the Mets have one of the largest payrolls in all of baseball. Moving it over to some football news, CBS Sports is ranking the top 100 NFL players entering the season. So the big question here, where does Jaden Daniels fall? Well, in 2025, he was the number 33 player in the league, according to the ranking. And now he's 69th overall and the 12th ranked quarterback on the list. They point to injuries as the reason for his fall in the rankings. From the Crop Cat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Rude is the official show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner near you, and if it ain't Rude, it ain't right. What's up, Jay?
We are fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Keith Smith from Spot Track and host of the Front Office Show. Talk a little NBA. What's up, Keith? How are you, man?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for having me.
What's happening?
Let's start with the big trade that went down yesterday between Minnesota and Charlotte. What do you make of that move for the Hornets to ship Ball out when he's by far their best player?
I don't know that he go by far their best player. Okay. I think he's certainly their most popular player, but I think Brandon Miller and Con Knipple are pushing him for best player. It's funny, there's a very wide divide on LaMelo Ball. He's very popular with fans, especially younger fans, but some of them in the NBA still think he's a little bit too much of a circus sideshow for them, where some of the things he does out there aren't always conducive to winning. That said, that got tamped down quite a bit last year. Charlotte team that's on the rise, and this is surprising from that standpoint because he's such a big part of what they were a year ago with being one of the better offensive teams we saw in the league and all their improvement. So for them to move on from him, they have to feel like, hey, for what he was making salary-wise, for where we're going with having to pay some other guys and what we want to be as a team, it just doesn't really fit. And they got one heck of a package.
They did.
Naz Reid is a really good player. They got a bunch of draft capital, so they're in a bunch of salary flexibility. They're in pretty good shape. And then for the Wolves, they're doing everything they can to prove to Anthony Edwards, we'll make big moves to try to win around you, and they needed a point guard, and they went out and got one. It's going to be fascinating to watch how they come together.
Is he there to take some of the pressure off of Ant? Because Ant seems to want to have the ball down the stretch. I don't think he's as good a ball handler as some of those point guards out there. Can that be a help for him?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, I think at the end of games, it's always going to be in his hands because he's Anthony Edwards and the best player. I don't really care what team it is. The best player is going to have the ball at the end of the games if they can create their own look. But where LaMelo Ball will help is hopefully by the time you get there, Anthony Edwards hasn't had to do that 50 other times throughout the course of the game. So LaMelo Ball is really going to do a lot for getting Anthony Edwards set up. If the Timberwolves can commit to playing more kind of up tempo and get out and run a little bit, I think he'll do really well there and get Edwards a lot of easy baskets in transition. I was talking with someone yesterday after the trade was reported, and they were like, man, Ant's going to live off LaMelo hit-ahead passes because he's so good at that. So definitely going to be somebody who can help with all that creation stuff and just make life easier for Anthony Edwards, for Rudy Gobert, for McDaniels, for Dosunmu. He's a very helpful player in that vein.
The other pending major trade is this Jaylen Brown thing. Like, why Why are the Celtics in such a hurry to get him out of there?
Well, I think what's happened is we've kind of gone down the road with offering Jaylen Brown multiple times for the Celtics side, and now it is, all right, we've got to do this. If we're ever going to make a trade, we got to make the trade now, because Jaylen Brown, his comments, I think, I don't think he intended them to mean what a lot of people took out of him postseason. What he said this past season was his favorite year in the league. I think what he was trying to be was very complimentary to, hey, my teammates and I, we way overachieved, and we were still, a really good team when no one really expected it. And instead it got taken to mean, oh, he just wants to play by himself and, isn't happy there. And I think the Celtics do know he got a taste of being the guy, and he probably does like that to some extent. But when you offered him for Kevin Durant a few years ago in a trade, and it didn't get done, and now you very publicly offered him in a trade for Giannis, even if they can't come out and say it direct, we all know it happened. At some point, the guy's going to be like, hey, do you want me here or not? Because you can tell me all you want is you're trying to trade me for great players, but I'm a great player too. Why not just keep me? All of that said, the Celtics are not going to give him away. They're only going to make a trade if it makes sense. And a trade, people keep pitching these trades of, well, here's a ton of draft picks and young players. That's not really what Boston wants. They're trying to win right now. So it's a pretty tough needle for them to thread to get win-now players that are going to really help them in a trade where you move Jaylen Brown, because rebuilding is not what they're looking to do.
Talking with Keith Smith here, host of the Front Office Show and at Spot Track. You can give him a follow at Keith Smith NBA. All right, I'm going to switch it to D.C. because all of a sudden there's a ton of excitement with this Washington Wizards team. They get the deal done with Trae Young. They draft A.J. DeBonsa. Anthony Davis, the team is talking like they really want him to be a part of it. Let's start with Trae Young. What did you make of that contract?
I have no issue with the contract being a max contract in the first couple of years, or effectively a max contract. What I don't love is the latter couple years on that, because as this Wizards team gets into a position where they're going to have to pay other guys, and clearly that's going to sort itself out here over the coming years, but Alex Sarr will need a new deal, then eventually George and Carrington, and we'll see what happens with Koulibaly and those guys. You're just going to get very, very expensive, and then that's when having $50+ million for Trae Young may start to look a little tough to balance the cap sheet. But, he's a really good player. I think he's going to help them be, really an improved team going into next year, a combination of him and Anthony Davis, who I believe they're going to keep. We haven't even seen him in uniform yet, so I don't think they're going to do anything as far as trying to trade him. I think they're looking forward to see what those two guys can do with all of that young talent going forward, and they'll see if they can build this thing up and get into a place where they can kind of do what the Pistons did, which was go from one of the worst teams in the league to a playoff team to winning a playoff series, and just kind of move through the steps that way. And I think Trae Young's going to help them in a big, big way with that, at least over the next 2-3 seasons.
I agree. And then I saw this, and I'm curious what you think. Isn't there a strong possibility of an expansion draft, like after the 2028 season?
Yeah, so Adam Silver said multiple times ahead of the NBA draft in various settings where he's interviewed, when asked about expansion, that if expansion comes, they're looking at starting that with the 2028-29 season is when those teams would come in. So we've got this season, next season we get through, and then after the 27-28 season, we would have an expansion draft, assuming everything goes the way it always has with that, and there's no guarantee, but that's the assumption, and we'll see. Now, would a guy like Trae Young be interesting to an expansion team at $50+ million? We'll see. But the other thing the Wizards could always do, let's say it goes really sideways, and it's like, man, this is now killing our cap, and it's not working out, and we want to move on. They could pay an expansion team to just pick him. They could be like, hey, here's a couple draft picks. Like, take them off our hands because we got to rebalance our books. So I think they know they're going to have options with that down the line.
Wow. I think that's pretty interesting in this whole thing. And, at some point, yeah, they're paying him a lot of money, but those expiring contracts become assets too.
Yes.
I like the Trae pick. I also like that Washington is very clearly trying to win. Like they're trying to compete. I think adding DeBonsa is a huge part of that. The biggest kind of question mark, I'd say, is Anthony Davis. What do you hear about Davis in Washington and how that will go?
Yeah, everything since the trade has been he would have preferred to be with a team that's closer to title contention at this stage in his career, but he's perfectly open to giving this, a run with the Wizards in seeing. And I think once they landed the first number one pick in the draft and then drafted A.J. DeBonta, I think that became even more so of, all right, we've got talent galore here on this team, and now we've got Trae Young, so it's not just me leading a whole bunch of kids. I've got a running mate who's more on my, level career-wise as far as experience goes and desire to win and all those things. And now you get all these young kids that are going to grow up, and they're going to grow up quick. I mean, I think a lot of people, I know you all watched it, but I think a lot of people around the general NBA fandom just kind of quit on the Wizards last year because it's, all right, these guys aren't really trying to win, and Trey's not playing, AD's not playing, who cares? But I think the people who did that missed out on. Alex Sarr improved greatly as the season went along. Keyshawn George, much better player, than he was as a rookie. I think there's a lot of talent within that young group there. And DeBonta, for me, was a no-brainer number one. I thought he should have been the pick. I think he's going to be great in time. It's going to take him, like every other young player, a couple of years to get adjusted. But I could not be higher on the future for the Wizards right now.
Love that, man. I love to hear that. Do you think they have to do a deal with Davis? Because I've seen these reports that he wants an extension. Like, when would that even kind of be a topic?
Yeah, that's going to be probably at some point this summer. We'll get a lot more about, like, hey, we want to try to get something done with AD. What is it going to take? Where do we need to be? And I think that, much like the Trae Young situation, is you got to be careful there because you don't want to, for a player of his age with his injury history, you just got to be careful how much you lock into, how big of money, how long-term of money, and those kind of things. That'll come up in August because I believe it's around August 6th when he's actually eligible to extend. So if you don't hear anything about that in the next month, I wouldn't stress. That'll come up later. And then if that gets sideways, then that's where things could go a little rough for Anthony Davis because I think he's going to probably have a conversation of, hey, if you don't really want me here, like, what are we doing? Let me get somewhere else who does want me, is willing to pay me, because it's not like it's, passing up on a chance to win the title. Because they're not, as high as I am on the future, I don't think they're going to be in that position this upcoming season. So that's something to keep an eye on there. But the Wizards traded for him knowing that would be where things would go, and they've definitely, I would assume, have all kinds of backup plans ready to go, depending on how those negotiations play out.
If a opportunity came up to move him, what you think they can get for a guy like Anthony Davis with that injury history?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Are you willing to take on some money that's maybe a little sketchy the other way? It would depend on what they're prioritizing, like positional fit. But you could be able to get players who can play, but maybe their contracts aren't so great. You could certainly take on draft picks if they wanted to do that. Now, I think we've moved out of that phase of this rebuild. So I think it would be, hey, if we're moving Anthony Davis, we want guys who can actually come in, help us win, and help us play. And they're probably going to have to be more of like a power forward type player because just looking at this roster, this team has guards and wings for days. So it's going to be, all right, we need a little bit more size to go with Alex Sarr up front if we're going to move Anthony Davis. And you could certainly pull that off. My sense is we'll see if that's where it goes, but it's probably only going to be a conversation if they can't come to an extension and he starts to agitate of, hey, then get me somewhere else.
Yeah, so the timeline for that is August. I'm very curious how that will shake out.
Yeah.
But doesn't AD have 2 years on his deal? Like, is it
58
standard?
and 62, I think.
Yeah, is it standard to offer extensions with 2 years left?
Well, next year, he has this upcoming season and the season after that's a player option. So functionally, he could walk for nothing at the end of this season. He could opt out and walk away to another team. That's why when you get to this point in these contracts, you almost kind of ignore the player option year because you don't have control of that as the team. So what you're trying to do, if you want them long term, is we're going to extend. When it's multiple guaranteed years and there's no options attached, yeah, teams get a little bit more of, all right, hold on, unless you're like Nikola Jokic and you're very clearly our franchise guy and we're going to do what it takes to get you extended, then we'll do that. But if it's a situation where, all right, if we don't do an extension, we'll talk about it later. If you're Anthony Davis, you're going to say, well, then I'll opt out and I'll run to whoever has cap space that fits where I want to be and what I want to do as a player. So that's where you have to be careful with that.
It's interesting because I kind of thought if he was going to get moved, it would be at the draft, but we've now seen. I mean, the Ball trade came after the draft. You know what I mean? Like there was. I mean, obviously the Giannis thing was the headliner, but
Yes.
There wasn't that much action at the draft with trades and stuff, which I found kind of interesting. But I guess
we don't. Sorry to interrupt you. We don't always see the superstar trades at the draft. It's more of the nice starter level guys that get moved around at the draft and those kind of things. So I'm not overly surprised. I mean, it's funny. So much has already happened, and with contracts being agreed to and trades being agreed to, free agency doesn't even open until the 30th at 6 p.m. So we're still, 4 days away, from free agency even being officially open for negotiations. Now, trades, you can negotiate. Those are a little bit different. But, yeah, we're really in this position where it's like, holy cow, so much has already happened, but I'm not surprised that other things haven't happened yet.
Who is the biggest free agent now? Because it seems like free agency has changed so dramatically in the NBA that it's all sign-in trades because these guys can get more money with their current teams, right?
Yeah, can I interest you in Norman Powell?
No.
That's kind of where we're at. Norman Powell's he's a really good player, and he was an all-star last year. But this is a guy who's in his 30s now, and you're not breaking the bank for him. And obviously, it's LeBron James, but that's a whole different kind of world where at this point in his career, LeBron's going to tell us where he's playing. He's not going to do meetings like he did once upon a time with everybody come pitch me. It's going to be, here's where I'm going. We're going to make it work, and here's how it happens. But you're absolutely right. What's happened in the NBA now is extensions have become so lucrative for players. What they do is they extend, and then when they're not happy, they ask for a trade and say, hey, all right, it didn't work out. Now let's move me along in trades. It's extensions, then trades are really how business gets done in the NBA. And here's what I always say. It's almost kind of more fun because when it's a free agent signing, it impacts one player going to one team and maybe impacts the team they left. When it's a trade, it's going to be multiple teams and often multiple players involved, so you get a lot more movement that way.
Keith, man, great
Appreciate
information.
you,
Thank you for your time.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, bud. Keith Smith from Spot Track and the Front Office Show. Give him a follow at Keith Smith, NBA. B, there's a great line in a movie I've enjoyed. It says, I smell it. Let me inhale it. The Paisanos has arrived, and we're about
smell it. Let me eat it.
We're about to eat. JP Finley here for a guy who usually talks football. I've been watching a whole lot of football lately. And if you're going to have a football watch party, you're going to get together and watch the soccer, Paisanos has you covered. Right now, you can get 35% off orders of $40 or more with my exclusive promo code, JP35. Seriously, that's a crazy deal. 35% off, $40 or more. That's real savings. And we're about to eat a lot of it. We're talking pizza. We're talking wings. We're talking cheesesteaks, appetizers, cheesecake for Jeff. Whatever it is you're looking for, Paisanos has you covered. And there's something even better. Paisanos is going to cater a watch party or on a game day of your choice for up to 20 people. To enter, just use the promo code JP35 on any order of $40 or more. Every qualifying order earns you an entry to win. And the more times you use the code JP35, the more chances you have to win. Consider it extra time for your odds. So before kickoff, do what I do. Hit up Paisanos, save 35% with promo code JP35, and take your shot at a fully catered watch party for you and your crew. Paisanos, it's not just pizza, it's something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com. That's paisanospizza.com. I'm about to go eat me some.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria. The Oklahoma City Thunder are trading sharpshooter Isaiah Joe to the Detroit Pistons for 2 future second-round picks. The move comes with 2 years left on a 4-year, $48 million deal that Joe signed with the Thunder back in 2022. And Nationals fans, when you're thinking about those 3 heartbreaking losses to the Phillies, remember it could always be worse. You could be a Mets fan. Carlos Mendoza was just fired as the manager of the underperforming New York Mets and is being replaced on an interim basis by Andy Green. New York is 34-47 following a 6-game losing streak. They are 15 games behind the NL East leading Atlanta Braves and 9.5 games back of the NL's last wildcard spot. Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria keeps our customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Lincolns, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Makeout by Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I hope everybody's enjoying responsibly because Scotty's Vodka is responsibly smooth. I try not to eat on the air, but this Paisanos cheesesteak is so damn good. And Stallion's been talking about this food drop for a week, so we were all starving.
I had tried not to. My daughters called me out, but guess what?
Who is it, Maya, that gives you grief about eating on air? Bria.
And she's on in town every blue moon.
She's not in town right now, right? She's not watching right now.
Bryce watches the show a lot.
Oh, does he?
Mm-hmm.
Papa's eating pizza, Brycey.
And it's good.
Speaking of people named Bryce, apparently the folks in Philadelphia took issue with us calling Bryce out for getting booed. Is that accurate?
They might be taken outside.
So
Get me up to speed, Stallion.
Yeah, so Sports Radio WIP, our sister station up in Philadelphia,
Which is a absolute factory of a sports radio station. I give WIP all the credit in the world for being one of the best sports
We're not
radio
going to be
stations.
scared to talk back to you now.
No.
They know I'm not.
They know. And so they tweeted out, Washington, D.C. radio host J.P. Finley and Brian Mitchell react to Bryce Harper being upset for getting booed by Nationals fans. And they quoted J.P., once he left, he has 0 World Series rings despite being on a Phillies team that is loaded and spends a lot. And little Bryce is mad that other people are booing him.
Facts. All facts.
I mean, I think they're with you, Jay. They probably said, why the hell we don't have a ring? They got one when you left.
Yeah, we didn't say anything wrong. And I said, Phillies are loaded. They're good.
Yeah.
Get a ring, dog. I'm not like, I think a lot of the Philly people are agreeing with me. One dude said, because Bryce is a baby. Imagine how much Philly would hate him. Listen, if you're mad at me, call from Philadelphia. I'm happy to have a conversation about it.
Yeah. There you go, Jay.
I find it
put your chest out, man.
kind of silly. I think I have a demonstrated ability to stand by what I say, and I think Bryce complaining about getting booed is silly. You bad talked to the organization as soon as you left the organization.
Yeah.
You said you always wanted to spend your career in Philly. Whether that was true or not, I think you just wanted to get the biggest contract you could, and they offered it, which I'm also not mad about, but you can't complain about getting booed.
No.
Period. Now, on to more pressing things. Have you guys gotten this constant Microsoft Copilot thing on your phone?
Mm-mm.
Do you guys have Microsoft Copilot on your phone? I get this pop-up constantly to install Microsoft Copilot. I also can't find my phone, which is a little alarming.
That's probably why you're getting it. Somebody probably added it to your phone.
It's the most annoying thing that's happened on my phone since they put that U2 album on everybody's phone.
What U2?
You don't remember this was like 10 years ago when everybody first started getting an iPhone. They put U2 on everybody's phone. You definitely got it, 100%.
I didn't get it.
Everybody that had an iPhone.
Well, I never had YouTube on my phone. Well, I never heard it.
It was on your phone. I promise. Let me see your phone. I wonder if it's in your Apple Music right now. If there's a U2 album on B-Mitch's phone, we know why. Whatever. If anybody's getting this Copilot thing, it's driving me crazy.
No, I might like U2. I don't think.
Some U2's fine, just not all of it. But I don't know. The Copilot thing is driving me crazy.
What's the album? Essential?
I don't know. Do you have a U2 album on your phone?
Well, it's not stuck in my library. It's just Apple Music.
Yeah. I don't know. I clearly don't know. Jeff has complained about it. I know
it's in mine for sure.
And you couldn't even delete it for a while. That's what's happening to me now with Microsoft Copilot. Let's circle back to this Anthony Davis conversation, okay? Because I think now that they've made the pick and they've paid Trae Young, Davis should be comfortable that the goal here is to win, right?
Should be. You would think he'll be more comfortable now than he was when he first got here.
He has 2 years left on his deal, $58 million and $62 million. He's 33 years old, hasn't really played since he got traded to the Mavs. Now, some of that I think might have just been the level of shock on getting traded to the Mavs. But like Will Dawkins has said, he said at the draft party yesterday, yeah, you know, when the time comes, we're happy to talk to AD about an extension. Should he?
When the time comes, what does that mean? That's the question.
Well, we just had Keith Smith on from Spot Track, and he was explaining that it's August. They don't play games in August. The only sport playing in August is baseball. They don't even go to training camp till October for the Wizards. I've wrapped my brain around the Trae Young contract extension. You need a point guard. He's good. Yeah, it costs you a lot of money, but by the end of that deal where it's costing you a lot of money, if you want out of it, it kind of becomes a tradable asset at that point. I don't know that I can wrap my brain around an extension for Anthony Davis. Can you?
Not really.
He's got 2 years left that would take him to 35 years old. How much are you extending a dude that has dealt with injuries throughout his career?
Is this a deal where they come in and they do a 3-year? Where he gets one more year on this deal right now? Where it just stretches it out past what he already has, per se?
Like maybe you can give him a year or
That's
something?
what I'm saying. So it ends up being 3 more years total.
I
don't see no 4 or 5 year deal.
No, I don't think he should be in a position to stronghold this either.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, the thing about the NBA, dude, if you have done it and you have a certain status, you have a lot of control.
Totally. I'll open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Like, is there a portion of the fan base that wants to see AD extended? Probably not, right? He's under contract for 2 years. That gets him to 35.
The people that can remember him only when he was good, when he was not hurt, they probably do it because they don't see the other side.
I don't know. People were up in arms about the Trae Young extension.
Yeah, but I look at that Trae Young extension compared to Austin Reeves.
Right.
Trae's younger than Austin. I mean, and he has more clout. I mean, more stats and better career than he has. But that's what the going rate for a point guard that can play like Trae. You're gonna get that.
I'm not mad at the Trae Young extension.
Yeah.
I don't want to get pre-mad, right? We try to distance ourselves from being pre-mad, but like I don't have much interest in an Anthony Davis extension. I want to let folks weigh in on the phones, 800-636-1067. Maybe there's something to it that I'm missing, right? Like maybe there's a contractual mechanism that there's an advantage with this. I just find it curious that Will Dawkins is so openly talking about, when the time comes.
When the time comes, he'd say, when the time comes, we'll have a discussion with him. He didn't say we're going to do it.
Let's check in with Joe in Rockville. Joe, where you at on a possible Anthony Davis extension?
No way, no way. I mean, dude, just look at his history. He don't play games. I mean, he only played 30 games with the Mavericks. I mean, his full season was 70 games with the Lakers. Then it was 50 before that. I mean, that'd be ludicrous. I mean, just absolutely ludicrous. I mean, what you guys think? I mean, B-Mitch always says it's about playing. Are you available to play? Can you play?
Yeah.
And that is.
Oh, I'm with that. You're not getting no knock from me.
Thanks for the call, Joe.
But we all know one thing about it, though. If you can't really play, you're gonna get opportunity to. They'll wait for you to be healthy.
B. Not only is he eligible, I found this via Google. Not only is he eligible for an extension, it appears that he's eligible for a 4-year, $275 million max extension.
Ooh.
I got to understand these max contract rules.
Don't try. The NBA is just weird like that.
You have to be an all-NBA player to get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he landed on the all-NBA team for the 23-24 season. He's landed on all-NBA teams a number of times, but the most recent was the 23-24 season.
Mm-hmm.
We're going into 26-27.
Yeah.
It's not the year before you have to be on it. It's at any time, then you qualify?
I guess. I don't know. The NBA stuff is different, bro.
Let's go to Jaime and Manassas. Jaime, what's up, man? What do you think of the Anthony Davis extension?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Nice to see you, man. Enjoy your meals. Hey,
yeah.
what I think is that AD is a nice player, and he's going to be very productive, playing at a high level for the next 3-4 years. But I think he wants to join a championship contender. I don't think we're quite there yet. And I think what we should do is we should trade him. But I'm tired of the picks. Look, I'm done with the picks. Trade him for a couple of veteran players. They can play. They can help us now. And let's start winning, man. There's rebuilding. Like, okay, with the Wizards and with the Nationals, we always rebuilding. And then if they hire another GM, we start the rebuilding again. Come on, we're going to start winning, brother. It's about time.
I think it's time to win, dude. I saw Zach Leonsis this morning posted some photos. Thank you for the call, Jaime. Zach Leonsis posted some photos of the arena and how it's getting close.
Oh.
They're going to have the Superdope Capital One Arena ready to rock. You know what I mean? Like, the construction is
Let's
happening.
get it. Come on.
They need to win. It is time to win. Taking your calls on a possible Anthony Davis extension when we return. If you're on hold, I see a bunch of folks on hold. Stay right there. We're coming right back. It's B-Mitch and Finley.
If you want comfort or convenience wherever life takes you, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. About 15 minutes is going to be that time where you get to ask NFL legend B-Mitch anything you want. Ask B-Mitch anything. Right now, though, we're talking about Anthony Davis, and we're enjoying cheesesteaks. That cheesesteak was banging. The wings are good. The absolute highlight of the day today was B-Mitch cut White Brian off from getting more pizza because we're worried about you, Dub B. Got a little less pizza, a little more push-ups, pal. All right? But damn, the Paisanos hit today. And whatever you're looking for, from football to football, one thing's for sure, Paisanos is the MVP of any watch party. Right now, use my promo code JP35 to score 35% off orders of $40 or more. When you do, you'll be automatically entered to win a fully catered Paisanos watch party for up to 20 people. The more you use my code JP35, the better your chances to win. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com.
Let me ask you the question, though.
Yeah.
Do they choose the amount you get for 20 people? Because you get 20 eaters, boy, that could be a lot.
20 White Brians.
Man, it might be 25, 35 pieces.
That's a good point. I assume they make sure it's plenty of food for people. I mean, look how much food they brought for 5 of us.
Yeah,
that's a lot of food.
But they know when they bring for us, you got the rest of these damn vultures out here.
How much food do you think Jeff's going to try to take home?
Everything left over.
All right, a lot of folks on the line want to talk Anthony Davis. Let's go to Reese in St. Mary. What's up, Reese?
What's up, Reese?
What's up, fella? What's going on, fella? I think yes. But it would have to be what they already know. And my thing is, if you're going to sign him to a max or whatever you want to do, then my solution would be, like, you go get Dwight Howard, you go get McGee, so somebody that can spare him some time, and you go get Fox. And I think if they went and got them to help spare him some time, we'd make a deep run in the playoffs.
You said Dwight Howard?
Yes, because you only need him to spare Anthony Davis, to McGee to spare him, because you need him healthy during the playoffs.
I don't think Dwight Howard's played in the NBA
Dwight
in
Howard's
like 3
in
years.
some league somewhere else. I know I saw him on TV one day. He plays in like a European league.
Dwight Howard retired. Last played in 2022 for the Lakers. He's
But
retired.
for what they need, I watched the Dwight Howard on that 3-and-3 and all that. He can do a little bit. Him and McGee, just to spare them. They don't need him because they lose little contracts, so they don't need him to do nothing big. Just spare Anthony Davis some minutes and get Fox to get back into his rhythm like he was with Sacramento. And I'm telling you, we could go deep in the playoffs.
All right, bud.
All right, man.
Dwight Howard calls, not one I was expecting.
I
He
wasn't
kept saying
expecting
McGee. Is he talking about JaVale McGee?
I guess. I don't know.
Let's go to Shaka in Fort Washington. Shaka, where you at on an Anthony Davis extension?
What's up, y'all, man?
What's up,
I'm
man?
just getting back from New York. I actually went down to the draft, and I'm really happy that we did get the Banzer. So I'm a former season ticket holder. I said if we got AJ, I'll come back, but I definitely need us to get rid of AD, man. We need to go younger with that $100 million over the next 2 years. I'm thinking something like Evan Mobley. I don't know what that dude was talking about with Dwight Howard, but, think going a little bit younger. We need consistency at that position, and we don't need to scoring as much anymore now that you got the Banzer. Sarge is going to get increased minutes, and Trey going to bring scoring. I think we need consistency and youth at that position for $100 million over the next 2 years. No extension.
All right. Appreciate that. Was a good call, Shaka. I did not expect to have this many mentions of Dwight Howard.
I'm serious.
Sean is in Falls Church. What's up, Sean?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
What's up, man?
I think Dwight Howard is closer to collecting Social Security than he is playing another NBA game. I'm not really sure where that call is going. Anyway, I wouldn't spend a lot of money on an injury-prone star because I think we did that with Beal, and it's just not what I'm willing to do, especially with the direction of the team. It just doesn't make sense. It's kind of a prove it right now. It's like, hey, are you healthy? And then I think that 50 games into the season, we might be able to look at flipping him for something else, draft picks, and or another big with upside potential. I think that's kind of where they're looking, especially with the direction of the team.
Good call, man. Appreciate you, dude. I think you want to let him play, and I don't know the answer to this. Can they only offer the 4-year $275, or can you offer, we'll extend it 1 year at whatever that number is?
I think
$60 million.
I think you're eligible for it, but they don't have to give you what you're just because you're eligible for it.
But is it either you can offer all of it or none of it, Or can you just offer some of it? Like he might feel better if it's like, yo, we'll guarantee the player option, we'll give you another year. Then it's 3 years. That does get him to 36, though, for a dude that's hurt all the time.
Yeah. See, his that injury thing, bro, I don't care who you are, that it takes over.
Alex is in Vienna. What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys. I had a really coherent thought all spelled out, and then I got thrown off by Dwight Howard. Basically, I'll try to muddle through. I would trade him now. Look, either keep him. First of all, I'm not going to extend him. You're going to need all that money to re-sign Sarr, to re-sign DeBonsa, to re-sign George. Like, those guys are going to need to get paid, and that's going to take up cap room, even with their bird rights. So we want to, use that cap room more wisely. So if Anthony Davis wants to play 2 years in a walk because he's not going to get something, like, fine, let him go because we need the space. But I would trade him now, get another power forward, and try to win. The one exception to that is if the Celtics are serious about trading Jaylen Brown, we could bring him down, put him at the 2, and play. But I mean, unless there's a like for like, let him walk, man. Like, it's just not worth it. He's going to be 35 in 2 years. Why do you want a 36 or 37-year-old guy hogging up your cap who only played 40% of the games? That just doesn't make any sense.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, bud.
Appreciate
Good call.
you.
All right, I'm going to round this out. My guy Jay is in Mitchellville.
Mitchellville, he's in my town.
What do you think of this Anthony Davis situation?
I like it. I don't have a problem with it because by the time his contract is winding down, I understand the other guy calling. That's when it'll be time to re-up Keyshawn George, Trey Johnson, Sarr. That's 3 years away. And people act like, oh, let's just get this person. Let's get that person. When was the last time we've been able to get a top player in any position in Washington? We don't. We get him at the end. And it is what it is. People, nobody's beating the door down to come here. Sometimes you might have to take on a bad deal, kick the tires on a deal, and see what happens. I mean, yeah, he doesn't play a lot, but, we're going to have to just spare him minutes. That, like the other guy said, it wouldn't hurt to get somebody to come in, spare him 12 minutes a game. So I don't have a problem with it.
But he's at the end of his career, too, now.
Appreciate you, Jay.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
You're good, man. Thank you. All right, here's the deal. Good conversation on Anthony Davis. I think by and large, folks don't want that extension to happen, but clearly there's a couple that support it, and there's one dude that wants to sign Dwight Howard. When we return, it is time to ask B-Mitch anything. You can call, talk to an NFL legend, ask his opinions on anything you got. Ask B-Mitch anything, of course, brought to us by College and Colt.
The 2026 World Cup road to the final is gradually shaping as the 48 teams involved in the tournament are currently playing their last round of the group phase. After the group stage, the tournament moves into a knockout phase featuring the 32 best teams from the initial round. Although the U.S. team lost 3-2 yesterday to Turkey, they had already clinched Group D. So now the U.S. is slated to face Bosnia, who is third place in Group B, on July 1st at Levi Stadium. And the Washington Nationals are looking to shake off those 3 heartbreaking losses to the Phillies with a victory over the Baltimore Orioles in Game 1 of their series. Tonight at 7:05 p.m. will be first pitch as the Nationals take a trip up north to the Battle of the Beltways. Tonight will be the third time the Nats have faced the O's so far this season, with Washington taking 2 of 3 thus far. Andrew Alvarez starting things off for the Nationals tonight, going up against Trevor Rogers for the Orioles. As always, tune in right here on 106.7 The Fan to listen live. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Isn't there a read for SB? B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Final hour on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Might be a stop at Total Wine my afternoon. It is time for Ask B-Mitch Anything. Ask B-Mitch Anything, as always, brought to you by Collars & Co.
Yeah.
B, we have a special guest on the line, someone you know.
Huh?
Let's start with Nathan in Germantown. What's up, Nate?
Hi.
Hi.
So today I'm off from camp, and I don't have any this week. And I was going to ask you guys if you think the Commanders are going to win the Super Bowl this season.
Super Bowl going to be a tough task, a tall task to try and get to, but I think they're going to be back in the playoffs.
Do you know who you're talking to?
Not really.
It's somebody you
Go
used
Bills.
to talk to all the time.
B-Mitch.
Who?
It's Heather and T-Mac.
Look, Nate, you talking now, dude?
Yeah.
You wasn't talking when I last remember.
Thank you, Nathan.
Oh,
You're
man.
welcome. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go
he said.
Bills.
So
Nathan wasn't talking last time.
Here's the rule. Kids don't get on the air except it's summertime. So we know they're not skipping school. He had no camp. So
you skipped school. Look how you ended up.
That's a loaded statement. All accurate, but loaded. Ask B-Mitch Anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all-day comfort. That is a true statement. That stuff is comfortable.
They are
800-636-1067.
Even made Stallion look good.
Even made Stallion look good. 800-636-1067. Mike is in Annapolis. Mike, fire away, buddy.
Hey, how you guys doing? B-Mitch, I want to ask you about Jalen Lane. I feel like last year he was a bright spot in the special teams aspect of the game. You obviously had a ton of success in special teams, but you were also able to be very successful in traditional offense. Is there a difference when you get the ball in your hands in those two situations, or can we really kind of expect maybe Jalen Lane to step up this year in the traditional offense?
Well, I think the thing for him, as far as being a punt returner, that's what he's always done. Being a receiver in the NFL at this level is going to be totally different, where he has to learn the different ways of setting people up, running the routes, spacing, and things of that nature. And he's been working on that a lot, so I'm expecting him to be able to get back into it. And then
Got to
again,
work on his hands, too.
But the thing about the league is when you're thinking so much, your hands are the last thing to come with you. And he's done a lot of catching and stuff after practice. So I'm expecting him to have a major jump from year 1 to year 2.
I am too. I'm excited to see him this year.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
No problem, bud. Let's go to Jake at MGM. Jake, what's up?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day.
Yeah, man. You too.
About 2 weeks ago on a Bleep You Thursday, I called out B-Mitch for a golf match. My information was taken down, but I never got a text or a phone call. I'm willing to give you the strokes, B-Mitch.
I never got the information.
Oh, so you need to blame the guy on the phone then, because I've been chomping at the bit.
All right, well, whenever I
What
get
is
the
this
information,
for? The golf
you want
match?
to play golf? Whenever I get the information, we'll play, but it's gonna be a time when I ain't gonna be all at work, dude.
Hey, no, it's totally okay. I have an open schedule.
All
I am
right,
not.
I'm putting you on hold. You want the golf? You want the smoke? You'll get the smoke. Let's go to Joe in Beltsville. Joe, what's up, dude? Ask B-Mitch anything.
Hey, B-Mitch, I want to know what your favorite public golf courses are in Maryland and what your handicap is.
Favorite public golf course in Maryland? Ooh, boy.
Can I guess?
Take a guess.
Whiskey Creek?
It's one of them.
You know what I might say is my favorite public in Maryland?
What?
Queenstown. I like Queenstown.
I think Whiskey Creek, for me, is better. I go Whiskey Creek and Blue Mash because I think Blue Mash is the biggest test
you
you
do
can
play
get.
Blue Mash a lot. That's a tough track.
Yeah.
His handicap is
7.1.
There you go. 7.1. You want to take a guess at mine right now?
Right.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Should we look at mine?
Yours was 12.5 when you had to play.
No, that was adjusted.
What are you, 15?
Dude, I think right now I'm like a 19.
I don't see. You're the only person I know that handicap go up fast. Everybody else
There's
handicap.
not a lot of low scores.
Everybody
holding it
handicap
down.
drop quickly, but it don't go up fast.
16.9.
See, that's some BS. You sound like Anthony now. Anthony, I don't want to be. He's been a 16.8 for the last 15 years. Didn't go up, didn't go down.
Mine
But he
fluctuates.
claimed he don't play a lot of golf, but he's always playing somewhere.
Mine fluctuates. Big Tony is on the line. Big Tony, do not curse, please,
Lord
sir.
have mercy.
First of all, what's going on, fellas? Hey, how was that jerky? First of all,
It's
that
good,
ain't my
man.
question, but
It's
I
good.
all right, I got tons of that joint. I don't like it, so I'm gonna get that joint to you. But B-Mitch, let
You
me
know,
ask you
just
this.
load it on me. I can only do a certain amount of it, dog.
No, you give it out to. Well, I'm gonna drop it at JP's house because he lives the closest. Because I'm always in the Bethesda. He can give it out to
How
all
about
y'all.
you just give it to people?
Yeah, dude, I don't want you dropping off jerky at my house.
Man, I know exactly where you live because I know your neighbor. But never mind. We ain't even gonna get into that.
Weird.
Look, hey, JP.
Yes.
I've been doing this for 35 years. I know where everybody lives, so don't worry about it. Hey, look here.
All good, man.
Hey, B. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
For all I do for Obama,
Big Tony dropped.
I think Jeff got him
I
off.
think Jeff hung up on because he's about to go off on Jeff.
Jeff got in our ear
and say he said
if
when he starts talking trash, I'm gonna hang up.
Yeah. So
hey, Big Tony, that was Jeff. When you talk to him on the phone, tell him all the words you can't use on the radio.
Take it up with Jeff. Wild card Scotty on the line. Hello, Scott.
God, we got two of them back to back.
Wow, what's happening, fellas?
What's
We're
up,
talking
man?
About jerky, Dwight Howard. Got a question for you, B. If you could have any walk-up song, if you're a weekly visitor or guest on another show or whatever,
I'm the man.
Well, I'm the man. Aloe Black.
Yep.
You aren't the man, and your handicap certainly isn't a 7-1.
It's a 7.1. What is yours, Scotty?
50.
25.6.
35, easy.
Thank you, Scott.
All right.
Ask me, we're going back to Big Tony?
Yeah.
All right, Tony. We'll try, dude. You're up, bud. Yo, that was Jeff to cut you
All
off,
right.
not me.
okay. So did y'all hear when I was talking about the band, but they didn't give me the tickets?
No.
Okay. Hey, B-Mitch, how come when I took a Bam out for his first time hunting and gave him all the good spots, let him kill all the deer? I ain't even shoot. I just was watching him because it was more enjoyment, for letting my little protege get his deer. But he going to the crankingest joint in history tonight, or tonight. Smoke's birthday for Northeast Brewers, and he gonna call me today talking about, oh yeah, I'm going. He ain't say, can I slide you a ticket? You want to meet me down there? Nothing like that. Even though he in the spot. Hey, B-Mitch, how can people do you like that after you done hooked them all up?
Hey, man, Jeff's selfish as hell, bro.
Damn.
Can I defend myself?
He's selfish as hell. I noticed that about him a long time. But he always asks you for something, but he
Not
never tell
true.
you till after the fact.
Not true.
Yeah.
And I told Big Tony, this went from for me going with the promotions team for Flex's 30th anniversary at Howard Theater, and now it's turning into me DJing from 7 to 9 tonight.
Well, you can
so
bring.
it wasn't tickets.
You can bring somebody with you. You can bring Tony as your bad guy.
Tony ain't carrying no bag.
Hey, B.
Appreciate your call, Tony.
Hey, B.
Yo.
Hey, to get into that spot, I'll carry his bags, his little record player, everything. Hey, did I tell y'all the time when the Bama ordered the Uber at the
That Jeff hung up on him that time again.
Because he about to tell y'all because I ordered Uber Eats to the hunting spot one time.
That makes you an idiot.
That means y'all not hunting deep in the woods. Dude.
No,
we're going to try. Check out line 5, Stallion, because I know who that is.
Who?
I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. Clyde in Fort Washington, do you have a question for Brian?
I sure do.
Great.
B-Mitch, as good as you were on the field, how come you're not a coach on the field?
Because coaching means that you don't like doing nothing else. I like doing a lot of other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's acceptable.
Yeah.
I know you could get the best out of people.
Yeah, it's just like you can't do anything else, though, boy. They over there. Listen, what is a profession that I really, really have to tip my hat to is coaches, bro. They are there 6, 7 in the morning till it gets dark at night. I don't think I like anything that much.
Appreciate you, Clyde.
Okay, appreciate you.
All right, man.
Let's go to Jupe in the DMWV. What up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
What's up,
buddy?
bro?
How
We
are
good?
Hey, this is my question, B-Miss. I just want to know why Big Tony was capping last week, saying he was going to take a couple of those collars and cold shirts and stick them in his drawers and walk out the store, knowing full well he wasn't going to get far with them holy drawers. He would have took one step, and them Jones would have slid down his pants and been sitting on the top part of his shoe.
Yeah,
and since you want to talk about foreheads, hey, look, since you want to talk about foreheads, I can tell by his forehead his second language is echolocation. Wide body, skinny leg Bama. All right, fellas, that's all I got for you.
Yeah, I forgot about that, man. Tony told us,
He
yo,
didn't
man.
openly say he was going to steal something.
I will take some shirts and put. Why would you take the shirt and put down in your drawers, though?
Our friend Ben Standick is on the line with a question for B-Mitch. What up, Benny?
Hi, Ben in Bethesda, first-time caller. Thanks for having me. All right, here's a question. B-Mitch, I don't want to blow your cover. You are actually a very nice guy. Like, you're always very cool with all of us out in the media. You don't big-time us. You're very cool. But there's a good rule of thumb, and that is don't piss B-Mitch off. Like, that's how I generally like to go through life.
Sure.
You are not afraid of people. Have you ever, in your career on the field or in the locker room, have you ever come across a guy where you looked and you're like, nope, I'm gonna take a step back because this guy, no, I'm out.
Nope.
Never?
Like, turn my back? Like, don't.
Just like,
If something's gonna pop off, I'm not gonna
to
defend myself. Only time I thought about that was with my pops.
I believe it.
Other than that, I'm gonna take my chance. I took my chance with jumping together. I'll take my chance with anybody else.
Jeff McGinnis. That's funny. That's all I needed to know. Thanks.
Yep.
I'm going to hang up and listen to the rest.
Because you were going to probably take me on or something? You trying to
I've been accused of being stupid, but I am definitely not that stupid.
All right, bro.
Thank you, Benny. Ben Standick calling in for Ask B-Mitch Anything.
Wow.
Check out the Last
We're
Man
getting
Standing
celebrities
Substack.
calling in.
Yeah, this has been a wild ride, dude. Joe is in Alexandria.
What up,
Hello,
Joe?
Yeah, hello. Thanks for your excellent show.
Appreciate you.
My question is, when the captains go out to the field for the coin toss, are they told what side of the coin they should call?
No. You choose that on your own. And normally, if it's more than one captain, they'll talk about what they want to do and they go with it. And they're like, I know when I was a captain here sometimes and in Philly, you had some captains that were there every week. And then we kind of went with the chances. Like we played the what's it called? The
odds?
The odds.
Yeah.
If it was like the last 3 weeks has been heads, we going tails this time. We just figured it's gonna change up.
There you have it.
They just tell you which direction they want you to kick it. Or if they want you to defer it or accept it.
Yeah. I think it's interesting how people, if I was ever a captain and was out there for the coin toss, I would just go tails. Tails never fails. I would say it every single time.
Mm-hmm.
I know that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a firm tails guy. I think we all get caught up in what the number, it's been tails 4 times. It can't be tails 5 times. Sure, it can.
Yeah, but sure it can't, too.
Right. That's my point, is that it's 50-50 no matter what. The previous outcomes have nothing to do with the next outcome.
Yeah, but that's not how you gamble, though. You gamble based off outcomes, don't you?
Sure.
So that's a gamble.
Good question from Joey.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
In your playing career, what were some of the hardest stadiums to judge the wind? Like, I know you played Candlestick, right?
New York and Philadelphia were the hardest of all. And then obscure Green Bay.
Really?
For some reason, all the stadiums, the sun sets but Green Bay Stadium is different than everybody else. And the sun sets right in the middle of the field. So when it gets up there and you're looking directly into the sun. You look at most stadiums, when the sun goes, it sits on the side where it's not really affecting you as much. But in Green Bay, right in the middle of the field. Why? I don't know.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Was Candlestick impossible?
No.
Really?
It wasn't.
Huh.
I don't know why. Like Philly, I know when it was
that
the
wind
vet,
howls through
when
the
it
lake.
was the vet, they used to lift those doors up.
Yeah.
And that wind would come through if their punter was kicking and it was at his back, he'll get a drive one on you. But if your punter was kicking, they open it up and that wind will just stop it because it was coming into it. They did little tricky things.
Interesting, man.
Yeah.
Here's a classic Jeff example. He said in my ear, he's like, yo, I actually really want to ask B-Mitch something. And now I don't think he's in there. Oh, I couldn't see you, dude. You were behind the wall.
Oh, he's a toothpick now. You can't see him anymore. When he was a big old roly-poly, you could see it no matter who.
I wouldn't have missed him then. Skinny Jeff, whole new vibe.
Now I got a real question.
Polar bear night.
When is the next time we're going to play golf?
When are the next time we're going to play golf?
I changed it. I changed it to when is. I did. Because I was going to go a different direction, but it just got to my head.
Okay.
When are we going to play golf again? And
whenever JP has time, so we can go out there and he can see how bad White Brian was.
and that was my next part of the question. Do you think I'll beat White Brian and Ryan Clary again?
I don't think you're going to beat Clary again. Brian, you have a chance. No, if Brian listens to me, you don't have a chance in hell of beating him, Jeff.
Well, hell froze over because I do.
I'm just saying, every time I told Brian what to do, how to do it, he's coachable as hell. He's like you, JP. He can't remember from one hole to the next.
my first 3 holes were pretty atrocious. After that, it was fun.
I don't know. You lost to Jeff.
Who's the best in the aquarium in there?
Me, easily.
Jeff beat both of them.
One time.
In what, strokes?
Yes, and they were counting them.
9 holes or what?
18.
The 9 we played?
No, we played 9 holes. 9 holes.
What'd you shoot, Jeff?
It was bad, but I beat them.
I want to know what the winning score was.
I think it was like a 47.
Oh, that's not even that bad.
No.
On that course?
On White Course, East Potomac.
Still, that's not that bad.
Thank you, JP.
From where
Thank
I've
you.
seen Jeff,
But what did y'all shoot, Ryan?
Yeah, what the hell did you guys shoot?
I shot like a 49.
No, you shot like a 50.
No, okay. Okay, one stroke.
No, yeah, one stroke. That 5 is way worse than that 4.
That's Cap trying to say a 49 is a 50.
It was tough. But the last hole, I put 2 balls in the big dirt pile at East Potomac.
Yeah, you know, there's the dirt on the
right into
2 balls. 2 balls.
And then
right
he followed
in
it
there.
up with a second one right there.
I have an idea. Now, somebody's going to have to give me a ride because you know how I operate. Lauren and the girls are going to the beach Monday. I'm not going to the beach till Wednesday. We have a short show, I think, and I'm going to drive to the beach after that. That leaves my Tuesday afternoon fairly open. I don't know when you're going out of town, B.
You ain't going to see me Tuesday.
You're going to Carolina?
Well, you know what? I might be able to meet y'all Tuesday because I'll be free after 2. I would love to do it Tuesday. I would drive to this place to see y'all.
Well, here's my thought. Because the other part of the confidence in the aquarium is they're not playing a real golf course. Mike Beasley.
What do you mean by that?
You'll know what I mean when you know. It's like pornography. You know it when you see it.
What
okay?
coach? We can't go to a real
we're not
golf
going
course.
there. We're not going to River Road.
No.
But
we're not going to. Not to the other one either with them.
I think I'll be all
We'll
right.
be still there next month.
Bees just texted me.
Uh-huh.
Bees says Stallion minus 180 to beat Jeff, which in that situation, I might take Jeff just because I want the juice. What if Bees can call our friend Mike down Indian Head Highway late in the afternoon, let us get 2 foursomes. We got 5, Bees make 6. That could be a fun evening, afternoon.
I think it's going to end up, we're going to have to get drinks brought to the third hole because they'll never get past first 2.
They're going to learn what a real golf course is.
Can we? Hold
I'm
on.
taking Jeff to a real golf course. He know
how to go.
But
I didn't let him play.
But hold on.
Me and Leon wanted to finish.
Hold on. That was early in my golf game. With the year in, I didn't even fix the hole when I hit the ball. I like kind of fall off balance. I didn't fix that and everything. So
I'm glad you don't fall over when you swing
tell
anymore.
Mike
Nobody
Beasley.
go anywhere. It is B-Mitch and Finley. B-Mitch and Finley here to tell you about our friends over at Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving car buyers in this area for over 100 years. When you can make it that long doing something, you're doing it right. And Brian and I are examples of them doing it right. We've both bought numerous cars from the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. I bought a Chevy, a GMC. I've bought multiple Toyotas. B's probably bought half the Kias ever assembled. We have done a lot of business with these folks and keep going back because they take great care of us. They've got an unmatched selection, incredible deals, and tremendous financing rates. But best of all, it's that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, and with that Oarsman Lifetime Edge come up to $1,500 in extra, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance and loaner cars with every major maintenance. Listen, when my daughters go over there like, Dad, they won't charge us. I say, well, if you didn't charge for the loaner car, take that. Be happy about that. You know, I say, Billy, make sure everything is done. He wanted to make sure all his customers are happy. They also give you a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman. They will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of his make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They love keeping their customers happy, unlike my daughters don't like to be happy. Take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. After announcing her comeback after nearly 4 years away, Serena Williams will return to singles play at Wimbledon. Williams, who's 44 years old, is matched up against 20-year-old Maya Joint in the first round at 2026 Wimbledon draws revealed earlier this morning. It's going to be an interesting matchup as these two have never squared off before. In fact, Joint wasn't even an active Grand Slam participant when Williams was last active. Moving over to Major League Baseball, the New York Mets have fired their manager, Carlos Mendoza. Former Padres manager Andy Green will step in as interim manager for the remainder of the season. He's going to take over a team that's lost 6 straight games and is 34-47 overall. More artists, more talent, more ink. The 3rd annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational is back June 26th through 28th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing and tattoo competitions at their biggest show yet. Presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio, don't miss the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. From the Corrupt Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Vibes. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Everybody get ready for the weekend. Jeff's telling me it's going to be 100 degrees on the 4th of July. We got to get Camera on the phone next week. Let's get a little 4th of July
Doug on the
preview.
beach chilling, man.
Doug is on the beach chilling.
On the beach
we'll get Amelia.
chilling.
We'll see if Amelia's available.
Well, Amelia said
week.
she liked the beach at 80 degrees, and Doug sent her a picture of him on the beach, and it's 80 degrees.
Hey, man, everybody's entitled to vacation. We got to do some weather for next week because we're all going various places. White Brian's going to South Carolina. You're going to North Carolina. Where are you going, Sally?
North Carolina!
I'm going to North Carolina.
Where are you going?
Outer Banks.
Nice, dude.
Where are you going, B-Mitch?
You should hit up Mac.
Away from you.
I think it's Nags Head.
That's
where B-Mitch just
where I
was.
Fool.
Oh, so yeah.
That's where my family's
I'll
from.
hit up Mac. I'll definitely hit up Mac.
They live in Nags Head right now in Moyock.
That's dope. You'd love it down there. All the fishing.
Oh, I fish on the Outer Banks all the time.
When the last time you were there?
Yeah,
Jeff?
all the time.
The last time I was
the
there,
years I've known you, you've never been there.
I literally went last year to visit my grandmother because my great grandmother passed.
So, but he's there all the time. Though.
He told
went
us
last
something
year.
different. I got.
You get what I mean.
I got a real question for you, B. Ask B-Mitch anything.
Yeah.
Our good friends, the Mac Brothers OBX Beach setup.
Yeah.
They take care of me. They take care of you.
Yeah.
Think they take care of Stallion? Maybe discounted rate?
So I actually just clarified. It's Emerald Isle.
All right, that's not Outer Banks.
Not Outer Banks.
It's further south.
Further south.
I've been to Emerald Isle, though. It's
you ain't
nice.
going
Nice.
down there.
Oh, no, I know.
I like
It's
it down there.
Yeah.
But
you have to find out from the boss where y'all really going. Okay, I understand.
I'm going with my boy. He's got a place down there.
The boss.
Just
your
me.
girlfriend's not going.
Girlfriend's not going.
4th of July, you're going solo.
Solo.
4th of July, they going to be down there, all dudes drinking their mimosas.
Yeah, you're
House
right.
full of mimosas.
Dang,
Hey-o!
dang right, Brian. That's exactly
Mimosas
right.
and iced coffee all weekend.
All right. We need a weather report up and down the eastern seaboard, basically, for next week.
Oh, my Lord.
Now, listen. I am aware that a new video has dropped on Brandon Aayuk's Instagram. I also am not going to talk about it.
Good.
Because there's some things I do want to talk about.
Yeah, pass by that one.
The Wizards Summer League schedule just came out.
Yes.
And it starts with a bang, B.
Who?
July 9th.
Against the Jazz.
Yes, dude. DeBanza versus Peterson.
Peterson say I'm coming. Peterson say he's dropping 40.
I bet DeBanza's ready. July 9th, first game against the Jazz, DeBanza versus Peterson. July 12th against Sacramento, DeBanza versus Darius Acuff. July 14th against the Bulls, DeBanza versus Caleb Wilson.
Oh, they put this like this for great purposes, dog.
July 15th against the Clippers, the kid Wagler from Illinois. That's pretty damn juicy, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty damn juicy. I will be watching that. Heather McDonough, I think we should go cover that. I can't wait for this summer.
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Just game one.
Yeah.
Just game one.
Yeah, I mean, you can go.
I think we should.
We could probably get Bees to hook us up here somewhere.
Yeah.
Bees, what do you think?
Bees, let's go to Vegas, dude. Game one. The other thing I wanted to talk about, and I'm really curious what you think on this, B. all these World Cup stadiums, FIFA demands grass. So you know what all these NFL stadiums were able to do? Get grass.
Yeah.
But for the NFL players who have openly talked about wanting grass, they can't do it.
They say they can't. They can. They just don't choose to.
George Kittle just made it clear. We've made it clear that we prefer grass fields. We know it's better on our bodies. And clearly, we know it's possible based on everything that went into putting down grass fields for the World Cup in each stadium. At this point, it comes down to the NFL making it a priority and choosing to invest in us as players because our bodies are our business, which they get to capitalize on. Do you think this World Cup and the grass stadiums will put enough pressure on the NFL to do it?
Well, they can't tell them they can't do it anymore. So the excuses that they were using, that BS is out the book. That's gone out the window now. You're done with that. So put the pressure.
Interesting.
You just did it, and you quickly did it. For people that say this is how we're going to get it done. And let's be real. They rolled in and said, we want grass field, and you take the stadium name that you get paid for off the damn stadium. And they did that, right? So you can't tell these players, and if the players keep coming with these studies and make sure if they don't do it, then you hold them to it. Hold them to the fire with that.
Yeah, man. It's like Phoenix or whatever town that is. It's my buddy John's town.
Scottsdale?
No, what town's the stadium in? Fair Lawn or something.
Tucson.
No, Tucson's
not Tucson.
2 hours
That's way
away,
out there,
idiot.
dude. It's not Tucson.
Yo, he was so excited to say it too, like he really knew.
It's not Tucson.
So dumb. White Brian knows it. What the hell's the name of this town?
It's in Glendale.
Glendale. Thank you. Stallion, please look at the miles difference from Glendale to Tucson.
You're right. I'm looking.
You're right. I'm looking.
The stadium in Glendale.
Too many mimosas.
I think it's State Farm Stadium. I know at one point it was. I don't know what it's called now.
I think it's State Farm.
It's a dome in the desert, and they have grass.
They have grass.
They figured
and
out,
they have a regular field.
They figured out how to do it. It's obviously doable. The Bernabeu, which we went to in Madrid, it's a dome in Spain.
Yeah.
They have grass.
Yeah.
Giant
Well,
stadium.
the Bernabeu, listen to me. NFL teams, you can learn something from those people at the Bernabeu. They have it's called a greenhouse, 23 stories under the field. The grass don't even have to see the sunlight. They take care of everything right there. If you really care about your players, invest in it. And I guarantee it wouldn't cost as much as some of the other crap costs.
Do you think it'll happen?
I think it's going to happen if they stick to it. I think it's going to happen if the guys come together and stop all look, what the league does every time. When there's a serious issue, the players, they immediately say, we're going to give you this quick little raise right here or right there. And players just jump on it because they only care about money right now. And they give you that little bit that doesn't help you later on. Fight for fields, fight for insurance, and you'll find out it's going to help your ass after you leave the league.
It's remarkable what's going on. I also found this really interesting. Did you hear what the Major League Baseball Players Association is asking for? Listen, we all know that baseball's got a big old fight coming, and I think I fear they might miss games. I really do. I really hope they don't, but I really think they will. The fact that Major League Baseball put out a tweet with their demands for what they want in this next new CBA.
The league or the
league
PA?
put it out. The league wants maximum contracts of 5 years in free agency, no deferred money. They want a hard salary cap. The league wants a lot, right?
But you know what I would say to that? You want somebody to protect you from yourself. The players didn't sign a contract with themselves. What they gave to Ohtani, the owner wanted to give that to him.
Yeah, it's the deferred money, though, that makes it.
Yeah, but still.
But yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's not like in every league, these owners want the players to help them save them from themselves. Hell, you're the one that's giving the contract. Don't offer one over that.
Well, how about this? This is really interesting. As these negotiations continue, the players, Major League Baseball Players Association, I'm reading from Jeff Passan, wants to pursue a ban on all MLB-related prop bets, aiming to combat harassment from disgruntled gamblers, a source told ESPN. The players want props out of there because they get an earful in the stadiums and online when they don't hit somebody's parlay.
Yeah, but they're going to get that anyway.
You think they will?
They're going to still get the harassment because most of the idiots that are betting can't afford to lose the money that they're betting. So until you can get people to stop betting what they don't have, they're going to keep messing with people because they think you have control over that. Hell, if I don't know what you're betting, how the hell you going to blame me for it? And if you think you're going to hit a 55-leg parlay, then you're fooling yourself. You go bet $2 thinking you're going to get $14 million. It ain't going to happen, bro.
I just find it really interesting. The money in gambling is far too significant for this to actually happen.
I think like a lot of times they've taken the props out of certain areas and certain like colleges and stuff of that nature. The props to me is the money maker for a lot of the gambling aspect because you don't win most of those, especially the parlays. You keep like all these guys like you hear somebody, yeah man, I hit a 14-leg parlay. How many of them you lost before you hit that one?
We were talking about it with Floyd the other day. Mayweather, it appears, has serious money trouble.
Yeah.
And he would always post those outrageous videos.
It's more than just gambling, though. I could run down a gambit of stuff.
I'm sure, dude. But I'm just saying, like, I think we've reached a point where it's fairly undeniable prop bets are problematic. In some capacity, you got in the NBA players betting the under on themselves. Is the prop
just the part? No, it's like the unders, the overs, the personal score points.
Yeah.
But I think
you don't have to parlay them. You can bet them straight up.
But I'm thinking the prop straight up, the actual prop straight up, I don't see a problem with it with a fan. Like if I say, yeah, you're going to score 25 or over 20 tonight, and you hit 20, you don't know I made that bet. So why? I'm not going to blame that player. Hell, that defensive player just locked him up that week or that day. You know, I'm not going to let you get, because let's be real. You think, like back in the day, I forgot who it was, used to always say what the bets, what the numbers were.
Musburger.
Yeah, Brett Musburger. You think the players don't see that in the newspapers too? And the players like, hold on, do they, like for me, if I were to look and say they got the team favored by 21 over us, I go in that locker room. We come out that locker room. Everybody gonna be in. We're not losing by 21. We probably won't lose.
Between the NBA betting scandal, which was players betting on their own unders, MLBPA now asking to ban props because of the harassment. There's a lot of heat on prop bets specifically, and I think the gambling companies have so much money that they'll be able to beat that heat. I don't think prop bets are going anywhere, but I think you could argue they should.
Some of them, I think some of them may go somewhere, but you're going to still have some level of prop bets.
Always.
Yeah. And if you don't have them,
there's a market
and
for,
if you
that
don't
market
have
will
them
always
legally,
exist.
they're going to be some out there illegally.
Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Speaking of props. What are you laughing at now?
I'm just you told Jeff to arch his back.
We're gonna post this video of B-Mitch and Jeff wrestling in the break.
Man, I'm trying to grow up, but
Is it already up?
Jeff keep making me want to wrestle and stuff, man.
You could have killed him.
I'm too old to be wrestling with young people.
The only thing I regret in making that video is I didn't get up and start filming it soon enough when you were throwing Jeff around by his legs like a doll.
But I'm not lying, bro. Jeff, that picture you showed me earlier.
He did not throw me around like a dog.
You are 3 people less than what you were, bro.
Yeah,
you
man.
are light as hell
How
right now,
much
dude.
have you lost?
Like 4 people.
I'm down 104 pounds.
And White Brian, how much are you up?
104 pounds.
No, probably like 20, 30.
Are you still running?
Not
No.
as much.
Yeah.
No. See, like
Our apartment gym treadmills have been broken for the past 6 months.
Do you
Run outside.
Do you remember?
Too hot.
I'm not running much right now either.
Do you remember when he told me he works these 2 jobs, he's up all night, and I say he gonna gain some weight? You remember that?
Yeah.
Because like when you don't get the proper sleep, bro, that weight will come on you.
Yeah, man. The guys like Denton and Linnell took that overnight job. It's tough, dog.
I was also on the skinny side when I started here.
Yeah, you were. But you got food drops and staying up all night.
That's how it be, them food drops.
I'm serious. The food drops will get you, brother.
So, Florio just wrote about this, that Aayuk still has to apply for his reinstatement. He remains on the reserve left squad list. By rule, he must apply for reinstatement with the league. Once he's reinstated, it's presumably automatic, but we thought applying for the supplemental draft was automatic too.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. And I did get a text from someone I know that he believes Aayuk is in Northern Virginia, which is interesting. Apparently, he was at an automotive dealership in Northern Virginia. So that's at least interesting. I haven't seen it. I'm not reporting it, but a friend of mine
the
texted
thing
me.
says my brother want to go out to California. I'm gonna stay out here. Well, he could be out here. We don't know.
Interesting stuff.
Might be posting stuff because he listened to us every day.
That was what somebody suggested. He said every time we talk about him, he posts something
I
new.
told you that yesterday.
If you are listening, BA, we'd love to have you. Feel free to call in. You can come in studio.
Yeah.
You can beat up Jeff.
B-Mitch in Philly.
We'll get more paisanos. Whatever you need to come in, you're certainly welcome. I think I might be on hot dog hat duty. Let's make some bets.
Gather around.
So, yesterday, my girls had a swim meet, but you have to take them up there early. We have to get there at 5. The swim meet doesn't start till 6, right?
All right.
And they do like warm-ups and stuff. So I went inside to cool off, and I was sitting at the bar, and a friend of mine, a fellow by the name of Frank Newby, is watching the end of Germany-Ecuador with great interest. And I said, Newby, since when are you into Ecuador? He's like, dude, I bet on them. I was like, really? He's like, think about it. Germany has nothing to play for. Ecuador has everything to play for, and the odds didn't make sense. So Frank Newby was very excited about Ecuador. I doubt he had ever thought about Ecuador before in his life. I don't believe he's Ecuadorian. But he was right. You and I were very wrong, B. Remember, we were like, damn, Germany's so low. Let's take Germany.
Yeah, Germany and
the U.S.
Yeah.
So not a good night picking World Cup winners last night. But we strive for greatness. We strive to do it again. WB, how'd everybody do last night?
Loss.
He may not be able to spell, but he was the only winner of the night, Ryan Clary.
He took what, Schwarber to have a hit?
Yep.
Minus 190?
We should have known what pitching staff they were going against, Jeff.
White Brian, give us a World Cup update. Who we got today?
That's a good question. Let me pull it up.
There goes our sports encyclopedia
expert.
That's our soccer expert. All right, I got it here. Norway versus France at 3:00. That's a good
that's
game.
at 3:30.
That's the Game of Thrones dude against Mbappe?
Yeah, at 3 o'clock. At 3
Game
o'clock.
of Thrones dude is sitting.
Oh, that sucks.
Norway's sitting a lot of their starters because they already secured the second place.
Okay. 8 o'clock. So there's
Come on, Mbappe, go get some more goals,
6 games today. Norway versus France at 3 o'clock. Also at 3 o'clock, Senegal versus Iraq. 8 o'clock slot, we got Cabo Verde against Saudi Arabia and Uruguay versus Spain. Is Yamal playing, Jeff? That's your guy.
Of course he is. He's back.
Yeah, but is he playing? Did they already clinch?
Yes, he's playing tonight.
Okay. I don't think you actually know that.
They did not clinch. Yes, he's playing.
Okay. Thank you.
Damn, Jeff.
The 11 o'clock slot, New Zealand playing Belgium and Egypt playing Iran. I don't know a lot, but I feel like Egypt-Iran could be a regional rivalry. That could be a...
So that game does have implications for the U.S.
Egypt and Iran does?
If Egypt
Beyond the war?
Yes. So if Egypt wins that, the U.S. would play Egypt after Bosnia if they were to beat Bosnia.
If Iran wins, do they play Iran?
I think then they would play Belgium.
It's too much stuff to be thinking about with this.
I'm no expert. I think we should avoid a U.S.-Iran soccer game if possible. Because I think the temperature would get awfully turned up.
I think the Iranians were very, very appreciative and praising how they were treated in California.
Good.
Yeah, the soccer team.
I think by and large...
I think sports guys, whatever's going on, goes on, but the actual people out there competing, they have a respect level for each other that, they don't get caught up too much in everything.
Also, I bought my new American flag hat today. I'm feeling very patriotic. I feel like by and large, all of the visitors from all over the world that have come to the States for this World Cup have loved it. And I hope we as Americans are showing our best. Let's be hospitable and let folks have fun in our great country.
Yeah, have fun.
I know the Scottish
Drink
are having
some beer.
fun. Yeah.
Have fun with it.
We're not making bets because it's a Friday. Grant and Danny are coming your way next. Thank you to Keith Smith for joining us. Fun day on the phones.
Keith. I like that name,
Keith. Everybody have a happy, safe weekend. It's going to be hot. Stay cool. You made it this far. Jeff owes you 100
You can
pounds.
do it. Put your back into it.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nats and the Phillies were tied 5-5 headed into the ninth inning. And for the third consecutive night, the bullpen gave up a game-winning home run, so your final score is 10-5. Nationals, though, have a chance to shake it off because they're going to start a 3-game set with the Orioles tonight at 7:05 p.m. As always, tune in right here on The Fan to listen live. Keeping it in the NL East, the Mets have fired manager Carlos Mendoza. The move comes with the team in the middle of just a miserable season. The Mets are 34-47, one of the worst records in the National League, despite the fact that they entered the year with the second highest payroll in Major League Baseball. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings to anniversary bands, necklaces, and bracelets, at Mervis you will find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in DC. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny, June 26, 2026. You are listening live to The Fan. Joe Theismann was my guest on Take Command, our podcast we do on the Commanders for Odyssey. Myself and Logan Paulson. He filled in for Logan today. We're going to play some of that for you at 3 o'clock. The former Super Bowl legend and NFL MVP will be on the show at 3. Danny, what's up?
What a miserable night last night was, sports-wise. And everyone wants to tell me that Team USA losing doesn't matter. I think we'll go into why it does, or at least for me it does. But the Nats, the bullpen thing again, that monster, I was in the tunnel getting ready to go out on the field and do a post-game interview if they won. Laugh, ha, 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 LOL. I've seen 13 runs in 2 ninth innings by the Phillies right in front of my face, watching all their fans go nuts and all those Phillies who used to play here high-five each other and go, hey, that's so funny. I called it. No, you called it. No, I called it. You know what's so funny? He's just going to go fast, so I knew he would, and I hit that bleep out of it. Right in my face. It sucks.
It's bad.
It's the worst feeling because they're not doing it for my team. They're doing it against my team. And it's like Trey's going, dude, Bryce, you totally did it. Bryce is like, I know I did it. Right in everyone's eyepiece. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, so annoying, dude. Yeah, so annoying.
Talk about the Nats bullpen, which has become a daily point of conversation, it seems like, around these parts in just a few. But I want to start with Team USA and the World Cup. You and I had a watch party last night. Appreciate all the folks over at MGM National Harbor and
Thank you for having us.
Sports Bar. It was a good old time. The soccer, not as much.
No. I mean, it was an entertaining game in that respect, but it just got a little sloppy, got a little loose there.
Yes, it did. 3-2 final score as the United States loses to Turkey. You said you cared that they lost? I mean, look, everyone wanted them to win, obviously. That would have been the preference. The way they lost was pretty excruciating in extra time. You put 7 extra minutes on the clock, and then about 8 minutes after extra time starts, you give up the goal because it's extra stoppage time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think this matters at all moving forward for the United States. Games 1 and 2, they had identical lineups, aside from needing a sub for Christian Pulisic. I'm not a believer necessarily in momentum from the opening round of pool play and group play. 2002, when the United States got to the quarterfinals for the one time that they did, they dominated, early and then got whooped by Poland and still found a way to get to the quarterfinals. So, I don't know. I looked at last night as they started one guy. That's it. One from their actual group that is projected to start in their upcoming game was on the field to begin that game. And they did put some players in as the night went on to try to get the win. But they were protecting a couple of their players who had yellow cards and overall, and we never saw Chris Richards or Flo Balogun or Tyler Adams or Anthony Robinson, so I am unconcerned.
I'm glad it happened in the way that it did because it's a reminder. The 2 teams they played previously don't do what Turkey does, which is play an aggressive. By the way, it's crazy that Turkey isn't advancing. With a group that's that offensively creative and aggressive, they should be going through, and it's kind of a major national disappointment for them. But I don't care about that so much as I care about the fact that style of play, You're going to see that if you'd like to go somewhere in the tournament against some better teams. That attacking style, that aggressive style, that pressure style, U.S. didn't respond really well. Guys that are probably going to play and contribute, be it Weah, be it Gio Reyna, I thought was really disappointing. Weston McKennie played the entire time. A lot of guys, until he was subbed out at the end by Malik Tillman with only a handful of minutes left. A lot of regulars did play. A lot of regulars were on the field for the duration of that game where Turkey looked more desperate, more hungry, had more possession, had more pressure, had more chances, ultimately gave up a goal. It sort of exposed to me the weakness that the U.S. has, which is weird because this is not what we're used to in the U.S., but defensively, they're a little bit disorganized, gets a little bit chaotic for them, and they don't play as well as they'll need to go as far as I'd like them to in this World Cup. I think they can and will beat Bosnia. After that, you're now getting into, there's no pushovers, there's no weaknesses. You can't play tiddlywinks. So I was a little bit frustrated with how the end of that game went.
I think that looking at last night's game and seeing where they struggled and what they did poorly is like watching an NFL preseason game and saying, I worry about the Commanders' run defense a little bit because Mark McKenzie and Miles Robinson, who got exposed last night, are not going to be on the field a whole lot, right? I mean, those are the guys that were out there actually in the World Cup exhibition games when Chris Richards was dealing with an ankle injury leading up to the tournament, when everyone was talking about how badly our defense was going to play. And then you get Chris Richards back, and those guys go back to not having to play. And McKenzie was on the field and kind of right smack dab in the middle of all three goals that got scored. And I was reading a piece that was done today, I think it was Mike DeCourcy, about basically his misplays on each of those goals and what he could have done differently. And that's going to be Chris Richards the next time they're on the field. So, look, you lose, you're going to feel worse. And all of the positive momentum was on the multiple wins. The thing that I cared the most about last night from a player standpoint, evaluating, was how does Christian Pulisic come back and how does he look and is he healthy? I thought he was very healthy.
He looked good, yeah.
Had a couple of nice rushes, had 2 near goals actually, was running past defenders with fresh legs late in that game. So that was a huge check mark for me. One of the most important players on the team moving forward. I agree that they were bad defensively, but like in terms of them struggling with a style, or I don't know enough about the scheme of Turkey to tell you like who else implements that. But I guess I just don't care that much because the guys that struggled mostly aren't going to be playing the next time that the United States is playing. And like you said, they should beat Bosnia as it is. It's a toss-up after that. You know, you're now in the round of 16, and you're, the 17th, 18th best team in the world? So that's about where you should have been. That's now chalk, and it's going to probably come down to the matchup at that point.
Indeed, yeah. There's a chance for favorable draw, a chance for not. You never know. I mean, it's such a crazy shuffle-up. But I think this is...
How does that work, by the way? After the round of 16, is it bracket style where...
Yeah, it's a bracket.
So what are the possibilities?
There are, okay, I got to go find all of it because there's a million of them. So
okay. It's not worth going through.
Yeah, and it wouldn't make any sense to people on the air. So I'm going to show you what the bracket looks like, and you're going to see how little sense it makes. So you see this here. This is the second place team from Group K, the second place team from Group L. This is 1H. These are the 10 different possibilities that it could still be. Look at this. The first place finisher in 1G, that's first place here, could place the third place team from A, F, H. It's like, oh my God, how did they settle this?
We'll worry about that down the road.
It's way too complicated.
Yeah. But the bottom line is, if they get a good matchup, they'll have a chance, I think, to get to the quarters. And if they don't, then they're probably going to have a hard time in the round of 16. But last night didn't change how I feel about anything. It sounds like it gives you a little more pause.
Yeah, no, it's how you and I in general, I think, view injuries, substitutions, and different things like that. I mean, go back to the Local 53's football season. Injuries tell a huge story about what happened to them last year. But my takeaway is, yes, injuries. What about the dudes that weren't injured? Because of injuries, why did Frankie Louvu have a terrible season? Why did Javon Kinlaw not have a sack? And you could go down the list of guys that I care about that way more than I care about the injured or the subs. I understand a sub not playing as well as a starter. What I care about, so the 2-1 part of it, where they're losing at halftime, big whoop. Okay, I'm disappointed.
Second goalies out there.
Yeah.
So, which really important player played badly last night that bothers you?
I don't know that it was necessarily playing badly, but when you've got the Pulisic, Dest, Freeman, Tillman, and a couple other guys that are either going to contribute or are players get out possessed and not respond well to some of Turkey's desperate pressure, that gives me a little bit of concern. It's a reminder that this is not a cakewalk. Now, it's also, you put yourself in a great spot you can have a down game. In the past, it's, okay, the U.S. has 2 points through 2 games and they need a win or they need some kind of miracle thing and maybe they'll advance as the third place team, whatever. They won the group. You're in a great spot. But it's a reminder that this ain't easy and there's still work to be done.
Totally. And I think
And that's
that's
all.
perfectly reasonable. I would also point out that in the rankings I'm looking at right here, FIFA Men's World Rankings, they have the U.S. 15th. They have Turkey 22.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a very comparable opponent.
Oh, yeah. They're
To
good.
the Americans. So now you take the vast majority of our roster and you play them either not at all or for a very limited amount of time.
Extremely limited.
And Turkey probably should have been the favorite in that game. I don't know what the betting line was going into the game, but I'll bet you if the books knew that 10 guys weren't going to start that typically do, Turkey would have been the favorite. That's why I'm not going to work myself into a lather. And I'll just remind everyone that Bosnia, who we're playing in the next round, they rank way back in the bottom, they're like 65th,
In the
70th.
60s, I think, yeah.
So Turkey is a way better opponent anyway, even than the next round's opponent, because it's a quirky way that it's all set up. To the Nationals, though, Danny. We were both in the ballpark last night. That was demoralizing. 3 losses in a row, all of which would be worst loss of a season kind of losses, honestly. Like when the year ends and you've played 162, you'll be able to remember, if you were in the ballpark, the night that they gave up 14 to the Phillies almost exclusively in the 8th and 9th innings. And it's 3 straight nights where the underbelly of this team got cut open and was just poured out on the field for everybody to see as a 4-game sweep over the Phillies, which was possible, or a series where you pretty easily could have won 3 out of 4. They were down to the final pitch in the 9th inning with 2 strikes, with 2 outs, in multiple losses with a lead. You end up losing the series, dropping 3 out of 4. They've now lost 7 out of 8, I believe, overall, and they have fallen to 500. But that was painful last night. That was just a real bat to the shins.
We're joking in the press box to each other, guys, as we're hanging out. How many runs do they need to go into the 8th inning, go into the 9th inning for you to feel comfortable? And every Philly fan, and there were plenty of them there, is sitting there smug. They all know. We're getting tweets from guys. Guys are chirping us. Our boy Ryan Spader's like, they're winning, right? Talking about as a Phillies fan. When they're down 5-0 in the 6th inning. Because the Nats didn't add on. Because Keibert Ruiz had a terrible at-bat with the bases loaded. Whether you get a hit or not, 2 outs, I mean, it's a hard game, but swings at 3 non-competitive strikes, and you give away an opportunity. When C.J. Abrams comes up after a leadoff double from Dalen Lyle, 3 pitches, see you, sit down, you're not adding a run there, you're going, okay, maybe it comes back and bite you. None of that matters when your bullpen, I'm sure, when your bullpen is covered in kerosene walking into a fire. That's what this is. When you score 5 runs in 5 innings against Christopher Sanchez, a likely Cy Young 1 or 2, when you put 4 runs on the board against that guy, that's grown-ass man work. That's big time. And your starter outduels him. Goes 6 innings. Kate Cavalli throws the ball as good as he has in months against an excellent lineup. He goes 6 innings, 2 runs. He outduels a Cy Young winner or second-place finisher. That needs to be a win. Sorry, it does.
Well, that's what is so painful about this series to me was that the Nats kept showing the resilience that has made them a playoff caliber team this year. We've said it over and over again, but whenever they have a bad series at home and hit the road, they immediately jump out to a 3-0 lead, win a game, win a series, and they come back with a strong road trip, right? That San Francisco Giants meltdown, disaster, fiasco, debacle that happened going back almost 2 weeks ago now, when everyone said, that's going to be it. The season was fun, but you're not going to bounce back from this. This is one of those losses that completely changes the direction of a year. They immediately responded. They have done it every single time. They get knocked down, they get up, standing 8 count, they keep swinging, and next thing you know, they're back in the corner, and they've got another wind, right? Tuesday night was a horrific loss, and it felt like, all right, well, tomorrow the Phillies are probably just going to beat you 8-1, and they'll have all the momentum. The Nats come back, they take the lead, 1-0 on a solo shot, 2-0 on a second solo shot. The Phillies get back in front 3-2, and then Curtis Mead hits a 2-run home run, and now it's 4-3, and they're on the verge of winning. And again, it's 2 outs and 2 strikes, and then you give up another home run. This time, a 2-run homer to a terrible former Nat who's on his second team of the year.
He's on the AL All-Star ballot, by the way. Still, Derek Hillis.
I guess
this is where we are.
He shouldn't be on any All-Star ballot.
Yeah, it's true. But
unless it's the hit a home run against the Nats in the late innings every
then he's a
game.
Hall of Famer.
All-Star ballot. But you lose that game. And then Christopher Sanchez is on the schedule on a getaway day after back-to-back devastating losses, and you go, all right, well, this is a scheduled L. He's going to go out and do what he does, which is 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, and probably 9 strikeouts. And they scored 4 runs off of him in the first inning. They did the thing again. They're up 5-0. How many times can you do everything right and kind of run 24 miles of the marathon and then pass the baton to the leg of your relay race for them to just sit on their ass and watch everyone else pass them? And that is what continually is happening. I think the most demoralizing thing as a baseball fan is when your bullpen is just a disaster.
It is. And again, I was not close to being a major leaguer, and I'm not comparing myself. But I can tell you, having played in some baseball games, there's nothing. It's not the same. If you give up, if you're just going back and forth and they've got 8 and you've got 3, and okay, that's that. You lose the game. It's a bummer, but you've kind of have some moment to accept it. When you think you're going to win and it's snatched away from you, it ain't the same. I don't know how else to say that. But when everybody else gets you to the point and you're going, horse, drink the water, and the horse kicks the water over and then somehow starts a fire, it ain't the same. It is a gut punch. Now, these guys get to the major leagues, A, because of their ability, but B, because of their makeup. They don't wear it like fans do. They're not bothered. As you can see, the next night, the next day, the next whenever, they're right back out on the grind, doing their routine, doing their prep, doing their game day stuff, and they're going to attack, and they're going to try to put some runs on the board and see what happens. But at a certain point, it becomes, okay, man, my group turned in great work. What are you going to do? It's like a kicker that can't make it in football, where it's like the defense is great, the offense is great.
That's the good comp.
And now all of a sudden, this little twerp can't put the ball between the uprights. I'm playing with a broken femur, and this dude can't just put that foot to the ball and kick it 30 yards straight. Like, it is agonizing.
Because as good as Cavalli was, 6 innings, 2 runs, 7 strikeouts, you mentioned he was better than Sanchez. He gave up a 2-run homer.
He did.
It was 5-0. It made it 5-3. And, at that point, the Phillies get a little bit of momentum. So if you're looking at just like the moments where the Phillies had the biggest spike in win percentage expected, that was a pretty significant one. There are plenty of times where at the plate, as you said, with an at-bat for Ruiz with the bases loaded, or James Wood, or C.J. Abrams in a pinch hit opportunity, or Curtis Mead, or any of your really good players at the plate, if you do something to change the complexion of the game there, maybe you win the baseball game. The part we'll focus on is you had the lead, you got one job, protect the lead, and they couldn't do it. And I think what was so debilitating last night as a fan, and what was so excruciating about last night, was it was immediate again.
Yeah.
Because of the last 2 nights, you could just feel it. When the bullpen door swings open and Mitchell Parker runs out, which how and why that's still happening, I don't have an answer for you. We're going to talk a lot about the bullpen and the 10,000-foot view of the organization and what direction the Nats should and could go, and what might Paul Taboni be thinking, and how could this front office go about fixing this. I can't explain away the Mitchell Parker thing and why that's still happening, but it is. And so he was the first guy out of the chute with a 3-run lead, and he faces 5 batters, and he goes single, walk, and the bases are loaded, and a run's in, and there's 1 out, and the Phillies are right back in the ball game, and they're only down 2. But he's coming in, Danny, wearing the weight of the last 2 nights.
Yep.
Knowing everyone's waiting to go, is the bullpen going to blow it again? Is the bullpen going to blow it again?
Yes.
So it's not just about this one pitch or this one out or this
it
one inning.
It becomes that referendum. You're right.
I saw it with Clayton Beeter.
Yeah.
Beeter, who's got really good stuff and actually throws 97, 98, and has a good slider and strikes out 9.5 per 9. The only member of the Nationals bullpen, by the way, who strikes out more than a batter per inning, believe it or not. That's a crazy stat. In a bullpen where they don't have any of the 88 pitchers in baseball who average 98 miles an hour with their fastball this year. Another crazy stat. But Clayton Beeter comes on, and he could not find the strike zone. I think he threw 10 straight balls. He had 2 walks and a 2-0 count. And you could just tell, Danny, he was pitching with the weight of the world on his shoulders because he knew, okay, 2 nights ago it was Brad Lord, and last night it was Lovelady, and tonight someone's going to be the guy that everybody wants sent down.
Yeah, that pressure mounts. I mean, you've seen it. It transcends sports. You've seen it in everything. You've seen the team that is normally a good free throw shooting team all of a sudden when the crowd's going nuts and everyone's hitting their thunder sticks and now they can't make one and now you pull one short and then the great free throw shooter comes up there, he can't make one, and it becomes an epidemic. That's what's happening right now. The bad unit is now facing the extra mounted scrutiny and pressure, and that ain't good.
But this is what's so tough about baseball. It's frankly what I love about the sport, but as a fan, it's what's really, really hard. There is no clock. I mean, now there's a pitch clock. But, you got to get 27 outs, bud.
You are required.
You have to. And tonight, there's another game. And the Orioles are looming. And you might have a lead again. And then what happens? We say with the fielders, the ball finds you.
Yep.
There's going to be someone on that mound tonight. 3 nights ago, and then 2 nights ago, and then last night, Buterres kind of said the same thing post-game. His anger is increased, and his terseness is increased a tad, but he's essentially said, someone's got to get these outs. We got to find someone who can get these outs. What are you supposed to say?
Yeah.
There's not good options. I'm texting with someone last night at the ballpark, and they go, you can't bring in Beater here. I said, why? He's got the best stuff of anyone in their bullpen that's available. And they said, because he walks too many guys. And I said, well, you can't leave Mitchell Parker out there. And they said, why? And I said, because he's their worst reliever and he's walking everybody.
Yeah, not only does he get walks, when it's in the zone, it ain't good either.
No. But he wasn't even close in walking a run home.
No.
Now they bring in Beater and he walks another run home. But the point of the dude's story is, you got someone saying you can't bring in Beater. I'm saying you can't stick with Parker. What is it that you'd say you should do here?
Right. But you're also going, well, I also can't bring in Poulin or Revolta or you named a couple other guys.
Justin Lawrence had never pitched for the team, had an 80 ERA. His first opportunity's not going to be to protect a 1-run lead in that spot.
Yeah, we can try that. I mean, but
they end up sending Gus Varland down, who's been struggling. Lovelady's whip is up around 2, and he's a lefty with an average against from lefties of 350. I mean, they don't have it. Lord's been their best reliever, had a terrible inning in this series. Revolta's probably the guy right now, the 28-year-old former 12th rounder that I would give the highest leverage opportunities to other than Lord if he's more of a multi-inning, mid-inning guy. But it's bad.
Yeah, and they'd both thrown 2 straight days, so they weren't available. I mean, that was kind of my point about last night.
And there's no fixes.
There's no fix.
What are you supposed to do right now?
So we talked about this yesterday, and I think ultimately I'm of the mind that I don't want to, if I'm putting myself in Paul Timoni's shoes. I'm much thinner, and I'm handsome, and I'm young. But I'm basically going, I don't care what my plan was. I can't let this fester. This is now bad enough where I go, I can't start looking guys in the eye. And because I generally sort of roll my eyes and kind of scoff at what about the team guys? Yeah.
This is different than what you were saying yesterday.
Yeah,
this is what I was saying yesterday.
It is. In general, I go, what do you say? Like when people go, what do you say to the team? I go, be professional, do your job. And that's my answer 99.9% of the time. This is now to the point where, regardless of what my plan is, I have to do something.
Wow.
I have to.
So we literally had this conversation if you weren't listening yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what I was saying,
Yes.
which is this isn't even really about making the playoffs. This isn't necessarily about appeasing a fan base that's getting riled up. This is about a clubhouse which can pretty quickly start pointing some fingers and get antsy and start losing hope. And then all of a sudden the bottom caves in and you're losing 10 out of 13 because it's that bad that something has to be done. Yesterday was your breaking point then after a third straight and another player got demoted.
It was. And I don't know what it takes my threshold for whatever that you want to call that, whatever phenomenon that is, I think is higher than most. Because again, my axiom is that's what the money's for, as John Hamm once said on Mad Men. Do your job, be a professional. But at some point, and yesterday was some point, where because it was so inevitable, I'm telling you, every Philly fan, every jackass Philly fan that was there is sitting there smugly smiling and elbowing the Nats fan next to them going, we're going to win it. We're winning this one when they're down 5-0. They all knew it was going to happen.
Bryce told one of the Nats after the game on Tuesday, the first game, the Danny Rouillet in the tunnel, 800 runs in the
Rouillet spectacular
game. He told one of the Nats, he's like, we actually still thought we were going to win because we thought as soon as we got to the bullpen in those late innings, we still were alive, and once the ball started rolling downhill, we kind of felt good. That's how teams feel against this bullpen.
Yeah.
That's scary. That's dangerous. That's ominous. That is not where you want to be. That's hope that they have that they can always come back to beat you. But we're going to talk more about the bullpen and kind of what can be done, what Paul Timoni should do as the day goes on. I will say, I don't think this is that nuanced. As I've thought a lot about this, they're going to try to find ways to upgrade. They're going to do everything they can to get their guys better. But I think at its core, this is a team that is playing better than they're supposed to. And because of that, fan expectations have risen higher than they should be. And then internally, probably the front office's expectations are they haven't met maybe where the fans are at this point. I don't know. And as good as that is for everyone to be excited, I don't think they're going out and adding and buying and making trades. I just don't see it that way. They've said very transparently this is going to take time. They're ahead of schedule. There was no reason to spend on the bullpen because they weren't going to be particularly good. And I don't think that's going to change much. But now at 500, it would make it really easy for Paul Taboni to not add anything if they continued to lose, and they got to find a way to get a win tonight in Baltimore against the Orioles. I want to talk about this wild story in the NFL where a defensive back is being charged with kidnapping and armed robbery. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
And it's brought to you by Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. It's been a bad few days for Nationals fans. Last night, the ultimate gut punch, leading 5-0 against the Phillies, heading into the 6th. Then the seemingly obvious followed when the Phils scored 10 unanswered, leading to a 10-5 loss and the toughest stretch of the season for the Nats. Washington is back in action up in Baltimore at 7:05 tonight. Andrew Alvarez against Trevor Rogers. Staying in baseball, the Mets have parted ways with Carlos Mendoza today during the team's 6-game losing streak in what has been a disastrous season. They're 34-47. Former Padres manager Andy Green will be the new head man. He'll finish out 2026. And in the World Cup, the USA lost to Turkey last night at the last second, 3-2. It'll play Bosnia next Wednesday, July 1st, to start the knockout round. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fully Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. You'll hear from Joe Theismann coming up in 25 minutes. Thoughts on Jaden Daniels' year 3 and the first ever season for David Blau as an offensive coordinator and as a play caller. How about this Terrion Arnold story out of Detroit? Are you tracking this at all?
I read the story, and I had to double-check that it was real. Again, allegedly, allegations, innocent until proven guilty, all the normal qualifiers apply. The details are jaw-dropping.
So Terrion Arnold, for people that do not follow the NFL outside of Washington, D.C. all that closely, is a 23-year-old Alabama product, played for the Crimson Tide. He was drafted in the first round, 24th overall, a native of Tallahassee, Florida, which is the area where a lot of this happened in Florida. And he has now played over the last 2 years, had an injury last year, but 24 games. He's basically a full-time starter, obviously, first-round pick. But listen to the details of this story. He is currently in jail as we talk right now. He is behind bars, being held without bond until Monday when he has a pretrial hearing. So generally what I guess would happen is you commit this crime, you have this hearing where you're able to post bond, get out of jail, you go back home with friends and family and loved ones and meet with an attorney and do whatever you got to do to get your ducks in a row for your pretrial hearing a few days later. Unless you're considered some kind of threat to society, in which case they keep you behind bars and say you can't get out until the pretrial hearing, which is what's happening. He will be there until at least Monday, being held, Danny, in jail behind bars on kidnapping and armed robbery charges, which when you hear that, sounds like a pretty big deal, right?
Yep.
His attorney is this guy named Timothy Jansen. He says that his client is denying all allegations, so I'll point that out. Here are the counts. Here are the crimes allegedly committed. 3 counts of armed robbery with 3 counts of kidnapping, 1 count of conspiracy to commit armed robbery, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit kidnapping, which I guess means they took 3 people against their will at gunpoint, held them against their will in an apartment, and then there was a 4th person that was part of the plan that they were supposed to have gotten and didn't. I guess that's where the extra count of conspiracy for armed robbery and kidnapping came from. But the kidnapping charges alone would carry a maximum sentence of life in prison if found guilty and he serves the time that would normally be served for that. But here's the story. I'm just going to tell people the story, then we can kind of break it down. So the allegation is that the NFL player here in question, Terrion Arnold, actually organized an abduction and interrogation of 3 guys, one of whom is supposedly his former driver. He accused these 3 men of stealing $250,000 in personal property from his Airbnb. So I guess when he and his buddies or whatever were renting a place, whoever his driver was and these 2 accomplices, he alleges stole $250,000 worth of stuff from them out of their Airbnb. The defendants, which is Arnold and 6 other guys, there's a group of 7 dudes, ambushed these guys at an apartment allegedly, beat them at gunpoint, and then held them at the apartment, live streaming beatdowns and threats and all this other stuff to Arnold on video, who wasn't there yet. Supposedly, he's on FaceTime driving there to come take part into the fun, I suppose. And then eventually he gets there, but he was the guy that put the plan together. And there are text messages, according to investigators, that corroborate or claim that he was the mastermind behind the whole thing, which is why they want to try to throw the book at him. It's a crazy story.
It is. Again, some of the other details are just, again, insane. It reads like a movie plot.
What else are you seeing?
Well, they used a woman to lure, again, this according to court docs and now the reporting that I've seen on it, they used a woman to lure the two guys that they believed had stolen from them, talking about Arnold and his buddies here, again, this is all alleged, to, hey, come over for a little late night romp. Come over for some adult time. And the two guys are already there, and they're waiting in the closet. And they pop out of the closet, and then the beatings begin, the tying up. The third victim is in the car waiting, gets concerned because of the amount of time it's being taken or whatever. He comes in and then allegedly is pistol whipped and then tied up, and now is all kind of part of this dalliance or whatever you want to talk about. It is, you kind of go, I can't even believe any of this is possible. I can't.
It does sound like a movie.
Yeah.
You know, like some kind of an American gangster Training Day kind of straight out of a film. There's no way in real life that's happening. But it is always amazing to me when athletes who are well-to-do and have now the financial means and ability to let things go or not, handle things in a different way. If someone steals $250,000 from you, Danny, there's plenty of things you could do to get even with that person and to get that money back or those things back. You can get the police involved. You can press charges. To run it like you are, somebody who has nothing to lose and is just like living life out on the streets and is part of some gang or something, I don't understand the logic or the thinking. And, I try to think about the fact that different backgrounds and I don't know what I don't know, but you're a millionaire, dude. You got so many different ways to handle this situation. It's like when I see guys get DUIs. Every locker room I've ever been in my life, there are a bunch of sheets hanging in like an area of the locker room generally where the drinks and some snacks and some stuff are for players or some candy or whatever. And there's these numbers like, hey, if you ever need a ride, we have a personal driver for our team that will come pick you up. Here is the special Uber number where we are paying for your ride share for the rest of the season. Like, there's just no excuse. And This is the exact same thing to me with this guy who potentially is throwing his entire career away. And for what?
Totally. Yeah. And again, all alleged, his attorney's denying that he's involved in this sort of stuff. And this is incredibly serious and should be taken seriously. That means let everything play out and we'll see what happens. Could be guilty, not guilty, anything in between. But the detail, like, there are victims in this case. There are people that had thousands of dollars stolen from them that were beaten up. One of the victims allegedly had a gun put in his mouth. There's a whole bunch of stuff here that, again, seems like the kind of gory rated R or adult the movie plot that you just go, I'm not sure that's that entertaining. It seems over the top and ridiculous.
I would watch this as a true crime documentary.
Yeah.
I've seen this before.
I've seen this one,
I've watched this episode a couple of times on Netflix recently. It's an NFL player who I watched last year pick off a pass for the Lions. Come on, man. Joe Theismann at 3 and 20 minutes. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Next, we've got a date set for the NFL draft in D.C. We'll look ahead. Guys, what's up? It's Grant Paulson. 250 years. That's how long America's been the greatest experiment in freedom the world has ever seen. Virginia is where that experiment began. This 4th of July, VA 250 invites you to go deeper than the fireworks, to walk the grounds where history was made, hear the stories that still echo today, and experience the Commonwealth in a whole new way. recently done it. Took the family down to Williamsburg, and we enjoyed ourselves in the colonial setting. In fact, we're going to go back for the 4th of July for a drone show and fireworks and to be back on site and see more of the things that we missed the first time. From Jamestown and Williamsburg to Yorktown and beyond, there are events for families like the Paulsons, adventures for explorers, and moments that'll stay with you long after the summer ends. Head to Colonial Williamsburg like we did and like we're doing on the 4th of July. I'm telling you, this firework and drone show I've been reading about, hearing about, is going to be epic. They're televising it on PBS, 9 p.m. if you can't be there. Plan your 4th of July. Plan your summer activities throughout the summer right now. Visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. America, made in Virginia. G&D, welcome back. Thanks for listening to The Fan. Joe Theismann coming up in about 12 minutes. The National Football League released the dates for the 2027 NFL Draft that, of course, will be held here in the nation's capital. Those dates start with Thursday, April 29th. That will be round one of the NFL Draft, which will go through May 1st. April 29th, a Thursday night in prime time, there will be somewhere between, 350,000 and probably 700,000 people over the span of all the days. But that first night, there's going to be a couple 100,000 potentially roaming the area. NFL fans excited to be in D.C. doing some sightseeing.
It's cool, man. You remember some of those, big events, be they inaugurations, be they, parades, things like that. And it's one of those, hey, the spotlight's on us here. We got some pretty cool stuff. It looks really neat when, the Lincoln Memorial's lit up, or you can see the Washington Monument from a certain direction or whatever. Those backdrops, so it's like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's my city. It's my region. It's my area that's on showcase. And that's one of the big ones, right? Where it's, you're cutting promos and, Roger Goodell, after he gets booed, will say, what's up? Nation's capital. And everyone's like, yeah, that's where we are. It's exciting, man. It's fun.
Not having the World Cup in D.C. has hit me harder than I anticipated. I always like the World Cup. I always get into the World Cup. I'm not a massive soccer guy otherwise. But watching my buddy who does radio in Kansas City, they've had all kinds of stuff going on because they're one of the main hubs.
One of the spots, yeah.
Seeing what's happening out in L.A. or in Seattle, or knowing that there's events just up the East Coast here, up 95, really frustrates, annoys, bothers me, to be honest with you. And it's a bummer. If anything, I think it's a good indicator that we needed this stadium so badly. The people that have argued against having a new NFL stadium in Washington, D.C., I think they're just incorrect. Like, we can't not have events because you can't host them when you're Washington, D.C. I'm sorry. We're the nation's capital. We're the most powerful city in the world. There is no good excuse for us to not be able to host a World Cup event because our stadium is dilapidated and falling apart, and there's water coming out of pipes and nobody wants to be there. If Taylor Swift is doing a tour of 23 NFL stadiums, Washington, D.C. should be on that list, and we weren't. And those are the types of things that are unacceptable. So to just be in the mix for something cool like the NFL Draft is a nice consolation prize for me when I was feeling down a little bit about the things that we can't currently host. But that 27 NFL Draft is going to be big time. I mean, the quarterback class should be very, very good. The best player is wide receiver Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State, who's coming off of 1,200 yards and 12 touchdowns, and he'll go in the top 10. But from a quarterbacking standpoint, Texas's Arch Manning, Oregon's Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, who broke out at Ohio State last year, Notre Dame's C.J. Carr. There's going to be other guys we're not thinking about yet that come on. Maybe it's Lenora Sellers from South Carolina or Trinidad Chambliss from Ole Miss. Brennan Sorsby would have been in this discussion, but isn't anymore. But I think there's going to be way, way, way more high-end quarterbacking talent, and because of that, intrigue in this class, and it's going to be right here in our backyard.
Yeah, who's projected to go 8th, where Washington's going to pick? We're just having fun. We're just joking. No one knows anything. But yeah, we talked about this flippantly a little bit about the draft. I think it limits to some degree, and maybe this is stupid, some degree maybe some of the maneuvering that Washington might be able to do or might have wanted to do in terms of giving up future picks. Like, because the draft's in your backyard, I don't want to do a draft like just happened, where you pick once and then don't go for 2 nights, and then you got 2 picks at the back end or something like that. Like, you kind of need to make some selections for the locals for fun. And I know that sounds stupid.
I'm going to file that into the I'm not buying it category.
But I do think it's
Adam
something.
Peters is working on a deal, and somebody wants a pick, on draft night, and he goes, we'd pull this off because we really like this guy, but I don't want to not have a second-round pick next year in D.C.
I don't know if it's that extreme, but I also don't think they can do that again, where they don't pick for the entire second round, the entire third round, and we got to wait till the 4th. Maybe I'm crazy, but just it seems like you maybe are. If there's a choice between giving up picks in 26, giving up at 27, I'll take 26. Maybe that's as far as I'll go.
It'll make the night better to have more picks for sure.
Yeah,
but I think that is one of those things that, like, Paul Taboni is not, not sending a player down because his bobblehead night is coming up in 2 weeks. Like, that's a Jason Sinaraja thing to worry about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Adam Peters is trying to do what's best for the operation, and then you'll make sense with whatever he does or doesn't do. I don't think he's going, damn, we could have gotten our wide receiver, but at least now we'll have a pick in front of everybody
But now people
on the
get to clap.
National Mall. Because that draft is going to happen with or without the Commanders making early picks. And we don't know. I mean, could they? You joke that they could pick 8. It'd be nice if they're picking 27 or something like that, and they're back in the playoffs and winning playoff games. As of right now, in case people are curious, they do have a pick in every round next year, believe it or not.
Yay.
This is the first time post Marshawn Lattimore, Laramie Tunsil, where they've got the allotment back. So they, as of right now, have one selection in every round, and it is, to my knowledge, I think their own selection in rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of this draft.
That's a refreshing change. Now, I get why they did some of those things. I have no problem because I'm not sending Laramie Tunsil back. I love that one.
One of the two of them is maybe the best move Peters has made since he got here.
I even got, at the time, the Lattimore trade. I understood it. You were way ahead in the race. You didn't think you were going to have a chance in, and it costs more to change tires on the fly. I get that. That, of course, blew up in the face, didn't work, and last year was, frankly, even more of a disaster about it. But I put that to the side. Yeah, now it's time to do some of the things you said you were going to do, which is to get younger, get faster. They did that via free agency this offseason, but you get really young by owning your own draft picks and picking those guys that hopefully develop into more than dudes that are now ancillary pieces on your team from a couple years ago.
We always like picking the brain of Joe Theismann on quarterback play. We'll talk to him about Jaden Daniels and a new offense and David Blau's scheme next on G&D.
And it's brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Gorilla. ERA.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of this Grant and Danny radio program would like to know. That's the law firm, Condori and Murad. They'll help you with your last will and testament, setting up a living trust, or putting together a medical power of attorney. Go schedule a free consultation with their teams today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Joe Theismann is a former Super Bowl MVP, a league MVP, a Walter Payton Man of the Year, and he's a friend of this program. He joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. I had Joe filling in for Logan on Take Command on the Hit Commanders podcast I'm a part of. And the conversation began with him talking about just how important this season is for the Adam Peters, Dan Quinn operation.
Everything I hear about this particular football team, it has a great energy level. And I think that's part of it. I think chemistry is so very important to the success of any organization, especially a ball club. Jaden coming back healthy is going to be very, very important. Last year was just a tough year all the way around. You know, go 5-12. We're out of a lot of games early. We just couldn't quite get to where we wanted to go. I think there were pieces that were missing, Terry's holdout, and a lot of other different things that happened to this football team. But now I think we're in a really, really good, solid place. Had, I think, a good draft, signed some really good free agents. I know Jaden's going to come back with a vengeance to prove that last year was just one of those things that happened, and I'm looking for him to have a terrific career going forward. I think it's going to be different. It's going to be challenging. I mean, all you need to do is take a look at the first three games. You know, you go Eagles, Cowboys, Seattle. We're going to find out exactly who we are in a hurry. Everybody says, well, you know, it's only one game here. No, I think for us, it's very important that we get out and set the tone because they're on the road. Two of them are on the road.
Yeah, I want to get into that schedule in a moment. And Jaden, you said something that interests me, though. You talked about the chemistry. It does feel like, you know, they use the word brotherhood in the building a lot. Yeah. It does feel like that's an authentic thing that Dan Quinn has really tried to cultivate. And I'm, you know, from a bigger picture point, I wonder, you were talking, you know, not just football, but organizationally, all types of businesses. Is that more of a GM thing or a coach thing, do you think? The chemistry in terms of player selection where these guys will fit together and I've got to evaluate that? Or is that up to Dan when everybody gets in the building? Because that seems to be his secret sauce, maybe.
I think it's both. I think, you know, Adam's done, I think, an excellent job finding people that fit the character of this football team. You want character guys. You need guys that, you know, will be there. I remember asking Joe Gibbs, what does he look for in a championship player? He says, character, intelligence, and ability. I said, Joe, everybody wants those three things. He says, no, that's the order in which I look for people to add to this football team. Character first, because we're going to go through some tough times. We need guys to be there. Intelligence. I mean, you take a look at the size of the game plans and you look at the wristbands of the players. I mean, I laugh about that Dan Marino commercial when he has to put his glasses on to look at his wristband. But it's true. The game plans are so expansive. So it's character, intelligence. And then, oh, by the way, how fast are you? How strong are you? What's your 40 time? All those different things come in. And I think Dan's built this football team this way with the help of Adam. The two of them work in lockstep together. And I think that's what you have to have. That's why so many coaches want control of who's on their team. I think in our case, we have a great position with two guys that really understand what one needs and what the other one's looking for. And so I would say it would be very difficult to choose one over the other when it comes to the chemistry of this football team.
Joe Theismann, Grant Paulson, take command. On the intelligence part,
thinking about the wristband, how much has the verbiage and the length of play calls and the complexity of even offensive, offensive design changed since you played, or were all of those things true when you played to the same extent?
Some places were, like San Francisco, the way Bill Walsh put it in offense. A lot of the terminology is still used today. It's a very expansive offense. Like, for example, our offense was based on numbers. Most of the other West Coast offenses were based on verbiage, numbers, and signs. And so, just real simple, I'll give you a play. We'd go trips right, which is a formation they use today. It means you got one receiver to the left, tight end to the right, and two receivers to the right, and one running back in the backfield. So you've got, that's trips right. And you go 989 Y cross sneak. And what we used to do is we number our routes 0 through 9. 0 was a hitch. 1 was 0, 1 were hitches. 2 was a quick post. 3 was a 10-yard out. 4 was a curl. 5 was a deeper out. 6 was a deeper curl. 7 was a corner. 8 was a post. And 9 was a go. And the way it was designated for us, which made it really, if somebody came into our organization, you could catch on to our plays in one practice. All you needed to do was know where you lined up. And the way we started the call of our plays, 989 Y cross sneak, 9 would be the single receiver side. That's the first digit. The second digit would be the inside receiver. The third digit would be the outside receiver to the two receiver side. And then you tell everybody else what to do. Y cross sneak. So you're telling the tight end to cross, you're telling the back to sneak out. And that's how simple it was. And we use signals to get in. I've not worn a helmet. I've been meaning to do this. I've talked to Dan about having the chance to do it. I'd like to hear what it sounds like when the communications come in from the sidelines now with the headsets the way they are inside the helmets. The other thing, too, that scares me a little bit about the development of young players today is when you have a headset, it only cuts off with 15 seconds to go. So the coach can talk to you up until 15 seconds. Ours was a quick signal, and you basically called the play. And you had time. I had time to turn to Art Monk and say, listen, Art, if we got a 3 route, okay, we got an out. If he sits outside, just plant your foot and go up. I'll throw it up the field. I don't know how players can communicate with other players in the huddle when they're staring down at their wristband and just regurgitating what they heard in their ears. I think it takes away an element of communication inside the huddle that we had before.
Was the play clock 40 seconds then as well?
I think it was, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was.
How did they signal the
I'd wind up with about 25 seconds to do my thing.
Just to do it, you want at the line. How did they signal in the plays? Was that actual like hand signals or
body signals, like 9, 8, 7, 6, through the
it's
body?
almost like a baseball coach.
It's exactly what it was. Yeah, Don Bro was our signal guy, and they allowed us to sit and sort of design our own signals too. And Bro was unbelievable. I mean, he'd stand right next to Joe, and you see him doing all kinds of things. And I laugh sometimes when I think about some of the particular descriptive ways that we came up with stuff that he wouldn't do.
How would you combat, or maybe you didn't have to, but if someone was doing that today, you're having cameras trained on you and everybody's seeing it constantly and everyone would know your signals. I'm thinking like Belichick, Spygate, that kind of stuff. Did you change them week to week, or was that really not something you had to worry about?
We added and deleted certain things. You go in with a foundation, say, okay, I'm going to give you 3 early signals, ignore them. Then they take the next ones, or we'll get the first one. I mean, there's always ways to get around. See, if defensive coaches wanted to try and steal signals, all you need to do is throw one curve at them, GP, just one curve. And all of a sudden they're going to say, forget it. We're just going to run our defense. We're not going to try and figure out what they're doing. So all you need to do is throw one little monkey into the wrench there, monkey wrench in, and it's party over.
Because now they guess wrong and they're going, this is hurting us more than it's helping us. We'd rather just not know. That makes a lot of sense. Joe Theismann filling in for Logan Paulson. So back to this group this year, I want to talk about Jaden with you. I'm sure you spent some time. Everybody who knows him personally talks about his humility, the work habits, and what I get to see from farther away, and then even at the facility, his interactions with people. He just seems very much authentic and a worker. The stuff that, like, when you evaluate him from the outside, you're not on the inside of the building. You don't know. You don't get to sit down with him, talk to him, make sure this guy's going to be first in, last out. What have you made of him so far in those ways?
He is exactly what he was when he set foot in that building. He's humble. He's hardworking. He wants to be great. He doesn't want to be good. He doesn't want to be a good quarterback. He wants to be great. And he puts the time in to do that. And he has wonderful interaction. You walk through a locker room and you see the interaction with the other players. That the locker room is a very sacred place, a very unique place where you build relationships. That's why coaches spend so much time figuring out where they're going to put the players. You don't want to put a bunch of rookies together. You want to put them with some veterans. You want somebody who can influence them in a very positive way. And Jaden's one of those guys that just, his smile is just lights up a room. He's unflappable when it comes to being able to be in a big moment. We've seen that. You make a list of the things that you want to see in a quarterback, a championship quarterback, a guy of a high level, and he checks every box as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, physically too, on the field, the accuracy, the touch, some of what he displayed, particularly in his rookie year, because there were a lot of injuries last year. He only had 4 games he started and finished, and I didn't realize this until we were talking to someone recently. There are only 2 times where he would, back-to-back weeks get his work in during the week and play in that game. It's really hard to sustain when that's the case. Do you worry at all about durability with him, or do you think last year was kind of fluky?
I think last year was a bit fluky, to be honest with you. A lot of guys go through things early in their career, and then they sort of find their way, how to protect themselves. That's the biggest thing with him. Because he was asked to run so much, he puts himself in harm's way quite a bit. I don't think it's going to happen as much this year. I think he's going to work under center a little bit more, which will be great for him. It'll be great for our running game. It'll be great for the pass protection. He can get the ball out of his hands with one quick look. He doesn't have to hold on to it. It's going to be hard to have free runners all the time when you're not in the shotgun all the time. I think David Blau's offense is really going to be good for Jaden Daniels. The other thing too, and remember, he didn't play the last month of the season, but he spent a lot of time with Coach Blau. Spent a lot of time on another field working on what they were going to prepare to do this year in some way, shape, or form. I think whether Cliff was here or not, they were preparing him for a different style of offense, which I think will be extremely effective. Patrick Mahomes under center more. We see Jared Goff under center more. See a lot of guys going under center. Caleb Williams under center a bit more. The play action is so much easier when you're under center, and then your drops, the protection, all of those things work together. And I think that's going to be a big part of what we're going to do offensively.
And one of the things I had not considered that you just said is the offense actually could lead to fewer rushing attempts from him. Not because they're going to ask him to run on design runs less. That's probably true too. And that's obvious. But the ball comes out faster. Absolutely. And a lot of those scrambles come from things breaking down or him holding the ball, and now something leaks at the line of scrimmage and you kind of run out the other side or whatever. In theory, if things go as planned, this is very much a pre-snap, make your decision. We know where the ball is going, and the time to throw should be lessened. So maybe there will be less scrambles, like the non-design runs as well.
But yeah, obviously the protection up front is going to dictate a lot of that, and I think our guys have been pretty good. The one thing I've noticed over the last couple of years is we don't talk about the offensive line, which is great for them because no holding penalties, no offsides. Our guys have been very disciplined, and when you're not talking about an offensive line in a negative way, that's a positive thing for the offense. And like I said, when you run play action, it causes people just to hesitate for a split second. And that's all you really need to get the ball out of your hands. And again, it's not a system he's unfamiliar with. So I think this is the year that I think things will happen. I've always believed this. The first year, I don't care who you are, you learn how to be a pro. You learn how to take care of your body. You learn how to get your rest. You learn your study habits. And you're learning the offense. The second year, you study what people are trying to do against you, particularly as an individual. Not necessarily conceptually as an offense, but you study yourself. You say, okay, what did they try to do to me? The third year, it all should come together. That's why, I'm still a big proponent of guys sitting and watching for a little while. I wouldn't want to do it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, I still think it doesn't hurt to take the time. We've seen it with Aaron Rodgers. We've seen it with Colin Kaepernick. We've seen it with different individuals that have sat a little bit and waited for their opportunity. And I think they're more prepared in a lot of different ways to be able to step in and do the job they need to do.
I want to get back to that with Joe Theismann in a moment. Going back to being under center, I've always been a proponent of it for a couple of reasons. Namely, when I was covering the beat daily, Kyle Shanahan was calling plays for Mike, and that was kind of still the way I see offense, was what I learned from a lot of those guys that were here.
Right.
McVay, LaFleur, those guys. But for me specifically, you marry run and pass easier, I think, when you're under center. Yeah. And just talking to defensive players, they don't like under center as much because they feel like less is dictated in terms of directional runs. So if you're, that's why pistol has become in vogue, I think, because you're not tipping. But if you're in the shotgun on the right, you're probably running left and vice versa. I mean, for you guys used to combat the thing that a lot of quarterbacks don't like. Like Caleb Williams last year complained when he got under center with Ben Johnson. There was that split second, half second where your back is to the defense, and now you got to whip back around and see what's changed. Because everyone's now, in the safety position, they're flipping formations or they're doing things, and maybe they're confusing you. You guys, I feel like, used to just drop straight, like looking forward the whole time, rather than the play action, like stretch that you see Peyton Manning and these guys do. When did that change?
I probably with Peyton a lot. I think, you go back, 10, 15 years, longer maybe. The thing about turning your back is there's a moment of deception where the defense doesn't know where the ball is. So even though you've turned your back, you've bought yourself a little bit more time. Plus, most of the routes that are run from play action are designed for half the football field. They're not designed basically to scan from receiver 1 to receiver 2 to receiver 3. You know where your outlets are if you need to go somewhere, but you get it out of your hands quicker. Your decisions are quicker. It gets the defenders into a drop. And, you sit and study film and you see where they're going to be. And throwing a football, JP, is all about getting the ball out of your hands and anticipating where the receiver's going to be. You anticipate the hole that they're going to be in. Now, today, you have a lot of 50-50 balls, which I'm not a big fan of. I still think throwing to open receivers is a unique thing and something that, I think most quarterbacks would like. But you're still going to have these guys that just grow up with 50-50 balls. Doesn't matter whether you turn your back or not. If you're taking a shot, you're taking a shot. But you have to find the safety, and it does give you enough time to be able to identify if that's where you want to go or you want to drop it down a little bit.
Who would have been, most of the highlights I play in my head from you're throwing deep to someone who's open on a post, or, it's Monk, as you said, working in the middle, and you guys have schemed him free with the number system. Like, were 50-50 balls a thing, or was there someone you would ever lob it up to and say, go get it?
Probably only on fades down around the goal line. That would be the only time you put it up high enough. Maybe Art could go up and get it, possibly Charlie. But if you look at a lot of the throws that I've made, the two in the Super Bowl, one to Charlie, one to Alvin, they beat the defenders. When you're down around the goal line, it's the receiver's job to beat the defender at the line of scrimmage and give me a place to throw the football, usually high and outside or lofted outside. But, I wasn't a big 50-50 guy. When we put in the two tight end offense, it changed everything. We made free safeties come and support run. We made strong safeties go into coverage. So we would run our, Charlie series, Charlie 10, Charlie 30, Charlie 50, and then run a post in behind them. So it wasn't a question of 50-50s back then. Same thing with all in balls. When we run our 4 routes, you're throwing into a hole. You're anticipating where that's going to be. You control the underneath coverage with your backs, and then you work your receiver or tight ends in behind it. But I wasn't a big fan of throwing it where somebody was covered. I mean,
when you mentioned the two tight ends. I mean, how prevalent was that? Because now 12 personnel with the two tight ends, or even 13 with the three, it's kind of in vogue. We saw the Rams go crazy heavy with 13 personnel last year. Was Walsh first to do that, or when did you guys mix that in, the two tight ends?
That was Don Coryell, I believe. When Joe Gibbs was, Coryell. Bill Walsh was the Kyle Shanahans and the Matt LaFleur's. That's the West Coast offense.
Yeah.
Coach Walsh was the West Coast guy. And as a matter of fact, interestingly enough, he asked Joe Montana if he wanted to go to the shotgun, and Joe said no. Joe wanted to work under center. Coach Gibbs wouldn't let me work in the shotgun. As a matter of fact, it's really funny. When you got a back like John Riggins, if you go to the shotgun, you're taking away John's effectiveness. You're basically limiting the things that you can do with him. So I remember we were playing the Raiders. We finally put the shotgun in training camp in 1985. We're out playing the Raiders in the Coliseum. They're in Los Angeles. Ball gets snapped over my head on third down. I recover it. We punt. I walk to the sidelines, and Joe says, no more shotgun. I said, Coach, he goes, eh. He always used to do that to me and tell me to shut. He goes, eh. No more shotgun. That was the end of my shotgun experience. But it come to find out that Joe Bugle, God bless him, God rest him, he got in Coach Gibbs's ear. And he said, we just don't look very good in the shotgun. John doesn't look very good just standing back there with nothing to do. And we had this conversation. Yeah, so he basically talked Coach out of the shotgun. And other than, one preseason game or two preseason games, and there was one game against the Bears where I got beat up so bad we went to the gun. It was like end of 84. I mean, I just got the Cardinals pummeled me. Cowboys pummeled me. And then the Bears did pretty much the same thing in that set. But that's the only time I've ever been in the gun. For somebody that moves, you love it because you can always make somebody miss and you can always identify free runners quickly. But I think from an offensive concept to be under center, you have so many more ways to disguise the things you want to do, both running and throwing the football. And it gives you, I think, a distinct advantage.
Redskins legend Joe Theismann on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, Bryce Harper is very upset with Nats fans. Does he have a right to be? You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. As World Soccer hits that big stage, it's all over. 2 different televisions right now in the studio on the big games. Fanatics Sportsbook is making every game day worth more. Earn up to 10% fan cash back on your soccer bets. That's win or lose. That's real extra value you can unlock every match all tournament long. Fan cash isn't just for betting. You can use it anywhere in the world of Fanatics. On game tickets, merchandise, collectibles, profit boosts, and so much more. One ecosystem, endless ways to send. Plus, new customers get up to $1,000 in fan cash. That's $100 bet matched in fan cash every day for your first 10 days. The world is ready. Are you? Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. I love the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Download it today. You guys will love it too. Trust me. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Sports Update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Nationals are recalling Zach Kent from AAA. Kent hasn't been with the team since May 14th. He's posted a 3.60 ERA down in Rochester. This comes after 3 straight blown leads by Washington's bullpen. The most recent one coming last night. The Phillies scored 10 unanswered runs in the Nats' 10-5 loss and Washington's series loss. Up north, the New York Mets have parted ways with Carlos Mendoza today after the 34-47 start. Former Padres manager Andy Green will be the new head man to finish out 2026. In golf at the Travelers Championship, Scotty Scheffler shot a second-round 60 today to propel him up to the lead at 16 under par to clear of the field. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling. All home to Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Marlin deals. Harper hits one to left field deep. On the run is Lyle. Way back to the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Opposite field, 2-run homer, Bryce Harper. And the Phillies in the 9th inning strike again, and they lead it 7-5.
Dave Jagler has heard right here on 106.7 The Fan. Nats broadcast yesterday, and you could just hear it in his voice. Yep. He's a pro.
Yep.
He does a good call. But that is a dejected Steve Buckhantz.
And the lead is 10.
He is about as salty.
How do you like that?
He's like, I'm watching this again. You can hear it in his voice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Relatable.
I've been there. So I'm down, as you know, and you do this too. I'm down there right there on the fence and right next to the Terra Club and the tunnel, potentially going out on the field. Of course, I never do. They're 2-11 when I do postgame. But I've got the in-house transmitter earbuds on so I can hear what Charlie and Dave are saying in real time before it even gets out into the real world, the radio signal. So it's like the in-house version of it. And so he and I are seeing the same thing at the same time. And we knew right away that ball was hit. So did the Philly fans, and so did Dale and Lyle.
The Nats bullpen blew the game the moment they were allowed to. That's what was comical is the wrong word because it's sad and devastating and hurtful and makes me want to cry. But that's what was so funny about last night was I tweeted this. I said, if the Nats bullpen immediately blows this 5-2 lead, it'll be the most demoralizing 3-game stretch of relief pitching meltdown since 1903. No pressure, Clayton Beater, but I need you, bud. They watched Clayton Beater come in after Mitchell Parker. They watched Cade Cavalli throw 6 really good innings. And then in the 7th, the first chance they got with that 3-run lead, they gave up 3 runs with the quickness. And by the way, stranded the bases loaded. Could have been a lot worse. Pretty well-struck ball. Luckily, the catcher, JT Realmuto, fell on his own bat trying to run to first base.
Otherwise, he probably beats that out.
I think he probably beats out a grounder to Curtis Mead at third because Mead tried to go to second. They couldn't get the out there. Then he kind of flips his hips and goes to first. And they get Realmuto by 25 feet because he had fallen over.
Because my eye wasn't looking that way at first. I'm going, oh no, is this about to be Philly Talk Radio's topic of the week? We're like, no hustle out of Realmuto. He's a bum now. But no, he tripped and fell on his bat.
Yeah, he fell on the ground.
And thank goodness.
Thank God, or else the lead would have been blown then. I mean, the lead was already blown, but then you fall behind. Instead,
it was more blown.
5-5, and they go to the 8th, and it's still 5-5, and then they go to the 9th, and that's when they gave up 2 home runs, including a 2-run shot to Bryce Harper. So let's pick up the action there. Harper's at the plate, hits the 2-run homer off of Gus Varlin. Changeup that was up. Throughout this series, every time he comes to the plate, he gets booed very, very loudly.
Yeah,
obviously.
boo's normal, accepted. I think par for the course. That's the thing.
That has happened since he left Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
There has not been a game where he comes back and he's not booed in every single at-bat. As you know, I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of booing Bryce because I think he did so much good for the organization and played his butt off here for a long time. But people are going to fan how they want to fan. Do your own thing, whatever. I think it's kind of lame, but I will say I appreciate how long it's gone. Like, you do get to a point where it's like, I guess we're just doing this until the end of time.
So I'm all for it. I think it's cool. I think it's fine to have rivals.
Well, you don't like Bryce.
Right, and I don't like him, but I think it's perfectly fine to have a foil, to have a villain, to have a guy that's a face of this former Nat brigade that comes in here and beats your brains out. If you want to, you have an avatar for it, boo away. I got no problem with booing, but...
Yeah, so Bryce, though, to me, to push back on the foil thing, I got plenty of people I don't like. I'm not a booer, but I could boo plenty of guys. The guys that are among the greatest players in the history of my organization that have given me some of my fondest moments generally are not the ones that make that list for me. But I digress. So in this series, as of a couple weeks ago, we've got this new tarps off movement where this started in St. Louis. It's gone all over the big leagues, but I would say it's gotten to be a nightly occurrence at Nats Park.
Pretty much has, right?
And it's added a lot to the experience, and I actually love it because it's actual energy, real, legitimate noise and excitement and passion in the ballpark. And it's average age, I don't know, teenager, 19 to 25.
It's like 20-year-olds, yeah. In-shape dudes, no shirts, yelling a lot.
Bunch of bros without much body fat, rip their shirts off and just scream. They do everything from chanting USA to Let's Go Nats.
They're doing the Norway row cheer last night. I mean, it's everything. It's constant energy and stuff.
And I would say mostly a net positive in an otherwise dull, quiet ballpark a lot of the time on weeknight games over the last few weeks. It's been a highlight for a lot of the people that go to these games to, everyone's pointing up there and going, look at all those boys up there. What are they up to?
Mm-hmm.
So much of that.
Yep.
But with that has also come the F Bryce Harper chants, the, bleep this player, the bleep the Phils. And, that's not as admirable or respectable necessarily. And even last night, I guess, they were saying bleep Trey Turner.
Right. So I want to be very clear. I love the energy, passion, the sort of like college chanting style, like, let's go Nats, dun, 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 dun. That stuff's cool and it's awesome.
Amazing.
No reason to start cursing and saying, even to players that I don't like. I do not like Bryce Harper. I will root against him indiscriminately forever. Bleep Bryce Harper, nope. Now we're not doing it right.
You're
anymore.
Cool with booing him. You don't like bleep Bryce.
Booing to me is like is a sport thing. Now, whether you should or shouldn't, I think that's another fun debate. But no one should be yelling bleep, name that player. That
generally,
ain't it.
that word publicly, loudly with people all over the ballpark of different ages, not great. I'm not going to sit here and write a big column about it and tell everyone how awful they are. But yeah, that's not really for me. What I will say, though, is to do it to Trey Turner is an outrage.
I went, what are you doing? So in general,
World Series hero Trey Turner,
who got traded away from here.
Yeah, he did not leave via free agency, which, by the way, we don't need to relitigate it, but you can make the case Bryce Harper didn't want to leave here either. But Trey Turner was traded. He did not walk. He did not demand a contract. He did not look for money that the Learners weren't willing to give him. He was playing baseball one day. The Nats said, we're bad now, and we're trading you to the Los Angeles Dodgers. And all that dude did was be one of the great Nats ever and deliver a World Series championship. So while I am Team Tarps off and I like what's happening with energy in the ballpark, you got to get your act together a little bit and either learn some baseball or have a leader of the pack that can say, hey, this guy was on the 2019 World Series team and is Mr. National from this year to this year.
Yep.
Let's probably not curse him out.
Right. So I thought that was egregious, if that's the right word. And in general, like if you have I have vitriol to the Phillies. I don't like them. I don't like their fans. I don't like anything about Philadelphia, pretty much, other than pretzels. The pork sandwiches are really, really good. So are the cheesesteaks. I'm all in on that. Thank you for those things. I like them a lot. Okay. But everything else can pretty much rot. I don't care for Philadelphia. I don't like when their fans infiltrate. I don't want to be like them. I'd like to be better than them. When you're doing that stuff, when you say bleep the Phillies, bleep Bryce Harper, and especially bleep Trey Turner, you're now doing Philly fan stuff. And I'd like to be better than the thing that I criticize pretty routinely. So that was not my favorite from Tarps Off, guys. But I do think sorry, let me finish. I do think it's kind of a potential corollary when you get fratty dudes, in their 20s with some adult sodas in them with a lot of energy and juice. Yeah. You may hear some things that you don't want to hear necessarily, and I'm fine with it.
If you invite this loud chanting,
you might hear some loud chants.
Collection of mid-20s guys who many of whom are drinking, you're going to get whatever that is. So that's part and parcel. You either sign up for it or you don't.
Right.
I'm one of the people that likes it. I've signed up for it. So for every USA chant or Let's Go Nats chant or whatever, there's occasionally going to be a bad one, which is why when you're chanting overrated at Bobby Witt Jr., which is dumb and is kind of a you don't know ball moment, I'm not going to get that upset about it. When you're chanting overrated at Bryce Harper, again, that's dumb, and it's a bad moment in terms of knowing ball, but you could say what you want to say for the most part. I would change bleep the Phils to go home Phils or, whatever. I would change bleep Bryce Harper to, like more of a sing-song like Bryce, one of those.
Whatever you want to do.
You can do a lot of things without cursing. But Harper was very, very bothered by this. And after he hit his home run, I'm watching, and I actually was on the text thread with the guys last night. I'm like, I think Bryce just flicked off the Tarps Off crew.
It really looked like it from my vantage point, about 30 feet away.
And they're like, no, he didn't do that. That's crazy. Now, I guess technically he didn't, because, and this is super lame, but he's like, I used my ring finger, not my middle finger, so it's super different. And I guess that is different because it keeps you from getting fined and in trouble, and it's better maybe than actually flicking someone off Johnny Manziel style at midfield in the preseason game against the Redskins. But
that didn't happen. Yes, it did.
Still a really just a lame moment for Bryce, I thought, and kind of a bad, just ridiculous, really? The guy that talks about how awesome it is when Phillies fans boo him, because he talks about that all the time. Like, I love that they boo me. They're lunch pail. But Nats fans are sing-songing you and yelling and cursing, and you flip them the bird. This was Bryce post-game last night with reporters.
You gestured out to right field when you're running the bases. Did you hear them chanting? And why
obviously. Yeah. Ring finger, though.
Okay.
So make sure that's out there. But yeah, obviously everybody heard it. We heard it the other night. They were doing the same thing to Trey. Which is crazy because they should probably know their history a little bit with them winning the World Series here. And it's weird coming from a fan base, obviously, that I sweated for 7 years.
So he's still hurt that they boo him, as you can hear at the end of that. It's weird coming for a fan base that I sweated for 7 years. I actually agree, and we've debated that over and over and over again. I've always kind of thought it was very strange that he will get booed and is loathed and hated until the end of time. But that's another debate for another time. I think he's actually right when he says, the hell are they doing to Trey Turner?
So I think there's a lot to this. Number one, I 100% agree. What the hell are you doing to Trey Turner, guys? No. If I had a shush button, I would shush them. I would mute them for that Trey Turner one. I don't love the bleep Phillies, bleep Bryce Harper thing. I don't love that. But Trey, no. Stop that one. Stop it.
Yes,
Stop it.
That one we need to put on the never again. I'm going to give you a list. Yan Gomes, Matt Adams, Brian Dozier, Trey Turner, Anthony Rendon, Juan Soto, Victor Robles, Adam Eaton, Howie Kendrick, Kurt Suzuki, Gerardo Parra, Ryan Zimmerman, Asdrubal Cabrera, Wilmer Defoe, Michael Taylor, Carter Kieboom, Andrew Stevenson, Adrian Sanchez, Jake Knoll, Rowdy Reed, Tres Pereira. You don't get to boo those guys.
Yeah, don't boo those guys. Buy them a beer. You know what I mean?
Also, Steven Strasburg, Patrick Corbin, Max Scherber, Anibal Sanchez, Eric Fetty. You get the point.
Yes, I do.
2019 Nats.
That's anybody that played in 2019.
Boo. Yeah. Terrible. Let alone bleep, cursing them?
No way to that.
Just egregious.
That's number one. Number two, butthurt Bryce, we got to do gestures. It was a ring finger. How clever is that? Here's what you do. If you want to smile and wave, what better revenge than hitting a bomb to beat your former team because they're booing you? It's like when you've seen that video that went viral of, I'm blanking on the kid's name. High draft pick, Andrew Jones' son, who was a highly touted kid.
Jones?
Yeah, Drew Jones. Everyone's going, overrated. And he hits a bomb to win the game, and it's a deep cut.
Ago.
So, but it went around. Everyone saw it. You do that, and you could smile and wave. But now we're given the finger non-finger thing. You lose sympathy for me when you're doing that, because again, if your point is what the hell are they doing booing this guy or saying bleep you to this guy? Yep, you got a leg to stand on. But then you cut out your own leg when you do it 2 different times, where it was just as important to you to let the 20-year-olds in the top section of the ballpark, way away from you. I heard you, and I didn't care for that. That was as important to you as hitting the bomb to win the game. I didn't love that very much from him.
Yeah, I thought that the actual ring finger, which there's a joke to be made there about his ring finger.
Yeah, it's empty. It's a barren wasteland, isn't it, buddy?
It's a pretty easy joke to make.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rings with fingers on him here from the year after he left.
Easy to lift that ring finger up because there's no obstruction on there.
That's low-hanging fruit. I will allow others to make the joke.
Don't you make those jokes.
We'll keep it moving. But
the ringless finger.
Could make a joke about that. I'm just not going to.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I thought that was very... It's not quite on the level of when he was blowing a kiss at a pitcher in single A.
Yeah.
Which was a tired, ridiculous thing. He's grown up since then. but not all the way up, I guess.
Yeah, 33 isn't old enough to be over it.
I mean, how many players in baseball would do that? Like Jazz Chisholm, there's certainly a few guys I could see that are just like personalities that are like so new school, like let the kids have fun, where they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna flip the bird, or I guess it might even be more lame that it was not actually his middle finger.
All of it's lame. That's who he is. It's so lame. It's like, you can't say I flipped the bird because I did. It was my ring finger.
Yeah, just so everyone knows it was my ring finger, because I'm a good role model, so I would never flip the bird.
Cheesy. Again, if you want to make a gesture out there, the salute, the smile and wave is the best revenge. As they're chirping you, well, it's not even a chirp. It's just chanting bleep you. You homer? Like that's a pretty big. I just won that one. And by the way, you guys should be saying bleep your bullpen. But that's your next chant for the next time there's a tarps off atmosphere.
I know I'm old, and you guys will tell me that I just don't fit in. Let's not curse, right? Let's start with that. And then also, if someone played for the Nationals on a World Series championship team, or was a great Nat who was traded, didn't leave via free agency, let's not yell at them.
Let's not do that.
Let's put them on the do not troll list.
If you guys want, we'll print out a guide for you.
We actually should do here are your rules, tarps off.
Right.
Crew.
Tarps off, guys.
We're ready to help you. We're here to help you. I love that you guys are doing it.
Take the tarps off.
There's a lot of people in the press box. There's a lot of people all over the ballpark who hate it. I'm not one of them. I actually think this is great. It's the first time there's been real energy in the ballpark in years. But you got to lock it in here. Let's buckle up. Grant and Danny on the Fan will tell you how we're winning off the field next. And then what? Oh, sure. It is time to figure out how you are winning off the field. Give it some thought. Hit us up at Grant Paulson, at Funny Danny on social media. You can call us 800-636-1067. We don't do it for my health or for Danny's. We do it for our pal Goose, the Bruce Allen.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
You got that right, Bruce. Miss you, pal. I'll give you an example here, Grant, if you want. I mean, it's about a little teeny tiny moral victory that's going right for you that most people wouldn't care about, but we try to celebrate that here every Friday during the segment. I was a little hungry. If I was a rapper, that'd be my name. Little hungry. Not starving. I needed something. Not a lot, but something. And wouldn't you know it, our buddy Ryan Clary, who betrayed us, of course, and went to a different show, but he comes over during our pre-show meeting in our little tiny fortress. I mean, it's the smallest office in the world. It can't fit one person, let alone five, that we kind of hang out and try to prep the show in. But whatever. We're all crammed in there like our legs are touching. The hairs on our legs like intertwined. It's gross. It's just a lot of dude in a small confined space. And Ryan's like, ha! And then he was like, hey, there's a bunch of pizza. And it presumably meant that we could have some. So I was a little hungry. I didn't really have a lot to eat, but I wanted something, and I got pizza. So when you want a little something, you get some Paisano's pizza, it hit the spot. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
I actually have a great one today. So we get to the Nats game yesterday. We all left at the same time pretty much to drive over to the ballpark. And as is normally the case, Toby and I got there at the same time. Danny was way ahead of us because we were driving somewhere. And so Danny did a bit where somehow he got there 9 minutes before us, even though we all went 3 blocks in the exact same pace. Toby and I did anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so we get to the ballpark and we're walking in, and I can't find my pass, my credential that I need. And
oh, no.
We have like a special one that gets us into special rooms and does special things.
It's pretty special, dude.
Yes, it's a very nice
really
pass.
Great.
I mean, there are multiple types of credentials over there.
Yeah.
One of them is like, oh, you have a credential. The one we have is like, you really want that one.
Do you want to pitch?
Yes, I
It's
do.
like that.
7th inning or 8th inning.
Yeah. It's
right?
like, do you want a high leverage spot?
Do you want to blow the game tonight? Put this pass on.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I can't find it anywhere. And it's first time all year. It's always in the same spot. And I'm going, what in the heck did I do with it? I had it last night. So I'm looking around the car. I said, well, sure enough. I got home super late. Nats were blowing a lead into the evening. Then I had to do post game. Probably on my counter. I put it somewhere on the house. I need to not worry about this. My wife texts me. She's like, I've looked everywhere. I don't see it. I said, you got to be kidding me. Got to be in the red box. I put it down. Danny will see it when he's doing post game. It's fine. Danny texts me back. It's not in here.
No, I just didn't happen to see it. I didn't know if it was or wasn't. I wasn't looking for it. I
You
didn't
told me
know.
you didn't see it, and it would have been sitting. It wouldn't have been like hidden under a blanket.
Right.
It would have been right there in front of where you were sitting.
Yeah.
So now I'm just one by one. I'm knocking down possibilities as to where this thing could be. And I thought I was going to have to make a really embarrassing phone call where I said, you know, that really special, nice badge.
Grant Paulson here.
I need another one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Might need to cancel the old one. And then Chris Russell walked into our office this afternoon with my badge in his hand.
How?
I said, where did you find this? I still don't have all the details exactly, but the security guard in the lobby downstairs, while Russell was coming in, was like, you going up to the radio station? He's like, yeah. He goes, can you give this to him? And he hands him my badge.
How the...
Apparently, he found it or somebody found it on the floor in the lobby.
Come on.
I'm guessing. My thought is I put it in like sometimes I'll put it in the side compartment of my bag.
Right.
And if I like pull out a wire or something, maybe it comes out with it. I don't know. But it was on the ground. Russell found it, and Slash Arini, my knight. He
saved the day.
In shining armor.
He saved the day.
My savior has me in a good place. So big win today.
That's
Whatever
awesome.
else happens, at the beginning of the day, I thought I would need a badge. I don't need a badge anymore. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
That's great, man.
That's a good one.
That's a great one, by the way, because going through, I would not want to make that phone call. That's an embarrassing one.
It's just a great feeling.
Yes, it is.
When you find the thing that you've been missing and now all of the problems that came from that disappear instantaneously. You don't have to worry about them anymore.
You don't have to worry.
Like, as an example, I'm parked over in Garage C at Nats Park right now. I'm parked over there as we speak.
What?
I wouldn't have even been able to get to my car because they're not playing today without the very special badge. Think about that.
I hadn't even thought about that, but you're right. Because
Now
you
I
need
can.
it to open the thing.
So I was going to have to either, get over there and touch a button.
Hi, is anybody able to open this door?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't have to bother anyone now.
That's so good.
Therefore, I am. A second
Winning off the field.
There you go. Just making sure everyone's on their toes.
Bruce is still over there. He's there.
Beltway Blitz is next on G&D.
And it is brought to you by Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. The Nationals are recalling Zach Kent from AAA. Kent hasn't been with the team since May 14th. He's posted a .360 ERA in Rochester. The Nats bullpen has blown 23 saves this year. No other team has blown more than 16. The NBA Summer League schedule was just released. You'll get your first look at Wizards' #1 overall pick, A.J. DeBonsa, in a Wizards jersey on July 9th at 9 p.m. on ESPN. The Wiz take on the #2 pick in this year's draft, Aaron Peterson, and the Utah Jazz. In football, Brendan Sorsby is trying to open as many doors as possible with little success. The CFL announced today that the QB will not be allowed to join any of its teams for the upcoming season. More artists, more talent, more ink. The 3rd annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational is back June 26th through the 28th at Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing, tattoo competitions at our biggest show yet. Presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Don't miss Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
It's Beltway Blitz time on Grant and Danny. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Capitals, the Nationals, the Commanders coming up on the Blitz. We start on the ice. Katie Florio, Capitals Radio Network, to get us going. Katie, how about these 72 hours for the Caps? They're moving, they're shaking, and Chris Patrick's been busy.
What a week it has been. He has been very busy indeed, but I think if you're a Capitals fan right now, you certainly have to be excited because I think the offense, the top 9, looks a whole lot different than it did 72 hours ago. You're bringing in those wingers and just the scoring depth that they add as well. So it's been a lot of fun this week. Obviously, you're always sad to see guys go, guys that have been integral parts of this team, but at the same time, this is how you get better. I think everyone knows it's a business too, and there's definitely been some exciting moves made this week.
What is the theme here, Katie? Like, what do the moves tell us that the team was going for, trying to accomplish, etc.?
Well, I think it tells you that they're in a win-now mentality. I think bringing in guys like Jordan Kyrou and Alex Tuck, guys that have been 30-plus scorers for the past few years. I mean, it shows you, we talk so much. I think, I even was on your show a few weeks ago saying there's no question. We knew this team was eyeing a top 6 scorer, but to bring in both of those guys, I think it shows that, some people might say, I've heard the word retooling thrown out around there where the Capitals can be competitive, but are they in an area where they can go all the way maybe this year, the next year? I don't know, but I think these moves show us that the faith that Chris Patrick has in this team and the fact that they feel that making those types of moves compared with what you already have, and now you have a great veteran presence. I just had an excellent chat with Alex Tuck. You can find that on the Capitals Radio podcast today. You have these now veteran sort of poised seasoned guys mixed in with this young core, with the Ryan Leonards, the Cole Hudsons, the Ilya Protases, and I think it makes for a team that can find a lot of success this upcoming year.
Speaking of young guys, they have gotten older as they've gotten better and gotten certainly more prolific from a goal-scoring standpoint. What do you make of the exits of Connor McMichael and Hendrix Lapierre in these trades?
Yeah, I think, that's the part where it's definitely sad to see them go. Obviously, McMichael having a career year 2 years ago, his numbers were down last year, and Hendrix Lapierre, a first-round pick, who I think maybe just couldn't put all the pieces together during his time here in Washington. But with that being said, they're obviously great players and great guys, and sometimes a change of scenery is all that's needed. Look at a guy like Pierre-Luc Dubois, for example, and coming here to the Capitals, or even Logan Thompson and things like that. And so I think, they're guys that'll definitely be missed, but at the same time, you have to do what is best for your organization. And so definitely wishing them nothing but the best with their new teams.
Katie, what's next? It's pretty much we average about 1.2 major moves per day right now for the Capitals. I don't know how long you keep that pace up, but what else do you think is coming down the pike, if anything?
I don't know, but gosh, I have canceled my plans for all these. I don't know if you've been seeing, but myself and John Walton, anytime there's a breaking news story, we have to do an emergency podcast. So I feel like I'm on house arrest this week because I've just been by my phone, by my computer, ready in case something happens. Obviously the draft tonight, and then of course free agency. So I don't know if there's anything else coming, but I think, for all of us, for the fans, even us, the media, the biggest question that now awaits is what's Alex Ovechkin going to do? And I've seen really mixed opinions. I've seen people, after the moves from this week say, well, that's it. They're getting these guys because Ovi's done. And then I've seen other people say, no, they're getting these guys for one last cup run with Alex Ovechkin. So I don't know what is in his mind. I don't know, what's in Chris Patrick, what exactly he's thinking. I do know, and you guys may have seen as well, I know Spencer Carberry said he's been in touch with Ovi, and Ovi's very happy about the move. So not to read into that. He's still, I think, in Turkey on his vacation, but I think right now the next thing for us, at least, is waiting until number 8 gives us an official decision.
Katie, thank you. We appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Have a great night.
Thanks, Katie.
I don't know if I'm in the minority, Danny. I kind of thought he said it out loud when he said his family wants him to keep playing. I know he's suggesting that he still hasn't made up his mind, but I think the default should be he's playing until we hear something else. Everyone else is acting like
it's retirement until he says he's coming back. I think it's the announcement is he's retiring. Otherwise, I'm assuming it's play.
Yes.
That's how I approach it.
I'm also assuming that if the Nationals have a lead in the late innings, I might have to find some bourbon somewhere at the house this evening. Let's talk baseball. Dave Jagler joins us now from the Nationals Radio Network. He and Charlie Slows on the call of Nats baseball at the house that Cal built, Camden Yards in Baltimore tonight. Jags late innings, 8th, 9th inning. Could tonight be different maybe if the Nationals have a lead?
Well, I'd like to hope so, and I'd like to think that maybe the fact that they're not playing the Phillies, playing anybody but the Phillies, might make this a little better. I mean, the Phillies have only had 3 comeback wins down to their final strike against the Nationals. No one else has done that against them this year. So anybody but the Phillies, I think you've got a better chance.
Was this, I mean, we've been talking about this, how much fun this run has been, and now they're officially into the second half, right around here, 500, Dave, but they've outkicked a lot of their coverage in a million different ways. Is this the possible regression that a lot of people say, yeah, this is fun, or is this more aberration because it's the Phillies, weird series? We've seen some kind of, knocks to the momentum, be it the Marlins, be it that comeback win against the Giants, and they've just kind of kept on cruising along. Could this be the air that comes out of the balloon a little bit?
Well, I mean, and time will tell, right? I mean, it felt like that with the Marlins. Maybe it felt like that after that Giants loss, but this team has responded. I mean, I think what's interesting and what's kind of cool is, as a Nats fan, this hurts now. I mean, they've been playing kind of non-competitive games here since the end of the 2019 season, but with what this team is doing, it makes these losses hurt more, and that's part of being a fan. So in a way, that's a positive. Hey, that this team is playing so well that these losses stick with you longer than maybe they should. You kind of feel like if this had been 3 7-2 losses and they just taken 1 out of 4, you move on from it. So I think the players are taking that approach. As a fan, it's much tougher to get over, I think.
Let's set the table for this series with the Orioles. I've not seen the lineup yet. I don't know if C.J. Abrams, who was out with some ailment a couple of times as they were facing tough lefties in this last series against the Phillies, is back in the lineup tonight. But Andrew Alvarez on the bump. What can you tell me?
Yeah, and actually, Grant, CJ is in the lineup, and interestingly, also James Wood. I mean, Wood had a really rough last 3 games. I mean, he looked off the first week of the season. Obviously, got out of it and has been playing great. Those last 3 games, his at bat quality was really down from what you'd expect from James, and he did. It all started against the lefty Luzardo, and you thought maybe with the lefty Trevor Rogers on the mound,
he might get the day. He's played every game and almost every inning of every game, but Wood is in there. Abrams is back in there. He did appear as a pinch hitter last night, so he didn't start 2 of the previous 3 games. But I think when you think about some really good things from the Nationals scored a bunch of runs against the Phillies. They scored 5 runs against Christopher Sanchez with Abrams not playing and with Wood struggling. Curtis Meade continues to be great. And you look at some of the positives, I think, with the starting rotation. You mentioned Andrew Alvarez. He pitches well every time he takes the ball. Cade Cavalli was great last night. Foster Griffin is going to pitch tomorrow. So with Alvarez and Griffin on the bump, you like the chances maybe of getting off to a good start in this series.
Jack, speaking of positives, Dylan Cruz all of a sudden is getting some base knocks. Not always those 100-mile-an-hour lineouts that he seemed to be like own patent pending on some of those things, but seeing eye singles, a couple infield singles here and there. That's nice to see things equalize, but it's got to feel good for him.
Yeah, and I think even when he was lining out those 105-mile-an-hour bullets at the shortstop, you saw great defense. You saw catches that were impacting games. You saw him running the bases with abandon. So I think he's going to be fine. And as a hitter, Danny, those things never even out, but it at least closed the gap yesterday with him beating out those two little squirters in the infield. I don't know how you would nickname either one of them, but they were not his best bolts, but they were hits, so that's good.
Yeah, he was owed that for sure, to your point, because he's been crushing the ball with very little luck. You know who's had plenty of success is Andrew Alvarez, the lefty who starts this game tonight. 37 strikeouts in 32 innings. He's one of the very few pitchers on this team that averages more than a strikeout per inning pitched at this point.
And he doesn't do it with the big fastball. He does it with the 2 different breaking balls, which have very similar velocity but much different shape. So I think he's someone you want to give the ball to. One of his early relief appearances when he first came up was against Baltimore. He had a good appearance against them. But what's going to be interesting to see is he's been since he's moved back into the rotation for Jake Irvin, he's been a 2-time through the lineup guy. And if that's 4 innings, if that's 4 1/3, if that's 5 innings, but considering what we've seen with the bullpen, is this the game that the training wheels come off and Blake Butera lets him face that lineup for the third time and try to get deeper into this game?
Regarding Wood, I want to go back to that real quick. When he gets into funks like this, it looks like an octopus holding the bat for the first time. Like he's all over the place, and it just doesn't look right, and it looks really not right. Where he's waving a pitch, he's missing him by a foot. Is that just him not seeing it? Is that him kind of trying to do too much right there? What do you attribute that to, Dave? This funk he's been in for 3 games.
Yeah, and when he's in a funk, Danny, is when he doesn't draw walks.
Right.
He had a bat last night where he was 3-1 in the count. And he chased a breaking ball that was well out of the zone, would have been ball 4, and then he took a fastball right down the middle. So that tells me that he's getting pitched tough. I think he may be a little bit element of guessing. I mean, to know whether I should this ball coming in, is it going to be the sweeper, or is it going to be the fastball coming in on me? So he just kind of looks out of sorts. And when he's not drawing his walks and he seems to be out of his zone, that's when the struggle starts. So for him, if he could draw a walk in his first plate appearance or 2 tonight, I'll feel better that he's seeing the ball better.
Thank you very much, Jags, as always.
All right. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you, buddy.
You got it. And let's keep the blitz moving. Nikki Javala of The Athletic to do just that, talking Commanders football. Nikki, are you done talking about and reading about and following social media accounts of Brandon Aayuk just yet? You'll have to punch her up because this button's not working for some reason, Tubbs. My apologies. Nikki, are you there?
I'm here.
Sorry, phone issue. Are you enjoying the Brandon Aayuk coverage?
Isn't it fun?
I don't know if enjoying is the right word.
Yeah.
I'm obligated to pay attention to it, so I do. But that's about the extent of it.
By the way, obligated to pay attention to it is something that I'm going to be using all the time from here on out. Because that's exactly what it is.
That's a good description.
There'll be a couple of things I have to do with and around my kids, like the orchestra recital. I'm obligated to pay attention to it.
Yes.
But here's my question, and maybe you could just call me a big stupid, Nikki. There's a video, even though Stephon Diggs was wearing outrageously large pants, where he's just like catching passes and looks pretty good. Why isn't that more of an option? Why not just do that? Even if you have to overpay, you've got $1 trillion in salary cap space. Numbers approximate.
Yeah, I think it's more that, Brandon Aayuk in his prime, and I still think he is in his prime, age-wise. You just don't know kind of where he's at in football shape just because he hasn't played in over a year. But there's more longevity there. Adam Peters knows him firsthand. Jaden Daniels knows him firsthand, obviously. So I would say there's a bigger chance of him, sticking for the longer term. But I think Stephon Diggs would be a decent backup option if that falls through. I also think that if they really wanted Diggs, that they could have signed him at any point. So the fact that they haven't tells me something. It doesn't mean they won't sign him at all, but he's been available this whole time, and they've yet to sign him.
Nikki Javala does a great job covering the Commanders for The Athletic, joining us on G&D's Blitz here. As far as the Daniels-Aayuk relationship, we're about to talk about this with listeners and take some calls. I just want your insight. Do you think that they would be signing Aayuk or favored to, or that any of this would be happening if Aayuk and Daniels didn't have a very close relationship?
That's a good question, actually. Maybe, but to a lesser degree, just because of Adam Peters is familiar with Aayuk. He's seen and knows firsthand what he can do. I mean, he was part of the front office that drafted him. But I think with or without Daniels, you have to be really sure that he's in the right mental space to take on this role. And I think the same goes for Jaden as well. I mean, I don't know Jaden to this degree, and I don't want to even pretend that I do, but just from my own thing, I would feel like that's a lot of pressure to bring on your own friend, given the circumstances. Like, if you're vouching for him, like, you want to make sure this guy is going to be good for the team and for what you're representing too. And if it falls through, that could quickly turn on him. So I think there's still a lot of vetting that both sides really need to think through. And I think with every Instagram post, it makes you wonder about a lot more. Is this sort of the right thing they want to bring on? I mean, they know what he can do on the football field when he's fully healthy, if he's still that guy. But is it the same circumstance mentally? I don't know.
Yeah. You mentioned, with each post, maybe the algorithm changes some. We actually don't really know anything about what they think, but they could at any point get the word out through Schefter or Rap Sheet, or I don't know if they ever chose to do it locally, which is pretty rare. Or
Jabala.
Yeah, and, they could just say, hey, just so you guys know, we're not interested in this guy. Write whatever you want to. And they don't seem to have done that. Doesn't that mean they are interested?
I might have written a couple months ago that they were interested to the degree of, if he becomes available, we'd consider him on like a 1-year highly incentivized deal and if he, becomes more like the player that he once was, fantastic. We feel like we have a lot of talent there. If he doesn't, then you really don't risk a lot by moving on. You don't lose a lot. But that's what I've been told through sources, is that they would be interested in considering it. Now, has that changed over the last couple weeks? Possibly, but the receiver room hasn't. So we'll see. I do wonder if each of these posts does it make them less interested? I don't know.
Nikki, to matters of actual football, there were a number of defenders last year on this team that didn't have particularly good seasons while everything was kind of crashing around them. I know injuries happened, but injuries didn't happen to a number of guys, whether it's Frankie Louvu or Johnny Newton or Javon Kinlaw, who weren't terribly impactful.
Right.
But any of those guys, I hate to use the word breakout, but have totally different stories this year in a new scheme with a bunch of new teammates?
Yeah, I think it's very possible. For Louvu especially, because I think, he made his own mistakes. The missed tackles were, just some of them were just so egregious, and then the ones that ultimately led to a ton of fines. But he was also forced to play on the line quite a bit because of the injuries, because of their inability to rush the passer really ever. So I think having him go downhill more, which is the plan according to what Durante Jones has said, should benefit him tremendously. That's where he plays his best. So I think he could get back to having, a much more consistent season and looking much more like you see the speed and the power from him. I think Deron Payne could have a really good year in the system. All jokes aside, he does play better in contract years. I think the scheme fits him really, really well. It takes advantage because I do think he's still one of the more explosive defensive tackles. I mean, his get off at the line is exceptional for a guy that size. So I do think he could have a really good year, and it could land him a pretty sizable payday here or elsewhere.
Nikki, thank you. Great as always. We appreciate the insight.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
be
Nikki.
good. Check her out in The Athletic. Nikki Jabvala on the Beltway Blitz. Our Fanatics Fan Cash Friday giveaway is coming your way in just a few minutes as soon as we return on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. You pay what they pay. That's right. Employee pricing, it is back at Ted Britt Ford. No need to swipe that key card or burn through the PTO or fill out HR questionnaires. You're in. You pay what the employees pay on most new Ford vehicles. It's awesome. Like a 2026 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford. Now over $11,000 off the MSRP. Plus, no payments, 90 days. Settle up in a new 2026 Mustang, 10 grand off the MSRP and 0 payments for 90 days. Are those the only examples, Danny? No. How about $10,000 off that 2026 Mustang? How about $7,600 off the brand spanking new 2026 Ford Explorer? Is that it, Danny? No. $11,000 off a 2026 Raptor. Is that it, Danny? No. How about the new 2026 Bronco Sport Outer Banks Edition, just like Matt Valdez from the Junks has, almost $6,000 off the MSRP. And for all those, no payments for 90 days. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford, and please tell them Danny sent you.
Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Schedule has been released for the Summer League. Wizards fans will get their first look at the number 1 overall pick, A.J. DeBonsa, on July 9th at 9 p.m. on ESPN. The Wiz will take on the number 2 pick in this year's draft, Darren Peterson, and the Utah Jazz. After 23 blown saves, which is 7 more than any other team this year, the Nationals are recalling Zach Kent from AAA. Kent has not been with the team since May 14th. He has posted a 3.60 ERA. In Rochester, the Nats are up in Baltimore tonight at 7:05. Up north, the New York Mets have parted ways with Carlos Mendoza today after a 34-47 start. Former Padres manager Andy Green will be the new head man to finish out 2026. And this sports update, of course, is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
But I think with or without Daniels, you have to be really sure that he's in the right mental space to take on this role. And I think the same goes for Jaden as well. I mean, I don't know Jaden to this degree, and I don't want to even pretend that I do, but just from my own thing, I would feel like that's a lot of pressure to bring on your own friend, given the circumstances. Like, if you're vouching for him, like, you want to make sure this guy is going to be good for the team and for what you're representing too. And if it falls through, that could quickly turn on him.
That was Nikki Javala from the Blitz just a few minutes ago. Question we asked was, if Jaden Daniels was not super tight and best friends with Brandon Aayuk, would Washington be even in on him with all of the wildness of his social media of late? That was her answer.
But first, it's Fan Cash Friday time. Fan Cash Fridays are powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller at 800-636-1067 for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different. Here, I say good luck to you.
I don't think they would be in the same position if Jaden Daniels and Brandon Aayuk weren't best friends.
I want to drill down on it. How do we quantify that? Because I know exactly what you're saying, and I feel the same way, but I have a tough time expressing
Aayuk
it.
Wants to be here.
Yep.
He's wearing a Commander's hat. He's not wearing anybody else's hat. That's because of who their quarterback is. He's talking about his show going on the road. Buy your tickets at commanders.com. Like, he is trying to force his way to Washington, D.C. pretty clearly. And that is because of his relationship with Daniels. So that's how this all began. The momentum of him coming here and the fan base being into it and the amount of social media posts locally and conversations on this radio station, it's all based on the fact that this is going to end with him here. I think if Jaden Daniels was not his college quarterback and best friend, then we're just any other team that may or may not be interested in a receiver. You're just the Patriots or the Bills or the Bengals. You're just one of 32. And honestly, I don't even think they would be in on this guy based on the antics. With all they talk about as far as the brotherhood and the chemistry and the culture and character and, you know, being one of 53 and you know, not being a distraction and all this other stuff, it's the antithesis of everything he's been doing on social media of late.
It is. Now, here's where I think the variable is. It's the Adam Peters has experience with the player too. And he's already done this once, and he referred to it. When asked about this, he said he couldn't specifically respond and talk about Brandon Aayuk, who was under contract with somebody else. But I will say I know the person, and look what we did with second chances. Look at Javon Kinlaw. I do think there's a lot more Peters in this maybe that meets the eye. Because he's A, the decision maker, but B, he was there too, and he saw the good. He was there for the contract dispute, resolution, whatever. He was in the building for an awful lot of this and has as much firsthand with Aayuk as anybody from the decision-making side, not just I was in the dorm with you, ordering pizzas. This is now like a football decision-making kind of part of it. So I don't think it would be the same. I think that's without question. The quarterback and the player are really good friends. Duh, that's obvious. that is a pull. That is a gravitational pull on somebody having this happen. But we've already seen Peters do this with a former player in Kinlaw, pay him more than what anyone else would for very mediocre to poor production. And I do think there would still be some marketplace or some interest, even if he and Jaden Daniels were strangers. Talking about Aayuk.
Yeah, they have not shied away from 49ers since Peters got here. You think about even Deebo Samuel in the wide receiver room with Brandon Aayuk, who was here last season, who they had to trade a fifth-round pick to get as well. So I would say, yeah, would they still be in the conversation? Would they be one of the favorites possibly? Or they would be linked to him because of familiarity. We always do that.
There'd be linkage.
Where did the player play? Who was the coach there? You know, when A.J. Brown was on the trade block from the Philadelphia Eagles and Mike Vrabel, his former head coach, was looking for a wide receiver, the first place everybody said that would make sense was New England because Vrabel wants a wideout and him and A.J. Brown got along. We do it with executives as well.
Yeah.
You know, general managers, assistant general managers, what have you. So, yeah, I think it would come up. I think Washington would be linked to Aayuk, but I do not think it would be anything like it is. I think this is a Jaden Daniels, Brandon Aayuk relationship story. We'll get back into this in a second, but Harry in Manassas joined us on the phone right now. He just won, Dan.
Our Fanatics fan cast joiner this week is Harry in Manassas. You are on the Fan. Harry, what's up, dude? How you doing? Harry, we got you, buddy?
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon. How is everyone?
We're very well. Congratulations, man. You got $100 in fan cash.
Thank you. Thank you.
No. Thank you. We appreciate it, man. Congrats.
Yep. I enjoy listening to you both on the ride home every day.
Oh, that's awesome, bud. Appreciate you, man. Thanks so much for checking us out.
All right.
So the question is, at 800-636-1067, do you think the Commanders would be getting in on Brandon Aayuk if he was not tight with Jaden Daniels?
My answer is I still think they'd be interested to some degree. Because, again, they've had opportunities to sign other players. Like, I can't believe there hasn't been any linkage with them to Diggs, and maybe they're just waiting for something else to happen or who knows what. But I do think there'd be some interest because, again, that Peters past player proclivity that he's already kind of shown where he's not scared to do that. But I don't think it'd be this extreme. I don't think it'd be this strong. I don't think they would tolerate all of whatever this is for whenever it ends in August, maybe first week or last week of August, et cetera, if he and Daniels weren't as tight. So I think there is an absolute factor. How much, what percentage is Daniels, what percentage is Peters? Impossible for me to say, honestly. But I do think there'd be some interest here.
I also really wish we could know, and we never will, or get some clarification on how much Daniels is even pushing behind the scenes. I don't think it's adamant or constant or even regular contact about this. My guess is early in the process. Like, you know, when Aayuk was initially at odds with San Francisco, maybe as far back as 24 when he wanted his new contract or whatever. I bet you Peters had plenty of conversations with Jaden Daniels about Brandon Aayuk and their relationship, and he knew without ever having to really talk to him again, of course he would want to play with him. But I think at some point, probably in the offseason, early on, not long after they moved on from Cliff Kingsbury and they hired David Blau and they got on the same page with Jaden Daniels and maybe went over some of their thoughts about what they wanted him to work on, what they hoped to surround him with. I'm sure the name came up and they gauged the interest and they got his thoughts. I'd be shocked if that didn't happen. And I would guarantee you that he'd say, yeah, that's my guy. He's a great player. Let's do it. Do you really think, though, he's like in AP's office still advocating or going, hey, what's the latest? When are we going to get him? Like, I think it's been a very minimal sweepstakes on the Daniels front, to be honest. But I just think it's known how he feels and that he wants him.
Well, yeah, I think it's a cursory check-in or a question or something here and there. Hey, what can you tell us about the guy that maybe we don't know? But again, remember all the kerfuffle? Go back to New Year's Eve of 2023. San Francisco's in town for a 4-13 Washington Shabingus. A lot more Ron Rivera and Eric Bieniemy than you'd like, by the way, where they beat Washington, I think, 27-10. I think Peters was there, wasn't he? Wasn't he there? And everybody kept showing him, is this the guy's the potential might be the GM, et cetera? So, like,
yeah, I met him that day in the press box. He was in the house and walking around, and he had already, It basically come up as a name and was interviewing. I don't know if he had interviewed or the idea was that he was going to be interviewing for the job.
He was certainly one of the candidates, right? So even as recently as then, he's watching. That was Aayuk's 1,300 yard, 7 touchdown season. Who he believed in the breakout. They were patient with him and let him work his way up through the system and developed. And he came in to start him then. And now he's with Washington. It's not crazy to me that a guy that was there for the ascension left before it got horrendous.
Yeah, but he still has so many relationships in that building. It takes one phone call. He keeps in really close touch with a lot of the people in that front office. You don't think he talks to John Lynch all the time, one of his mentors?
I'm sure he does.
He's not tight with Kyle Shanahan. I mean, it takes one text to be like, what's going on with Brandon? And then they go, oh, buddy.
You buckle up.
I mean, look at George Kittle.
Sure.
Kittle went from one of his best friends. TJ Hushmanzada, I mention all the time, was one of his route running coaches. Can't do a podcast without crushing the guy right now. Like, yeah, he was there when it was good and he left before it was bad, but it's not like he can't find out the details pretty easily.
He's got a computer. He's got all the information. But I guess my point is I have never felt like, and I don't know whose impression this is, but I'm arguing against a ghost here. I've never thought Daniels starts his day with a cup of coffee and a knock on Adam's door going, we signed Brandon yet? We signed Brandon yet? And he's doing the same thing. He's not like my kid begging for a gaming PC. You know what I mean? It's a different animal, I think. I think it was a cursory conversation, a couple check-ins here and there, some funny texts that maybe have gone back and forth, but I don't think this is a Daniels lobbying for the guy every second of every day.
I'm going to hit the phones on this with you next. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Question at hand is, how much of the Commanders being the front runner, not from Ayuk's perspective, which is probably all of it, but from the team's perspective, the fact that it seems like they are one of the few teams that has not come out and said they're not interested or that it seems to be the team that's going to make the move here, how much of that is because of Daniels' interest, as opposed to if he wasn't their quarterback and he didn't have a bond with Aayuk, would they still be going after this wide receiver despite everything going on this offseason? That's next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just kind of the same old, but FanCash, FanCash, it's the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers. That's win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, games, tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what all the fuss is about. I didn't win today, but I did win 2 weeks ago. Not a big deal. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I've been telling you all football season, now all spring and into the summer. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
I don't know. I don't have a sense on it. That is my brother, and we have a personal relationship. But his football future, that's out of my control.
That was Jaden Daniels at OTAs talking about Brandon Aayuk. Good friends, and the question is that why the Commanders are in on Aayuk? One thing that didn't really come up, you talked about the Peters connection. They still need a wide receiver, presumably. I mean, Nikki Javala was on the show in the Blitz. She had a nugget in her story the other day that there were a lot of drop passes, and that the receiver position among some of the roster spots really did struggle in spring practices, in her opinion.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and they're at these practices evaluating, and they're going, all right, we're a little light, we probably got to do something, then maybe Aayuk would be of interest just because you're only 3 years removed from him being a second-team All-Pro. I just think you would push everybody else up the board a little bit. Stephon Diggs and all the other wide receivers. The variable here that you're trying to get Daniels his guy so that they can make music together like they did at Arizona State makes this the priority. And I think this offseason, and this is not a bad thing, but I think they have done some things, probably correctly, to try to appeal to and appease Daniels after they made the move to move on from the coordinator that he didn't want them to move on from. And that might be a good thing, too, to just keep him feeling appreciated. As you get closer to, you're now 1 year out from possibly giving him the monster contract at quarterback on an extension if he has a big year.
Appreciated is one angle for it, but, and also some continuity is probably not a bad thing when you're asking for a dramatic paradigm shift for someone that doesn't have 30 starts in the NFL yet. Right? The expectations on him are astronomical. Part of that, the talent and the excellent rookie season. But the other part is we're just sort of counting on him covering for whatever the ails are, right? Defense doesn't have a great game, Jade will fix it. No wide receivers opposite Terry McLaurin, Jade will fix it. Running game of a bunch of Jags sort of thrown together, Jade will fix it. There's a lot. Plus, learn a new system. And I'm presuming some different terminology and the like. So they go, let's try to make that transition as easy as possible. So if you're vying for some familiarity or sort of going that as part of the stated goal, that's not unreasonable to me as you're asking for a dramatic change in the way he's played, in the way they line up and a whole brand new offense and a brand new staff, et cetera. So I got no issue with that in general. But when it comes to this, I do have an issue, but that's beside the point. The conversation of the moment is how much would it be if they weren't buds? I do think it's a major factor. I always say when people go, it's a factor. Well, what does that actually mean?
Well, let's quantify that, because I think
hard.
that's what we have to do. So what do we think their level of interest is, 1 to 100, just right now, this moment, in actually signing him?
96.
You think it's that high?
Yeah.
I'm going to say...
'Cause I think it's happening.
Yeah, I think if it's 51%, it would likely happen, yeah? So I'm going to say like 85%. Maybe it was 90, 95 6 weeks ago. And now it's 80, 85? Just because...
What percentage each video is the
That's what I'm
percentage
saying.
go
Each
down?
video is worth like 3.2%. But it's going to happen, inevitably, as long as he can't post another 23 videos or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he's on a video-a-day pace at this point. Speaking of which, Mom!
Oh.
Hey, Mom!
Did it really?
A new Brandon Aayuk video just dropped. This was today's Brandon Aayuk offering.
All right, but on a real serious note, though, can anybody tell me if I really have a warrant out for my arrest in California? Because my brother said he trying to throw in Cali. But if I got a warrant, bro, I'm about to stay out here then.
So I think this was his sly way of saying him and Jaden Daniels are getting together to throw the football. Remember, Jaden Daniels is organizing something for some of the Commanders' receivers. He said as much in his last press conference. Terry McLaurin would be there, De'Ami Brown, some of the other guys. They've done this before. Now, I think it's possible that Aayuk worked out with them before, and we just didn't see him in pictures, probably strategically. I don't think there's anything preventing that, by the way. Guys work out with players from other teams all the time, to my knowledge. It's not like it's tampering or anything. They're not working out a contract. The contract guy and the general manager, Peters, aren't there. So that's what I took this video to mean. He's saying, hey, I know there was a warrant out for my arrest at one point. Do I still have a warrant? Because Jaden's coming to California and he wants to go throw the football. Then he's also pretending, or maybe not pretending, I don't know, like he's still in D.C. He's like, otherwise I'll just stay here in D.C. I don't think he's ever been in D.C. for any of these videos, for the record. I don't know about you.
Again, I I don't really know, and I don't speak Aayuk.
Yeah, but skip that part. You always start with that part.
I think it's nonsense. So that's where I'm starting. If the question is, do I have a warrant out for my arrest? According to the latest records I can find, yes. So I think
he still has a warrant out?
I think so.
Don't you just call the police department and or turn yourself in and go pay money and
right? But when he sets foot in California, you'd have to do that. I guess that's the point.
But
So
my
I don't know.
understanding has been that he's been in California all along. Has he not been?
Well, I have no idea. Again, I don't know any of that stuff. And this is unserious, and we shouldn't take him seriously. So I believe the incident is still. I believe the warrant is still outstanding. I could be wrong about that. I'm not a legal expert, but that my latest Google search says that he still does. So that needs to be taken care of one way or the other.
Don't you think he's just trying to tell everyone that him and Jaden Daniels are throwing a football?
I don't give him that much credit. That he's so clever that this is a little entendre that he's going, my friend and I are throwing. I think he is a clueless, bumbling idiot who might not be sure if the warrant's still hanging out.
I think the audience to every one of these videos has been the 49ers, basically. He's talking to or at them, essentially. And whether it's the money that he's stepping on that means nothing to him, leaving the closet. I'm not using imagery or pretending to be in some English class. I just think when he's talking about little ass boy, cut me then, let's find out, you'll see, whatever else, all that stuff. I think that this is him telling them, I'm about to go work out with Jaden Daniels. And he just wants them to know that. He's trying to get word out there that that's the case. That's how I took that video.
Gotcha. Well, all the stories now that are being written up, whether it's NBC, Yahoo Sports, or otherwise, they're now saying he's conspiring or plotting to. Here's the headline: Niners star Brandon Aayuk plotting to avoid California over arrest warrant. So that's where we are. Again, this whole thing is so unserious.
Yeah, I mean, remember, if you are on the side of Brandon Ayuk's hilarious and these videos are just trolling and funny, and people that don't like them or think that it makes it reasonable to not want him on the team, we're wrong. Remember, this is the side you're on every time one of these videos comes out. And if you're cool with that, great. But wear that. Just know that. Bathe in that. That the side you're on is the guy who's trying to figure out if there's an arrest warrant out from the time that he recorded himself driving 100 miles an hour past his place of work so that he could flick off his former employer.
He will have to return to the state of California when he's playing for Washington when they play San Francisco on Monday Night Football.
There you go.
So maybe get that squared away by then.
Maybe his papers will be served or whatever. How does that work? He should also have to be there when he shows up, which is the one thing he has to do, remember, to actually get released at some point by the San Francisco 49ers. Instead of just constantly posting videos, he could just go to their facility and try to work this out with them, have a conversation with them, be taken off of the left team list, and try to be released that way, which he has not yet attempted. Different strokes, different ways to do this, I suppose. I keep going back to this very important point, though, and I will bring this up in every conversation we have about Brandon Aayuk until he signs with Washington. He's had one great season. Twice, he has had more than 850 yards. Twice. Once, he was Terry McLaurin and went 78 for 10-15. And once, he had an exceptional year and went for 1,300 yards and was a second-team All-Pro. 5 years in the league, one really good year, one excellent year. That's the entirety of his awesomeness. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
And it's brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. Well, blown saves have been the story for the 41-41 Nationals this year. 23 of them, in fact. That leads the MLB. The Nats try to turn the tide, though, try to stop a 3-game losing stretch tonight at 7:05 in Camden Yards against the Orioles. In football, Brendan Sorsby is trying to open as many doors as possible with little to no success. The CFL announced today that the quarterback will not be allowed to join any of its teams this upcoming season. In golf at the Travelers Championship, Scotty Scheffler shot a second-round 60 to propel him up to the lead at 16 under par. He's now 2 ahead of Victor Hovland and 4 clear of the field. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. It is a Friday, closing in on the weekend, brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. I want to talk Bryce Harper's reaction to the Tarpsoft crew cursing at him and his teammates and whether or not he had a point. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes, but we're wrapping up a Brandon Aayuk conversation. The question at hand: would Washington be acquiring him, be in on him, want him, if not for the relationship between the wide receiver and the quarterback, Jaden Daniels? Timmy's in D.C. What's up, Timmy? How are you?
Hey, Grant. What's up, buddy?
Chilling.
All right. I just say we need to drop the misnomer about Jaden Daniels being best friends, or, how much of their friends, because if they were real close friends, don't you think Jaden would tell him, look, man, shut your mouth so we can get this done? And if that's not happening, I don't even think they communicate. I don't think Jaden is even talking to this guy. I really don't.
Well, there are videos of them in off seasons past where they're together a lot. Aayuk talks about him constantly.
I understand that, Greg.
Daniels recently said he's like a brother to me.
In the last 2-3 months. That's what I'm talking about.
I understand, but Daniels just said a couple weeks ago he's my brother. He basically said we're that close. So I don't know.
And look, A.J. Brown said the same thing about Jalen Hurts after he left. That's my brother, and I love him. He
that's
said
a good
the same
point.
thing.
Yeah, we'll see. I would be willing to bet that they, will throw together in the near future before training camp.
Yeah.
I think they're that close.
So I understand his point about, guys say words, but if there's a documented history of discord between the two, and then one guy's like, yeah, that's my brother, I love him. I don't believe you. I believe these two. I believe they're great friends. They were college teammates. There was already the only negative in my mind in the history of Jaden Daniels here in Washington was the tiniest little snafu where he sent the training camp play or whatever the hell it was to Aayuk, where you go, hey, man, don't do that. Okay, no problem. Lesson learned. It was great. You can hear how upset I am about it. Very, very little. It's water under the bridge. I've forgotten even the specifics of the incident. But they are friends. That's a real thing. That's not the, yep, love that guy. Nah, you don't. You hated him. You guys were constantly at odds when you were playing together, talking about A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. But I see your point. You're saying guys just say words. I think these two really are close, and that's not a crime.
Yeah, they've both said as much many, many times, and they were together constantly all of last offseason. Now, has there been as much evidence of that this offseason? No, this is about to be the down part of the period anyway, so we'll see. It also would not benefit them, I don't think. I mean, it's going to turn the internet ablaze if they post stuff together. But I would love to know if he was at the throwing session that they had with the receivers. I don't know. I'm speculating, but I'd be curious about that. I find his other point interesting, though. I think that's thought-provoking for sure, which he said, wouldn't Daniels have told him, stop talking, stop posting videos so we can get this done? I don't know. I don't know if Jaden Daniels might be just like all the dudes on Twitter who think it's hilarious and he's trolling the Niners, though, and he can't wait to play for the Commanders, though, and, maybe he's watching it and doing tear emojis. LOL, LMAO, DC radio hosts are losing their minds, though. Maybe Jaden thinks it's the funniest thing in the world, too. I don't know. Maybe he's unbothered by it. Why would he be bothered by it? I'm sure especially if it's his friend and it's his buddy and he's just kind of cutting up trying to get out of San Francisco. Do I think it makes sense? No, I don't. But is Jaden losing sleep over it? I don't think so. I would probably say, hey, dude, chill. Let's get the deal done. You're not helping us here. Here's the advice I'm going to give you. Go to the facility, sign the paperwork, force their hand, and then come stay at my place and we'll throw the football around or whatever. But you're right. Shouldn't we assume Daniels is giving him some counsel? Yeah. It's not working if that's happening. Right? I mean, that's part of the argument, too, is don't worry. When he gets here, Daniels will make sure he behaves. Why are we putting that on Jaden Daniels? What an unreasonable thing to ask of this quarterback who has enough things to worry about that now you also have to babysit Brandon Aayuk from making weird social media videos. But if it's true that he already is talking to him and counseling him, and this guy thinks maybe saying, stop making videos, if it's not working now, why is it going to work on October 9th when the season starts?
Yeah. These are all fair questions. Again, the headache, the hassle, all of it, I couldn't be more out of any part of this process, et cetera. But we're talking about inevitably because it does feel like this is happening at some point, whenever the some point is. This could also so easily be handled by Washington to get the word out that they're not interested, and the fact that they haven't done that, to me, speaks volumes. With every new one of these missives, this buffoon acting buffoonishly, it would be so simple and wonderful if you go, yep, he's just screaming into the void. We're not interested. This is not for us. This is not at this time. I don't know where he's getting that. That's it. That's all. We move on. The fact that it hasn't happened makes me not only say, yeah, we're tolerating this, or we're just counting down the days till it works. You know what I mean? We can't interfere because it's tampering. We can't tell him. I can't call him if I'm Adam Peters or whoever and go, dude, go to the team, go to the 49ers, sign the stupid piece of paper, then they'll cut you, then you can come here. He can't even do that. They're just waiting for this thing to play out to go, yep, now we'll snatch him up. I can't believe it.
Let's go to Perry in Olney on Grant and Danny. What's up, Perry?
Hey, I've got 2 points. The first one is that I guess what Brandon Aayuk is doing is working as far as he's concerned because you guys keep talking about it. And
if that's the goal. You're right. He's got it. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, I mean, he's enjoying the fact that, the only people in D.C., the only people that are talking about him are D.C. or San Francisco. And so he's getting what he wants out of that. The other point I wanted to make, Grant, is that you had said last hour that Brandon Aayuk only had one good season. Please let me remind you, Jaden Daniels only had one good season. So please, if you're going to draw the comparison on who had a good season, they both only had one good season.
Well, one of them's only played 2 years and was injured in the other year, but yes, that's true.
So, okay, I enjoy your show. Thank you guys for putting me on. Bye-bye.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yeah, my point in making the assessment about Brandon Ayuk's great season is he's had plenty of time on the field where he was a good, solid wide receiver. Jaden Daniels has not had time necessarily where a healthy Jaden Daniels has just played okay football. But I'm not going to sit here. This has nothing to do with Jaden Daniels. If you want to make some larger point that you're not sold on Daniels, that's fine. I'm not here to convince you that right now. I'm talking about something completely different, which is I don't know if Brandon Ayuk's worth all of this. Like, we are talking about this guy every day, constantly, all day long. It's exhausting. Like he's freaking Jerry Rice or Terrell Owens. He's not. He never was. He is a good player. Yes, true, facts, good wide receiver. There's plenty of good wide receivers that aren't posting videos every second, that aren't constantly trying to get attention on social media, that didn't turn down $40 million by choosing not to rehab. You can get a good wide receiver who has played in the last year and a half, who has played at a high level in the last 2+ football seasons. He hasn't.
So
we just act like this guy, we've built him up to be some make a character in a video game who's coming in here to catch 80 balls for 1,479 yards. I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze.
Well, to make the caller's Daniels analogy work, let me know if I'm another organization, not Washington, and the players entering year 7 didn't play this past season and was good, a handful of years ago, and had one great season out of 7. One great season out of 7. Then we can have that same conversation. But I understand your point. We only have one good year. Okay, you give me enough chances to have those good years. If we're talking in 6 years and Daniels has had one good year out of 7, you and I will have a very different conversation.
Toby, what sound effects do you have over there that are at your fingertips? I mean, do we have a goal horn or a siren? Because we need to at some point come up with something for when Brandon Aayuk drops a new video. Because he just dropped a new video. So we need some type of oh man, Brandon Aayuk just dropped a new one. What do you have, Tobes?
I have a Caps goal horn.
Let me hear that. No, because that gives me joy. When I hear that, I'm happy. And when Brandon Aayuk drops a video, I want to punch myself in the face.
I have a wrong buzzer.
That's not bad. Probably not dramatic or big enough.
What do the Junks play when there's a song that they hate and Cakes has that fart machine at his disposal? Could we do that? Brandon Aayuk dropped a new video. I want that.
Yeah, it's got to be bigger. Anything else over there, Toby, or we have to do a little digging?
I'll have to dig around because this is the Darius Dameron board, and I'm still getting adept at it, so I'll have to look around, but I'll see if I can find something.
Understand. So the new video that Brandon Aayuk dropped is a little insight that confirms something that we have been speculating about for weeks on the show. Here we go.
Also, I do not have an agent. I terminated my SRA with my previous agent through the NFLPA last year in November.
So remember, we had guests on who told us that it was their belief that the agent for Brandon Aayuk has no longer been working for him and was not any longer negotiating or helping or advising him. Ryan Williams of Athletes First, who's a pretty powerful agent, has clients including Jake Matthews of the Atlanta Falcons and David Bailey of the Jets, who just got drafted in the top 5. Eric Wilson of the Vikings and Max Iannaccio of the Steelers just got drafted. Jahmyr Gibbs. I could go on and on, but pretty good agent. Athletes First, one of the bigger agent companies in the National Football League. Now, Brandon Aayuk is saying he terminated his agent. That's not the story we were told. It was basically that the agent was like, I can't do this anymore.
Yep.
But that corroborates what we thought, which is this is a person acting like no one's giving him advice. I actually asked rhetorically yesterday, who is your agent and where is this person? Who is helping you? Who is telling you don't do this? Do that. And the answer right now is literally nobody. Nobody professionally. He's not paying anybody who went to school and learned how to do this professionally. He might have someone helping him, but not anybody through the Players Association. That explains a lot, actually.
It sure does. Yeah, where the maybe chicken or the egg, but once all your advisors have gone away because you're acting like a buffoon before all this starts. That's the key. Before all the latest stupid videos where again you just everything you're doing is so buffoonish and I can't believe we have to take it seriously. Before all that, he was acting in a way that made everyone go, I don't know how to deal with you, so I'm not going to anymore. So cool. You know what I mean? That led us right here to this point. Because if you had the PR team, if you had the agent, if you had anybody reasonable to handle this part of the process. By the way, professional football players, it's really hard to be a professional football player. It's even harder to do that and understand every element of league business. That's why guys have agents, not just to siphon 5% away from you when it's contract time, but to handle this sorts of crap. That's why you have one. And it's not some sort of badge of some sort of, I don't know, brand of stupidity that someone says, hey, you need an agent, because that's what everybody thinks now. It's way cooler. You're just shows you how worldly you are not have an agent. These are the reasons you have one, is to create a market when there isn't much of one. It's to advise you, to help you get the best deal possible. When something isn't going your way, let me get you to a better situation. How can I help you? How can I help you? That's why you have an agent, for when things go bad like this, whether it's of your own doing or otherwise. And so the fact that he hasn't had one for some time, at least according to him, and the timeline fits, all the pieces are fitting into place now, where it's the prerequisite is, A, you can play in the NFL. I can't get an NFL agent. But the other part is you want to play the game. You're willing to do some of the bare minimum that's necessary just to be a normal, sentient grown-up, and he was unwilling to do those, so the agent goes, that's all for me. You've been great. Best of luck.
Jimbo on Twitter hit me up. I'm at Grant Paulson. He says, you are acting like the Niners would trade him to the Commanders. I don't understand how you continue to miss. This is the only way he feels he can get released without getting traded to the Jets. By the way, seems like it's going to work where no one wants to trade for him. I don't know what you don't understand, that no one was ever trading for him. Nobody is trading for this player. He has not played in a year and a half, and there is a contract attached to him that is egregious.
It's prohibitive.
He is not getting traded for. No one is picking up that contract. The only thing the Niners could do if they really, really wanted to spite him, and I'd have to look at their cap space, but I'd imagine they don't have this possibility, is to pick up like almost all of the contract just to be the pettiest team in the history of the world so that nobody has to pay him anything, and then they could trade him to a team that could take him on for pennies on the dollar for a couple $1,000,000 this year or something like that, just to trade him to, football Siberia or whatever so that they can pick the worst team, the Browns or whatever, to just make him miserable. He's not getting traded. Stop acting and pretending like he's getting traded. So they say, I don't understand what you don't understand. That he doesn't want to be traded to the Jets? He doesn't have to worry about it. Nobody's trading for his ass. With that contract, it's not happening. With those injuries, with these videos, nope.
That phone ain't ringing.
Ed is in Calvert County. What's up, Ed?
Hey, I just want to say, I don't think Brandon is doing what you or I would do, but I do think we need to step back a little bit and say he wants to play with Jaden that bad, and he gave up a lot of money. For us, that's ludicrous, right? But for him, that's what he wants from life, right? And I don't have any issue with that. Now, the things he's doing on the videos and stuff, I believe it's only to get San Fran to release him early because he knows he's going to have to wait till training camp comes to be released. Him going into the building today.
Because you're making good points. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
To get released by San Francisco currently, the only thing he can actually do to expedite that process, being a squeaky wheel that annoys them as some master plan playing 3D chess where they get mad enough that they might cut him, could work, I guess, if that's his theory. The one thing he can actionably do that would help him get released is to show up so that he gets taken off of the did not report list, that he could be left on in perpetuity. They never have to take him off of it. Why hasn't he done that?
Because he can't do that, from what I understand, until training camp. He wants to be released before, and it's not going to happen.
He could show up today, and he gets taken off of that list.
Right, but I mean, in other words, if there's not enough people working out in the facility, San Fran's not going to do anything. They're going to leave. They're going to keep him.
Very possible.
They've already been petty.
But like, if you have a son, right, and the son tells he fails a test or whatever, right, and you find out. I don't know what's going on, but I got to hang up. Thanks, buddy. But you find out that he failed a test, okay? He may have failed the test if he studied his ass off, too. But if you find out he never cracked the book, he never tried, he never opened, do the part that you need to do, and then I will have a little empathy. I'm sorry. This person needs to do one thing that puts the ball back in the Niners' court. It's a game of, okay, the ball's in your court, the ball's in my court, the ball's in your court, the ball's in my court. He still has the ball in this game of hot potato because he's yet to put it back in their court. Now, if he had, and they won't release him, and I do think they're being petty, by the way, and I think that they are acting like they are hurt too, and it's a big demeasuring contest at this point, but he won't give them the ball back.
Yeah, and if you do, then it's grievance time. Because if they're holding you, and that without an intent to play you or make you active or whatever, now, see, he forfeited that right with the NFLPA back when they were going, hey, do you want us to file something for you? And he's like, no, you can't because I won't win it. Because he didn't show up to his rehab, didn't do anything he was supposed to do. So at any time, all they could have done was the bare minimum to force San Francisco's hand. And then when they don't, now you got your case. But he doesn't have one right now.
It is true that they might not release him if he did the thing he's supposed to do to get off of the exempt left team list. Okay, that is true. They might not release him. Do the thing you need to do. You might fail the test if you study. Study, and then you can say, I did what I was supposed to do. didn't work out. John in Waldorf, what's up?
Okay. I'm a Niner fan myself for over 40 years. I kind of heard y'all said y'all can't definitely say it, but kind of like if Daniels was one of the guys and with the laughing emojis, what would that really, if you're seeing the way Brandon's acting, and I think Jaden's a good quarterback myself, even though I'm not a fan. But anyway, wouldn't that be condoning on his part? And another point is this. It doesn't matter really what Daniels wants. Isn't it Harris at the end of the day? Yeah, I think Brandon is stepped over a cliff, and he's just acting like a toddler throwing a temper tantrum myself. That's what I feel about him.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, this is not the, I don't know how to say this the right way. We each knew stupid video, and they are stupid, and everybody trying to ascribe intelligence and good meaning to them, I think, is missing the boat. These are immature actions by a tantruming child who doesn't know what to do with himself. And it's like my son demanding, when he was a toddler, I want to eat cake for dessert, and then trying to hold his breath until he gets cake. This is the professional football equivalent of that, and it should be treated as such. Everyone should be embarrassed. Every new missive should be treated with cringe and shame and embarrassment and regret that we have to spend any kind of time on it. But I guess that's kind of it. I guess that's sort of my soliloquy, is that there's no limit to how much he's willing to embarrass himself, apparently. There's no bottom when it comes to it in order to get the thing that he wants. He's willing to do that, but he's not willing to do the face the music part of it. And again, if this is to be believed, and he's not in the state of California, and again, the headlines are saying he's trying to avoid the arrest warrant by not going back to the state. I mean, I have no idea if any of that's true, or if he's there right now or has dealt with it. But according to the latest I've seen, it's still outstanding.
I'm assuming he's in California.
I have no idea.
Doing wacky bits, changing his geotag. But yeah, I guess it is possible that they could claim that he's avoiding the state because he has an arrest warrant, I suppose. An agent could probably sort that out for him. He was taking to Instagram today to ask people to search and find out if he has an arrest warrant. If you just had an agent still, they might be able to make some calls on your behalf and get things lined up with an attorney and get you over to that courthouse.
I can help you.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
And it's brought to you by Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. Coming up right here on The Fan, the even 500 Nats try to turn the tide, stop a 3-game losing stretch tonight at 7:05 in Camden Yards versus the O's. Further north, the Mets have fired Carlos Mendoza today after a 6-game losing streak and a 34-47 start. Former Padres manager Andy Green will be the new head manager to finish out 2026. In the World Cup last night, the USA lost to Turkey last second 3-2. It'll play Bosnia next Wednesday, July 1st to start the knockout round. And in golf at the Travelers Championship, Scotty Scheffler shot a second round 60 to propel him up to the lead. 16 under par, 2 ahead of Victor Hovland, and 4 clear of the rest of the field. More artists, more talent, more ink. The 3rd annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational is back. June 26th through the 28th at Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing and tattoo competitions at our biggest show yet. Presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Don't miss Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Nats O's tonight, just after 7 o'clock in Baltimore. Any chance to get up to Camden Yards to see the Nats this weekend?
I probably will not be able to. My oldest is getting back from his first time at sleepaway camp this weekend, so we're doing a couple different things for him. We're going to go for my father-in-law's birthday on Sunday, but I wouldn't mind going to the old stomping grounds, man. I made that trip a million times.
How did we do at sleepaway camp? Did we get any phone calls?
No phone calls, so they don't do that. Basically, unless somebody pukes or drowns, they're not going to bother you. Other than that, you get a couple of handwritten letters that are scanned digitally to you. So it was very nice.
Oh, so you got some letters?
Yeah, I got a couple letters. Not the thorough missives you might expect. It wasn't Tolstoy there. It was a couple lines like "doing well, miss you," know, which I'll take. It was
You'll
great.
accept those, I believe. Good enough, though.
Absolutely.
I mean, as long as you got through the first week and you didn't get homesick, I didn't have to come pick you up.
Yeah, a 12-year-old writing something is a novel concept these days. So
it's a win. Let's put a bow on the Brandon Aayuk conversation for the day. We had 2 new videos today. It was a 2-video day for Brandon Aayuk. The first of those videos came out before we got on the air today. What was the first one? I forget now. It was so
like
good
2
that
minutes
I've already
ago.
forgotten. No, that's the second.
Do I have a warrant for my arrest?
The first one was, do I have a warrant out in California? Should I just stay out here?
That's right. Let's play that one. So you do have a warrant, by the way.
Yep.
But yes, that was the first one, is he's asking if he has a warrant. And then the second Brandon Aayuk video that just dropped, the brand new one, was him saying that he no longer has an agent and that he's parted ways with his agent. So everything's going swimmingly today on the Aayuk directorial front. Let's go to Eric in Leesburg on the Fan. What's up, Eric? Eric?
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're on the radio.
All right, terrific. Hey, listen, I taught math for a little bit, so this is not Antonio Brown 2.0. This is Antonio Brown to the second power. When you think about the behaviors you already have seen with respect to the videos, we cannot have that kind of cancer in the Commander's locker room. We just can't. Danny made such a great analogy earlier with the things that we don't need right now. I know there are a lot of complexities with respect to Jaden. I love Jaden. Jaden's amazing, but I don't want to complicate his life with this kind of acquisition. I will tell you that I'm willing to spend $125 for a Stephon Diggs jersey. And that's all I have to say. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Have a great day.
Appreciate you,
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, it seems like the majority of the people in the fan base that don't want Brandon Aayuk are willing to bring in a veteran in Stephon Diggs,
who has his own checkered issues.
Well, that's kind of where I was going. Is he actually has way more? I would say, character's probably not the right phrase, because I would say there's some question marks there with Aayuk too, with the the warrant he's talking about today, and the fact that a lot of people that have worked in his inner circle have left him here recently. But from a legal standpoint, Stephon Diggs has gotten in way more trouble than Brandon Aayuk has. I mean, by all accounts, like, there's not a rap sheet here. This is not a guy that's getting arrested all the time. There was an issue, which was speeding, which was stupid. That was basically a tax on being stupid because he recorded himself driving 100 miles an hour. But guess what? Jason Worth, had a speeding ticket driving over 100 miles an hour, and people laughed about it, essentially.
Yeah, Dusty wouldn't take him out of the lineup no matter what.
He went and did a couple days in a jail for it or whatever. Now, he didn't record himself flicking off Nats Park because he drove past going 100-some, so it's a little different.
Yeah, now I run Icon Racing.
You just always love...
I shoehorn it.
You try to get...
I shoehorn it.
The problem is it's too quick, because I never know how to quite respond to it, and I don't have anything planned. You just say...
I just want it in.
Icon Racing is... worthy in as you can, basically.
Well, because that's our guy now, by the way. Friend of the show, Jason Worth.
That's
which
right.
still is an underrated bit of turnaround.
I was texting with him just the other night.
You really were texting with Jason Worth.
I was.
Can you imagine when he? Never mind. But that's the second layer of the bit is that's what he does to us. Like, just when think about that, because I don't know anything about the Nats, man. Icon Racing. And like all of a sudden he turns it and he slides Icon Racing in there after he's mid-answer about like pitching changes. And, I don't know how to pull the Icon Racing, though. And, he does that.
Elijah from D.C., you are on Grant and Danny. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm concerned that there's a chance behind closed doors that the Commanders may still not even want him. And he may say, at the end of this whole thing, He may just direct it towards the Commanders, and now it's your fault. And where is the silver lining for the Commanders? How much production is worth saying that if he's on the team, and he can look at Terry. He was fined and he wasn't able to roll with the team. Then he got hurt. There's a chance that he's on the team. He gets hurt. He's laid up, and he's still upset. So he's representing himself. So he may just be using Washington as a canvas or as an opportunity to keep himself relevant. And behind closed doors, they can already be saying, But because they haven't came out and there hasn't been a press conference to say, we are not interested in Brandon Aayuk, please keep our name. Because they haven't said that, maybe legally they can't, but because they haven't said that language,
Elijah,
we don't even know
here's the counterpoint to that, okay? Here's the counterpoint. The way that reporting works is that teams, sources, agents, players, whoever we're talking about, when they can't or won't say something publicly, they will have someone get it out there for them. Okay? This is day one stuff. If the Commanders did not want Brandon Aayuk, and everyone's talking about them signing Brandon Aayuk, it's actually a bad thing for them. Your receivers in your room right now, listening to this all the time, knowing that he's coming in, are bothered by it, right? It's a distraction for Daniels and otherwise. They would have just easily gotten it out there. Schefter will just copy and paste the text that you send him. It takes 5 seconds, and they haven't done it. That tells you everything.
Indeed. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you, buddy. And there are two angles on this that I continue to come back to that I care about the most. Where is my Tiki Barber? Put the kibosh. Where is my kibosh from Washington? And the second part is, why was this dolt who played in San Francisco, why is he aggrieved? It is a story that I am desperate to hear. I can't do the assumption that there's some next level, some great meaning, some serious thing, and he's taking up the fight against Kyle Shanahan, who's a meanie, or John Lynch, who's not good, or something. I want to know what the story is. How did they wrong you? What was so terrible? I would love to hear it. I'd love to hear any kind of defensible action that allows any of this to make any sense. Without it, and in the absence of it, assuming that there is an A plus B equals C, I think is naive and fruitless. That's what I care about.
What if, just for a second, because this is one road we haven't driven down in Aayukville yet. What if he gets cut by the Niners, he's available, and the Commanders don't immediately pounce?
Oh.
And now Ayuk's wearing this hat, and now he's doing videos asking AP to come get me, and hey, Jaden, it's your boy. Why don't you get your boys to sign me? And now the videos are not about the Niners, they're to the Commanders. And it's just silence, where they're not signing him, and then camp starts, and they say, we're going to give our guys a look at camp. Maybe as we get deeper into camp, we'll reevaluate, but right now we like our guys. What if? I mean, that would be ridiculous that they wouldn't have come out and said as much weeks ago to end this whole charade. But I've said this many times. They're not great at that. Like, they don't really like shaping the conversation. They know they're taking Jaden Daniels. They don't mind if everyone is sitting around saying, but what if they took Caleb Williams or Drake May? Like, they're not interested in that. Most teams do. Adam Peters doesn't seem to care as much. He came up with Bill Belichick. Wouldn't that be something?
That would be something.
If Brandon Aayuk then has to turn to directing and producing his videos to inspire courtship.
And then he's doing DC Defenders videos to try to make that league. Yeah, there's nothing. My dream is that he twists in the wind and then I never have to talk about his stupid videos again because nobody wants them anymore.
We do need to get Darius for Monday to have something prepared so that we have a sounder for whenever his new videos drop. Today was a 2-video day. He's really starting to up his volume as a volume shooter.
More videos or catches over the last 2 seasons?
We're closing in on it. Still catches.
Videos
narrowly.
over 25, but 24 he did play half a year.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Nats are playing the Orioles tonight. Bryce Harper, very upset with Nationals fans. Does he have a point? That's next.